paused her actions and indifferently brushed the roses aside from under her desk, standing up in front of it. Without bothering to open the velvet gift box, she picked up the box from the desk and turned around, directly throwing it into the nearby trash can. Sure enough, right after she threw it, someone jumped out. Hey. Jordy had been secretly observing Esther's reaction from the front of the classroom. Seeing Esther throw away the gift without opening it, he couldn't help but stand up immediately. He practically leaped to retrieve the gift box from the trash can and shouted at Esther, "No, you didn't even look inside the gift before you threw it?" Gift? Esther frowned as she looked at Jordy standing in front of her, asking coldly, "Did you arrange all these flowers? What's the point of this?" Upon hearing this question from Esther, Jordy seemed momentarily choked, his expression becoming unnatural, even blushing slightly. What else could be the reason? A boy sending flowers and gifts to a girl, it couldn't be anything else. When the students realized that the flowers in the classroom and the gift on Esther's desk were arranged by Jordy, they couldn't help but whisper excitedly. Wow, wasn't Jordy dating Marilyn, who is Esther's younger sister? Now that Marilyn left for studying abroad quietly, Jordy actually turned around and made such a big fuss to send flowers and gifts to Esther in class. Could it be that he broke up with Marilyn and now intends to pursue Esther? This sounds like some cliché love triangle drama, too intense. Jordy stuttered under Esther's direct gaze, taking a while to muster up. "Grandfather said you saved his life, and I wanted to thank you, so I thought about sending you flowers and gifts. This gift box contains..." As he spoke, Jordy opened the box in his hand, revealing a magnificent ruby necklace, which must have cost at least hundreds of thousands of yuan. "The necklace was brought back from abroad specially for you because I thought it would suit you well. And you didn't even take a look before tossing it into the trash can. Because she saved Grandfather Herb?" Esther couldn't help but frown. Once that night at Grandfather Herb's birthday party, she had felt that something was off with Jordy. These days, Jordy often sneaked glances at her in class, and whenever she noticed, he would quickly turn away guiltily. It annoyed her. And now, he was making a scene like this in class. Their relationship had never been good, they usually kept their distance from each other. So what was the point of doing this now? "I saved Grandfather Herb because he saved me first. There's no need for you to thank me on his behalf." "I won't accept this necklace," Esther said coldly. "Please have someone come and remove these flowers soon, they are in the way." Chapter 201, The Mysterious Demon Catcher Appears. Blocking the way? These roses were ones he had specially arranged for someone to set up in the classroom after getting up early today. Such elaborately prepared romance would have moved any other girl to tears. But Brianna actually said these flowers were blocking the way? And this necklace, she didn't even glance at it, yet it was one that he spent over 60,000 to have specially imported from abroad. When Jordy heard Brianna's words and saw her cold expression devoid of any additional sentiment, his breath got caught in his chest. Was there really a girl who didn't like roses and jewelry? Was Brianna truly indifferent or deliberately putting on this haughty act to make him lose face in class? Ever since learning that Brianna was Panda, Jordy felt his mindset had changed. For days now, he had been like a lost soul, constantly thinking about matters concerning Brianna. At first, he thought Brianna, having grown up in the countryside and with no place in polite society as an illegitimate daughter, came to Illegitimate because of some nonsensical engagement with him. Clearly, she was using him as a stepping stone, going through great lengths to contact his grandfather to marry into the Herb family, turning from an illegitimate daughter spat upon by all to a rich man's wife in a blink. But later, he found out that this Brianna, whether in terms of demeanor or speech, wasn't ugly, poor, or stupid as he imagined. Beautiful, with a good figure, skilled in piano and medicine, perfect score in the entrance exam, and even being the admired Panda, she was continually challenging his perception. The more Jordy thought about it, the more he regretted it. From the first time he met Brianna, he looked down on and ridiculed her, even pushing her to the ground at home, which made her hand impale on fragments of a vase. Later, he often caused trouble for her for Juliana's sake. Now, Marilyn left for abroad on a whim, leaving him behind, while he and Brianna became locked in a hostile relationship. Frankly speaking, apart from being born illegitimate, Marilyn couldn't compare to Brianna in any aspect. It was obvious that Brianna was more suited for him. Given they did once have an engagement, Jordy decided to do something to ease the tension between them. If Brianna could give him an out, he might consider making her his girlfriend, fulfilling his grandfather's wish. However, he never expected Brianna to refuse him so openly and criticize his meticulously prepared flowers and gifts in front of everyone in the class. Jordy suddenly felt cornered, his face dropping. What was Brianna trying to pull here? Just because she had a few skills and revealed some impressive identities, did she really think she was a goddess now, not valuing anyone else's feelings? Growing up, he was always adored and pursued by girls, receiving all sorts of surprises from them. Even when he was with Marilyn, it was always Marilyn doting on him. Yet the first time he secretly did something nice for someone else, he faced such treatment. Hearing whispers around him and seeing people's gazes all turn toward him as if mocking him, Jordy felt a surge of embarrassment and anger. He immediately turned his face cold and threw the gift box to the ground. He raised his chin and said, "I told you, I sent these things because Grandpa wanted to thank you. Why are you acting like this? I'll have the duty student sweep up these flowers later, and you can keep the necklace without throwing it away. Anyway, our Herb family isn't short of 60,000. With that, Jordy let out a cold snort and was ready to turn around and leave, feeling he had salvaged some dignity with this action. But just as he walked a few steps, he was stopped by Brianna. Wait. Upon hearing this, Jordy halted, assuming Brianna had regrets. Immediately pretending to be impatient but actually with a faster heartbeat, he turned back and put on an arrogant look, saying, "What, didn't you say you didn't want it? Are you?" Before he could finish asking if she was regretting, he saw Brianna bend down and pick up the gift box expressionlessly from the floor. Then again, she accurately tossed the gift box into the trash bin at the back of the classroom. "If you're throwing garbage, throw it in the trash bin." Brianna gave a cold glance at Jordy. Looks like young Master Herb doesn't lack money but lacks manners. "You." Jordy blushed and paled alternately as he was scolded by Brianna. Just as he was about to retort, the bell for class rang. Seeing his buddy humiliated, Finn hurriedly pulled Jordy, who was holding in his anger, back to his seat. The ringing of the bell meant students who were watching had to return to their classes and seats, dispersing the crowd. The first lesson was self-study. Turning her head, Ava in the front row saw that Brianna had sat down as if nothing had happened. She exchanged a glance with her deskmate Yen Nina. Both of them were quite in sync. They had done this sort of thing many times before. They immediately pretended to go to the restroom and left the classroom together. Because it was class time, the hallway was empty. Standing at the public sink in the bathroom, Ava finally couldn't hold back and rolled her eyes, venting her frustration. "Damn, I'm so annoyed." Ever since Brianna's Lilia and Chloe identities were exposed, she really thinks she can act all high and mighty. Does she think that just because she can play piano and do some boxing, she's better than us high school students, looking down on everyone? And she acted so arrogantly in front of Jordy, as if Jordy chasing after her wouldn't get her attention. Really funny, Jordy is at least the only heir of the Herb family. Would he look at someone like her, a lowly illegitimate daughter? Just because his grandfather gave her a gift, she turned it into an opportunity to show off. Ava continued ranting, rolling her eyes skyward, clearly disdainful of Brianna. Didn't Jordy have a marriage contract with Brianna before? Yen Nina pouted. Now that Juliana suddenly went abroad, I guess Jordy's grand gesture today must be forced by his grandfather, trying to bring him and Brianna together. If you ask me, Juliana's sudden departure abroad, not even telling us goodbye or having a farewell party, is probably also related to Brianna. I suspect she intentionally sowed discord, confusing the Liu family members. The Liu family started disliking Juliana, which is why they hurried to send Juliana away. Really? I feel the same. Upon hearing this, Ava immediately chimed in. Speaking of which, do you remember what happened at the school anniversary fair last time? On live broadcast, Juliana's eldest brother, who used to dote on her so much, told everyone that his sister is only Brianna, and he came to Xingjing for Brianna, not giving Juliana any face at all. Moreover, Juliana's 5 elder brothers didn't visit our cafe that day. They all went to Brianna's place, treating her like a treasure in all the videos. I really don't know what methods Brianna used, but within these few months, she made the Liu family love her so much. I suspect she might have some kind of enchantress's bewitching sorcery. And there's one thing I still can't figure out. Saying this, Ava leaned in closer. Do you think that before coming to Illegitimate, Brianna was just an illegitimate daughter from the countryside, living in hardship with her mother? I heard from Mona that when she was studying in the countryside, her family was so poor they had to apply for poverty assistance. If Brianna's family was so poor, where did she get the money to take piano lessons? And where did she get the money to go abroad and fight in underground boxing matches? Don't you think it's strange? Ava felt her suspicions were well-founded. However, before Yen Nina could reply, Ava heard a gentle male voice from behind them. It does sound pretty strange. Startled by the unexpected voice while gossiping about others, Ava and Yen Nina both gasped and widened their eyes, mesmerized by the man standing before them. This man, who suddenly appeared outside, wore a khaki shirt paired with white dress pants and black long boots, a typical equestrian outfit, clean and classic. He stood tall and slender, with clear-cut facial features. His eyes were handsome and clear, wearing stylish gold-rimmed glasses over his straight nose. The sunlight filtering through the hallway painted him with a soft, warm glow. He retracted the fervor from his gaze, looked at the 2 high school girls in front of him, and offered a slight apologetic smile. Sorry, I was just passing by and overheard your conversation. May I ask, are you in the same class as Brianna you mentioned just now? It sounds like she's quite a mysterious classmate. Chapter 202, The New Equestrian Teacher. The first self-study class had just ended, and Bar, the head teacher of Class A, entered the classroom with a relaxed demeanor. Students, I have some good news for you all. Due to the renovation of our school's outdoor racetrack this semester, we haven't officially started equestrian classes. But last week, the equestrian venue was finally completed. Soon, you will be able to attend equestrian lessons. Equestrian lessons are starting now. Upon hearing this, the students of Class A lit up. Xingjing High School is the top-tier private aristocratic high school in Illegitimate, adopting an elite noble education method that does not limit student cultivation to academic achievements. Since its establishment, Xingjing has provided beginner to advanced level equestrian courses for freshmen. Beginners learn basic equestrian skills, including grooming horses, preparing horses, and fundamental English writing techniques. Advanced students focus on cross-country, obstacle, and comprehensive training. To facilitate management, the school provides horses for all students during classes. While not all Xingjing students come from families as wealthy as Geordie's, most are affluent and have been exposed to equestrian classes since childhood. Thus, after entering Xingjing, they generally start with advanced courses directly. Even those who never took equestrian lessons before are already in their third year, having attended these classes for 2 years, hence, the majority of the class is at intermediate to advanced levels. Bar said from the podium, including this semester's specially admitted students. The school has custom-made equestrian outfits, protective gear, and helmets according to your sizes for this year. You can collect them and change into them soon. Also, because your equestrian teacher from last semester is abroad, the school has hired a new temporary equestrian instructor for you. Please give a warm welcome to our new teacher, Mr. Airy. A new equestrian teacher named Airy? The students of Class A exchanged curious glances, finding it quite novel. Airy means patrolling, wandering aimlessly while monitoring certain events. This new teacher's name is truly unique. However, when Airy entered the classroom, it instantly sparked whispers among all students. Damn, he's so handsome. Class A has more girls than boys. The equestrian teacher from the previous semester was a middle-aged man in his 40s with some baldness, causing disinterest among the female students during classes. Now, this new teacher looks only in his 20s, has a great physique, and a striking appearance, appearing refined and scholarly. Upon seeing Airy enter the classroom, the girls in the class immediately sparkled with excitement, their hearts racing. Under Bar's invitation, Airy stood upright on the podium. He pushed his golden wire-framed glasses up his nose bridge and scanned the entire classroom. Finally, his gaze settled on the only girl sleeping on her desk in the corner, not even raising her head. He found her. This mysterious Esther is indeed different from other girls. After withdrawing his gaze from the girl, Airy calmly introduced himself. Hello, everyone. It's an honor to temporarily take over as your equestrian instructor here at Xingjing. I hope to provide you with enjoyable and engaging lessons moving forward. I understand that most of you have been regularly taking the school's equestrian classes since freshman year. But there are 2 new students this semester. Have you both previously had any exposure to equestrian courses? Could the 2 of you please raise your hands? When Airy spoke, everyone in the class turned to look at Jobert and Esther sitting in the corner. Jobert wasn't used to so much attention, subconsciously frowning slightly before lifting his head to meet Airy's gaze and slowly raising his hand. Sorry, teacher, Jobert spoke with a slight nasal tone. I have a fever today. Can I skip the equestrian lesson? A fever? Airy maintained a calm expression. If you're feeling unwell, it's indeed not suitable for horseback riding. Please rest in the classroom then. He then looked at the girl lying on the table next to the boy, gently asking, is the girl next to you the other new student? Seeing Esther sound asleep and oblivious to the current situation in the classroom, Jobert reached out and nudged her, calling out softly, Esther, wake up. The girl woke up from her sleep, instinctively wrinkling her brows. Jobert leaned close to her ear and explained in a low voice, the school is starting equestrian classes, and there's a new equestrian teacher. He asked if we haven't been exposed to this course before. Equestrian class? Esther's mind was still a bit fuzzy. She subconsciously lifted her eyes and met the scrutinizing gaze of the man on the podium. For a moment, her pupils constricted slightly, and even her breath paused for half a second. It's Airy. He actually came looking for her. Chapter 203, Elisha's Past of Being Pursued. The moment she saw Airy, Esther's pupils contracted slightly, and even her breathing paused for half a second. But fortunately, she reacted very quickly. Or perhaps, the moment her subconscious sensed danger, she had already masked her emotions. Facing Airy's scrutinizing gaze, the girl showed no extra expression on her face, appearing cold and distant. It was only apparent that she felt somewhat impatient at being disturbed while sleeping, but she concealed it out of respect very well. Sorry, teacher. I'm a bit sleepy in the morning. Esther met the man's gaze on the platform and replied, I haven't been exposed to horseback riding before. I see, the man's face remained unchanged, with a gentle smile hanging on his face. It doesn't matter, I just wanted to understand the situation first. If you haven't been exposed to it before, you don't need to worry. I will provide individual guidance during the class later. Upon hearing the words, individual guidance, the girl's expression didn't change much. She merely said, then thank you, teacher. The man adjusted his glasses, looking extremely polite, his voice still warm. Not at all. Taking care of every student is what a teacher should do. This was a game known only to the 2 of them. During this back-and-forth conversation, the man's eyes, through the lens, stared straight at the girl sitting below, trying to catch any unusual reaction on her face. However, it was clear that Esther's reaction disappointed him. Because the girl hadn't even fully lifted her eyelids, speaking with an air of indifference as if she were not fully awake yet. She looked completely like someone meeting a stranger for the first time. Such a reaction suggested either the girl was masking herself too well or she genuinely did not recognize him. After Airy introduced himself, Bar addressed the students again. Now that you've met Teacher you can go collect your new equestrian gear and get changed for the class. He then turned politely to Airy, Teacher you can also head to the stables now. I heard that the 2 teaching assistants have already gone there. Okay, Teacher Zhou, Airy nodded and smiled at Bar. Before leaving the classroom, Airy casually glanced back at Esther, who was seated in the corner. Even though Esther didn't look up, she could feel the man's gaze passing over her through others. Her eyes lowered, her lashes unmoving, but the moment the man left the classroom, she took a deep breath. Esther hadn't expected Ari to come looking for her. About 2 years ago, when she was still Alicia, the youngest descendant of the Demon Hunter clan discovered her existence. At that time, due to her multiple identities, both public and secret, the admiration from humans made her soul power continuously surge. The Demon Hunter clan had an ancestral treasure called the Sun Yao Pan, which could detect the location of demons with high soul power. The stronger the soul power a demon used, the more specific the location shown on the Sun Yao Pan would be. Ari found her location for the first time due to an accident. Back then, she lived in England. One evening around 8 o'clock, a fire broke out on the 6th floor of a department store, trapping hundreds of people inside. She was reading by the window in a cafe on the first floor when the fire alarm sounded. Panic spread among the crowd inside the building. Police and security were urgently evacuating everyone, running frantically outside. Only she, upon learning of the situation from the police, went up to the 6th floor through the stairs leading to a maintenance-sealed entrance, kicking the door open with one foot. The instant she opened the escape door, thick smoke filled the 6th floor, making it almost impossible to see anyone clearly. The flames spread rapidly, and terrified crowds huddled together. All that could be heard were screams and coughs, with the firelight reflecting in her pupils. That was the first time she used her soul power so intensely. She isolated the smoke to save those who were about to suffocate, controlled the fire spread, helped firefighters put out the flames, and cooled down those already burned and unconscious, maintaining their heart rates. When the fire was finally extinguished, she was nearly exhausted and had to lean against the wall, catching her breath. However, just as she wanted to leave the scene quietly, she turned around and saw Ari staring at her not far away. The man approached her step by step, his eyes cold. "You're a demon." That was Ari's first sentence, stated with certainty. "You caused this fire." That was Ari's second sentence, still stated with certainty. The man, with sharp features and upright posture, resembled a righteous messenger. His eyes carried pity for the injured and hatred for demons, as he coldly uttered his third sentence. "You truly deserve to die." Among the demons Ari had encountered and hunted down before, none of them were kind. In his understanding, all demons were selfish and evil, only doing wicked deeds. They killed humans, drawing strength from them to empower themselves. No demon would willingly sacrifice multiple times its soul power to save humans. So, when he sensed that a demon in this building was using extremely intense soul power, and saw such a large-scale fire on site, nearly causing hundreds of people to be burned alive or suffocated to death, Ari naturally believed that this fire was intentionally caused by her, with the purpose of killing so many people to strengthen herself. The soul-devouring nails made by the Demon Hunter clan could instantly scatter a demon's soul body, preventing it from ever reincarnating once it pierced the demon's body. That night, already exhausted from saving people, she almost died under Ari's soul-devouring nail. She barely managed to escape. But this was just the beginning of Ari's pursuit of her. Ari already knew her soul power was very strong. According to the principles of the Demon Hunter clan, the stronger the demon, the more it must be relentlessly eliminated. Because once a demon with strong soul power intends to harm people, it could cause disasters affecting hundreds or thousands of lives. So Ari never thought of sparing her. He had seen her face, so he tracked her down, and they met several times after that, but she always managed to escape. However, Ari's relentless pursuit caused her significant trouble. She did not want to get entangled with him any longer. More than a year ago, she went into seclusion in the deep mountains, and a few months ago, she left Elisha's body. After a long search in the world, she finally borrowed Esther's body to start a new life. Everything was peaceful. She gained love, friendship, and family affection from her brothers, which she had never had in her previous life, making her feel happy and cherished. But at this crucial moment, Ari actually found the school, and it was clearly targeting her. Esther did not know how she had exposed her whereabouts, but one thing was certain. Ari was not yet sure that she was Alicia. Chapter 204, Ari's testing begins. The reason was simple. First, even exorcists did not know that some demons could be reborn twice using human bodies. Second, according to Ari's personality, if he had confirmed she was Alicia, he wouldn't have gone through such lengths to come to Xingjing as a riding instructor to test her. He would have killed her with the soul-devouring nail at first sight. Mathunsi was unsure, she didn't need to panic just yet. If she skipped today's riding class, it would only draw more attention and suspicion from Ari. Yael had a slight fever today and had already applied to skip the riding class. Roxy has always been excused from riding classes due to health issues, and Mathawena decided to stay in the classroom with him, being lazy. So when it was time to collect the equipment, only Brenda and Roxy went together. The riding gear customized for students by the school was the most basic type. Each student wore a shirt, riding pants, and riding boots, with helmets, gloves, and inflatable armor provided separately. Though the same clothing was worn, the effect was different. While changing clothes, Roxy casually tied her hair into a neat high ponytail, revealing her long, graceful neck. The navy blue shirt highlighted her fair skin, while the tight white riding pants accentuated her slender legs. The black riding boots were streamlined. With the addition of a black helmet and white gloves, she looked less aloof and exuded an elegant and spirited British style. When Roxy came out after changing, Brenda admired her with stars in her eyes. "No wonder you're my Aiden. You look absolutely cool in this outfit." However, Ava and Yen Nina, who had just finished changing too, emerged from the locker room at this moment. Ava glanced at Roxy, seeing her composed demeanor, couldn't resist sneering. "TSK, I understand now what they mean when they say, wearing imperial robes but not looking like a prince. Why does someone wearing riding gear still give off a poor and shabby vibe? It's truly jarring." Yen Nina gave Roxy a dismissive glance and deliberately scoffed. Having grown up in the countryside, never having been exposed to a riding class, she probably spent a long time figuring out how to wear this armor. Ava and Yen Nina were originally close friends of Marilyn, and they had been targeting Roxy for quite some time at school. Roxy ignored them, but Brenda couldn't stand it. Originally, Ava and company were subtle, but Brenda stood right in front of them and started scolding. "Do you two have red-eye disease or something? Just because you've taken riding lessons before, do you think you're better than everyone else? And what do you mean about giving off a poor and shabby vibe every day? I think you two are just envious of someone who looks good and excellent." Hearing this, Ava's eyes widened and her chin lifted. "Envious of her? Are you joking? She's a poor country girl who's never seen a horse before. What's there to envy? The whole class except her can ride horses. She'll need the teacher to start from scratch. How embarrassing. If you ask me, a country chicken will always be a country chicken. Even in the city, it can never become a phoenix." "You." Brenda was silenced by Ava. Roxy hadn't intended to engage these two, but seeing Brenda get reprimanded because of her, she couldn't help but frown. She looked at Ava coldly. "You're right, a chicken can never turn into a phoenix. Because a phoenix doesn't squawk, but a chicken is noisy." Hearing the first part, Ava thought Roxy was conceding. But hearing the second part, wasn't she calling her talkative and more like a chicken? This made Ava even angrier. Just as she was about to curse Roxy, Aries suddenly walked over with a warm and polite smile. "What are you students talking about? Class is about to start." Seeing Aries, Ava seemed like a completely different person. Changing from her previous arrogant and spiteful attitude, she appeared somewhat shy. "Teacher, you're here." "Yes, Tang, you look very handsome in your riding gear." Aries smiled at Ava, causing her face to flush red. Where, the teacher looks much cooler," Ava said coyly. Aries smiled and addressed Ava, Yen Nina, and Brenda. "Methuns, you three have all taken riding classes before. You can go to the stable first, pick your horses, and prepare them for saddling. Build some rapport with them." Then he looked at Roxy. "As for this classmate, Roxy. Methuns, you haven't been exposed to riding classes before. I'll take you to choose a horse and explain the basic precautions of equestrian events. You will be personally guided by me for today's lesson." "What?" Ava, who was still blushing from shyness, suddenly became anxious upon hearing this. "Wait, teacher, are you saying that today you'll only be teaching Deborah? If you're only guiding her, what about the rest of us?" Aries replied, "All of you are at an intermediate to advanced level and can freely practice in the outdoor arena. The other two assistant instructors will be responsible for guiding you. But as for this classmate, Deborah, since she has never ridden a horse before, I am concerned about whether she can adapt and her safety. Therefore, I will focus on teaching her today." Hearing this, Ava almost choked. It was the first time in her life that she encountered such a handsome equestrian teacher. Not only was he tall and handsome, but also refined, cultured, and full of charm, exactly the type she liked. Ever since she met him in the corridor, her heart had been racing uncontrollably. She had hoped to use this class as an opportunity to get closer to him, but now teacher Yu was saying he would only guide Deborah today. If only she had said she hadn't been exposed to equestrian classes too. How could this Deborah get all the good things? Ava was furious but couldn't say much more. She could only swallow her anger and shoot a nasty glare at Deborah before leaving with Yen Nina. Brenda also greeted Deborah briefly and went off to choose a horse. So now, only Deborah and Aries were left. Deborah knew exactly what it meant for Aries to say he would only guide her today. It wasn't about adapting or safety, it was just an excuse to find an opportunity to test her. Sure enough, as Deborah followed Aries a few steps towards the stable, she heard the man beside her seemingly casually say, "Speaking of which, I actually heard of classmate Deborah's name even before coming to Xinjiang. You were so young and yet became friends with the famous pianist Cohen, and you even won first place in this year's Illegitimate piano competition. And a few years ago, you won the championship in the underground boxing match in Abbey, England, winning back relics for our country. Truly a national hero. But I heard from Ava that your family circumstances weren't very good before. So I'm curious, how did you manage to learn the piano so well and have the opportunity to go abroad to participate in the boxing match?" Chapter 205, Excuse me, I'm a genius. Upon hearing Aries' question, Esther's heart sank. So, it was because of her 2 appearances at the piano competition and Ismail's birthday banquet that exposed her Lilia and Chloe identities. This was what caught Aries' attention, prompting him to chase all the way from England to Gilisang City, and even track her down to the school. Esther didn't know yet that Aries had pinpointed her through the surveillance footage from Huafeng Bank. In her view, as an illegitimate daughter from a single-parent family who grew up in the countryside, her background did indeed seem humble. Learning the piano or studying abroad would require significant financial investment. Thus, it made sense for Eri to find her suspicious. But there are many outstanding people in this world. If he came directly to investigate just because she possessed two impressive identities at such a young age. Wasn't Eri being too perceptive? No, something must be wrong. There must have been more direct clues leading straight to her, explaining why Eri could pinpoint her so accurately. On the surface, Esther appeared calm, but her mind was racing. After months since her rebirth, Eri had never found her. Why did he discover her now? Since her rebirth, she had rarely done anything directly related to Elisha's identity. The only exceptions were when she first visited Crystal with the note to find Alban, and contacting Haley at the charity auction at the Herb residence. More recently, she went to Huafeng Bank to retrieve Hawk's white jade flower cup from the safe deposit box for Ismail's birthday gift. Could it be because of that retrieval? As she thought this, Esther's eyebrows slightly raised, and she felt suddenly enlightened. Eri must suspect that she is Elisha, or at least have some connection to her. She had been thinking about how to explain things reasonably to dispel his suspicions. However, if Eri really suspected her because of the retrieval from the safe deposit box from her previous life. If she tried to give another excuse, it might make him think his guess was correct. So, she decided to come clean directly. Therefore, after Eri finished speaking, Esther immediately replied, "I can play the piano because of a big sister." Eri seemed surprised by her response, pausing momentarily. A big sister? Yes, Esther nodded, a big sister named Alicia. Hearing Esther mention Alicia on her own, Eri froze, then quickly masked his sudden alertness. The girl observed his reaction keenly but continued talking as if she hadn't noticed anything unusual. I lived with my mom in the countryside until a couple of years ago. About 2 years ago, Alicia visited our village during her travels. She is 16 years older than me and used to live alone in England. She is a very talented and versatile person. From the first time she met me, she liked me very much. After that trip, Alicia invited me to visit England, and that's when I participated in a boxing match. Last year, Alicia stayed on the mountain near our place for a while. During that period, she taught me piano and composition. After leaving, she gave me the password to her safe deposit box at a bank in Gilisang City, saying I could use it. There were some of her belongings inside, I could take them if needed. But Elisha's things are all very valuable, so I never touched them. Only once, when attending a banquet, I retrieved a cup I had previously purchased from the safe deposit box and gave it as a gift. Esther's explanation left Eri somewhat off guard. He hadn't expected the girl to bring up Alicia directly. Her story seemed plausible, even covering the issue of the safe deposit box. Alicia knew Esther several years ago and had become close enough to leave her the safe deposit box. That explained Esther's appearance in front of Elisha's safe deposit box. Yet Eri wasn't entirely convinced. Sounds like this Alicia is quite an accomplished person. Eri looked at Esther. Where did she go after leaving your village? I don't know, Esther shook her head. Alicia loves traveling. She probably went somewhere again. After that, she never contacted me again. That's interesting. To meet such a big sister is truly fortunate. Eri's expression remained unchanged as he continued to ask, however, the cup that classmate Esther mentioned giving to someone else, is it Hawk's white jade carved magnolia cup? I remember you said at the banquet that you bought Hawk's magnolia cup and vase together. Purchasing these two items would have cost nearly 200 million. Do you, classmate Esther, have such substantial savings at such a young age? Esther lifted her eyes and saw Eri staring intently at her. Indeed, her earlier explanation clarified her connection with Alicia and explained why she could play the piano, why she had participated in a boxing match in England, and why she appeared in front of Elisha's safety deposit box. But for a 17-year-old rural girl to possess hundreds of millions was indeed something that raised suspicion. Mr. Yu, Esther said calmly, perhaps you don't know, but besides Rosie and Panda, I have many other identities. For instance, one of my identities is as Master Hanley's only apprentice in traditional Chinese medicine. I started learning medical skills from my master when I was 5 years old. A single small pill I make can sell for 6 or even 7 figures on the market. So, although I grew up in the countryside, it doesn't mean I don't have any savings. What others call poverty grants, my mother and I have never truly received. Moreover, apart from medical skills, my talent in other fields is enough to allow me to accumulate wealth that many people can't achieve in their lifetime. Although this might sound immodest, I want to tell Mr. Yu that I am a genius. Many things that seem unreasonable to ordinary people can be perfectly reasonable for me. Having said this, Esther looked up calmly. So, does Mr. Yu still think there are any problems? Chapter 206, Really Too Arrogant. Arrogant. Really too arrogant. Who would tell others so frankly that they are a genius, therefore any unreasonable things placed upon them can be reasonable? If this statement were posted online, the girl would probably be cyberbullied to death, with a lot of people cursing her for showing off. But considering the girl's experiences, what she said was indeed the truth. If not a genius, who else could have such masterful piano skills and miraculous composing skills at the tender age of 17, even if they started learning from childhood? If not a genius, who would be born with formidable attacking power, coupled with extremely fast speed and top-notch fighting skills, dominating on the world boxing stage? Including the field of traditional Chinese medicine and other areas mentioned by the girl. In this world, 99.99% of people are ordinary. But even Eri couldn't deny that there are geniuses in this world. Being born with exceptionally high intelligence and talent allows these people to reach the pinnacle in many aspects at a very young age, achieving accomplishments that common people find hard to reach. If the girl isn't lying and she really is such a genius, then everything that happens to her does make sense. Even Elisha's fondness for her makes sense. Who wouldn't like a genius? Ari understood Elisha's loneliness better than anyone else. During the time he was chasing Alicia, he knew she had always been alone, without even a friend by her side. Perhaps aware of the differences between humans and yukais, or not wanting to trouble others, or for the convenience of escape without ties, Alicia remained solitary. In such circumstances, if she met such an intelligent and powerful genius girl, Alicia would find it hard not to like her. After several rounds of conversation, the person who was reviewing now became the one being questioned. Ari couldn't help but stand up straighter. Of course, there's no problem. Ari's expression remained calm, a gentle smile still hanging on his face. I just thought Tanya was really impressive, so I asked a few more questions. I hope Tanya doesn't mind. The stable has arrived. Ari pointed to the stable not far ahead, seemingly shifting the topic nonchalantly. Then let me take Tanya to choose a horse. The other students in the class had already selected their horses under the assistant's instructions and led them to the outdoor arena. So, only a few scattered horses were left in the stable now. Ari led Tanya to a tall chestnut-colored horse, first stroking its smooth, glossy coat, then introducing it to her. Methuns, today is Tanya's first equestrian lesson. We'll start with how to interact with a horse. Horses have relatively poor eyesight, seeing objects in a foggy and chaotic state. They are more sensitive to smells and sounds through their nose and ears. Horses can hear sounds from a great distance. So Tanya should remember not to touch the horse's ears right away. To touch a horse, approach it from the side front. Stroke its cheek, let it smell your scent, and gradually familiarize itself with you and lower its guard. Just like what I did. Golden sunlight filtered into the stable, outlining Ari's tall, slender figure and his chiseled profile. Outside was noisy, but the young man's gaze was focused, his voice gentle. Through his glasses, gently stroking the horse's cheek as a demonstration, he seemed to be nothing more than a patient and kind teacher. This couldn't help but make Tanya feel something. If she didn't know Ari's true identity, she might put down her guard like this horse in front of Ari in a short time. Okay, Ari didn't know what Tanya was thinking, turning his eyes back and smiling warmly. I finished the demonstration. Tanya, please give it a try. Tanya claimed it was her first equestrian lesson, but it wasn't. In her previous life when she lived in England, equestrianism was a sport she loved. There was a certification exam related to equestrianism in England, abbreviated as HBB-JOAB, divided into 5 levels in riding skills. Those who obtained level 5 certificates stood at the pinnacle of professional equestrian coaches in England. Assuredly, there were no more than 100 such coaches in all of Britain. Clearly, from the badge on Ari's shirt collar, he was one of them. And so was Tanya. Although she wasn't an equestrian coach, out of interest and boredom, she had also taken the examination in her previous life and conveniently brought back an HBB-JOAB level 5 riding certificate. So, to be honest, Tanya's equestrian skills were probably much higher than those of the 2 assistants teaching today. Compared to Ava and Yen Nina, who could be considered advanced level riders among the students, she was miles ahead. Pretending to know when you don't is very difficult. Because a slip of the tongue can easily expose your ignorance. However, for Tanya now, pretending not to know when she actually does know was her challenge. She mimicked Ari's actions, lifting her hand as if she were touching a horse for the first time, gently stroking the chestnut-colored horse before her. Ari observed every move and expression of hers carefully. After Tanya had become familiar with the horse, Ari bent down to tighten the girth, lowered the stirrup, and adjusted its height, preparing to teach her how to mount. This horse was an imported warmblood, standing over 1.60 meters tall, nearly reaching Tanya's forehead. In other words, Tanya couldn't mount this horse on her own. She needed someone to help lift her foot. I'll help you. Before Tanya could respond, Ari had already knelt and half-squatted, making a gesture to lift his hands, indicating that Tanya should place her foot in his palms. The man looked focused, wearing gold-rimmed glasses on his high-bridge nose, exuding the charm of a British gentleman, appearing gentle and refined. If Ari had done this for another girl outside, she might have screamed inwardly or blushed coyly. But Tanya was immune to men other than Wally. Methuns Ari was her teacher, there was no need for her to be courteous when he helped her mount the horse. So, in the next second, the black riding boots of the young girl steadied on the man's palm, and with a little help, she swung herself onto the horse. Her slender yet strong legs clamped around the restless horse, holding the reins and sitting up straight. All set, thank you, teacher. Tanya thanked Ari but didn't notice that, in the moment he helped her mount, he had discreetly placed a small yellow handwritten talisman on the horse's front hoof. You're welcome, classmate Tanya. Ari stood up straight, a mild smile on his face as usual. Methuns, you're mounted, I'll lead you outdoors. Chapter 207, will you agree to this challenge? Ari was leading the horse Esther was riding when they just came outdoors, and many eyes were cast upon Esther. The outdoor riding field of Xingjing was very spacious. Golden sunlight filtered through the gaps in the clouds, landing on the damp grass speckled with fine sand, casting a gentle halo around the girl on the horse's back. The chestnut-red horse was tall and handsome, with smooth and shiny fur. The young girl sat astride it, her small face, no bigger than a palm, peeking out from under her helmet. Her chin was pointed, and her features were delicate yet strikingly beautiful, revealing a long and elegant neck. She sat up straight with a good posture, holding the reins firmly. Her front soles were steadily on the stirrups, while her slender and straight calves, encased in high leather boots, exuded a sense of strength. The man beside her leading the horse was also highly charismatic, his slim figure standing tall. His eyes were focused on the girl on the horse, occasionally gesturing for her to lean over, seemingly guiding her patiently. Seeing this scene, Ava felt a lump in her throat. She and Yen Nina had already been riding outside for several rounds. Without Eri, there were only 2 average-looking assistants and a few new trainers. Ava had no interest in showing off her superior equestrian skills compared to her classmates. She had been eagerly waiting for Eri to come out and hoping to see Esther make a fool of herself in public. Equestrian classes were something only children from wealthy families could afford. Someone like her, who had been taking lessons since childhood, would naturally have such confident and graceful bearing. Esther, a country-born illegitimate daughter who had never taken equestrian classes, would undoubtedly be timid on her first ride. Or perhaps she would fumble about and fall off the horse clumsily. Ava thought this way, but now seeing Esther sitting gracefully on the horse with a calm demeanor was quite a surprise. Not only did she show no sign of nervousness, she even looked rather elegant. As soon as Esther appeared, all the boys in the class couldn't help but look at her. Even Geordie on the nearby horse stared intently. What is this? A poor country bumpkin who has never ridden a horse, pretending as if she's an experienced rider. Ava clenched her fists angrily. Especially seeing Eri, whom she adored, only teaching Esther patiently and later riding along with her considerately made her grit her teeth. When Esther returned after a long-distance run, Yen Nina couldn't stop Ava. She directly rode her horse over and pulled the reins straight to stop in front of Esther. Student Tang? Eri asked when he saw Ava suddenly rush over. Is there anything? I have nothing to say, teacher you. Ava's tone was slightly acidic. I just noticed that student Esther seems to handle the horse well on her first ride. Quite impressive. Yes, Eri smiled gently, looking warmly at Esther. Student Esther is indeed a very intelligent and talented girl. Not only in piano and combat sports, but also in equestrian skills, she shows her talent almost immediately upon trying. Seeing Eri's admiration for Esther, Ava felt even more jealous. Even she, during her first equestrian class, only managed to mount, dismount, walk, stop, turn, accelerate, and decelerate on horseback. But this Esther had progressed to long-distance running on her first day, riding so steadily. How could she not doubt that Esther was truly a genius who could learn everything so quickly? Why did Esther always get all the attention and applause? Clearly, the best equestrian skill in this class belonged to her. Thinking of this, Ava couldn't help but raise her chin. Methun student Esther is so excellent. Why don't we try jumping obstacles? A little competition between us? Jumping obstacles? When Ava approached Esther, the whole class gathered curiously. Upon hearing that Ava wanted to compete with Esther in jumping obstacles, everyone sighed involuntarily. Equestrian sports require long-term training, and mastering horse riding skills takes gradual practice. To achieve jumping obstacles, one needs solid fundamentals. There was no need to mention Ava's fundamentals. Everyone in the class knew that Ava started learning equestrian at the age of 7 and had even obtained the 3rd-level riding certificate from HBB Joab in the U Joab this year. The value of the HBB Joab equestrian certification is well known. Ava, at just 18 years old, had obtained a level 3 certificate, making her the youngest recipient of the HBB Joab level 3 certificate in China. This was an honor she had always been proud of. What did jumping obstacles entail? Riding the horse towards the obstacle, accurately controlling the horse's posture for takeoff, maintaining balance while airborne, and landing steadily on the horse. For Ava, this kind of operation was naturally effortless. If the obstacle height was low, it would be a breeze for her. But it was different for Esther. Today was her first time riding a horse. Managing to ride without falling off was already a challenge. Asking a novice in equestrian sports to perform something as difficult and dangerous as jumping obstacles? How could she possibly achieve that? Everyone present felt that Ava was being a bit too harsh. Wasn't this clearly taking advantage of one's strength to challenge another's weakness? That wasn't very decent at all. Ava hadn't really expected Esther to agree. Who would dare to jump obstacles on their first day of riding? There was no way Esther wouldn't be scared. She simply wanted to show off in front of everyone, to see Esther's embarrassed look. Sure enough, as expected, Esther indeed didn't dare to accept the challenge. Sorry. Esther glanced at Ava and said indifferently, I have no interest in this kind of competition. Hearing Esther's words, Ava almost laughed out of frustration. Wait, what was Esther trying to act superior for here? If she couldn't or didn't dare to jump, she should just say so instead of pretending to have no interest. It made it seem like Esther actually had the skills to compete but simply didn't want to. What a joke. Huh, you're saying you don't want to compete with me just because you have no interest? Ava sneered. Fine, then let's add a little stake to this competition. If I remember correctly, your 4th brother, Esther E., has asthma, right? My father recently got his hands on a medicinal herb called Uningsi, which is highly effective for asthma patients. If you win me in the obstacle jumping, I'll give this herb to you. Ava sat on her horse with disdain, lifting her chin to look at Esther. How about it, will you agree to this challenge? Chapter 208 Part 1. Ava is Marilyn's best friend. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Ava and Marilyn are indeed two peas in a pod. From their first meeting at the Herb family banquet, she has never seen Deborah in a good light. Usually in class, she always tries to find reasons to start trouble, but Deborah has never paid her any attention. Sometimes, just a few words with an indifferent expression from Deborah can make Ava feel humiliated. But today is different from before. Today, Ari appears here, seemingly gentle and patient in his guidance on the surface, but every casual gesture is a probe, each glance that hides its sharpness is an observation. He seems unruffled but has never truly dispelled his doubts. From then until now, Deborah also appears focused on horseback riding but is actually highly alert, silently engaging in a game of wits with Ari. It's just that no one else can tell. Deborah usually doesn't want to bother with Ava, and under these circumstances today, Deborah is even less inclined to waste energy on someone like Ava. So when she saw Ava coming over to provoke her and proposing a jumping contest, Deborah didn't even want to say a word and instinctively refused. She isn't one to care about others' opinions, nor does she like showing off her skills in front of others. Until she heard Ava say that she would use Yiningxi as the prize for the contest, Deborah suddenly frowned and looked up at her. Yiningxi. She is a flower spirit, born with a closeness to all plants. Coupled with inheriting the original host's profound knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, she understands herbal medicines very well. Yiningxi is an ingredient in traditional Chinese medicine, with excellent effects on nourishing the lungs and kidneys, and is especially effective for asthma patients' recovery and body conditioning. It's not an exaggeration to call it a miraculous remedy. Moreover, this medicinal herb is quite rare, found only in remote mountainous areas where people occasionally pick them. It's something that money cannot easily buy. Ever since that night at the Deep when Deborah met Deborah E., she has been making health-improving pills for Deborah E. In the pill for treating asthma, because there was no Yiningxi available, she had been using another medicinal herb with similar effects but poorer performance as a substitute. But now, Ava has this herb, Yiningxi, in her possession. If Yiningxi can be used in the medicine, the efficacy of the pills will be much better than they are now. Deborah raised her eyes and saw Ava lifting her chin with disdain. She couldn't help but slightly squint her eyes. So, Ava really believes herself to be so formidable, thinking that even if she challenges her publicly, Deborah won't dare to accept. She deliberately proposed using Yiningxi as the prize. If she refuses, it will not only prove her fear and insecurity but also embarrass her in front of so many classmates. Moreover, it will imply that her affection for her fourth brother is nothing more than mere talk, unwilling to take a risk for him. Indeed, Ava is just like Marilyn. A few simple words, attempting to gain face by stepping on her while playing the role of a wedge driver. After thoroughly understanding Ava's little tricks, Deborah's gaze turned cold. Who would rush forward asking for humiliation? Mathun's Ava wants her to agree so badly, she'll grant her wish. Therefore, Deborah lifted her head and directly replied to Ava after she finished speaking, "Fine, I'll compete with you." Deborah's quick agreement, almost without hesitation, left Ava, who was boasting with her chin up, stunned. The others around them were also taken aback. Did Deborah just agree? Is she crazy, to have a first-time horse rider directly engage in a jumping contest? Isn't this like comparing running with someone who has just learned to crawl? Could it be that Deborah agreed out of pride, not wanting to lose face in front of everyone? Actually, jumping obstacles means jumping into the air on horseback. If she falls halfway through, won't it be Deborah who gets hurt? Isn't this just asking for trouble due to vanity? Students around started murmuring among themselves. Hearing her response, Ari, standing beside Deborah, frowned slightly, concern evident in his eyes. "Student Deborah, you might not be clear about what this obstacle jumping is that student Tang mentioned." Ari looked at Deborah and said, "Obstacle jumping in equestrianism tests the coordination between the rider and the horse, as well as the ability to quickly pass multiple obstacles along a fixed route. You may have no problem with the horse's jumping ability itself, but as a beginner, even if you could cooperate well with the horse, you are completely unfamiliar with choosing the right time to jump and controlling the rhythm of jumping over obstacles." Xingjing has categorized the obstacle jumping into 3 areas: low difficulty, medium difficulty, and high difficulty. Even a single rail jump in the low difficulty area can be very dangerous for beginners, Ari said. Tang classmate has received professional training, but if you're not careful, you might fall off the horse and get injured, Ari continued, so, you should not compete with Tang classmate. Seeing that Ari was stepping in to prevent Deborah from competing with her and even praising her professional training, Ava couldn't help but feel delighted and proud. She lifted her chin and glanced at Deborah with a sarcastic tone. "You see, Deborah, honestly, you don't even know what jumping obstacles is, do you? Daring to accept my challenge when you don't understand anything, it's just like putting on airs and pretending to be tough. What if you fall and hurt yourself?" Ava sneered, making no effort to hide her contempt. "You're right, I don't understand," Deborah replied, lifting her eyes to look at Ava, "but I can learn now. I heard you say that if I win you'll give me Yiningxi. I hope you keep your word. Learn now?" Deborah's words made the people around her exchange glances instinctively. Heaven, has this Deborah really lost it? She actually claims she can learn how to jump obstacles on the spot. Is this something that can be learned instantly? Does she think she's so amazing that she can master it at first glance? Deborah has always been very low-key in Class A. She sits in the corner of the classroom, mostly sleeping during lessons, and goes home with Debray and Atli after school. Even though her identity as Lilia in the piano competition and Chloe at Ismail's birthday banquet caused a sensation on Xinjiang's campus forum the next day, she acted as if nothing had happened and continued with her usual routine. Her low-profile nature led everyone in the class to overlook an important fact. Mathun she could ace the entrance exam, become the top pianist, and win the boxing championship. It proved her learning ability was far beyond that of ordinary people. The rest of the class thought Deborah was overconfident and willing to risk her life just to argue with Ava. Only Ari knew she was serious about learning on the spot. After all, the young girl had recently told him that she was a genius. What seemed unreasonable to ordinary people was reasonable for her. Hearing Deborah's comment about giving her Yiningxi if she lost, Ava burst out laughing in derision. Sure, since you believe you can learn and compete with me, then let teacher you teach you. Ava looked at Deborah arrogantly. If I lose to you, not only will I give you Yiningxi, I'll take your last name at Xinjiang. Chapter 209, Seeking a Slap in the Face, so be it, too. Good grief, is she really going this far? If Ava loses this competition, she will take on Deborah's surname and change her last name to Lu at Xinjiang school? The onlookers among the students naturally didn't mind fanning the flames. Upon hearing this, a quick-thinking boy immediately posted on the school forum. Everyone come to the riding field to watch HBB Joab level 3 rider Ava versus first-time rider Deborah in a jumping contest. Ava said she'll change her last name if she loses. HBB Joab level 3 riding skills versus first-time rider. Clearly, this posting student knew how to create hype. Deborah glanced at Ava and said, "You said it yourself, I hope you don't regret it later." Regret? Ava couldn't help but roll her eyes sarcastically. I think some people are as full of hot air as plastic bags. If you have time to brag, you might as well find more body armor for protection. Don't end up in the hospital after falling off the horse. Ava and Deborah were both notable figures at Xinjiang. Soon after the boys' post went up on the forum, there were already many replies. Many commented that they would come to the riding field during the class break to watch the match. Meanwhile, Deborah had already started learning the techniques for jumping obstacles from Mary. Student Deborah, are you sure you want to compete against Ava? Ari looked at the girl on the horse wearing a helmet and asked, is doing such a dangerous thing because you want that herb called Yiningxi? Deborah nodded, Ari gave her another look. It seems like student Esther E., your brother, really means a lot to you. You're willing to take such risks for him. Each of my brothers is important to me. Deborah's expression was calm, which made Ari think that this girl before him might not be Alicia, nor some demon. Because generally, demons are selfish, always thinking of how to sacrifice others for their own maximum benefit. They wouldn't do anything that could hurt themselves for others, let alone develop deep feelings with humans. Mathun's that's the case, I'll teach you the key points of jumping obstacles. Ari reined in his horse. First, I'll explain it to you, then demonstrate a few times. Xinjiang's riding field has a separate obstacle jumping area, divided by difficulty into low, medium, and high difficulty zones. Low difficulty zones have vertical obstacles, typically made of a single horizontal bar, board, or movable wooden wall. Xinjiang uses single horizontal bars, where the higher the bar, the more difficult the jump. 5 single horizontal bars are set up in a straight 200 meters, starting from 50 centimeters and increasing to 70 centimeters, 90 centimeters, 110 centimeters, and finally 130 centimeters. In regular classes, jumps usually only occur over the first 3 bars, as heights above 1 meter can be dangerous for non-professionals. Medium difficulty zones feature stretching obstacles, resembling 2 vertical obstacles placed side by side. The horse must clear both bars in one jump, challenging both height and width clearance. High difficulty zones involve combinations of single and double bars, compactly spaced and requiring rapid consecutive jumps, making them the most difficult. Given Deborah's beginner status, Ari decided they would only compete in the low difficulty zone today. 5 single horizontal bars, refusing a jump or knocking down a bar results in a penalty. Falling off means instant loss. After Deborah's inquiry, Ari also explained the essentials of jumping stretching obstacles. Half an hour later, each mounted on a horse, Deborah and Ava arrived at the starting line in the low difficulty zone. Near the first bar, a dark red start line marked the spot. The earlier forum post went viral, plus it coincided with the half-hour class break. From freshmen to seniors, many students rushed to the riding field to watch the showdown between Deborah and Ava, curious about who would win. A betting poll was even initiated on the forum. Unsurprisingly, 95% voted for Ava. Many knew Ava had HBB Joab Level 3 certification and won an award at a competition held by the Gila-Sangching Equestrian Association earlier this year. One person, with international level riding certification and awards, versus someone who just took her first lesson today and learned obstacle jumping from a teacher right now. Who would win between these two in a competition? Isn't it obvious? Those who voted for Deborah to win, what on earth are they thinking? On this side, Ava's eyes sparkled with excitement seeing so many people from the school come to watch her compete against Deborah. Let this Deborah show off, she had just asked for trouble. Ava couldn't help feeling secretly pleased. Those 5 single horizontal bars in the low difficulty zone were a piece of cake for her, easy as pie. Even after learning from teacher Yu for half an hour, Deborah could probably only manage up to the 3rd bar at best. Today was finally her moment to shine. For this match, Ari served both as the teacher and referee. Boasting of her experience, Ava naturally took the field before Deborah. With a whistle blow, Ava began riding. First bar, second bar, third bar. As Ava guided her horse over the highest fifth bar, everyone couldn't help but cheer and clap. It was too smooth and easy. Indeed worthy of a professional level 3 rider. Buoyed by the cheers, Ava rode back to the starting point. Her heart raced with exhilaration. She almost felt like she was floating in the sky. Winning this match was effortless for her, like playing a game, just like how a seasoned pro slaughters a newbie. What did this hick girl from some poor village have to compete with her? With that thought, Ava lifted her chin and glanced disdainfully at Deborah. Oh dear, should I slow down a bit? Come on, Deborah. Ava raised an eyebrow, grinning smugly. Missing a jump is trivial, but don't fall off and get a concussion or something. That would make me feel really guilty. Chapter 210, asking for a slap in the face, then getting one, 3. She easily jumped over 5 single-bar obstacles, including the highest one at 1.3 meters, without any difficulty. After winning applause from the crowd, Ava was nearly elated to the heavens. Originally she had looked down on Deborah, and now her disdain showed even more clearly on her face. However, Deborah did not take these insults to heart at all. With a calm demeanor, she adjusted the reins and leaned forward to stroke the horse's mane. The chestnut-colored horse shook its head under her touch, nudging her hand with its muzzle, revealing a gesture of affection and trust. Are you ready? Ari asked, looking at Deborah. Deborah nodded, holding the reins firmly with her back straight and her calves pressed against the sides of the horse's belly. From a distance, the spectators could see the high bridge of the girl's nose beneath her helmet, her profile chiseled like a work of art, beautiful as if it were a painting. Golden sunlight sprinkled down, casting a faint glow around the girl, highlighting an aura of quiet dignity and grace. Such elegance made it hard to believe that the girl came from some impoverished background. Watching her, she seemed even more graceful and composed than Ava, more like a wealthy young lady. With a whistle, the girl started her performance. At this moment, everyone present couldn't help but feel nervous. It felt like they would see Deborah fall off the horse in the next second, imagining how humiliating it would be. But what followed surprised everyone. The girl held the reins steadily, riding the horse at a moderate pace towards the first single-bar obstacle. Before the jump, she lifted the horse's head and extended its neck. Then during the jump, she made the horse shorten its neck, raise its head, and lift its front legs. Next, the horse pushed off with its hind legs, extending its fetlock joints, using the propulsion from its hindquarters to leap upward, carrying the girl into the air. As they leaped, the girl leaned forward with her body to keep the horse balanced. She kept her back straight and relaxed, eyes fixed ahead. Her legs rested lightly against the horse's ribcage, hands maintaining stability as they moved with the horse's head and neck. In the next second, the girl and the horse cleared the first single-bar obstacle, landing steadily and continuing forward. Then came the second, third, fourth. All the way to crossing the fifth and highest single-bar obstacle, everything remained smooth. From approaching the obstacle, to jumping, to being airborne, and landing. Every movement and posture of the girl was textbook perfect, not a bit off or wrong. It was as if she wasn't competing but demonstrating each skill of jumping obstacles to everyone, embodying every principle with exemplary precision. The entire obstacle course took less than half a minute. By the time Deborah rode the horse back to the starting point, those watching finally reacted. Holy crap. Jumping so well, so smoothly, and you're telling me this is your first time riding a horse? Forget about any signs of nervousness for a newcomer. This process was smoother and more composed than people who've taken 2 years of equestrian classes. They had heard others say that this was Deborah's first equestrian lesson today. That she had learned how to jump just moments before, following instructions from the instructor. Learning to jump like this on the spot. What kind of terrifying learning ability is this? Is this Deborah too strong? To be fair, Ava's performance earlier was also top-notch and very impressive. But after Deborah finished her jump, all attention focused solely on her. After all, you start learning equestrian skills from age 7 and have a level 3 certification. It's normal for you to perform well in a low-difficulty obstacle course. But a complete novice, learning on the spot and completing it with such poise and grace, isn't that even more impressive? Compared this way, it was not just harmful but extremely humiliating. Ava never expected Deborah to jump over all the obstacles as smoothly as she did. She also never thought that Deborah could genuinely match her after learning on the spot. Matching her perfectly, even surpassing her. This was even more disheartening than if Deborah already knew how to jump obstacles. After finishing her run, Deborah didn't say a word, only glancing at Ava lightly while still on her horse. Her gaze and expression were indifferent. Yet, her silence was more powerful than words. Ava felt as if she had been slapped, her breath catching in her throat, her face turning alternately red and white. Meanwhile, Ari raised his eyes to look at the girl returning on horseback, his sharp jaw slightly tightened, his eyes flickering. He had anticipated she would complete the course successfully. What he wanted to see was how she would do it. If she were a demon, she could use her soul power to control the horse and make it jump over all obstacles according to her will. But he watched intently with burning eyes, clearly observing the entire process. The girl in front of him absolutely did not use any soul power at all. She purely relied on technique to complete those 5 jumps. And all the techniques and key points were what he had just taught her. She completely replicated his demonstration without the slightest deviation, redoing every move. Is this what she meant by her learning ability and talent? You did very well. Eri first looked at Deborah, then turned to Ava, saying gently, Tang classmate also performed excellently. Both of you have successfully jumped over all obstacles, and neither of you made any mistakes. So there is no loser in this competition. You both can be considered winners. Methuns, that's the case. Let's call it a day for today's competition. No loser, both winners. Upon hearing this, Ava gritted her teeth. She had proposed this competition with Deborah today specifically to humiliate her publicly and diminish her reputation. What was the outcome now? Through this match, it ended up making Deborah shine again in front of everyone. And it was at her own expense. Ava was almost enraged. No, this couldn't just end like this. Otherwise, wouldn't her efforts today result in nothing but another boost for Deborah's popularity at school? No way. Ava shouted out loud, thinking this way. Our competition has stakes. How can we not determine a winner? Didn't Deborah want that Yingxi? Deborah glanced at Ava upon hearing this, her tone indifferent. So what does Ava plan to do? Ava paused momentarily, seemingly coming up with an idea, and immediately said, Mithun's low difficulty cannot differentiate the winner. Let's go to the medium difficulty area. Didn't teacher you teach you the essentials of jumping over extending obstacles and even demonstrate them for you? Ava spoke confidently. Mithun's, you learned so quickly and impressively. Let's continue the competition. Increase the difficulty until we determine a winner. Chapter 2:11. If you're begging for a slap in the face, then you'll get it. 4. Upon hearing this, those around them could not help but frown. Wasn't Ava going too far? With her years of equestrian training, she had no issue increasing the difficulty of the obstacles, but did she really have to outright challenge Deborah to a mid-difficulty course match? The mid-difficulty course had double bars set up. These were much more difficult to jump over than the single bar of the low-difficulty area. The double bars equated to widening the obstacle on top of the unaltered height of 5 single bars. For example, in the mid-difficulty course, the first obstacle was made of 2 50 cm single bars placed side by side with a middle width of 50 cm. This meant that while riding a horse, one had to clear a jump higher and farther than half a meter all in one go, and land stably to successfully pass it. The following obstacles grew progressively taller and wider. The last obstacle's double bars stood at 1.3 m in height and width, looking daunting even from afar. Even they, who had taken 2 years of equestrian classes but could only manage single bars, felt terrified imagining having to leap over such an obstacle on horseback. Double bars were a common pitfall for riders during competitions. Compared to jumping single bars, jumping double bars demanded more of a rider. Apart from overcoming their fear, riders needed to coordinate better with their horses and calculate their jump points ahead of time. Moreover, the jump posed a great test for the horse's technique, jumping capability, and momentum. If the horse pulled its front legs too slowly or dragged its hind legs during the jump, it would knock against the front crossbar. If it couldn't fully extend its hind legs, it would hit the back crossbar. In short, it was difficult. Deborah, as a novice, had already shocked everyone with her successful leap over 5 single bars. It was simply awe-inspiring. To rely on newly learned techniques to tackle double bars, even spectators found it hard to watch. Ava was just plain seeking trouble. Ava naturally knew how challenging double bars were. For a newcomer, attempting to jump over double bar obstacles wasn't just about whether they had the skills, just managing not to be afraid on their first try was tough enough. So, she lifted her chin and looked at the silent Deborah. What? Student Deborah, are you too scared? She opened her mouth mockingly. It's okay if you don't dare to jump. You can just admit defeat. As for Yingxi, I might as well share some with you. After all, we are classmates, and asthma is a dangerous condition. I also care deeply about student Reese's health. Hearing Ava mention her brother again, Deborah couldn't help but feel a chill in her eyes. She knew better than anyone that Reese didn't want others to know about his asthma and hemophilia. Only people within their family and close friends like Matthewenelin Ing knew about Reese's dangerous conditions. Although she didn't know how Ava had heard about his asthma, mentioning it repeatedly in front of so many people. Students at Xingjing were always eager for gossip, and soon the whole school would know. Seeing Ava's attitude, Deborah slightly turned her head, her gaze turning colder. She was indeed usually very low-key. But since today's event revealed her as a genius, she'd rather play it out boldly and teach Ava a lesson. Thus, Deborah lifted her chin similarly and coldly retorted, "You talk too much. I've never seen someone beg for a slap in the face and still want more after getting slapped once. If you want to compete on the mid-difficulty course, go ahead. I don't mind." What was this? Deborah actually said Ava was begging for a slap in the face? This was double bar obstacle jumping. Who exactly was the one begging for a slap in the face if she dared accept this? Ava looked incredulous upon hearing this, unable to find a good rebuttal. Finally, she spat out, "You're talking big and acting tough. Let's see who gets slapped in the face later." Those around her grew excited. Well, visiting the stable today was not in vain. Deborah had kept quiet, but now that she spoke, she had directly silenced Ava, which felt satisfying. Having witnessed Deborah's perfect leap earlier, Eri no longer tried to persuade her. Instead, he brought Deborah and Ava to the mid-difficulty area and repeated the rules. For jumping double bar obstacles, a refusal to jump resulted in a deduction of 2 points, knocking down a bar cost 4 points, and falling off the horse was an immediate loss. To put pressure on Deborah, Ava once again volunteered to go first. But when she mounted her horse and stood at the starting line, she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous as she looked ahead. She had been so focused on standing up to Deborah that she hadn't thought about anything else. In reality, since she won an award in the equestrian competition in March of this year, she hadn't seriously practiced much for the better part of the year. She hadn't jumped double bars for 3 or 4 months. She wasn't sure if she could smoothly jump over these 5 obstacles right away. But then Galesa Ava reconsidered. Even if she was rusty, there was no way she would really lose to a complete novice like Deborah. With this thought, Ava regained her confidence. She nodded slightly to Ari and sat up straight on her horse. After a whistle, Ava tightened the reins and rode toward the first set of double bars. The first 3 sets were less than 1 meter high and wide, making them relatively easy. But problems arose with the 4th set of double bars. Ava's horse had already jumped over, but its hind legs failed to retract in time, knocking down the 2nd bar. Seeing that she knocked down a bar, Ava couldn't help but panic. But the horse kept galloping forward due to the continuous jumps. This momentary hesitation made Ava look up at the last obstacle, 1 meter 3 high, 1 meter 3 wide double bars, and instinctively feel fear. Heaven, such a wide distance. Could she really jump over it? The previous mistake directly affected Ava's state of mind, disrupting her control over the horse's rhythm. Her past experience helped her identify the correct takeoff point. But by the time she reached it, she hesitated and failed to promptly give the command to jump. This led to her horse coming to an abrupt stop with its front legs just before the 5th set of double bars. Chapter 2:12 Sudden Change. In an instant, Ava's horse charged towards the 5th double bar and came to an abrupt halt with its front legs. Not only did it refuse to jump and turn around, but it also shook its neck wildly, trying to break free from Ava's control on its back. The horse was howling, and so was Ava. This sudden change also startled the people around, who all rushed to look at the arena. At this moment, Ava didn't care about her appearance. She clung tightly to the horse's neck and hugged its body with her legs to avoid being thrown off. After a while, the horse calmed down and stopped moving, allowing Ava to regain her seat. However, after the incident, her helmet had slipped to the back, and her face turned pale from fright. She looked utterly disheveled. Ari, as the riding instructor, naturally rushed to Ava's side first, asking with concern, "Are you okay, Tang?" I'm fine." Ava just recovered from the shock. Then she felt that at this moment, everyone in the arena was staring at her. This made Ava feel as if needles were piercing her back, feeling ashamed and embarrassed. Originally, she wanted to show off with what she was best at, to stand out in front of everyone, but now, this was simply too humiliating. A young lady who had been pampered since childhood and always received admiration for everything she did, had never faced such embarrassment in front of so many people. Especially not in front of the man she fancied. Ava, asked by Ari like this, bit her lips hard and almost burst into tears. She held a level 3 HBB Joab riding certification. Even during the competition in the first half of the year, she hadn't failed in jumping over the double bars. But now, in this supposedly not-so-difficult double bar area at Xinjiang, her horse hit a pole, refused to jump over the last obstacle, nearly throwing her off. Why did she fail today, especially during the competition with Tanya? She had mocked Tanya for potentially falling off the horse, waiting to see Tanya make a fool of herself, but unexpectedly, she became the one to embarrass herself first. "Do you want me to accompany you back to the classroom to rest if you're still shaken?" Ari asked gently. "No," Ava took a deep breath and said, biting her lip, "I'm fine, teacher. And I haven't finished my competition with Tanya. How can I leave?" Failure is failure, and she accepted it. Although she lost 6 points for the refusal and hitting the bar, at least she didn't fall off the horse, and she successfully jumped over the first 3 obstacles, outperforming most present. Even with this performance, she was sure she was still far better than Tanya. She didn't believe that Tanya could successfully clear 5 double bars with fewer refusals or touches. As Ava returned to the starting line with Ari, Tanya gave her a glance. Despite Tanya saying nothing, Ava felt provoked first. "What are you looking at? Do you think just because I made a mistake, you can win against me? I'm telling you, Tanya, even with my mistake, I can still crush you." After speaking, fearing that Tanya might retort as before, Ava urged her directly, "Anyway, I'm done. It's your turn, jump quickly." "Is that so?" Tanya slightly curled her lips upon hearing this, then watch carefully. "Watch carefully?" Ava was taken aback and frowned instinctively. "What am I supposed to watch?" The girl on the horse lifted her head, revealing a long, graceful, and fair neck, her eyes cold and clear. "I'll show you what true dominance looks like." Before Ava could react, Tanya was already guiding her horse to the starting line. Seeing Tanya get ready, everyone held their breath unconsciously. Ava's riding skills were considered the best among students, yet she made a mistake. What unexpected events would this novice learner cause? However, after the whistle blew, within the next minute, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. 5 obstacles, the height of the double bars gradually increased, and the distance between them widened. The closer it got to the end, the more heart-stopping it became. Yet, the girl on horseback remained calm, her legs firmly gripping the horse's body. The clear eyes under the helmet focused forward throughout. Her hands pulling the reins achieved perfect fluidity as she approached each obstacle, leaped, cleared the bars, and landed steadily. There was no mishap, no refusal or touching the bar, presenting a textbook-level obstacle jumping performance again. Under her command, the horse behaved so obediently that the human-horse coordination seemed even easier than when crossing single bars. When everyone saw Tanya riding her horse lightly and gracefully over the last highest and widest double bar, only two words floated in their minds: elegant. The girl not only performed techniques that were exemplary but also exuded elegance in her posture, a feast for the eyes. In a simple and ordinary riding outfit, she looked like a born aristocrat. The moment Tanya landed steadily at the finish line, the entire audience erupted into cheers. Amazing. This is seriously amazing. A novice rider leaped over 5 double bars without any mistakes, beating an HBB Joab level 3 rider. This was simply unbelievable. The forums are going to explode again. Amidst the cheers and discussions around her, Tanya rode back to the starting point. Ava had long been stunned by what just happened. Tanya tilted her head and glanced at her. Are you convinced now? The girl seemed to have anticipated this outcome and said with no expression, if I want to join your surname here in Xinjiang, it's unnecessary. Yiningsi can be brought directly to school tomorrow. After Tanya finished speaking, Ava's face remained pale. Her lips trembled as she couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. And Tanya didn't want to pay her any more attention. Winning the competition and securing the medicinal materials for Matthew Ge's pills was enough. Tanya turned away and reached up to adjust the strap under her helmet, wanting to remove the slightly tight helmet. However, she didn't notice that Ari was staring at her intently from behind. Just as Tanya was about to take off her helmet and dismount, the chestnut-colored horse beneath her, which had always been gentle and docile, suddenly swayed. Ugh! Startled by the sudden movement of the horse, Tanya lost her balance. Before she could dismount, or even react, the horse seemed to have been suddenly and strongly provoked, rearing its head and neighing loudly. In the next second, the horse lifted its front hooves high and abruptly bolted forward with Tanya still on its back, reins untightened. Chapter 213 The Desperate Plan of Perseverance in Hardship. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Or rather, everything happened too quickly. By the time everyone reacted, the horse had already bolted like it was possessed, carrying Esther on its back for a considerable distance. Those around stared with wide eyes, unable to suppress sharp intakes of breath. Holy crap! What's wrong with this horse? Why did it suddenly act like this? It seems like it got startled by something. Good heavens, Esther was just about to dismount and even took off her helmet. How can she get down now with the horse running wild like this? Forget getting down. Esther can only cling tightly to the reins right now. She mustn't fall off. Exactly. This horse is dashing so fast, and Esther isn't wearing a helmet. A fall would be no laughing matter. Not just the students watching, even Esther herself hadn't anticipated such a sudden change. The horse had been gentle since she first saw it in the stable, and during their 2 consecutive obstacle jumps, it was very obedient and cooperative. Generally, horses used in equestrian classes are professionally trained and unlikely to suddenly lose control. For this horse to suddenly go mad now, it must have been startled by something. But nothing had happened moments ago. How could it suddenly become like this? However, under the current circumstances, Esther didn't have time to think about these things. The horse was galloping recklessly across the riding field. On its back, Esther suffered intense jolts and endured powerful shocks, almost at risk of being thrown off at any moment. The wind stung her eyes, making it hard to see, and her breathing was erratic. She could only try to calm herself down as quickly as possible. At the current speed and jumping height of the horse, without a helmet, if she were thrown off, she would certainly be injured. So initially, Esther tried to stabilize herself on the horse, using her experience and skills to control it with the reins. But soon she realized the horse was completely out of control. Thus, Esther could only give up on controlling it and use the most basic method to protect herself. She leaned forward, gripping the horse's neck with both hands, clamping her legs tightly around the horse's body, and adhering her entire weight firmly to the horse. The violent jolting had already scattered her high ponytail in the wind. Her thick black hair fluttered wildly in the air, and all she heard was the howling wind. Be careful. Hold on, Esther. Oh my God. I can't watch. Is Esther going to fall off? Heaven, someone help her. The scene was truly heart-stopping. It was so dangerous, making everyone's hearts race. Everyone present, regardless of whether they were from grade 3 or lower grades, couldn't help but crane their necks and shout when they saw what was happening in the riding field. Ari and the 2 assistant coaches, along with the 2 campus patrol guards, rushed over immediately. However, the horse was running uncontrollably, and they simply couldn't catch up. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to stop it. They could do nothing but rely on Esther's own ability. When the horse once again dashed forward and leapt over a set of double poles, landing heavily. Esther felt her organs vibrate along with it, almost ready to vomit. Her vision began to darken. All this while, she had used every ounce of strength to cling to the horse and hold onto its neck to prevent herself from falling off. But now, as a teenage girl, her physical strength had reached its limit, and she was about to give out. If she didn't want to be thrown to the ground entirely, she would need to use her soul power to regain control of the horse. Yet, just as this thought surfaced in her mind, Esther suddenly remembered something. This horse. She knew why it suddenly acted like this. As if guided by intuition, while hugging the horse's neck, she lowered her gaze and noticed a small piece of yellow paper attached to the horse's right front hoof. Under normal circumstances, seeing this small yellow object, Esther wouldn't have thought much of it, maybe assuming it was just some litter stuck to the horse's hoof. But now, she instantly knew what it was. It was a talisman written by Ari. Ari had made this horse suddenly lose control. At that moment, Esther couldn't help but grit her teeth. Indeed, Ari had relentlessly pursued her even in her previous life. Neither the first subtle exchange nor her perfectly skilled obstacle jump competition with Ava managed to truly dispel Ari's suspicions. He still wanted to confirm whether she was truly a demon or not. After all, answers could be evaded with excuses, and competitions could be won with skills. But when faced with life and death situations, how would she react? If she fell off the horse now without wearing a helmet, it could result in severe injuries like head trauma or broken bones at best. If she were a demon, she would certainly use her soul power to control the horse and ensure her own safety in such a moment. Ari wanted to see if she would use her soul power. If she did, he could sense it immediately. However, at this moment, Esther suddenly turned her head on the galloping horse and looked at Ari, who was watching her from nearby. She suddenly thought of something. Ari used an out-of-control, wildly running horse to determine if she was a demon. That meant, from his perspective, she could either be a demon or a human. Ari, as an upright and strict demon hunter, would only harm demons, never humans. So he must also be worried that if she were just a human, she might get injured because of his probing. Therefore, he would certainly observe. If he saw that she hadn't used her soul power throughout and was physically exhausted to the point where she couldn't hold on to the horse anymore, he would definitely make the horse stop. Realizing this, Esther had two choices. The first choice was to endure for a while longer, showing signs of physical exhaustion as if about to fall off the horse, waiting for Ari to stop the horse. This way, she wouldn't get hurt. The second choice was to take a desperate gamble. Thus, amidst the violent jolting of the horse, Esther's eyes misted over as she gazed straight into Ari's eyes and shouted loudly, "Mr. You." The tremor in the girl's voice, filled with fear, echoed in the wind across the riding field, causing everyone's hearts to shudder. Esther's cry startled Ari, making his expression freeze. The girl had appeared so composed today, clearly maintaining her pride due to her high intelligence. But at this moment, she put aside her previous arrogance and subconsciously sought help from him as her teacher. Clearly, she was really at her limit and genuinely afraid. Ari instantly felt tense. His immediate reaction was to use a talisman to stop the horse immediately, but it was too late. In the next second, the horse reared up and leaped high, its body thrashing. After enduring for nearly 5 minutes on the back of the horse, the girl finally couldn't hold on any longer. Her hands slipped, and inertia flung her into the air. Seeing Esther thrown off the horse and crash heavily to the ground, rolling more than a meter before coming to a stop, everyone gasped in shock. Ari, standing on the field, widened his eyes, his pupils contracting in horror. Chapter 214, Avram. Ari directly carries Janine in his arms. Deborah was thrown to the ground by the horse. Everyone present watched with their own eyes as Deborah was flung off the horse, landing heavily on the ground and rolling over a meter before coming to a stop. This horse was so tall, and it had just jumped nearly 2 meters high. Combined with its tremendous inertia from galloping beforehand, how severe this fall would be is imaginable. Almost everyone on the scene was frightened. But they were all watching from outside the riding arena, unable to enter to see exactly what was going on. From afar, they could only see Deborah curled up motionlessly on the ground, not knowing if she had been knocked unconscious directly from the fall. The crowd instantly became agitated, and the scene became somewhat chaotic. And at this moment, those inside the riding arena were all students from Class A. Janine. Today, Deborah E., Mathewena, and Jobert did not come for the equestrian class. The only one who was close to Deborah was Brenda. Brenda witnessed Deborah falling off the horse. Once she reacted, she didn't hesitate, she immediately dismounted and rushed toward Deborah. Jordy, upon seeing Deborah fall, couldn't help but widen his eyes, hesitating whether to go over and check. Other classmates out of concern also ran toward Deborah. However, none of them moved as quickly as Ari. The first person to rush to Deborah's side was Ari. Ari didn't expect that Deborah would suddenly fall off the horse like this. Indeed, he had used a talisman to make the horse start running unexpectedly without warning, and he had indeed been observing Deborah's reaction, wanting to see if she would use her soul power to get out of danger. But when he heard her cry for help, he immediately tried to make the horse stop. The girl seemed relatively stable earlier, but he hadn't anticipated that she was already exhausted, falling off the horse the next second due to lack of strength. When Ari ran to Deborah's side, he saw the slender figure with her eyes tightly closed, lying curled up on the ground. Her face and lips were pale, her brows furrowed together, as if she was enduring immense pain. Disheveled hair fell onto her shoulders, covered with dirt. There were several abrasions on her cheeks, oozing blood. More severe than the abrasions on her cheeks were those on her arms. The school-issued equestrian outfit included long riding pants but a short-sleeved top, leaving the girl's fair, delicate arms exposed. Without a helmet, when she fell, she instinctively used her arms to protect her head, then rolled several times on the ground. At this moment, large areas of skin on her elbows and forearms were abraded, bleeding profusely, looking extremely alarming. But these were just visible external injuries. In such a situation, with such great inertia and such a height, the impact on the human body can be imagined. The girl very likely suffered severe injuries to her back and legs, otherwise, given her character, she wouldn't show such an expression of pain. Classmate Deborah. Ari ran over first, almost kneeling beside Deborah, taking a deep breath. It was he who caused the girl to fall like this. If Deborah wasn't Alicia, wasn't a demon, then everything he did was no different from making an innocent girl suffer unjustly because of his suspicions. Ari reached out and brushed the hair away from Deborah's face, meeting a pair of tear-filled eyes without any defense. The girl bit her colorless lips, seeming to endure the pain, softly saying, "Teacher, it hurts." But as soon as she spoke, tears trembled in her eyes and slid down her cheeks. Deborah was naturally being deliberate. These words, "it hurts," and this crystalline tear momentarily made Ari's heart falter. It was his fault. The girl had previously appeared too strong, too much in control. This made him overlook that the girl in front of him, if not Alicia, was just a 17-year-old human girl. He chose such a dangerous method to test her, without considering the consequences. It was his fault. "I'm sorry." Ari's gaze darkened for a moment, clenching his fists involuntarily as he spoke. Even if Deborah didn't understand what was going on, feeling this apology strange, he still expressed his regret. "Don't move, I'll take you to the school clinic now." Ari took a deep breath. Just as he was about to lean forward to pick up Deborah, a boy's voice suddenly came from behind him, "Don't touch her." Before Ari could turn around, he was pulled away by someone from behind. The newcomer had tousled black hair, black eyes, wearing a school uniform shirt. His features were exquisite like those drawn in a comic, with a beauty mark at the corner of his eye standing out under the sunlight, yet his gaze was cold and distant. Clearly, he had run over, his chest still heaving almost violently. The look he gave, without any attempt to conceal it, carried an open disdain for outsiders. Ari suddenly remembered who he was. Back in class, their homeroom teacher Bar had mentioned to her that this student, Deborah E., due to physical reasons, was unable to attend the equestrian class. Deborah. So this was Deborah's elder brother. The elder brother who competed against Ava for the Eningsi to win it for her. Ari was somewhat dazed, but Deborah E. didn't spare him another glance. After pulling Ari away, seeing the girl on the ground with blood on her face and arms, Deborah E.'s hand trembled abruptly. The usually calm and unflappable youth swallowed hard, trying not to panic. Deborah E. leaned down, perhaps even he didn't realize that his usually serene voice was trembling slightly. Seeing Deborah E. come over, Deborah called out, "Matthewmon." "Yes, I'm here." Deborah E.'s eyes were only on Deborah now, asking softly, "Does your body hurt?" "Where does it hurt?" "My arms and legs." Deborah felt inexplicably reassured by the words, "I'm here, my calves hurt too, I don't dare move." "All right, I understand." Deborah E. took a deep breath, each word conveying comfort. "Don't worry, I'll carry you to the hospital right now." In the next second, avoiding touching Deborah's arms and calves, Deborah E. carefully lifted her up horizontally. Then, under everyone's gaze, he walked straight toward the exit of the riding arena, without looking at anyone else. The onlookers couldn't help but stare. Coldly aloof campus grass, genius boy with super high IQ, Deborah Yee's do not approach attitude was well known at Xinjiang. People in the school hardly ever saw Deborah E. talk to anyone, let alone have close contact with anyone. But today, it turned out that Deborah E. wasn't naturally indifferent or unwilling to interact with others, he just cared only about his little sister. Those beautiful, dark eyes like obsidian had never looked at any outsider from start to finish. And as Ari watched from the riding arena, seeing Deborah being carried away like that, he couldn't help but take a deep breath as well. Chapter 2:15, he and his Matthew's tour were so alike. Actually, speaking of which, among Deborah's 5 older brothers, only the Oral and Dennis were usually the closest to her. The Oral liked to hug her or rub her head for no reason when he was at home, calling her Yanadal with a smile. As for the Dennis, being a severe little sister complex patient, he always wanted to stick by her all the time. The Avram had always been mature and steady, while the Sergio was aloof and rarely at home, so they didn't have many intimate interactions with her. The Matthewmon was also like this. Deborah had noticed earlier that Deborah E. wasn't good at expressing his own emotions, or rather, he was used to hiding his feelings deep in his heart. She and the Matthewmon only had 2 intimate moments, one when he fainted from fever, and the other when he was cut by the exploded chandelier. But just now, even though the Matthewmon remained calm as usual in front of her when he saw she was hurt, Deborah felt his worry. And his pain for her. On the way to the school gate, Deborah E. kept holding Deborah tightly but was very careful not to touch her injured areas. After hailing a taxi, Deborah E. also carried her into the car with utmost care, then told the driver the location of the central hospital. In fact, without going to the hospital, Deborah could diagnose herself. Apart from the abrasions on her face and arms, her calf should be slightly fractured. Her waist was also injured, probably already bruised. However, overall, she had tried to minimize the impact and harm in the moment she was thrown off the horse, at least not breaking her head or bleeding profusely. This move could be considered as self-inflicted pain. At that time, under such circumstances, she could have shown signs of exhaustion and let you stop the horse. But it was better to break the situation completely, falling heavily off the horse directly, and getting injured on the spot. Firstly, it could prove that she didn't have any soul power to control the horse, completely dispelling Yu's suspicion. Secondly, because she was seriously injured due to Yu's provocation, it could make Yu feel guilty. To prevent him from troubling her again in the future. Thinking of the sorry look on Yu's face in front of her, Deborah believed that her purpose should have been achieved. After getting into the taxi, Deborah felt that the pain wasn't as severe. Seeing the solemn expression on Deborah Yi's face beside her, Deborah asked, Matthew Mon, weren't you and Mathewena in class? Why did you come to the riding field? Deborah E. looked at her. Brenda told me that you were competing in jumping obstacles with Ava at the riding field, and after that, the horse suddenly ran wildly and threw you down. So, the Matthew Mon had rushed here from the classroom within 10 minutes after she fell. No wonder when he appeared, his chest was heaving, and there were beads of sweat on his forehead. Perhaps both from running and from worry. So it is, Deborah said casually, don't worry, Matthew Mon. At most, I have a slight fracture in my calf, which shouldn't be too serious. Hearing Deborah say this, Deborah E. glanced at the abrasions on her face and couldn't help but take a deep breath. At most, only a slight fracture in the calf. Most girls would be in excruciating pain if they sprained their ankle, yet his younger sister described a fracture as if it was nothing much. Deborah E. felt choked up inside. Mathuns, it's your first time in an equestrian class. Why did you compete with Ava? Do you know how dangerous that is? After a moment of silence, Deborah E. suddenly spoke. Huh? Deborah paused, looking at Deborah E. Matthew Mon, although it's my first time in an equestrian class, I have already learned some techniques from the teacher. Moreover, I jumped smoothly and beat Ava. If that horse hadn't gone crazy later, I wouldn't have been injured. What if? Hearing what Deborah said, Deborah E. suddenly looked up. Did you think about what would happen if you fell off the horse while jumping over the obstacles? Deborah was slightly stunned, not sure what Deborah E. meant, Matthew Mon. Deborah E. closed his eyes for a moment. I know you have the talent to master skills quickly, but usually, mastering a skill is one thing, and actual practice is another. For instance, the obstacle jump in equestrian sports is something that most people need experience to do well. But you accepted Ava's challenge, finished the single bar, and even agreed to jump the intermediate double bars. Didn't you think that the horse might not clear the jump and that you might get hurt? Deborah originally wanted to say that even the highest double bar wasn't particularly high. And she was wearing a helmet and armor, so even if she fell off accidentally, it wouldn't be very serious. But these words never made it past her lips. Because as soon as she raised her eyes, she saw Deborah Yi's slightly reddened eyes. Was it for that asthma medicine? Deborah E. asked in a low voice. Did you take such a risk for me? How did Brenda tell the Matthew Mon this too? Deborah had originally not intended to let Deborah E. know about the medicine. Although she was a demon, she understood one thing, self-sacrifice between loved ones out of love actually puts pressure on the recipient. I love you, so I am willing to sacrifice for you. But since you also love me, when you find out I've sacrificed for you, you feel guilty. So Deborah took a breath and said, it wasn't just because of the medicine. Ava challenged me in front of so many people, I couldn't stand how arrogant she was. As she spoke, Deborah moved closer to Deborah E. Matthew Mon, today's injury was purely an accident. I knew I could win before agreeing to Ava's challenge. Because I'm just like you, she gripped Deborah Yi's hand earnestly, just like you, Matthew Mon, I'm naturally strong, I won't lose. Deborah E. froze, then looked into the girl's resolute and confident face. Naturally strong. His sister was just like him, a genius. Deborah E. had never felt more profoundly that he wasn't alone in this world. He and his sister were so alike. At that moment, Deborah Yi's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He pulled it out and saw the caller was Avram. Avram? The moment Deborah E. answered the call, Sullivan's anxiety poured through the phone. Benny, your homeroom teacher called me and said Tion got injured after falling from a horse during her equestrian class. How is she now? How badly is she hurt? Chapter 2:16, Avram's anxiety and Sergio's gentle nature. Xinjiang students are all cherished, and the school always fears that something might happen to any of them. Tanya's fall from a horse at the riding field, with so many spectators around, must have caused quite a stir. Homeroom teacher Bar surely received the news immediately. Upon hearing that Esther E. directly carried Esther away, he promptly informed their parent, Sullivan. Hearing the anxious tone of her eldest brother on the phone, only then did Esther remember she had left her phone in the changing room at the riding field. Her eldest brother must have been more worried, unable to reach her, fearing she might have fainted or worse, hence making an urgent call to Matthew Mon. Avram, please don't worry. Esther E. glanced at Esther. Catherine did fall off the horse, and she was badly injured, but she is doing okay now. We are on our way to Central Hospital. Injured badly? Sullivan on the other end of the phone ignored the reassurance about her condition and drew a sharp breath. Take care of Catherine, I'm heading straight to Central Hospital. Mr. Liu, the meeting in 10 minutes. A secretary could be heard faintly reminding him. The meeting is cancelled, wait until I return for any matters. Sullivan interrupted without hesitation. He then spoke to Esther E. Benny, I will contact your second brother now and arrange for a doctor to examine Catherine. Call him as soon as you arrive at the hospital. Yes, Avram, I understand, Esther agreed. Josue works as a surgeon at Central Hospital. With exceptional talent, having started school early and skipping 2 grades in primary school, he returned from studying at a prestigious foreign medical university. This made it likely for Josue to become the youngest chief physician in the hospital's history, showing great promise and boundless potential. When Sullivan called, Josue was in the hospital's duty room. Today was originally his day off, but due to a colleague's illness, he volunteered to take over the shift. As usual, when the phone rang, he answered calmly. With his eyes cast downward and a cool demeanor, his pale, slender fingers holding a pen, he continued writing reports without stopping. However, upon hearing Sullivan say that Esther had fallen off the horse at school and was being brought to the hospital by Esther Josue's breathing hitched, and he suddenly looked up. His usually calm expression changed, taking a deep breath to stay composed as he tightened his grip on the phone and asked, Catherine fell off the horse? What's the situation? I don't know the specifics, Sullivan replied over the phone, but I just talked to Benny. They should be at Central Hospital in about 10 minutes. Benny said Catherine is badly injured. Arrange for her examination as soon as they arrive. I'm on my way to the hospital and should arrive in about half an hour. I understand. Having worked in the hospital for years, hearing badly injured, Josue involuntarily imagined the worst scenario, a girl covered in blood. Even though he knew it was unlikely, his hands still trembled slightly. Taking a deep breath, he hung up the phone. Originally, Sullivan intended for Esther to call Sergio upon arriving at the hospital. But as the taxi stopped in front of the hospital, Esther lifted his gaze and saw Sergio standing outside the hospital through the car window. Tall and slim, wearing a white coat over light-colored shirt and black dress pants, his features and demeanor were as clear and distant as a bright moon. Yet, the coldness in his eyes vanished instantly when he saw the taxi. His long legs moved swiftly as he ran over. How is Catherine? The moment Josue opened the car door, he saw a girl inside with dust in her hair, scrapes on her face, but dried blood. The dirt on her hair, blood on her face and arms, all at first glance showed that this fall was severe. Josue felt his heart constrict. Though his expression remained calm, Esther could tell that his normally composed second brother's breathing was uneven. Don't worry, Sergio, I'm fine. Esther isn't someone who exaggerates her conditions. Although she suffered a fracture and the pain was undeniable, she didn't want to add to her brother's worries. However, her words did not seem to ease Josue at all. Josue bent down to ask her, can you walk? Esther pressed her lips together and shook her head, I dare not move my calf, so I probably can't walk. Then it's a bone injury, Josue took a deep breath, his handsome brows deeply furrowed. Reaching into the car, Josue gently picked her up. I'll carry you to the duty room first, where I can give you a preliminary examination and clean your wounds. Then we'll take some x-rays to check on your bones. Hearing this, Esther nodded obediently, okay. It was nearly time for the hospital staff's lunch break, so there weren't many people in the hallway. In the duty room, Josue meticulously examined all of Esther's injuries and thoroughly asked about her sensations. After ruling out potential brain concussion or damage to surrounding organs, Josue finally breathed a sigh of relief. He cleaned and bandaged the wounds on her face and arms before instructing Esther to fetch a wheelchair. Although Esther was light, carrying her continuously would be inconvenient. Using a wheelchair would make it easier to transport her for various tests. X-rays, CT scans, and MRIs. For prudence and safety, Josue conducted nearly a full-body examination on Esther. As soon as all the test results came out, Josue reviewed them carefully right away. As Esther had previously judged, she suffered contusions on her waist and back with bruises but no sprains or fractures. Her lower leg had a fracture, but it was relatively minor, with only slight displacement of the crack. Immobilization with a cast and several months of rest would be sufficient. Thankfully, no other internal organs or bones were damaged, which was quite fortunate. Being a professional doctor, Josue knew from the results that Esther's injuries were not severe. Finally, he could relax. After staying in the examination room for about half an hour, Josue called a colleague in orthopedics and said he would bring someone over to get a cast on the lower leg. Though it was already time off, due to Josue's reputation, his colleague readily agreed and said he would wait at the orthopedic clinic. Thus, Josue prepared to push Esther in the wheelchair towards the clinic. See, Sergio, I know my injuries aren't too serious. Maybe you should call Avram and tell him not to come, Esther said, remembering that Sullivan had a meeting earlier. You have a fractured leg, yet you still say it's not serious, Josue replied, looking down at her. Though his tone was still calm and cool, his expression was gentle, revealing a deep concern hard to conceal. Esther knew that while her Sergio seemed aloof on the surface, he was actually a warm and patient person, traits that made him suited for a career in medicine. Before she could reply, she saw Josue suddenly squat down in front of the wheelchair. Chapter 217 Top Team Darling, everyone came to the hospital. Josue extended his clean, slender, and clearly articulated right hand, rummaging through the pocket of his white coat. In the next second, a cute red packaged milk candy appeared in his palm. A familiar milk candy. Esther couldn't help but be stunned. When she got her palm injured by the vase fragments at the Herb family residence, after coming home, Sergio also suddenly pulled out a milk candy while treating her wound and fed it to her. At that time, she thought it was quite unexpected that Sergio, a man as cold and aloof as a mountain flower, would carry milk candies with him. Sergio, do you always carry these candies? Esther looked at Josue. I worked in the pediatric department for several months when I first started working at the hospital, Josue explained while squatting in front of Esther. When children are sick, they often cry or become restless during consultations. Giving them a candy can divert their attention and make them feel less miserable. Back then, I used to keep a few candies in my pockets every day just in case. Even after transferring from pediatrics to surgery, I've kept this habit. Hearing this, Esther teased, so it turns out you carried these candies for kids, but I'm already 17 years old now. Josue lifted his gaze, his tone somewhat serious. Catherine, no matter how old you are, you'll always be a child in my eyes. Esther was slightly taken aback, meeting Sergio's gaze. Rarely did she see those clear blue eyes express any gravity. Josue looked at her. Last time you got your palm injured by the fragments at the Herb family, and this time falling off the horse resulted in a fracture. I've been hurt too, and I know how painful it is. But from the moment I saw you until now, you've only been saying that you're fine, asking me not to worry, asking Israel not to worry, and even making a call telling Israel not to come over. Sometimes, I think you're too strong-willed to seem like a 17-year-old girl, whether it's facing difficulties alone, like when Arif almost stabbed you in the room last time, or being hurt like now. You've never shown any weakness or sought comfort or help from us older brothers. So I told you twice before not to be so mature, and to express your pain or grievances. But later on, I thought it might be because in the past 17 years of your life, you and your mother have been dependent on each other. You had to take care of yourself and your ill mother. No one could rely on you or spoil you, so you've gotten used to bearing all pressures alone. Rather than being someone who gets protected, you prefer being the one protecting others. Of course, there's nothing wrong with such a personality, it's just, as your brother, it makes me heartbroken. At this point, Josue's gaze trembled slightly. I'm heartbroken for my little sister. She should have grown up as the beloved pearl of the family, protected and doted on, growing up carefree and happy. But because of that reason, you didn't return home until you were 17. Ultimately, it's because we didn't discover your existence earlier. Sergio. Esther didn't expect Josue to suddenly say these things. Among the 5 brothers, Sergio has always been the most reserved. Mathunsi rarely stays home, they seldom chat. Only now did Esther realize that among the 5 brothers, Sergio, the least talkative, might be the most sensitive one. All her other brothers loved her deeply and took pride in her strength. Only Sergio felt sorrow because of her strength. In fact, when I first learned that I suddenly had a little sister, and that this little sister would be brought home, I didn't have any feelings about it, Josue began. Whether it's father's indiscretions or having a half-sister I've never met before, I instinctively thought it wasn't much related to me. Before you came, I rarely returned to the Liu family residence. Mom and Dad are usually out enjoying themselves, Israel is busy with work and hard to meet, Arif doesn't come home for a year, Benny and Huai attend school every day. So whenever I returned home, there were only servants around. The huge house felt desolate and cold, making me visit home even less frequently. But everything changed after you came. Josue looked at Esther. After you came, no matter how busy he is, Israel comes home every night. Unlike before when he would sometimes sleep at the company or an apartment nearby. Arif was a star with countless admirers. Previously, he always had endless engagements and tight schedules, sometimes not returning home even during the new year. But now, whenever he has free time, he stays at home. Benny used to prefer staying in his room, only leaving for meals after coming home from school. But now he's much more outgoing and willing to interact with others. Huai enjoys gaming and used to go out to internet cafes frequently, sometimes staying out all night. Now he plays less and has started focusing on his studies. All these changes were brought about by your arrival, Josue said. You've connected us brothers and given us someone to care for. When I truly started seeing you as my little sister, I thought we brothers should heal you. But then I realized that it was actually you who healed all of us. Hearing these words from Sergio, Esther felt something soften inside her, her eyes slightly misting up. It turned out everything she did, Sergio saw. Even though she had once wandered the world alone like an isolated spirit, she was now moved by Josue's words. Humans may be weaker than spirits, but emotionally and spiritually, they can be richer than any other beings. Not just in love, but in mutual familial bonds, healing, and redemption, these are rare blessings everyone yearns for. After saying all this, Josue seemed relieved. I've wanted to say this for a long time but never had the right opportunity. Today, I finally got it out. Actually, I just wanted you to know that having a sister like you is a real blessing. With that, Josue picked up the small milk candy in his palm. He tore open the wrapper and fed the candy into Esther's mouth, just as he did that day. The sweet milky flavor instantly spread through her mouth. Every day, we really love you. Josue whispered gently. Esther hadn't expected that her first tears in this human world would be due to just a few words from Sergio. The tears welled up in her eyes, and before they could fall, Josue gently wiped them away with his cool fingers. Squatting in front of her, his usually aloof expression now filled with immense tenderness. Be good, don't cry. Israel might think I hurt you during the examination. He'd feel sorry for you and scold me too. How could he? Esther's eyes were misty, but she couldn't help but smile. Israel doesn't scold people easily. But then she recalled how Israel fiercely scolded Randall at home, realizing Sergio's concern wasn't unfounded. Esther thought only Benny and perhaps Israel were waiting outside the examination room. After talking with Sergio, she sat in the wheelchair as Josue opened the door and pushed her out. But when she was wheeled out, the sight outside made her freeze. The originally empty corridor was now crowded with people. First, she met Yen Yao Outian's gaze, those deep-sea-like eyes full of worry, instinctively wanting to come over to her. Looking to the side, she saw Israel in a brown suit, clearly still wearing his costume from filming without changing, Oral looking tense, and Shoshana, Mathawena, Jobert, even Marissa was there. Then Esther saw a blur before her eyes. Before she could react, someone pounced onto her. Wah, Sergio, why is this happening? How come every day is in a wheelchair? Brett was genuinely crying, sobbing shamelessly in front of everyone. He was already worried sick upon hearing the news, rushing to the hospital only to be told Esther was undergoing an examination, not knowing how badly she was hurt. Waiting anxiously for so long, the moment the door opened and he saw his sister being wheeled out in a wheelchair, the intense brother complex boy couldn't hold back anymore. Wah, every day, did you break your leg? Does it hurt? It must hurt. Before Esther could respond, Brett lifted his head, tears streaming down his face. I'll fight that horse. Really? From now on, Xingjing can either have it or me, wah. Chapter 218, Vice Principal Xingjing comes to apologize. It's not surprising that Atlee was so agitated. Esther was wheeled out in a wheelchair. At first glance, the young girl's thick black hair lay disheveled over her shoulders, her small face still delicately featured despite the evident paleness. Her right trouser leg was rolled up to the knee, revealing large bruises and scrapes on her calf. The scratches on her cheek, marked by antiseptic traces, stood out starkly against her fair skin. She wore a navy blue short-sleeved top, with both of her slender arms exposed. Her elbows were wrapped in several layers of bandages, with faint traces of blood seeping through. Just one look was enough to make anyone's heart skip a beat. While only Atlee reacted like a child, immediately rushing to embrace Esther with tears streaming down his face. Esther could feel the concern radiating from everyone present as soon as she appeared. Her eldest brother's anxiety was written all over his face, while Mathumon, Mathawena and Brenda looked tense. Even the usually reticent Jorge stared intently at her without shifting his gaze. Even the typically smiling Oral displayed a rare serious expression. And especially Wally. Today, Israel, Sergio, and Oral were all here, even Marissa came, so Wally found it inconvenient to go directly to her side. But at that moment their eyes met, the worry, anxiety, and pain in his eyes did not escape Esther's notice. Esther knew how worried Wally must be. So, she looked at him first and gave him an assuring look indicating she was fine. When two people are in love, they naturally understand each other. Wally understood Esther's meaning. Seeing the cherished girl give him that reassurance, he took a deep breath. Straightening up, he regained his usual composed demeanor. Whimper whimper. Here, Atlee was still squatting in front of the wheelchair with tearful eyes, shouting about fighting that horse to the death. Seeing his sister hurt like this, Atlee felt worse than being injured 10 times himself. He wished he could take her place in the wheelchair. After all, when he used to play basketball, sprained ankles or fractured bones were almost commonplace for him. But his precious little sister had never suffered such injuries before, and it broke his heart just to think about it. Thus, Esther quickly comforted him, "Brother, don't cry. I'm not as badly hurt as you think. My leg isn't broken, it's just a slight fracture in my lower leg. They'll put a cast on it shortly. The cuts on my face and arms have already been taken care of by Sergio." Everyone present rushed to the hospital upon hearing the news, waiting anxiously outside the examination room for a long time, worrying about Esther's condition. Hearing her words, they finally breathed a little easier. But even minor scrapes and a slight fracture weren't trivial matters. Ignoring the pain aside, injuries needed proper rest for recovery. Upon hearing this, the well-dressed Sullivan, who looked extremely anxious, finally felt slightly relieved. Although he felt reassured hearing about his sister's condition, his face remained grim as he turned to glare at the man standing furthest away, his tone clearly displeased. "If I recall correctly, those horses at Xingjing were bought at high prices from abroad, and I even sponsored some funds for this. Today, they actually injured my sister. Principal Yanni, if the horses haven't been properly trained, you shouldn't have opened the riding classes so hastily. If our daughter had been more seriously injured today, could the school afford to take responsibility?" Only after Sullivan spoke did Esther notice the portly middle-aged man standing at the far end. She recognized him as Xingjing's vice principal, Yanni Illegitimate. Hearing Sullivan's sharp criticism, the principal, who was already looking fearful, became even more nervous. He lowered his head further, saying, yes, this accident today was indeed unforeseen. It was our school's fault that Miss Esther was so badly hurt. Mr. Liu, Mr. Yanni, rest assured, I will have the horses retrained after we return today. If necessary, we will replace them. Miss Esther's medical expenses will be fully covered by our school. If Miss Esther needs to stay home due to her injury, I will arrange for teachers to provide private tutoring. The principal's attitude was remarkably humble. Not that he was always like this, on the contrary, Yanni Iliagshan was usually haughty and condescending. However, two key sponsors of Xingjing stood before him now. Most of Xingjing's students, aside from a few top-performing students admitted each year, came from wealthy families, each one more pampered than the next. As a private school, Xingjing relied heavily on investments and sponsorships from its board of directors and parent committee to fund infrastructure, facilities, and faculty. Because Esther and Atlee attended Xingjing school, Sullivan had been sponsoring Xingjing for the past couple of years. After Esther enrolled in Xingjing, he provided even more financial support. An incident involving the sister of a major benefactor at the school was naturally a significant matter. Upon receiving word from his secretary, Principal Yanni didn't waste time reprimanding his staff but hurried to the hospital to check on Esther's condition. Upon arriving at the hospital, he found not only Sullivan present but also another prominent figure who had recently appeared in public. Wally, the behind-the-scenes ruler of the Yanni Corporation, the most powerful man in Illegitimate, was someone they could hardly aspire to associate with. If there were to be a mention of benefactors, then Wally was undoubtedly the largest benefactor of Xingjing. The Yanni Corporation made annual donations to educational projects, and as the top private high school in Illegitimate with the highest college entrance rate, Xingjing received substantial investments from the Yanni Corporation each year. However, it was always Wally's assistant, Gordon, who attended the board meetings, so Principal Yanni had never met Mr. Yanni personally. He never expected their first meeting would be in a hospital. Seeing Wally waiting outside the examination room and conversing with Sullivan, Principal Yanni couldn't help but be surprised. He quickly sent a text message, asking his secretary to check the relationship between this Mr. Yanni and today's injured student, Esther. After reading the reply, he nearly had a heart attack. Principal, apparently Mr. Yanni publicly expressed his affection for the Liu family during the school anniversary. So, he is likely in a romantic or engaged relationship with Esther. In a romantic or engaged relationship? That means the girl injured by the horse today is either Wally's girlfriend or fiancée. Principal Yanni couldn't help but gasp in shock. Chapter 219, Mastering the Art of Appeasing Parents. Thinking about how he had let the love interest of his biggest benefactor fall off the horse, Principal Yanni's apology became even more humble. He was terrified that one wrong attitude might make Wally declare a withdrawal of investment from Xingjing and switch to another school in the future. Avram. Deborah didn't know that her principal had so many thoughts. But she knew very well that today's fall was purely because of Ari, not related to the horse at all. On the contrary, that chestnut-colored horse was really gentle and docile, quickly building rapport with her. It even helped her win against Ava. Deborah looked at Sullivan. Avram, I fell off the horse purely by accident today. That horse had always been very obedient, and I liked it very much. I'm not sure what sudden stimulus made it react like that, or perhaps I mishandled something which caused such reaction. The riding course is a regular part of the school curriculum, and such accidents are unpredictable. As for taking riding lessons, getting injured from falling off a horse is quite common. I just happened to have a slightly more serious fall. That's very normal. In other words, she wanted Sullivan not to pursue the school's responsibility. What an understanding student. Hearing what Deborah said, Yanni Illegitimate was almost moved to tears. In Xingjing, this kind of noble school, he had seen plenty of arrogant, proud rich young masters and misses who usually acted superior, but those who could empathize and consider others were rare. Those who did not abuse their family background already counted as sensible. As it turned out, this Deborah, despite being an illegitimate daughter from the countryside. Her few simple sentences just now showed great maturity. First, she didn't blame the horse but attributed the incident possibly to her own mistake. Secondly, she considered from the school's perspective, stating that setting up the course was necessary. Thirdly, she mentioned that riding horses often resulted in falls, and her injury was quite normal. She was completely unpretentious and considerate. This was the demeanor a miss should possess. No wonder so many people in the Liu family loved her so much, rushing to the hospital as soon as they heard she was injured. By attributing everything to an accident, Deborah also helped the principal out of a difficult situation. Originally, Sullivan did not intend to let the matter go so easily considering the severity of his sister's injuries, but hearing what Deborah said, he had no choice but to drop the matter. Yanni Illegitimate thanked them repeatedly, then looked at Wally cautiously and asked, Mr. Yanni, what do you think? Is that horse still in the school? Wally suddenly asked. Despite the crowd around him, the tall, handsome man with unparalleled beauty remained impossible to ignore. Even though he had not spoken earlier, due to his distinguished aura and overwhelming presence, once he spoke, it exuded an intimidating pressure of authority. Hearing Wally's question, Yanni Illegitimate assumed he wanted some punishment for the horse because it had injured Deborah. Thus, he immediately replied, yes, I've already ordered it be kept in the stable. Don't worry, Mr. Yanni, I will sell that horse as soon as I return, ensuring it never appears in Xingjing again. Wally glanced at him, saying calmly, I meant to say that I want that horse. After you return, my assistant will come to Xingjing to pick up the horse. Discuss the fees with my assistant. Yes, huh? Yanni Illegitimate lifted his head, looking at Wally in confusion. What was going on with Mr. Yanni? That horse had hurt someone he liked, yet he actually wanted to buy the horse? Principal Yanni was clueless, but Deborah understood. She rarely talked about what she liked. Wally must have heard her mention liking that horse earlier and thus proposed to buy it. Unable to resist, Deborah raised her eyes and looked at Wally. At the moment their eyes met, the deep, undisguised love in his eyes warmed Deborah's heart. He understood her. He knew she wouldn't stop riding horses forever just because of this injury. He also knew she wouldn't resent the horse she liked for causing her fall. Because he loved her, he paid attention to her casual remarks, pondered over her thoughts, gauged her wishes, and helped fulfill them. The details often touched the heart most. Regardless, the school would finally be free of any liability. Principal Yanni was naturally overjoyed. He apologized several times to Sullivan and Wally, comforted Deborah again, and left. Without outsiders, Deborah finally asked, I didn't get a chance to ask earlier. 5 Avram, 3rd Avram, Aunt Gillisong, and Jobert, why are all of you here at the hospital? She then looked at Wally. How did you find out I was injured? Bard was informed by my phone call, Sullivan said with a serious expression. With an injury this severe, I had to let him know first. Bard? Deborah's mouth twitched slightly. If she remembered correctly, the last time she cornered Wally against the wall at home and got caught by her eldest brother, he hadn't been in a good mood and called him President Yanni repeatedly. Now, he was directly calling him Bard. It seemed that Wally was actually quite adept at winning over parents, without showing it openly. He must have some secret methods behind her back. Graham and these classmates came after hearing about your injury and asking Benny which hospital you were in. Your 3rd elder brother called you, wanting to ask if you wanted sweets for dinner, but couldn't get through, so he called Benny. Benny told him you were injured, and he rushed to the hospital without even changing out of his costume. Upon hearing this, Deborah looked at Monty. Her 3rd brother's new role in the drama was playing a big star. He had slightly curled ends of light ash gray hair, almond-shaped eyes, and a high nose bridge. His facial features were already delicate enough. He only applied makeup symbolically. A loose black hoodie, paired with color-blocked work pants, and black high-top Martin boots. Mathilver ear studs, metal necklace, and rings lined up on his well-defined fingers. He looked too handsome to be from a TV show, rather, like a god from a comic book, perfectly portraying a big star. Xiaoguai, do you know how scared you made your brother? Monty squatted down and stroked Deborah's head. His tone was still relaxed, but there was no smile on his face. Deborah rarely saw her 3rd brother wear such a serious expression. In those beautiful almond-shaped eyes, there was still lingering worry and care. Perhaps from the moment he received the news until just now when he saw her and heard her say she was fine, his heart had been in suspense. As for Mom, Sullivan had been explaining how everyone came here. Speaking of this, he glanced at Marissa beside him, revealing a puzzled look. Mom, why did you specifically call me to ask where Benny was hospitalized, then come over? Who told you Benny was injured? Huh? Marissa didn't learn about her injury from her eldest brother? Deborah was also slightly surprised and looked up at Marissa. Then she saw Marissa's somewhat awkward expression as she replied in an embarrassed manner, well, as a parent, isn't it normal for me to know when my child is injured at school? Chapter 220, Wally and Avram reached out to embrace at the same time. Marissa did not actually learn about Deborah's injury from Sullivan. On the day of the Liu family gathering, Marissa found out that her beloved adopted daughter for over a decade had a heart as venomous as a snake. She was so wicked as to bribe the family servants to harm her own son, hoping to provoke Monty into an attack against Deborah. After that day, Deborah handed over her mother's handwritten letter before she passed away to Marissa. Only after reading the letter did Marissa realize she had been deceived by Randall's sweet talk all along. Whether it was Everly or Deborah, both had borne her resentment without fault. To put it bluntly, after that day, Marissa's whole set of values was shaken severely. It could even be said that she had undergone a baptism of sorts. Hating Randall was beyond words. She blamed herself for misjudging him when she was young but also had to swallow this bitter truth. If matters were stirred up, Randall losing face would be nothing. She worried about her 5 sons being affected. Having such a beast as a father could bring them scorn. Marilyn was no longer worth her contemplation. Having done such heinous deeds, allowing her to reform in prison under the law was already the extent of her benevolence. The only person Marissa felt apologetic towards was Deborah. Mathunce the day this child stepped foot in Liu City and entered the Liu family, she never gave her a good face. But now that the truth was revealed, this child was innocent and so kind-hearted and excellent. Ever since she came to the Liu family, her 5 sons had changed a lot, making the entire household warmer than before. Marissa inevitably felt guilty. However, she had always been proud and haughty, never bending down to apologize to anyone, let alone a child who hadn't even reached adulthood. So, on the surface, she remained indifferent towards Deborah just like before. In private, however, she quietly made many changes. For instance, she instructed the family servants to install dehumidification and ventilation systems in Deborah's room, the damp servants' quarters she initially arranged for Deborah, and had people replace the mediocre mattress and bedding with the most expensive ones available. Considering Marissa was somewhat allergic to cat hair and never allowed pets in the house, something Deborah knew from Marilyn beforehand, in all these days since coming to the Liu residence, she never let Cornelius leave her room. But this time, upon finding Cornelius in Deborah's room, Marissa didn't think about chasing Cornelius away. Instead, she had someone buy the most expensive cat bed and cat stand. When Deborah questioned her, she awkwardly said it was given by a friend, who threw it away as a waste. Marissa was too embarrassed to say it was a gift for her, yet Deborah understood. She didn't know there were cats in the Liu family, which friend of Marissa would just send a cat bed and stand out of nowhere? Additionally, after that day, Marissa called Mr. Barr, the head teacher of Class A at Xingjing, asking him to take extra care of Deborah and inform her promptly if anything happened. Job knowing well how the students in elite schools treated those from poor backgrounds, Marissa understood perfectly. After all, she had attended such a school in high school. Although Deborah is now part of their Liu family, she regretted getting so enraged upon first learning of Deborah's existence and making a scene. As a result, everyone in the upper-class circle of Gillisong City knew that Deborah, an illegitimate child, had grown up in the countryside. Therefore, Marissa worried Deborah might be isolated or discriminated against due to her background and thus advised her teacher to pay more attention to her. That's why today, when Deborah was injured in her equestrian class, Barr first called Sullivan and then Marissa. Upon hearing Deborah fell off a horse, Marissa was terrified. She asked Sullivan which hospital Deborah was admitted to and rushed there. Well, I am a guardian after all. Isn't it normal for me to know if my child is hurt at school? Caught under everyone's gaze, Marissa felt slightly uneasy and spoke awkwardly. Though Deborah didn't know about the call Marissa made to Barr, she could guess that she had gotten the news from her teacher. Deborah has clear likes and dislikes. She does not hesitate to stand firm against people who violate her principles. For those she loves, her family and friends, she will unconditionally protect them. Even though Deborah hadn't seen the content of her biological mother's handwritten letter, from Marissa's attitude since that day, it was evident that misunderstandings existed back then. Despite not saying much, Deborah saw and appreciated all the quiet efforts Marissa had made lately. At least Marissa was different from someone like Marilyn. Marilyn was inherently bad, she had been given many chances, yet she escalated her harm towards others, ultimately landing herself in prison. And Marissa was not that bad. Aside from the arrogance and capriciousness brought about by her pampered upbringing, she at least knew to repent when she did something wrong. At this moment, hearing Marissa instinctively refer to Deborah as our own child, Deborah looked up. The girl's clear eyes shone brightly as she looked at Marissa, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. Thank you, Aunt Gillisong. Deborah's smile and gratitude were sincere. This thank you momentarily caught Marissa off guard. Thank me for what? Seeing Deborah smile at her like this for the first time, Marissa felt inexplicably flushed, her tone still somewhat proud. Quickly lifting her chin to change the subject, well, shouldn't we go get the cast done now? Let's go. Orthopedic clinic room. After receiving Josue's call, the fair-skinned orthopedic doctor in his 20s had been waiting in the clinic room for quite some time. Just as he was wondering why Josue hadn't brought anyone over yet, he finally heard a knock on the door and hurriedly got up to open it. But upon opening the door, he was taken aback. At first glance, the pretty and aloof girl sitting in a wheelchair outside was striking, and apart from Josue, there were actually 8 or 9 people standing around. The moment the door opened, everyone's gaze turned earnestly toward him, causing the doctor to swallow nervously. Wasn't it just supposed to be a simple cast? Getting a cast, such a grand turnout? Especially the 2 men beside the girl who looked like CEOs, one wealthier and more serious than the other, reminded him eerily of those unfortunate imperial physicians in palace dramas who often heard, if you can't cure her, the entire Imperial Medical Institute will pay with their lives. That. Mathien, the doctor scratched his head, looking at Josue. You said on the phone that you wanted me to put a cast on this young girl? Yes, this is my sister. She has a minor fracture in her calf. Here are the x-rays, please help us. Josue pushed the wheelchair into the examination room and placed the x-rays on the table. The others followed suit. The room, originally spacious and bright, suddenly became crowded with people, creating an intense atmosphere. The doctor wiped sweat off his brow, examined the x-rays, and sighed in relief finding the injury not too severe. So he stood up and said, first, carry her to the bed over there, I'll prepare the materials for the cast and measure her calf length shortly. The doctor spoke casually, but right next to Deborah stood Wally and Sullivan. As soon as the doctor finished speaking, both reacted almost simultaneously. They bent down and extended their arms toward Deborah, ready to lift her. Chapter 221, Oral, Hug. Wally and Sullivan probably didn't expect that they would be so, in sync. For a moment, neither of the 2 men moved, and the scene turned awkward. Sullivan's inner OS was probably something like this. No, my eldest brother is here. How can Wally openly try to hug Janine in front of me? Although he did indeed move me, this elder brother, with that will, I reluctantly agreed for him to date Janine. Isn't this Xiao Yun too audacious? If he dares to hug Janine in front of us brothers today, won't he end up kissing or holding hands with her in front of us later? It's impossible for him to retract his hand. We must not encourage such behavior and nip these intimate actions in the bud. Wally also took a deep breath. This hug was purely an instinctive reaction. When he and Esther were alone, she was almost always lazy and preferred to be carried by him for whatever they did, so he got used to it. In the car, she would climb onto him, so he got used to holding her on his lap, circling her in his arms. At the Yanni residence, sometimes when he sat on the sofa, she liked to lie on his chest while he patted her back to sleep. Each time they met, she would sometimes run towards him, and he would instinctively bend down and open his arms to pick her up. Just like now. As soon as Wally reached out, he immediately sensed it wasn't appropriate since Esther's eldest brother and the other brothers were here. These brothers-in-law were each more protective than the next, originally believing Janine was too young to date and thinking Janine had fallen in love due to his sweet talk, feeling their precious little girl had been swayed by him. Especially the youngest fifth brother. If he saw him hugging Janine face to face, he'd surely explode again. Sure enough, as soon as Wally raised his eyes, he saw Sullivan glare at him, and Atlee's eyes widened warily. Everyone looked over instantly. Mr. Yanni, who was always cautious and planned ahead, felt somewhat guilty for once. But the most awkward one was Esther, sitting right in the middle. Question: when both your eldest brother and boyfriend reach out to hug you at the same time, how do you perfectly defuse this situation? For Esther, this clearly wasn't a problem. While Sullivan and Wally were at a standstill. The young girl appeared quite composed, calmly turning sideways and stretching out her hand to call out, "Oral, hug. Here I come, my little obedient one." In the next second, Alishan Yuan, tall and handsome like a comic idol, smiled and quickly squeezed between his eldest brother and Wally. His eyes, full of doting laughter, bent down to pick up Esther, praising sincerely, "Still our little obedient one is smart, recognizing who's the most reliable at first sight." Sullivan. Wally. Avram's thoughts: not, if we unite against outsiders then let's unite, but did his younger brother just criticize him too? Did he indeed criticize him too? After Esther was placed on the bed, the doctor measured her properly and then laid the soaked plaster flat on the plaster cotton. He held up the plaster and smoothed it onto Esther's calf and foot. Josue assisted him by wrapping 3 layers of bandages spirally from bottom to top. Finally, after trimming, shaping, and modifying the plaster, it was done. However, there were still bruises on Esther's waist, so Josue asked the doctor to prescribe some bruise-dispersing medication. With her cast finished, Esther was wheeled out of the clinic. Seeing that she was okay, Mathawena, Brenda, and Jorge finally felt relieved. Given the current situation, Esther couldn't possibly go to school today. So Brenda handed over Esther's phone from school to her, and the 3 of them returned to school. Atlee and Kolki naturally had no interest in going to school because of Esther's injury, so they directly took leave. That left only Wally and the Liu family members. Marissa learned about Wally and Esther's relationship from Sullivan only today. Hearing that Wally brought the will directly and spent 200 million to buy an island to create an estate as a coming-of-age gift for Esther, Marissa was truly stunned. Marissa knew before that Wally was rich but never realized that this sole heir of the Yanni family was so wealthy, with total assets reaching hundreds of billions. While the Liu family was not considered a top-tier noble household in Gilisang City, they were still relatively high-ranking within social circles. But even with the Liu family's strength, they couldn't casually take out 200 million to buy an island. There's a way to win over parents called financial power. Marissa hadn't thought so before, but now the more she looked at Wally, the more she found him reliable, steady, and worthy of entrusting. It was rare that all the family members were at home today, and Josue's shift was about to end. Sullivan suggested they all return to the Liu residence together and invited Wally to join them for dinner, as a way to make up for the time when the household staff had their day off and they couldn't eat at home. Wally naturally agreed. Although he had already met the Liu family members before, this was the first formal visit to the Liu residence, so it was important to show respect and convey his admiration for Janine. Thus, he sent a message to Gordon to prepare some gifts to be delivered, especially a $1 million emerald ring for Marissa. The second time Wally saw Esther was at the charity auction gala held by the Herb family initially. In the backyard, Wally had personally witnessed Marissa speaking harshly to Esther and even attempting to slap her. So, until today, Wally had always considered Marissa an adversary. Anyone who had hurt Janine or attempted to harm her was an enemy in his eyes. But today, seeing the girl thank Marissa with no guard up, he immediately understood that his darling had probably forgiven her stepmother. Once this was the case, he would also treat Marissa with respect as an elder. As she was wheeled out of the hospital doors, the afternoon sunlight outside made her eyes squint slightly. Just a glance from Esther, and she saw that tall, slender figure standing in the shadows not far away. It was Ari. Esther's hand subconsciously clenched, and her gaze darkened abruptly. She was already injured enough to be in a wheelchair, yet Ari had still managed to find her at the hospital. Could it be that he hadn't given up on suspecting her? Chapter 222. Actually, I'm a demon catcher. The Liu family was about to take Hazel home, with Atlee clamoring to be the one to carry her to the car this time. However, everyone noticed that the girls seemed to have a slightly somber gaze, staring thoughtfully at a certain spot not far away. All their gazes shifted over as well and discovered a young man standing in front of a pillar outside the hospital. He wore a light-colored traditional Chinese buttoned-up shirt with a stand-up collar, paired with black casual trousers, outlining his tall and slender figure, making him stand out quite notably among the crowd. Just looking at his face, he was exceptionally handsome, with an Eastern beauty in his facial features, gentle and refined eyes, exuding a scholarly demeanor and an otherworldly charm. The man was also looking at them, with a slightly cautious expression. Who is? Seeing Hazel staring at Ari, Sullivan lowered his head to ask her, Catherine, is this your friend? No, although she didn't know why Ari had come over, Hazel took a deep breath. This is my equestrian instructor for today. He probably found out I was at Central Hospital and came to check on me. So it's an equestrian teacher, quite elegant indeed. To Sullivan, it seemed normal for a teacher to visit a student who got injured during class, so he asked Hazel, should you greet your teacher and invite him over? There's no need, big brother. There are so many of our family here, the teacher might feel embarrassed. Hazel placed her hand on the wheelchair. I'll go talk to him. Big brother, you guys go wait for me in the car. Mthun's Hazel wanted to go by herself. They naturally nodded in agreement. Only Gil's gaze flickered as he glanced at Eri waiting by the pillar. Seeing the man intently staring at the girl beside him, he couldn't help but frown. Such a look didn't seem purely from a first-class teacher checking on an injured student. Could it be that after just one equestrian lesson, this man fell for Catherine at first sight? No one understood the girl's charm better than he did. Someone like him, who had never been moved by any woman, was still captivated by her at first sight. Others were even more likely to feel the same. Thus, a sense of crisis arose within him. I'll go with you. Gil's voice was low as he casually stood next to Hazel. No need, but Hazel directly refused him. I can go myself. Okay. The rejected man pursed his lips slightly but did not question her decision. He understood Catherine. If she wanted to go herself, there must be a reason. Sensing that the man might be concerned about her being alone with a stranger, Hazel glanced at Gil. I'll just go say hello, and I'll be back soon. Gil nodded with lowered eyes, yet his brows remained furrowed. Hazel looked back. Noticing that her brothers weren't paying attention at the moment, she suddenly squeezed the man's hand and whispered, Gil, bend down a bit. Gil didn't understand but already reacted, bending down before the girl. In the next second, Hazel kissed him on the cheek. Her action avoided her brother's notice but wasn't hidden from Eri not far away. Eri by the pillar couldn't help but have his gaze flicker. Hazel pinched Gil's ear lightly and chuckled, her tone having a hint of allure. Good boy, go wait for me in the car too. That kiss clearly provided a great sense of security. It was like petting a big doggy into calmness. Okay. Gil took a deep breath and straightened up obediently. Yet, the moment Gil turned around, the smile vanished from the girl's eyes as she looked at Eri. She only showed a polite smile when she stopped in front of Eri in her wheelchair. Her expression seemed somewhat surprised. Teacher you, why did you come? Hearing the girl ask, Eri remained silent, his gaze first falling on Hazel's cheeks and lower legs. Seeing the obvious abrasions on her face and the thick plaster cast on her right calf, Eri couldn't help but inhale sharply, softly asking, Is your leg seriously injured? It's not that serious, just a minor fracture in the calf, Hazel replied. The doctor said to rest properly with the cast, and it should heal in about 2 or 3 months. 2 or 3 months. Eri couldn't help but pause his breathing. He hadn't intended to injure the girl intentionally. He just wanted to do one last test. If the girl really wasn't Alicia or a demon and hadn't used soul power to control the horse, he would stop the horse before she lost control. Hazel fell too suddenly. At the moment, he simply didn't have time to react, and by the time he did, the girl had already fallen heavily from the air. The phrase, it hurts, that Esther had said to Eri lingered in his mind even after she was carried away by Atli, refusing to leave. This made him feel increasingly heavy-hearted. And now, seeing the girl suffer such serious injuries due to his test, and knowing it would take her 2 or 3 months to fully recover, Eri felt even more guilty. I'm sorry. Eri took a deep breath and looked at Esther seriously. Eri came here to apologize, which meant he had completely dismissed his suspicions about her. Esther understood this. However, upon hearing his words, her expression still showed some confusion. Teacher you, this is the second time you've apologized to me. I fell off the horse today because it suddenly lost control. It's not your fault, so you don't need to apologize to me. However, the more Esther said this, the guiltier Eri felt. Because no one knew better than he did why the horse had lost control. It's my fault, Eri exhaled and said, I picked that horse for you, but perhaps it wasn't well trained enough. And, I noticed that you took off your helmet before dismounting, which violated safety protocols, and I didn't remind you in time, which was also my mistake. I have already spoken to the school, and I will cover all your medical expenses. I'll leave Illegitimate tonight and won't come back to Xinjiang for equestrian lessons anymore. So, I came to see you today both to apologize and to say goodbye. Hearing Eri's words, Esther's eyes flickered slightly. It made sense that Eri wouldn't return for equestrian lessons since he came to Xinjiang only to test her. Now that he had concluded his investigation and she was injured, she wouldn't be able to ride for the next 3 months, so it was normal for Eri not to go back to Xinjiang. But leaving Illegitimate tonight. Wasn't that a bit too rushed? Teacher Yu is leaving Illegitimate tonight? Esther asked curiously, is there something urgent in another place? Yes, there is something else. As he spoke, Eri looked at Esther and said, actually, being an equestrian teacher is not my main job. The girl was taken aback, seemingly not expecting him to say this. Then what do you do? You might not believe me, Eri looked at the girl and slowly said, but actually, I'm a demon catcher. Chapter 223, Eri gave her a gift. An exorcist? Esther couldn't help but freeze, repeating these 3 words. The girl's reaction was clearly within Eri's expectations. After all, in the common human perception, things like demons or ghosts did not exist in this world. Surprise or incomprehension were normal. Yes, Eri nodded and explained, the mission of my family has been to catch demons for generations, and indeed, there are demons existing in this world. Those demons that have cultivated their souls to be quite powerful can possess humans. They appear no different from humans but will use soul force to commit evil, harming innocent people. The existence of exorcists is to eliminate such demons and maintain peace in the human world. Esther, of course, knew that demons existed in this world, and she also knew Ari was an exorcist. She just didn't expect Ari would suddenly tell her this. I will leave Illegitimate tonight, heading for Beijing. My senior brother told me that there are now more than one relatively strong demons active over there. Some demons can quietly draw on the vital energy of humans without them noticing, but the victims' bodies will gradually weaken or fall into some kind of illness, ultimately dying as their strength is drained away. So if a demon takes on a human form and lurks among humans, it can be very dangerous. As he spoke, Ari's eyes looked even clearer and firmer, looking at Esther with a serious expression. There are demons in Beijing and in Illegitimate. However, some of their soul powers aren't strong enough to be detected by my instruments. Some deliberately avoid being caught by exorcists and hide their movements very well. Today you were injured. I mean, you were hurt in my class, and I feel guilty about it. So, before leaving, I want to give you something as an apology. Saying this, Ari took something out from his long pants pocket and placed it in his palm. Esther looked closely and saw that what Ari took out was a red jade bracelet with a silver bell hanging between the red jade beads. The bracelet looked very exquisite, the jade was smooth and delicate, and the bell appeared dainty and intricately carved with a pattern. Esther immediately recognized that the bell had Bai Zai engraved on it, a mythical beast in Chinese mythology that could dispel evil spirits and ward off ghosts. This bracelet is... Esther lifted her eyes to look at Ari. This bracelet is just a regular red jade bracelet, but this bell is called the Sunyao bell. Ari handed the bracelet to Esther as he continued talking. When Esther touched the bell with her fingertips after taking the bracelet, she realized that the inside of the bell was hollow. So, regardless of how it moved, it wouldn't make a sound because it was hollow inside. The Sunyao bell is one of our family's magical artifacts, which usually doesn't make any noise. Noticing Esther's confusion, Ari explained. But if a demon gets close to you or tries to use its soul power against you to do something harmful, this bell will immediately sense it and make a sound. Hearing this, Esther felt somewhat surprised. If this bell has such effectiveness, why didn't it sound when it got close to her? Ari continued, your intelligence, talent, and ability already rank among the best in humans, meaning you have the most high-quality vital energy according to the demons. I give you this bracelet, firstly, because the jade has been blessed to repel evil, and secondly, this Sunyao bell can also protect you. If you are ever targeted by a demon and they want to harm you, once the bell sounds, contact me immediately, and I will come to help. After speaking, Ari passed over a business card. A pure white business card, printed only with the name, Ari, and a string of phone numbers, just like the man in front of her, simple yet dignified. Teacher you, this thing is too valuable, I can't accept it. Esther wanted to return the bracelet to Ari, but Ari pushed it back to her, looking earnest, please keep it. If you don't find it useful, just put it away. I know student Esther isn't short of money. Giving you something that can't be bought with money can let me rest easier. Now that I've apologized and given the gift, I'll be leaving. Ari glanced at Esther, his gaze just as focused as when they first met. Goodbye, student Esther, until we meet again. Ari came unannounced and left abruptly. Watching Ari's figure disappear from view, Esther retracted her gaze and looked down at the bracelet in her palm with slight bewilderment. Recalling the experience from her previous life where she was relentlessly pursued by Ari and had to escape to death as a last resort, Esther never imagined that one day she would have such a peaceful conversation with Ari, who even gave her his family's magical artifact. Today's hidden confrontation, known only to the two of them, seemed like a victory for her. And this bracelet, perhaps she might actually find it useful someday. There was no telling when Methunclair might reappear to scheme against her. Wearing this bracelet could potentially help her locate Methunclair in the future. Worried that Wally might be jealous upon seeing her accept a gift from another man, Esther quickly tucked the bracelet into her pocket, intending to wear it later. Turning her wheelchair towards the car, Esther appeared not far from the car window, and Wally had already gotten out to walk towards her. In another car, Atlee saw through the window that Esther had returned and was eager to get out, but was held back by Sullivan. Wait a moment. What is it, Israel? I want to carry Janine back to the car, said Atlee anxiously. With so many people in our car, let Janine ride home with Wally, suggested Sullivan. But... Atlee's eyes widened. He wished he could kick someone out of the car to make room for his sister. However, after looking around, the driver was Israel's chauffeur, the front passenger seat was occupied by Sergio, and behind were his mother, Israel, and Esther E. Among the family members, he was the youngest. If anyone had to be kicked out of the car, it would have to be him. Thus, Atlee reluctantly pouted and deflated. Sullivan knew Atlee liked to stick close to Esther and rubbed his younger brother's head. It's okay, Graham. Who drives Janine home? We all end up at home anyway. Janine got injured today, Wally must be very worried. Even though we're here, he couldn't get close to her or even speak to her. They are in a relationship now, and as Janine's brothers, we should give them some space. Israel was always reasonable and understanding. Though he showed concern for his sister before Wally, he wouldn't overprotect her to the point of affecting her relationship with Wally. On the other side, Wally asked Esther, finish talking? Yes, finish talking, Esther nodded. Then let's go home. Wally didn't ask further, his voice deep, and he bent down to scoop her up. Although Wally didn't ask, Esther offered an explanation. This teacher came to apologize. He felt guilty because I got hurt in his class. Our conversation went on a bit longer, just chatting casually. Hearing Esther's explanation, Wally paused mid-motion and looked at her. Sorry. Baby. I just thought that the way he looked at you wasn't how a teacher usually looks at a student, so I felt a bit wary. Does this make you feel pressured? No, Esther looked into Wally's eyes. You love me and care about me. Being wary or jealous of men who come near me is natural. I don't feel pressured. Esther naturally wrapped her arms around Wally's neck. Instead, I find your reaction rather cute. Upon hearing this, Wally relaxed. Carrying the beloved girl in his arms, he sat her in the car and habitually kissed her hair. There's dirt in your hair, Esther reminded him timely. I rolled twice when I fell. Both my head and body are covered in dirt. Haven't washed yet. It's fine. Wally's tone was low and gentle. Being able to kiss you when I want to makes me feel very happy. Methuding in the driver's seat, Gordon really wanted to sigh deeply upon hearing this. The president and chairman of the Yanish Group, worth hundreds of billions, always remained expressionless even when the company broke the $1 trillion mark, never showing any excess emotion or happiness. Now just kissing the dirty hair of a girl made him look so blissful. Seeing this scene in the rearview mirror, Gordon hurriedly averted his gaze. He was afraid that his inner monologue might be noticed by his boss and affect his salary. Sullivan and Wally were driving to the Liu family residence to have dinner together that night. But Esther didn't know that at this moment, there was someone unexpected waiting for her at home. Chapter 224, The whole family confronts the good-for-nothing father. At this moment, the person waiting at Liu Galesa was Geordie. When Esther fell off the horse, Geordie was not far away. He instinctively wanted to go over and take a look, but hesitated due to his pride. After all, he had just given Esther flowers and gifts in the classroom that morning. In front of the whole class, Esther not only made him remove all the flowers because they were in the way, but also threw the necklace he had carefully chosen into the trash can. It was as if she didn't give him any face at all. Even though he tried to save face by saying he was just delivering his grandfather's gratitude, many people still commented on forums that Geordie, the young master of the Herb family, had been publicly rejected. Publicly rejected? That comment made Geordie furious. Girls always fawned over him, yet this Esther had never treated him nicely since they first met, and now she had completely humiliated him. However, after returning from the riding field to the classroom, Geordie suddenly changed his mind. He thought about how coldly he had treated Esther before, so her resistance to his sudden show of affection was quite normal. But isn't chasing a girl just a matter of caring for her emotionally every day and pampering her with material things? No girl could resist it. Especially a girl from the countryside who hadn't experienced the prosperity and luxury of big cities, she would be more easily won over. Moreover, he was handsome and the only heir of the Herb family. After marrying him, she would become the young mistress of the Herb family. He couldn't believe that if he changed and patiently pursued her, Esther would stay cold towards him. Once she liked him, he could do whatever he wanted. If she was interesting, they could date, otherwise, he could dump her directly. It would teach her a lesson for what happened today. Thinking this way, Geordie immediately felt better. Then he realized that now was a perfect time to show his kindness to Esther since she was injured. He asked around to find out which hospital Esther had been taken to by Reese. But he only had Randall's phone number, not Esther or Reese's. Back when he dated Marilyn, Randall was extremely supportive. Each time they met, Randall was overly enthusiastic. Once, during a rainy dinner at the Liu residence, Randall even invited him to stay overnight, saying the guest room next to Marilyn's was empty. Next door? Geordie knew very well that Randall was practically approving of his relationship with Marilyn. Seeing Randall's overly enthusiastic attitude, Geordie looked down on him, knowing that Randall desperately wanted Marilyn to marry into the Herb family to elevate their status. However, Geordie didn't agree at the time because he had already slept with Marilyn, and they often went to hotels on weekends. Being intimate in such a place like home felt uncomfortable and awkward. Geordie called Randall, asking which hospital Esther was at. To his surprise, Randall, the father, didn't even know his daughter was injured. Later, Randall called back, saying Esther had seen a doctor and was ready to go home. He also invited Geordie to come over if he wanted to visit Esther. So Geordie brought some high-quality herbs to help Esther recover. Methuding on the sofa in the living room of the Liu residence. Randall greeted warmly, Jai, you're worried about our Esther's injury and came over specially to see her. It seems you two get along quite well. Seeing Geordie's interest in Esther, Randall was thrilled. He thought the marriage arrangement between the Liu family and the Herb family was over after Marilyn left. But now Esther had caught the eye of the young master of the Herb family. Randall planned to use this opportunity to enhance the relationship between Esther and Geordie. If Esther could marry into the Herb family, it wouldn't be in vain for him to have brought this illegitimate daughter back from the countryside. It's not that we get along well, Geordie replied, I want to get along with Esther. Grandfather likes her so much, but she treats me terribly in class. Matt Liu might not know, this morning I gave Esther some flowers and an exquisite ruby necklace worth several million bought specially from abroad. But Esther didn't even look at the flowers and threw the necklace in the trash. I've never been treated like this by any girl before. Geordie complained, acting as if he was deeply wronged. What? Randall's eyes widened at this statement. Not accepting the flowers is one thing, but she threw the necklace you gave her into the trash? Is that girl crazy? Randall was enraged by what he heard. To discard a necklace worth hundreds of thousands so easily, how reckless and wasteful could one be? And now she had offended Geordie as well. Sure enough, growing up in the countryside has its drawbacks. She lacked proper upbringing. Seeing Randall angry, Geordie continued to fuel the fire. Now everyone at school says that I was publicly rejected by Esther when I confessed my feelings. It's really embarrassing for me. Matt Lou knows, with my looks and family background, girls usually chase after me at school, except for Esther. You don't have to say any more, Zhai Zhai. This is entirely Esther's fault. She truly doesn't know what's good for her. Before Geordie could finish, Randall immediately spoke up, his indignation apparent, looking even angrier than Geordie. To think she not only disrespected your affection but also treated you like this. It seems that having her face appear a few times in Gillisangching has made her lose all sense of herself. Rest assured, Zhai Zhai, Matt Lou will take care of this for you. Once Esther returns, I'll give her a good lesson. Dad, who are you saying you want to teach a lesson? Just as Randall finished speaking, an angry voice came from behind. Instinctively turning around, he saw a teenage girl sitting quietly in a wheelchair with her leg in a cast. Beside her stood his wife and 5 sons. The terrifying part was that among all these people, only the girl's expression remained relatively calm. His wife glared at him fiercely, while his eldest son's face was livid, his second son's eyes were cold, and his third son's face was expressionless. As for his youngest twin sons, one had a dark look on his face without a word, and the other stared at Geordie on the sofa, gritting his teeth as if ready to roll up his sleeves and start fighting any second. Upon seeing this scene, Randall shot up from his seat. Feeling guilty, he stammered, Wife, did you all come together to pick up Esther? Didn't Benny say he was the only one taking her to the hospital? Chapter 225, Marissa scolded Randall until he was bewildered. The phrase, Dad, who are you going to discipline, was said by Sullivan. At this moment, Sullivan's face was livid as he glared at Randall with palpable hostility. Randall had heard from Geordie that after Esther was injured, Esther E. had carried her away directly from the equestrian field. So when he called, he heard Esther E. say on the phone that Esther had been treated for her injuries and was preparing to come home. He naturally assumed that only Esther E. and Esther were returning home. Randall never imagined that not only did his 4th son accompany Esther to the hospital, but all 5 of his sons went to the hospital, even his wife did too. We naturally all rushed to the hospital immediately upon hearing about such a big incident. On the contrary, Dad, what were you doing at home? Sullivan cast a cold glance at Randall before looking at Geordie. With an expressionless face, he asked, Is this young master of the Herb family? What brings young Master Herb here? They had overheard every word of the conversation between Randall and Geordie as soon as they entered the door. If it weren't for Geordie's visit, these elder brothers really wouldn't have known that their sister had been harassed by boys in her class. Yes, harassed. Only Randall thought that Geordie sending flowers and necklaces to Esther grandly in class was something worth being happy about. To Sullivan and Josue, classrooms are for studying. With so many other classmates around and teachers coming in and out at any moment. Of course, they knew how outstanding Esther was. It was normal for some boys to be unaware that she was already dating Fabio and to develop feelings for her and want to pursue her. However, if Geordie made a scene like that in the morning, it clearly showed he hadn't considered Esther's feelings at all and didn't care if she might be gossiped about in school because of his actions. Such an arrogant and disrespectful boy towards girls, even being the young master of the Herb family, they found him utterly detestable. And their father, instead of standing up for Esther, actually criticized her for rejecting harassment and wanted to discipline her on behalf of Geordie. It was infuriating just thinking about it. I came to see how serious Esther's injuries were. Seeing Sullivan look at him, Geordie quickly replied, then turned to look at Esther. Just as he was about to ask about her injuries, the girl in the wheelchair spoke coldly. My injuries are nothing, there's no need for young Master Herb to worry. Esther looked up at Geordie. Now that you've seen me, you can leave. Seeing Esther treating Geordie with such an attitude right in front of him, Randall became enraged. Esther. Did your mother teach you to talk to others like this while you were in the countryside? Geordie is a guest I invited, and someone engaged to you. Yet you tried to chase him away right away. Do you have any manners at all? Geordie was the sole heir of the Herb family, and Randall naturally tried to please him, fearing that Geordie might never talk to Esther again due to her poor attitude. But his words were indeed outrageous. Esther's mother had passed away, and her 5 brothers usually avoided mentioning her in front of Esther, fearing it would upset her. Yet now, Randall mentioned it without any concern and even implied that her mother failed to teach her properly in the countryside. It truly showed that he didn't care about Esther's feelings. When these words came out, everyone present changed their expressions. During the second day after the last garden party, Sullivan and Josue heard Randall saying, Mithun's Clarissa can't get married now, marrying Esther to the Herb family is also fine. The Herb family can still form an alliance with our Lou family. Sullivan was so angry that he almost revoked his paternity on the spot. And now, Randall was saying such hurtful things right in front of Esther again. Sullivan couldn't bear it anymore. Naturally, the other 4 brothers also had increasingly grim expressions. But just as they were about to speak up for Esther, Marissa unexpectedly burst out angrily, Randall, do you have brain shrinkage or are you insane? Is this how you act as a father? You say Esther has no manners? You're the one with no manners. You should go back to your mother's womb and get remade, properly fixing that dog mouth of yours that spits out filth. As soon as she finished speaking, there was complete silence in the room. Even Geordie on the side was shocked into confusion. Sullivan originally intended to give a strong rebuttal, but didn't expect his mother to be even stronger. Josue and Monty originally planned to step forward to speak, but they exchanged glances and retreated to their original positions. Marissa was originally the eldest daughter of the Gilasong family. Gilasong Lashizi had only this one daughter, who he pampered to no end since childhood. If she wanted the stars, he'd give her the moon. Thus, she grew up with a domineering and arrogant personality. Marissa married Randall over 20 years ago, which was considered a clear case of marrying downward. If not for Gilasong Lashizi's support for his only son-in-law back then, the Liu family wouldn't have the wealth and prestige it enjoys today. Therefore, in the marriage between Marissa and Randall, Marissa has always been the dominant one. Whenever they argued, Randall could only try to soothe her. Wife, you're... Randall, suddenly scolded by Marissa, was also bewildered. Wait, what's going on here? All he said was that Esther lacked manners. It wasn't anything severe. Why was Marissa so furious? Besides, hadn't Marissa detested Esther ever since she entered their household? Why was she now defending her? Randall, let me ask you, whose fault is it that Esther grew up alone in the countryside? Wasn't it your own conscienceless actions, after which you just left without taking responsibility? Everly, as a single mother, worked hard for over a decade to raise the child all by herself, without any support. What right do you have to say she didn't raise Esther well? And regarding Esther, open those money-blinded eyes of yours and see how outstanding, kind, and capable this child is. If you can't see it, at least keep quiet. As for Geordie, young Master Herb, my daughter already has a boyfriend. Please don't harass her at school anymore. If you continue doing such things, I, as her mother, will have a serious talk with Grandfather Herb. Daughter. This was the first time Marissa called Esther daughter. Hearing this spontaneous call from Marissa, Esther couldn't help but be moved. Randall and Geordie were equally shocked by Marissa's words. Geordie widened his eyes in surprise. What? Esther has a boyfriend? Randall's eyes widened even more. Dear, what are you saying? Are you telling me Esther is dating someone? How come you didn't consult me about such a big matter? Randall became anxious on the spot. The Liu family only had this one daughter, and he had been hoping to use Esther to form an alliance with a prestigious family. How could he allow her to date just anyone? Who in Gilasangching could possibly match the Herb family? In the next second, a tall and imposing man appeared in the living room, having arrived late due to fetching the jade ring. He exuded a noble and profound presence, dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, with every stitch precise and neat. His wristwatch gleamed subtly yet brilliantly. Chapter 226, Stepfather, Get Lost. Seeing the figure that appeared in the living room, Randall couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Was he seeing things or suffering from face blindness? The man in front of him, wasn't this man Fabio, the sole authority of Yanni Corporation, who stood at the pinnacle of wealth and power in Gilasangching? Randall wore an incredulous expression. Why would someone of Fabio's stature suddenly visit their family? What happened? Cough, Xiaotian, you've arrived. Upon seeing Fabio, Marissa, who had been cursing loudly just now, couldn't help but put away her irate appearance and reverted to her usual elegant demeanor. It didn't matter for outsiders like Geordie, but she still needed to maintain a good image in front of her son-in-law. Sorry Aunt Gilasong, there was a traffic jam when I went to get the gift, so it took some time, Fabio said first to Marissa. Then he turned to look at the stunned Randall, maintaining a respectful yet unyielding attitude. Hello Matt Liu, I'm Fabio, Janine's boyfriend. Oh, so Fabio is Janine's boyfriend. With his mind frozen, Randall subconsciously nodded. Then he suddenly reacted, lifting his head with a shocked look. What, did Fabio say he's Janine's boyfriend? Marissa had mentioned earlier that Esther was dating someone. So, her dating partner is General Manager Yanni? Randall stood rooted to the spot, dumbstruck as if struck by lightning. Glancing around, everyone except himself seemed calm. Clearly, they were all aware of this fact beforehand. No, Fabio should have been invited here. So, the whole family knew that Fabio was dating his daughter, but he, as the father, was kept in the dark? What's going on? Randall swallowed. Mr. Yanni, you mean you and our Janine? Can't you tell? Marissa cast a displeased glance at Randall. You're the only one who doesn't care about Janine at all, not even knowing she has someone she likes, yet you keep trying to pair her up with others. Though Marissa's tone was impatient, Randall wasn't paying attention to anything else. Good heavens, what kind of stroke of luck had befallen their family to encounter such a godsend? This is Fabio. With a net worth of billions and unparalleled status in Gilasangching, the person who says what goes in this city. He actually has eyes for their Janine. Right now they're dating, next it will naturally lead to engagement and marriage. Wouldn't that make their Janine the boss lady of Yanni Corporation, the only female head of the Yanni family? This huge surprise nearly overwhelmed Randall. This is really... Randall took a deep breath, unable to contain his joy, and looked at Esther reproachfully. Janine, you are dating Mr. Yanni? Such a big deal, why didn't you tell your dad? Just now, he criticized Esther for being uncultured and blamed her mother for not raising her well. Now learning that Esther was with Fabio, Randall completely changed his attitude, switching from criticism to calling himself Dad. But this so-called dad hadn't even asked how his daughter was injured since she entered the house, focusing only on blame. Esther was simply too lazy to pay any heed to Randall. Or rather, she had never expected much from this father. On the other side, Jordy, upon hearing Fabio's words, also widened his eyes in shock, unable to speak. He knew very well Fabio's status and position within the Illegitimate circle. The Herb family's wealth and power couldn't match the Yanni family. A man like him, who could have any woman he wanted. Just one glance, and plenty of young ladies from prestigious families would vie for his attention. Why would Fabio choose Esther, a girl raised in the countryside? Wouldn't he despise Esther's less than respectable background, which didn't suit him? Jordy suddenly understood. No wonder Esther always acted indifferent towards him, with such a cold attitude. He thought she was different from other girls, immune to money and power, but it turned out she had hooked herself onto Fabio, who was richer and more powerful. No wonder she could discard a necklace worth hundreds of thousands of dollars without hesitation. Now attached to the Yanni family, why would she care about the Herb family? At this thought, envy and anger welled up inside Jordy. Turns out, Esther was the most cunning gold digger of them all. One scoop, and she got the biggest catch in Illegitimate. Looking pure on the outside, but full of scheming on the inside. So, Mr. Yanni, you're coming to have dinner at our place today? Aunt Gillisong should have told us earlier so we could prepare with the servants. Randall immediately put on an enthusiastic tone and then noticed Jordy sitting on the sofa. With a quick turn of his eyes, he said, "So, Jai, weren't you here to visit Janine? Look at her, she's hurt and the sky is getting dark. We also have guests now. Why don't I ask my driver to send you home right now?" 10 minutes ago, Randall had been furious because Jordy was invited by him, and Esther asked him to leave. But now, before Esther even said anything, Randall was afraid Fabio might misunderstand the relationship between Esther and Jordy, and he couldn't wait to send Jordy away. The speed at which he changed his attitude left Jordy unprepared. Jordy looked at Randall in disbelief. "Matt Lu, you." "Lao Yanni, don't get me wrong," Randall didn't even glance at Jordy, focusing instead on explaining to Fabio, "When I mentioned Janine and Jordy having a marriage contract earlier, that was just something the older generation mentioned casually. Besides, old Master Herb himself told me that romantic matters should be decided by the young people themselves, and it's best to let things happen naturally. So, there's basically no such thing as a marriage contract. I didn't know Janine was dating someone before, but now I know she's with you. Of course, I will give you two my full support. Oh, speaking of Janine, what happened to her today? Why is she in a cast?" Randall feigned concern, stepping closer to Esther who was sitting in the wheelchair. "Is the injury serious? Let Dad take a look." Chapter 227, "It doesn't matter, Mom will take care of it." How ironic. Throughout the whole incident, Wally did not say a single word. However, his mere appearance and standing beside Deborah made her change from an ignored and unloved illegitimate daughter to someone cherished by Randall. Just as Randall was about to approach, a frown flickered across the young girl's face, almost imperceptibly. This insincere concern disgusted her. Wally saw through Randall's selfish and opportunistic attitude and noticed the slight frown on Deborah's brow. Even an outsider like him could sense the hypocrisy and indifference in Randall. How much more would this be felt by the typically sensitive girl? Therefore, he subtly blocked Deborah with his body, his face expressionless. "Catherine has a minor fracture in her calf, which will take 2 or 3 months to fully recover." With Wally blocking the way, Randall couldn't get close to Deborah. He then exclaimed with surprise, 2 or 3 months? A minor fracture needs that long? Hearing this superficial and even slightly exaggerated comment, Marissa couldn't hold back any longer. Had she been blinded when she chose someone like Randall back then? Before meeting Wally, she had been trying to ingratiate herself with young Master Herb in hopes of marrying Deborah into the Herb family. Now, upon hearing that Deborah was with Wally, he immediately changed his tone to flatter Wally while falsely showing concern for Deborah's injury. Could it be that Deborah couldn't tell if this sudden interest was genuine or fake? Or was it too obvious even for someone as clever as Wally to miss? Those present were either children or juniors, none of whom could deal with Randall, but she didn't need to worry about such things. Marissa took a deep breath and directly turned to Jordy nearby. "Young Master Herb, it's indeed getting late. Should I arrange someone to send you back?" Jordy, having experienced a complete attitude reversal from Randall, was already brimming with anger. When had a distinguished young master like himself ever been neglected like this in someone else's home? Jordy's face was extremely ugly, barely concealing his displeasure. He bit his lip and said coldly, "There's no need for Aunt Gillisong to trouble yourself. Our driver is waiting outside, I can leave on my own." After saying that, Jordy angrily swept his sleeve and headed towards the door. Jordy had expected that after his obvious display of anger, someone from the Liu family would come to placate him and smooth things over. However, to his embarrassment, no one tried to stop him. Even worse, a considerate servant stepped forward and pointed in another direction. "Young Master Herb, you're going the wrong way, our main door is this way." Upon hearing this, Jordy became even angrier, gritting his teeth. "I know. I'm not blind." Jordy's words reached everyone in the living room. As soon as the door closed, Randall said unhappily, "Why are you shouting in other people's homes? I've heard this young Master Herb has a bad temper. It looks like old Master Herb should really discipline him better. You weren't talking like this just now. And knowing that Geordie isn't a good person, you still wanted to send Catherine to him? Atlee couldn't bear it when he heard these words. Atlee had long been annoyed by the arrogant Geordie. They had even fought before at school. Today, not only did Geordie harass Catherine in the classroom, but he also came here to sow discord and falsely complain about Catherine. Wasn't he just a male version of a White Lotus? If Geordie stayed a moment longer, Atlee might have lost control again. Now that Geordie was gone, his anger shifted entirely onto Randall. Even if Randall was his father, Atlee felt like cursing him as scum. They were all looking forward to returning home for dinner happily, but now this incident had dampened everyone's mood. Just as Atlee couldn't hold back, Marissa suddenly held him back and said, "It doesn't matter, Mom will take care of it." Atlee was taken aback. Was his mom also using internet slang now? Why did she suddenly use popular phrases? Seeing no outsiders around, Randall began enthusiastically inviting Wally again. "Yanadal Tion, come, sit down. Tell me what you want for dinner, and I'll have the servants prepare it." Marissa suddenly looked at Randall calmly and said, "Yanadal Tion brought some wine for you when he arrived. It's in the trunk of his car. Would you go and get it?" "He brought wine?" Randall pretended to scold Wally, though he was clearly happy. "Oh, Wally, you don't need to bring anything when you come to eat. But since you brought it, I'll ask the servants to fetch it." In just a short time, President Yanni had become barred. Marissa glanced at him again and asked lightly, "That wine is very expensive. Aren't you afraid the servants will drop it?" Randall, upon hearing this, this was the wine Wally had brought. Given Wally's status and wealth, it was natural that on his first visit to the father-in-law's home, he would bring an extremely precious bottle of wine, possibly worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. He definitely couldn't let a servant fetch it. If someone with clumsy hands accidentally dropped it, wouldn't he be heartbroken? "All right, I'll go get the wine." It's also Bard's thoughtfulness. Thus, Randall immediately said, then looked warmly at Wally, "Bard, you wait here. Tonight we should have a good drink together." Indeed, Wally had brought wine. And that wine was indeed very expensive. However, when he came in just now, he had already made Gordon bring the wine into the Liu family home, and Marissa had seen it. As Randall stepped out the door, Marissa picked up her phone and called the servant guarding the gate. She calmly arranged, "Master is going out to the car to get something. Once he's out, close the door and don't let him back in. Then you can go off duty today." Goodness me. Upon hearing this, Atlee nearly burst out laughing. No wonder his mom said she would take care of it. She planned to trick his dad outside and lock him out. The brothers present also quickly caught on. They glanced at the coffee table. Randall had gone out without his phone, and probably didn't carry his wallet either. The weather forecast for Illegitimate tonight said it would cool down and might rain. They had to admit, their mom's move was brutal. Because of how Randall treated Deborah earlier, everyone felt resentment toward him. Now seeing Marissa directly locking Randall out, none of them stood up for their father. Sullivan directly instructed the servant, "Bring us the menu. Bard and Catherine can choose what they want to eat." Josue frowned at the sofa and coldly said, "I'll get the alcohol. The place where that herb whatever sat needs thorough disinfection." Monty smiled as he hugged Marissa's shoulders and praised, "No wonder my mom is amazing. Age does bring wisdom." Deborah remained silent but walked to the entrance hall, expressionless, and shut down the home security system. This way, no matter how crazily Randall pressed the doorbell outside, they wouldn't be disturbed. Seeing this, Deborah couldn't help but sigh once more. Matthew Mon truly had few words but plenty of actions. The whole Liu family acted as if nothing had happened, except for the guest Wally who, out of politeness, asked Marissa, "Aunt Gillisong, is this really okay?" "Don't worry," Marissa replied nonchalantly, "he has plenty of shady friends. Without a wallet or phone, he won't starve or freeze." Then she turned warmly to Wally, "Yanadal Tion, it's your first formal visit. I'll cook a few signature dishes for you today." But hearing this, Atlee immediately held her hand, terrified. "No, Mom. It hasn't been 3 months since our kitchen last exploded. I believe you've shown your kindness to Wally already." As he spoke, Atlee winked at Wally. Wally immediately understood. The tall and handsome man nodded gracefully, "Yes, Aunt Gillisong, I've already felt it." "All right then," Marissa regretfully withdrew her hand, reluctantly saying, "I'll just go check the jade ring Yanadal Tion gave me." "Oh, you gave me such an expensive gift on our first meeting. I feel so ashamed." Seeing his mother happily opening the box without a hint of embarrassment, Atlee felt for the first time that women were indeed insincere creatures. Noticing the girl in the wheelchair seemed distracted, Wally squatted down in front of Deborah, brushed her hair behind her ear, and asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" With her loved one by her side, her brothers busy with their own affairs, her stepmother happily trying on rings on the sofa, and servants bustling around the living room and kitchen. "Nothing." Deborah drew her gaze back, seeming slightly emotional, a faint smile at her eyes and lips. "It's just that I seem to feel for the first time what people call ordinary warmth. This feeling is very happy." Chapter 228, What Goes Around Comes Around. Brianna's leg fracture required a cast that would stay on for more than 2 months. In the blink of an eye, it was already late December in Gillisong City. The large city experienced cooling weather, with leaves falling, signaling the transition from autumn to winter. Actually, Brianna did not need the cast for so long, or perhaps she didn't even need one at all. For such minor fractures, her soul power could heal herself instantly. However, to ensure her recovery matched the human bone healing timeline and not arouse suspicion, she had no choice but to allow her body to heal naturally. With this arrangement, besides experiencing some inconvenience in daily life, it wasn't necessarily bad for Brianna. After all, when uninjured, she still needed to go to school every day, only to sleep through her classes. But during these 2 months of recuperation at home, she could comfortably sleep until natural wakefulness with Hey-Do by her side. In the evenings, she enjoyed watching the sunset in the courtyard, basking in the twilight, a truly pleasant experience. Since Brianna's injury, everyone in the family focused their attention on her. Marissa used to love going out to play cards, having afternoon tea, getting beauty treatments, and shopping with the wealthy housewives. However, since resolving her heart issues with Brianna and because Brianna couldn't go anywhere due to her fractured leg, Marissa hadn't gone out much over the past 2 months. She enthusiastically studied cooking, particularly various nourishing dishes, such as bone recovery soups, varying the menu almost daily for Brianna. Marissa indeed loved her daughter, otherwise, she wouldn't have insisted on adopting Marilyn from an orphanage after giving birth to 5 sons. But after that incident, she realized how her doted-on adoptive daughter was actually malicious and deranged, whereas her previously despised stepdaughter was actually excellent, sensible, and kind. Feeling guilty about the past events, Marissa wished to make up for it better. No need to mention her brothers. Sometime around then, taking care of their sister, loving her, and spoiling her became a unanimous agreement among the 5 Liu brothers. Over the past 2 months, Sullivan canceled any social gatherings he could whenever possible. He returned home as early as he could each day, always bringing delicious snacks for Brianna, treating her like a little kid. Josue moved back home after Brianna's injury, as it was more convenient to have a doctor at home for changing bandages and monitoring her condition. His previously sterile and somewhat cold room gradually gained more warmth and charm. For example, the pot of devil's ivy on the windowsill was planted by Brianna for him, which Josue carefully maintained every day upon returning home. Monty continued filming in his crew, but conveniently the shooting location was in Gilisang City, allowing him to visit home whenever he had free time. After wrapping up his recent project, Monty directly applied for leave, rejecting invitations to New Year's Eve galas from various TV stations, once again vanishing from public view. Looking across the entertainment industry, no other star dared to act so freely. They were eager to attend events to maintain popularity and presence. But Monty wasn't just a traffic star, he was an actor with talent, awards, and high-quality works, and with his family's wealth, he indeed had the means to be capricious. During these 2 months without school, her eldest brother didn't find a private tutor to help Brianna catch up on studies. After all, there was someone in the family whose knowledge surpassed that of any teacher. Every day after school, Esther E. would come to Brianna's room to go over what was taught in class that day. Each time he saw his younger brother tutoring his sister, Sullivan felt pleased. In reality, Esther E. was just going through the motions. Being geniuses, he knew his sister was too. High school knowledge was too simple for them. Those math, physics, and chemistry problems deemed difficult by classmates were trivial to them, as if they were 1+1 problems, solvable at a glance. So during each tutoring session, they put the textbooks aside and played games together. Sudoku, Go, chess, and even Texas Hold'em. Before Brianna, or rather growing up, Esther E. spent his time playing against himself silently and tediously. Now, he finally found a rival who could match him. Sometimes, he even lost to his own sister in these games. Whenever he lost a game, he'd look up to see Brianna retract her hand with a slight smile, saying softly, "Big Brother 4 has lost again." Not only did he not feel embarrassed, but it instead sparked his fighting spirit even more. The feeling of never being able to win against his younger sister was truly fascinating to him, someone who had never lost since childhood. Esther E. played games with Esther every day. On the contrary, Atlee, who previously loved playing video games and often dragged Esther into the room to play, seemed to have changed his personality over the past 2 months. For a whole 2 months, he didn't once go out to surf the internet, making Marissa suspicious that her son might be unwell. One night, Sullivan saw the light still on in Atlee's room at 2 in the morning. He naturally assumed his younger brother was staying up late gaming again. But upon opening the door, he found Atlee already asleep on his desk. Next to his arm were textbooks and various notebooks, filled with neatly written notes. This scene made Sullivan rub his eyes in disbelief, suspecting that he might be hallucinating from exhaustion. Over these 2 months, Atlee not only listened attentively in class but also studied secretly until deep into the night when he got home. Mathun's learning that Esther planned to apply for Gilisang University for college entrance, Atlee panicked. Before Esther arrived, Atlee never paid attention in class. Every test, he would randomly fill in the multiple-choice answers and turn in the paper, so his grades were always dead last. As identical twin brothers, one was consistently the top student school-wide, while the other was consistently the worst, something people often anonymously discussed online. But Atlee truly didn't care. He simply preferred playing over studying. Even before, he thought about not going to university, planning to directly join the family business after high school. After all, the company belonged to his family, and his eldest brother adored him so much, everything would be arranged well for him. But after Esther came, Atlee's mindset changed. He genuinely loved his younger sister. If Esther went to Gillison University for college while he stayed in Gillisong City, wouldn't they have few chances to meet over the next 4 years? Conversely, his brother Esther E. could easily get into the same university as his sister, allowing him to see and eat with her every day. Thinking this, Atlee felt painful and regretful. If only he had studied diligently before. Now it was already the end of the semester, and the college entrance exam was in June after the new year. He had only 6 months left to catch up on the studies he had neglected for 2.5 years. Even if he worked hard now, he couldn't get into Gillison University. His highest goal now seemed to be Gillisgang University, which was closest to Gillison University. That saying was indeed true, what goes around comes around. Sob, sob, sob. Chapter 229. Does Wally have ladies' perfume on him? Most of the family had been spending their time at home these past 2 months, accompanying Esther. Contrarily, Wally had been very busy over the last 2 months. Sometimes messages sent to him would only be replied to half a day later. However, Esther could understand. She knew what Wally was busy with. After hearing about her plans to attend university in Gillison, Wally began preparing to establish a new company in the capital city. The Yanni Group had been rooted and developing in Gillisang for many years. Even without Wally, it could function normally, with an experienced and capable executive president. Wally's decision to start a new company in the capital was also to stay in the same city with her after she went there for her studies. During the early stages of starting a company, there were many things to handle. Most of the times when Wally came to visit Esther, it was already very late. Although being together was approved by Lou's family, it was still more convenient for him to climb into her room this way. Moreover, this allowed them to have intimate moments. So it was the same today. It was almost 11 o'clock at night when Wally finally had time to come to the Lou residence. When he entered the room, Esther was wearing headphones and sitting at her desk writing something, her pale and slender fingers tapping away on the laptop keys. The plaster on Esther's calf had been removed by Josue yesterday. Seeing that her calf had fully recovered and she could walk without any discomfort reassured everyone in the family. Mathun's she was either listening to music or too engrossed in writing. Esther didn't hear the movements behind her. Not until Wally walked beside her desk and cast a shadow under the light did Esther realize he had come. Did you finish work today? Esther paused what she was doing, took off her headphones, and stood up to look at the man in front of her. Wally was dressed in a high-quality black overcoat today, with a deep gray turtleneck sweater underneath. His legs looked long and well-proportioned in his neatly pressed dress pants, giving him a tall and sturdy appearance. No matter how many times she saw him, Wally's face always brought Esther a sense of beauty. His clearly defined facial features and handsome looks, along with his thin lips and sexy Adam's apple, perfectly matched her aesthetic taste. Finished, Wally lowered his head, seeming to instantly lose all signs of fatigue upon seeing the young girl. As usual, he lifted his hand to tuck the girl's hair behind her ear, his voice low and magnetic. And you? Are the references for your thesis complete? Yeah, pretty much. Esther glanced at the computer screen. I can submit it to the journal tomorrow. They'll likely publish the final version around January. These past 2 months, though Esther hadn't gone back to school while recovering at home, she wasn't idle. 2 months ago, Academician Peng, the Academician Olaf from the Huaxia Biopharmaceutical Research Institute, called her. Academician Peng hadn't known Lan Xing's true identity before. He believed Lan Xing was an experienced and elderly figure in the current scientific research field, so he couldn't easily comment on Lan Xing's decisions. Mathuns the senior researcher wanted to keep a low profile. He couldn't pester for the paper to be published through emails. But since learning that Esther was Lan Xing, Academician Peng had been urging her, hoping that if she had time, she could rewrite the acromegaly paper she sent him 3 years ago, integrating new research findings in the field over the past 3 years. When Academician Olaf first read Esther's paper 3 years ago, he was astonished by its quality. Nowadays, masters and doctoral students mention the significance of their research in their reviews. Whenever Olaf saw one of his students write, filling a blank in the academic field, under the section of research significance, he would often call them out and scold them harshly. With only a few years of research experience, they dared to claim such innovative results in the significance of their research. Even Olaf himself wouldn't dare boast about his papers like that. In today's research world, true blanks in areas like physics, chemistry, agriculture, forestry, medicine, astronomy, geography, environmental studies, material engineering, and technology are rare. If there is no related research outcome on a problem, either it is not worth studying, or the current scholar's level is insufficient to achieve groundbreaking results. For example, in the medical field of specific drugs for acromegaly, before seeing Lan Xing's paper, Olaf had no previous research to reference. He could only rely on continuous attempts, experiments, and exploration, failing repeatedly, getting stuck in a bottleneck, and feeling anxious every day. As for Lan Xing, or Esther's paper, it directly provided a perfect standard answer to a problem that had long been unsolved by industry leaders. To put it bluntly, she single-handedly advanced the research on acromegaly drugs from a stagnant 5% to 80%. Such research outcomes were not only pioneering but also an extremely significant historical contribution. Not to mention, whoever could write and publish this paper would be qualified for a position at the National Academy of Sciences, regardless of their educational background or scholarly status. However, Esther had never intended to publish this paper. The only person who saw it was Olaf himself. So Olaf was more anxious than Esther. After all, such a valuable paper needed to be published to truly fill the gap in the field and provide significant help to future researchers in the same area, preventing them from taking detours. Therefore, academician Olaf called Esther, hoping she would rewrite the paper. He feared she might find it troublesome, so he offered to submit it to FSI, the world's most authoritative and influential website, once she finished rewriting. He said that once the paper was accepted and published, it would cause a sensation in the global scientific community. If Esther wanted to remain low profile, she could still use her pseudonym Lan Xing. After some thought, Esther agreed. Firstly, Olaf's argument made sense, and secondly, she had time during her 2 months of recovery at home. After Esther gave the revised paper to President Peng, within a month came the news that FSI decided to accept her paper. They only noted that her citations of references were not standard enough and hoped she would improve them. Once improved and finalized, they would arrange for formal publication in the journal. You've worked hard. Wally cupped Esther's face, seeing the faint dark circles under her eyes. He couldn't help but feel tender-hearted. Did you stay up late last night or didn't rest well? How come you have such heavy dark circles? I didn't rest well, Esther yawned lazily. I'm not used to sleeping without you. I'm sorry, baby. It's my fault. The man took full responsibility, his voice deep and seductive. Then he bent down to lift Esther into his arms, letting her rest on his front, supporting her with his strong forearm as he carried her towards the bathroom. Be good, I'll carry you to take a bath, and get some rest early tonight. Esther was very familiar with this posture. Back when she still had a cast on her leg, whenever Wally was around, he would carry her to the bathroom. After a tiring day, Esther naturally looped her arms around Wally's neck, then buried her face into the broad, solid chest of the man she felt safe with, closing her eyes and deeply inhaling. However, the next second, Esther suddenly became alert and opened her eyes sharply. The man still smelled of the deep, pleasant incense scent she knew. But mingled within this incense scent was a hint of unfamiliar, sweet lady's perfume. Though very faint, there was no way she could have mistaken it. Chapter 230, Role Model of Male Virtue, CEO Hewitt. Hewitt had the scent of a lady's perfume on him. Deborah furrowed her brow. She knew exactly what kind of person Hewitt was. From their very first encounter to later declaring their feelings for each other, Hewitt always strived to do his best in everything without her needing to ask. He would proactively report his daily schedule to her and respond instantly whenever she messaged unless he was busy. Deborah had never seen any woman around Hewitt. The wallpaper on his phone was a picture of her, and her photo sat on his desk. Even in his occasional sleep talks, he would mumble her name. He could be considered a role model of male virtue. But now, there was actually another woman's perfume on his shirt. This wasn't something that could happen accidentally at a normal social distance. Even if it wasn't an embrace, the owner of the perfume must have touched Hewitt's shirt at some point. At this thought, Deborah's first reaction was not anger or rage. She trusted her love deeply and wouldn't doubt Hewitt because of a hint of perfume. But she did feel as if something was blocking her chest. Or perhaps, just like ordinary girls who become unhappy with their boyfriends, she was feeling down. Put me down. So, before reaching the bathroom, Deborah suddenly spoke up coldly. The tone of the young girl in his arms wasn't her usual lazy coquettishness but sounded somewhat unhappy. Hewitt couldn't help but pause, lowering his head to ask. What's wrong, baby? You're asking me what's wrong? Deborah wriggled out of the man's arms and stood in front of him, looking up at him. Isn't it clear to you that you've done something to hurt me? Deborah intentionally asked this. On one hand, she wanted to find out what happened, and on the other, she wanted to see how composed Hewitt would react to such a question. Indeed. Hearing the words, done something to hurt me, and seeing the expressionless face of the young girl, even the usually calm and collected Hewitt's hand shook slightly. After being together, Deborah and Hewitt had never quarreled like ordinary couples. Hewitt possessed almost all the virtues of a man. He was stern and commanding to others, yet always gentle and considerate toward Deborah. It was a love that was wholehearted and doted on her to the extreme. Deborah rarely got angry or showed displeasure with Hewitt because he always made sure everything pleased her. So this was the first time she displayed obvious unhappiness in front of Hewitt. In that instant, Hewitt thought of many possibilities. He didn't know what kind of wrongdoing the young girl was referring to or what it involved. But Hewitt really couldn't think of anything. If it was because he was too busy lately and replied to her messages more slowly, or couldn't accompany her as often as before, she shouldn't use the word hurt for such reasons. Generally speaking, the word hurt should relate to interactions with other women, yet he hardly ever interacted with any women. He didn't know why she was suddenly upset and questioning him like this. I'm sorry, baby. Though completely unaware of what he had done wrong, CEO Hewitt began a deep self-examination after brief consideration. Although I don't know why you're suddenly unhappy, I must have done something wrong. Let me apologize to you first. I've been busy setting up the new company in Beijing recently and failed to reply to your messages promptly several times. I always come home late from work, spending less time with you. Perhaps because of this, you feel less secure than before. This is my fault. But baby, please believe me, I have never and will never do anything to hurt you. My body, my heart, my soul, all belong only to you. So, can you tell me why you're angry? If there are any details that caused a misunderstanding, I can explain them to you. Throughout the conversation, Hewitt maintained a serious and sincere expression, his tone devoid of any impatience, his voice low and deep. Deborah merely threw out a counter-question, and he apologized, reflected on his shortcomings over the past period, then swore by his body, heart, and soul. Only then did he ask what happened, adding that if there were any unnoticed details causing misunderstandings, he would explain. After this long speech, the frustration that had been building up inside Deborah immediately dissipated. Originally, she thought Hewitt, having no experience in dating, might be at a loss when faced with such a problem. But the man's response surprised her. He comforted his lover, self-examined, wanted to understand the issue and communicate promptly, giving her full respect, importance, and listening. This could be seen as a perfect model of effective communication when couples have misunderstandings. Perhaps he lacked dating experience and skills, but indeed, sincerity was always the ultimate trump card. Thus, Deborah's frustration vanished. She paused for a few seconds before raising her hand and poking his chest muscle, or rather, the shirt over it. "I smelled a woman's perfume on your shirt." Upon hearing this, Hewitt was also taken aback. What? Instinctively, he lowered his head but didn't smell any unfamiliar scent on his shirt. So, he lifted the shirt collar to sniff it carefully, drawing a deep breath. There really was a scent. Apart from his own and the familiar aroma of a young girl, there was indeed a sweet and sticky perfume smell. However, the scent was faint, something he hadn't noticed before, only able to detect it when he put his nose right up to it. No wonder when he carried her towards the bathroom, she suddenly asked him to put her down. How could she not be angry upon discovering such a thing? "I smelled it." Hewitt took a deep breath and looked at Deborah, "But baby, I don't know how this perfume got here. I've never had any woman get this close to me. It could be from a maid who tidies the clothes or maybe someone else. But having perfume left on my shirt is not normal. Gordon should still be around. I'll find out what happened as quickly as possible." Actually, Deborah hadn't truly suspected Hewitt of anything. Seeing his attitude just now, most of her frustration had already subsided. But Hewitt clearly took this matter even more seriously than she did. He immediately called Gordon, asking him to come back to pick him up. "You're leaving now?" Deborah was somewhat surprised. "This scent is very faint. It might completely disappear if left overnight." Hewitt looked serious. "I'll have people find the same perfume while the scent is still there to trace its origin. Baby, you may trust me, but I can't let this go just because you trust me. It might turn out to be a misunderstanding, but if we don't clarify it, it can easily leave a thorn in our hearts. I don't want you to feel any insecurity being with me, nor do I want anything to affect our relationship." "Good girl." Hewitt took a deep breath, then kissed Deborah's forehead. "You rest well tonight, and I'll explain everything to you once I find out what happened." Chapter 231, Joab comes to China, first meeting at the restaurant. Even after Wally had left, Esther was still in a daze. To think, she just experienced her first emotional crisis with Wally, all because of the unfamiliar scent of a woman's perfume on his shirt. From what Esther observed, human couples often quarreled over such matters, leading to conflicts. But she hadn't done much, not even more than exchanging a few words, yet Wally had gone out in the middle of the night to find evidence to prove his innocence. It seemed that her lover felt so guilty that he didn't want to give her any reason to be angry or argue with him. Seeing this, Esther could only retract her gaze and took a quick shower in the bathroom herself. However, just as she was about to go to bed, her phone suddenly received a message. To be precise, 3 messages. 2 months have passed. "Miss Esther should still remember who I am, right? Last time, Miss Esther said on the phone that if I need anything from you or come to China, I can call you anytime. I will arrive in Illegitimate, China tomorrow afternoon. If Miss Esther is free tomorrow evening, would I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? Smiley face." Not only had Esther already saved the number in her phone, but seeing the familiar, smiley face, symbol instantly reminded her of Joab. 2 months ago, when Wally's grandmother was kidnapped by the people Ferdy hired from the nursing home and held captive in an obscure, abandoned underground bar in Suyani, it was with Joab's help that they located her. Without Joab's assistance, Wally wouldn't have been able to rescue his grandmother from those mercenaries so quickly. If she hadn't been rescued in time and had fallen into Ferdy's hands, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With his grandmother's life in his hands, even if Ferdy and Avon's underhanded schemes couldn't fully succeed, he would certainly try every possible means to squeeze benefits out of Wally. The trouble it would bring them was incalculable. Owing this favor to Joab, Esther had always kept it in mind. So upon seeing the messages, she immediately called back. "Nathan?" Esther spoke into the phone. "I hope I'm not disturbing you." "Of course not." A low, gentle laugh came from the other end of the phone, pleasant and slightly lazy. "I said before, Miss Esther, you can just call me Asher. If you feel uncomfortable, you can also use my Chinese name, Gustavo." Hearing this, Esther paused. "Gustavo?" Not the kachin of declarative sentences, but the kachin meaning unpolluted. The man explained, "My mother is Chinese, and Elio is her original surname. So this Joab was half Chinese and half Swiss, carrying half Chinese blood in him. No wonder his Chinese was so fluent, even managing idioms like unpolluted with ease." Esther immediately changed her address. "Mr. Elio, are you saying you will be arriving in Illegitimate tomorrow afternoon?" "Yes, the flight should land around 3 o'clock. Asher replied. "You mentioned wanting to have dinner with me." "Of course, I have time." Esther continued, I've never had the chance to properly thank you for helping my friend find his grandmother last time. Mathun's you're new to China and might not be familiar with it yet. Having a guide would be helpful. Tomorrow happens to be Saturday, so I can pick you up at the airport. If you haven't booked a hotel yet, I can help with that now. For tomorrow night's dinner, I'll find the most distinctive Chinese restaurant to introduce you to Chinese cuisine. Esther wasn't naturally warm-hearted, but she spared no effort when entertaining friends, like when she entertained Cohen during his trip to China. Besides, Asher had done her a favor. She would cancel any plans if necessary. Unexpectedly, Asher declined her offer. There's no need for a pickup, I have other arrangements after landing, and someone has already booked a hotel for me. However, finding the most distinctive Chinese restaurant does require your help, Miss Esther. When you select the restaurant, just send me the address. We can set a time and meet at the restaurant tomorrow night. How does that sound? Of course. Esther agreed without hesitation. Mathunsi had other plans, she wouldn't overstep. This call already showed her respect. At 7 o'clock the next evening, Esther changed clothes at home and then hailed a taxi. Speaking of which, since fracturing her leg in a horseback riding accident and getting a cast, she had hardly left home during her 2-month recovery. Not moving much every day was one thing, but with Marissa and the others constantly feeding her all sorts of delicious food, she had gained several pounds. Whenever she looked in the mirror, she always felt that her face had become a little rounder. But every time Esther asked the brothers if she had gained weight, their answer was always surprisingly consistent. No, absolutely not, it must be an illusion. While shaking their heads to deny it, they continued to feed her until her cheeks were puffed up like those of a little hamster. Only then did they seem satisfied. Esther had arranged to meet Gustavo at 7:30 p.m. The drive would take less than 20 minutes. Arriving 10 minutes early gave her some buffer time to look for him, which was just right. In a sense, this meeting between Esther and Gustavo was akin to netizens meeting in person for the first time. Their first interaction was when Gustavo's subordinate approached Esther to hand her a business card. Their second contact was when Esther texted Gustavo asking for his help in finding someone. Esther didn't know whether Gustavo knew what she looked like. After all, during the 7 days of competition at the ABA's underground boxing ring, she had always worn a panda mask. But she had no idea what Gustavo looked like. However, Esther hadn't specifically asked Gustavo about his appearance. Firstly, they weren't familiar enough yet, so asking about height, build, or noticeable features seemed somewhat impolite. Secondly, Esther assumed that as a foreigner, Gustavo, despite being of mixed heritage, should stand out in a crowd. The restaurant where they agreed to meet was highly praised online. However, due to its high-end positioning, there were not too many diners inside, though the number wasn't small either. As soon as Esther entered the lobby, she noticed many people standing by a row of flower beds, apparently staring at a table near the window. Mostly girls, and as Esther passed by, she overheard them discussing excitedly. My God, is this what they call a model face? This head-to-body ratio and these chiseled features are simply perfect. Wow, can someone really be this good-looking in real life? He looks like a Greek god, radiating an aristocratic aura from head to toe. This has to be a celebrity, but how come none of us have seen him before? With a face like that, he could debut and become famous nationwide. He's so handsome I can't breathe. No, I need more photos to use as wallpaper. I bet if I post these on Xiaohongshu, my post will go viral. Seated at the window table was indeed a very handsome man. So handsome that these girls had forgotten to eat, clustering around to take photos with their phones. However, Esther wasn't particularly interested in whether the man at that table was a celebrity or an internet influencer. It had nothing to do with her. Her eyes scanned the hall. When her gaze fell on a lone man sitting at the far left table, she paused for a few seconds. 10 seconds later, Esther approached the table. The man appeared to be around 30, clearly a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes. He had a prominent nose, slightly thinning hair, and probably weighed around 200 pounds. His attire suggested he worked in the IT industry. IT industry, could it be that he was a hacker like Jobert, thus able to quickly find her grandmother? Thinking about it, it seemed perfectly reasonable to Esther. So she sat down opposite the man and extended her hand with a polite smile, saying, Mr. Elio, hello, I'm Esther. Nice to meet you. Chapter 232, Our Baby Wants to Seduce? Esther was dressed very simply today. She wore a thick white linen blouse with a vintage style, featuring delicate rose embroidery at the cuffs. The slightly open collar revealed her collarbone and a small necklace pendant peeking out. The waist-cinch design of the top accentuated her slim waist, while her fitted light blue jeans highlighted her long, slender legs. She completed the look with high-top lace-up canvas shoes. At first glance, this outfit might not have stood out much, resembling that of an ordinary high school student. But paired with the girl's exquisite facial features, even such inconspicuous clothing exuded a quiet and effortless grace. Without uttering a word, Esther could catch any passerby's eye who chanced upon her. Esther appeared before the square table where a balding, obese blue-eyed foreigner had been drinking water. When she suddenly sat down opposite him, he seemed rather surprised, or more precisely, taken aback by such a beautiful girl sitting in front of him unexpectedly. Startled, he choked on his water and violently coughed, pounding his chest as his face turned red. Hack, hack, hack. Esther thought she had startled Wayne. Seeing him choke uncontrollably, she immediately stood up after just sitting down and helped pat his back. Sorry, Mr. Elio, I didn't mean to startle you. Once his coughing subsided somewhat, Esther quickly pulled 2 tissues from the table and offered them to him apologetically. I'm really sorry. I appeared too suddenly. Are you okay? I'm fine. The man finally recovered from choking, but his flushed face still hadn't faded. His eyes stared straight at Esther, and he asked, Beautiful young lady, what's your name? Upon hearing him speak, Esther instantly realized she had mistaken him for someone else. Wayne spoke fluent Chinese over the phone, indistinguishable from a native Huagua citizen, with a pleasant deep voice. However, the foreigner in front of her clearly wasn't proficient in Chinese, each word awkwardly pronounced, as if he had learned it but hadn't mastered the intonation yet. Esther took a deep breath and immediately stepped back half a pace. Sorry, sir, I mistook you for someone else. I apologize for disturbing you. Just as Esther was about to turn and leave, the man held onto her arm in a hurry. Wait, Mississippi. Even a mistaken identity is fate. Perhaps we can be friends. Feeling her wrist suddenly grabbed, Esther frowned, intending to pull away. Before she could react, another woman emerged from nowhere and pushed her hard from behind. Mthun's Eri came looking for her. Esther had kept her soul energy reined in. With soul energy radiating outward, she would have an acute sense of danger around her. However, during the past couple of months at home, there hadn't been much need for her to remain alert constantly, so she had kept her soul energy restrained all along. That meant, for these 2 months until just now, she had been in a regular human state. Because of this, coupled with the suddenness of the woman's attack, she couldn't react in time. If it weren't for her quick reflexes that made her brace herself against the table before hitting it, her waist might have crashed into the table corner. A water glass on the table fell to the ground with a loud noise due to the shaking, catching the attention of many nearby people. The woman almost simultaneously started berating Esther as she pushed her. Do girls these days have no shame? Don't know the man has a fiancé and still try flirting with him? Is it because you've never seen a foreigner? Rushing to stick to him, how shameless. As soon as Esther looked up, she met the woman's fierce glare. The woman was probably around 28 years old, wearing bold red lipstick makeup. Despite the winter cold, she wore tight-fitting long skirts with a purely white fur coat wrapped around her upper body, showcasing her curvaceous figure. After seeing Brianna's face, she paused visibly for a second, and then the fury in her eyes intensified. You must still be a student, right? While I went to the restroom to freshen up, you dared to flirt and touch my fiancé. So young and already misbehaving, relying on a little charm to seduce men. Trying to find a wealthy foreigner to marry into a good life? Have you no shame? In public, the woman ranted like this. Esther withdrew her hand from the edge of the table and straightened up. This woman must be the foreign man's fiancé. Perhaps she had just come from the restroom, and from a distance, she saw Esther first helping this man pat his back, then making physical contact with him, assuming she intentionally came to chat him up and pulled at him. That was why she was so angry. Although the woman's words were harsh and she even laid hands on her, it was ultimately because Esther had mistaken the person first. Moreover, if the woman was furious because she misunderstood that others were flirting with her fiancé, Esther could understand that. After all, no one liked their beloved having interactions with members of the opposite sex. Madam, I think you've misunderstood, Esther calmly explained. I didn't come to chat up your fiancé. I sat here only because I mistook him for someone else. Mistook? As Esther said this, the woman became even angrier. You didn't mistake any other men in this whole restaurant. My obviously foreign fiancé is the one you happen to mistake. Who would believe such nonsense? I know many girls dream of marrying a foreign man, but they should have a realistic sense of themselves. And if you claim you mistook him, why did you tangle with my fiancé just now? I did not tangle with your fiancé. While talking to this woman, the foreign man seemed to feel guilty and directly pretended not to understand Chinese, remaining silent. Esther felt even more disgusted. My sudden appearance scared your fiancé and made him choke on water. Moreover, I thought he was my friend, so when I saw him coughing badly, I helped him by patting his back to ease his breathing. As for that tangling you mentioned, after I realized the mistake, I apologized and prepared to leave. Your fiancé suddenly reached out to grab me. Just as I was about to shake him off, you came over. What Esther said was true. However, to this woman, it seemed like a huge joke, and her tone grew even sharper. Oh, what a joke, truly showing no shame. With thick skin, any lie can be spun. And you accuse my fiancé of pulling your hand. Really, how can you even say that? You claim you mistook a friend. Where is this friend? Point him out to me. I see you're eyeing my rich, handsome, and foreign fiancé, rushing to flirt with him. Hearing the woman's words, some onlookers couldn't bear it anymore. Beauty lies in the lover's eyes, but isn't it a bit too much? Seeing the glaring LV logo on the man's belt and the Rolex watch on his wrist, he was indeed wealthy, and he was genuinely foreign. But being handsome, it was a stretch, wasn't it? He was bald, fat, and ugly, at best possessing slightly deeper features than Huagua men, with a large nose. This woman's obvious favoritism towards foreigners was too apparent. She seemed to derive superiority from having a foreign fiancé, almost as if she believed everyone was eyeing her fiancé. From the moment the commotion began, quite a few people in the hall came over to watch. Originally, the onlookers thought the woman was upset because something real happened, but after hearing Esther's explanation, seeing her appearance, most sided with Esther. Not only did this explanation sound reasonable, but such a beautiful girl, if she really wanted to charm men, could easily attract wealthy domestic tycoons with her looks. There was no need to deliberately seduce such an ugly, fat foreigner. Seeing how unreasonable the woman was, Esther decided not to waste time explaining further. What I said is the truth. Esther looked indifferent, pointing upward and not far from her head. There's a camera right above this table. It should have recorded everything that happened. If you don't believe me, check the surveillance footage. Esther turned around, wanting to leave. 7:30 had passed, and she still needed to find Wayne. However, the woman seemed even more enraged by her attitude and rushed forward to grab her again. Wait. You're not allowed to leave. Yet, before her hand touched Esther's shirt, Esther suddenly felt a shadow fall in front of her. The next second, someone embraced her shoulder and turned her around, putting distance between her and the woman. Tell me, are you too narcissistic? A lazy, deep, and pleasing voice sounded from above. Is this restaurant only for your husband's kind of foreigners? Saying your husband is rich, handsome, and foreign, our baby wants to seduce him. The man chuckled lightly, his tone lazily inviting, yet dismissive and condescending. Why don't you open your eyes wide and look at me? Do you even know what rich, handsome, and foreign mean? Chapter 233 My first meeting with my girlfriend in real Yenif. Do you even know what it means to be rich, handsome, and a foreigner? Those present were taken aback by this statement. Well, it seemed they had never heard someone so unabashedly praising themselves in real life before. To say oneself was rich and handsome, what an excellent self-perception. Could he be one of those overconfident men? But when everyone turned to look at the man who had spoken lazily while holding on to the girl, their eyes nearly popped out. This is called being handsome? This is beyond handsome, it's almost surreal. The man looked young, with an upright figure, seemingly nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall. He possessed a physique akin to perfect Greek sculpture, exuding a noble aura. His wavy golden hair was loosely tied back, revealing a slender, graceful neck. He wore a double-breasted high-waist coat over a dark gold satin shirt, his legs encased in well-tailored black trousers. With a high-bridged nose, slightly arched eyebrows, and an air of nonchalance, his pale green eyes gleamed like gems hidden in the deep sea. Golden hair, emerald eyes, deeply carved features. It was obvious he was a foreigner, but there was a delicate beauty reminiscent of the Chinese. His face, flawless to perfection, was outlined by the overhead light in a mesmerizing fashion. Most people around couldn't help but mutter, damn. Before seeing the man's face, what a shameless guy, really off-putting. After seeing the man's face, saying he was only handsome? What modesty from a world-class handsome man. Not just bystanders, even the woman who boasted about her husband chasing after Esther now stared wide-eyed. Seeing this reaction, the foreigner immediately frowned, showing displeasure. Esther's first reaction was to frown and pull herself out from under the man's arm. The unauthorized touch and that frivolous, our little darling, made Esther clench her fists, wanting to punch him away. However, as she saw the man's face, she froze for a moment. Gustavo? A foreigner with a familiar voice from the phone call, so this man was Gustavo. Esther hadn't expected Gustavo to look like this. Apart from Wally, her 5 brothers, including Mathewena and Jobert, all had extremely handsome appearances. But the man before her wasn't just exceptionally good-looking, he exuded a particular aristocratic charm. Prior to this, Esther had always thought Nathan was running underground boxing rings, possibly involved in the underworld, and would likely be a hulking man weighing over 400 pounds. Gustavo was quite different from what she had imagined. More importantly, when their eyes met, she immediately thought of Jackie, momentarily lost in thought. Similar wavy blonde hair, similar pale green eyes, similarly flawless features. Could it be a coincidence? It's me. Gustavo smiled gently, his gaze soft, seemingly not minding Esther's instinctive rejection. I should have told you more about my appearance. It was my mistake to let Miss Esther misunderstand. So, she really did mistake him? Initially, those around thought the woman had a point. Everyone in the hall was Chinese, yet how did the girl end up approaching a foreigner? Turns out, the person she was looking for was indeed a foreigner, and an incredibly handsome one at that. You. How could the woman have anticipated another foreigner appearing? She had been convinced Esther was flirting with her fiancé, refusing to admit it despite being caught red-handed, even claiming it was her fiancé pulling her. But when Gustavo stepped forward, the woman was left speechless, stammering incomprehensibly. Though the man wore no visible logos, the luxurious quality of his attire suggested each piece was tailor-made. And that watch on his wrist. The lowest price tag on that brand was over 1 million yuan. Not to mention his physique and looks. Compared to her own foreign fiancé, the difference was stark. Her fiancé suddenly seemed overweight, unattractive, even somewhat creepy, making even the LV logo on his belt look tacky. I say, madam, Gustavo's gaze returned to the woman, his voice tinged with amusement, speaking lazily. Do you think someone like me needs my girlfriend to flirt with your fiancé? Devastatingly effective. When Gustavo appeared, the surrounding crowd already knew the girl had mistaken him for someone else, leading to a moment of embarrassment. Now, anyone with eyes could see the difference between this handsome man and that bald overweight man. Who would ignore such a boyfriend and go chat up someone like him? Thus, it became another embarrassing moment for the woman. The woman's face turned red and then white in an instant. But Esther also couldn't help but frown coldly and said, Mr. Elio. Esther didn't know why Gustavo was saying she was his girlfriend in front of everyone, but before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Gustavo. Gustavo blinked and bent down to whisper in Esther's ear, seeing how excessively she insulted you just now, as a friend, I thought this might make you feel better. After saying this, Gustavo straightened up and raised an eyebrow at the woman who looked displeased. The woman, hearing the murmurs around her, and remembering how persistently she had accused the girl earlier, felt thoroughly humiliated. But she wasn't willing to slink away with her fiancé like this, it would be too humiliating. Turning around, she could only imagine the ridicule from these onlookers. Then, the woman's eyes widened as if she had an idea, suddenly looking at Gustavo, wait, you say this girl is your girlfriend? Then how could she not know what you look like and mistake you for someone else? If they were a couple, wouldn't she definitely know her boyfriend's appearance? Handsome sir, aren't you just trying to help her out of a tight spot? This woman thought she had found a blind spot and changed from being flustered to sounding very confident. But Gustavo kept his composure, even smiling gracefully, and lazily glanced at her. Online romance, haven't you heard of it? Today is my first meeting with my girlfriend in real life. Is that not allowed? Chapter 234 Sorry, it was my fault. Online romance? Their first meetup? In most cases of online romance, people's impressions shatter upon meeting in person. The man who enthusiastically chatted online turns out to be short and chubby or poor and ugly, a complete bait and switch. Yet, this girl managed to fall for an online love interest who turned out to be tall, handsome, and wealthy, with mixed Chinese and foreign heritage, looking like a noble from abroad. They had never seen each other before, yet both were exceptionally attractive. This seemed like something straight out of a novel. The surrounding girls were envious to death. The woman never thought this could happen. She was left speechless by Gustavo's words. As more people gathered around, she felt increasingly flustered, her pride sorely damaged. So, with a sour expression, she tugged at her husband's hand, trying to save face. Forget it, I don't want to argue with little girls. Husband, let's go, we won't eat at this place. But just as she dragged the foreign man away, Gustavo suddenly blocked her path. Ma'am, Gustavo smiled slightly, but his pale green eyes showed no warmth. You don't think you can insult my girlfriend like that and just walk away, do you? You, the woman shivered under the cold gaze of those beautiful yet chilly eyes and tried to act tough. What are you talking about? Gustavo narrowed his eyes, looking at her, without understanding the situation. You berated someone without any consideration. Don't you think you should apologize to my girlfriend? Indeed, Gustavo's Chinese was excellent. His speech was fluent, his tone perfect Mandarin, and he even used idioms like effortlessly. Upon hearing Gustavo demanding an apology and seeing that he wouldn't budge, the woman's face darkened further. But at that moment, Deborah spoke up. The apology means nothing to me. Deborah looked at the woman calmly. But if your accusations were not only based on the misunderstanding of what you saw but also on your trust in your fiancé, I think it's necessary for you to understand what really happened. With that, Deborah glanced at the crowd. At that moment, a waiter holding a phone squeezed through the crowd. Miss, here is the surveillance footage from our store. The waiter handed the phone over to Deborah. Gustavo raised an eyebrow slightly. It turned out that while he was talking to the woman, the young girl had already arranged for someone to fetch the surveillance footage. When they approached this table, it was around 7:22 p.m. Deborah lowered her head to look at the phone and dragged the playback bar to 7:21 p.m., then showed it to the woman across from her. Because the table was in a corner, close to the camera, and the restaurant had been relatively quiet due to most people gathering elsewhere to watch the hot guys, the sounds came through clearly from the phone. Hello Mr. Elio, I'm Deborah, nice to meet you. Cough. Cough. I'm sorry, Mr. Elio, I didn't mean to scare you. Sorry, I startled you. Are you okay? Beautiful miss, may I know your name? Sorry sir, I mistook you for someone else. I'll leave now. Wait, miss, even if it's a mistaken identity, it's still a kind of fate. I'd like to be friends. From the moment the surveillance started playing, the bystanders listened intently without a word. Those closer leaned in, trying to see the screen. People who saw the footage witnessed the foreigner grabbing the girl, who frowned and tried to pull away. Even those who couldn't see knew what had happened from the dialogue. Everything the girl said earlier was true. Though she made a mistake, she immediately apologized and tried to leave. Clearly, it was the foreigner who initiated the interaction. Goodness gracious, he has a fiancée who just went to the bathroom to touch up her makeup. Yet, this foreigner got attracted by a pretty girl and wanted to make friends? What a despicable man. Many of the women present showed disdainful looks, proving that repulsive men are the same regardless of nationality. Most absurdly, this foreigner hadn't uttered a single word throughout, making everyone think he couldn't understand Chinese. It turned out that not only did this man understand Chinese, but he also used it to ask for someone's contact information. The woman, seeing the footage on the phone and hearing the dialogue, widened her eyes in shock. She never imagined her fiancé would act like this. He had always been so honest and simple in front of her. Overwhelmed with anger, she immediately turned around and slapped the foreign man, who looked guilty. She shouted, "You actually did this behind my back? I really scolded the wrong person earlier. I see you're the shameless one." Let's break up. After saying this, the woman stormed off. The overweight foreign man, ignoring everything else, hurriedly chased after her, calling honey loudly as he went. With these two gone, the crowd lost their reason to stay. Under the guidance of the waiter, everyone dispersed. To express his apology, the waiter asked Deborah if she wanted to go to a private room in the restaurant. It happened that a reserved room was available because the guests cancelled at the last minute. Deborah nodded in agreement. Compared to the main hall, the private room was extremely quiet, and its decor was elegantly designed. Reseating herself face to face with Gustavo, she noticed the faint smile on his face remained unchanged. His movements were casual yet graceful, even just confirming the menu gave an impression of innate nobility. Once all the dishes were ordered and the waiter left, Deborah spoke. Mr. Elio, thank you for appearing in the hall and helping me earlier. However, although your intentions were good, I already have a boyfriend. Deborah lifted her gaze to look at Gustavo, so please don't call me sweetheart, girlfriend, or mention online romance again. As Deborah finished speaking, Gustavo paused in his action of pouring water. From an angle invisible to the girl, his pale green eyes narrowed slightly, a fleeting, indecipherable glint flashing through them before disappearing without a trace. When he raised his eyes again, his expression remained calm and elegant, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Miss Deborah already has a boyfriend? Gustavo's voice carried sincere regret, gentle but apologetic. I'm sorry, it was thoughtless of me. I will be more careful in the future. But indeed, a girl as excellent as Miss Deborah must have many admirers. Gustavo rested his elbow on the table, his long fingers showing clear knuckles as he looked at Deborah with interest. I wonder what kind of gentleman is so lucky to be dating Miss Deborah. Chapter 235. What exactly happened in the past? Although Gustavo had once helped her immensely and could be considered her benefactor to some extent, they had only spoken on the phone twice before, and today was their first face-to-face meeting. Deborah did not know this man in front of her well. Even if they could be considered friends, Deborah still maintained her vigilance and did not intend to reveal too much information about herself. It's not a matter of pursuit or luck, just fate, Deborah responded simply, then asked, so, Mr. Elio, are you here in Huagua for a trip, or is there something else? If it's a trip, I can offer some help, like preparing a travel and gourmet guide for you. If you need it, I can also take a few days off to be your tour guide. Miss Deborah is truly considerate. Hearing this, Gustavo smiled slightly and said, however, I didn't come to Illegitimate for tourism. Although it's for other matters, these matters do require Miss Deborah's assistance. Deborah raised her head upon hearing this. Gustavo came to Illegitimate for other matters, and these matters required her help? Deborah couldn't guess what it might be at that moment. The next second, the man in front of her suddenly took out a photo from his coat pocket and pushed it towards her on the table. Miss Deborah, take a look at this. This is... Deborah subconsciously picked up the photo. Upon seeing the picture clearly, she couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. It was a photo taken during the Xinjiang school anniversary fair. At that time, she was standing by the counter of a dessert shop, but she was obviously not the focus of Gustavo's attention. The real focus was the girl whose side profile was captured behind her. Jennifer. As intelligent as Deborah was, seeing the photo and recalling Gustavo's earlier words, along with noticing the resemblance between the man in front of her and Jennifer, she almost immediately understood. Deborah lifted her eyes, stunned. Are you Jennifer's? Jennifer? Gustavo's eyes seemed to light up as he said, it turns out that the sister named Jennifer whom Miss Deborah mentioned over the phone more than 2 months ago is Joelbrison. Deborah took a deep breath. Joelbrison? Seeing Deborah's serious expression, Gustavo pointed at the girl in the photo who, despite being only partially visible, still looked like a beautiful doll. Joelbrison is my younger sister, and she's also the girl in this photo. She should be the one Miss Deborah referred to as Jennifer. I came to Illegitimate because I saw this photo a few days ago. I discovered that Joelbrison was in Illegitimate, China, and she was with you, Miss Deborah. I really want to know how Joelbrison met you, and what the current situation is. Although Deborah had been staying at home during this period, she had been helping Jennifer keep an eye on any news related to her family. Before she knew it, Jennifer had been living in her apartment for nearly 3 months. During this time, Jennifer never regained her memory, and Deborah hadn't seen any missing person notices issued by her family either. However, Jennifer gradually adapted to life in Illegitimate. 2 months ago, she even proactively suggested that she wanted to work part-time at a dessert shop. Deborah treated Jennifer like a younger sister and had previously given her a bank card with hundreds of thousands of yuan on it, telling her to use it freely whenever she needed to buy anything. But Jennifer still felt awkward about it and proposed working to earn her own money. When she received her first paycheck last month, she used most of it to buy gifts for Deborah. When Gustavo asked how Jennifer came to Illegitimate and how she met Deborah, Deborah recalled the scenes from 3 months ago and couldn't help but take a deep breath. I met Jennifer in a den where trafficked girls were being held captive by a human trafficker. Upon hearing this, the man in front of her, who had been smiling gently, showed a change in expression and raised his head in disbelief. What did you say? Deborah explained, 3 months ago, my friends and I found out that a man was the ringleader of a human trafficking ring and caught him. From him, we learned where those kidnapped or forcibly abducted girls were being held. It was a basement. When we went there, we found around 8 girls, and Jennifer was one of them. Fortunately, when we found Jennifer, she was just terrified and hadn't been hurt or harmed. Relieved that Jennifer wasn't injured or harmed, Gustavo's furrowed brows relaxed slightly, seemingly relieved. After that, although Curly wasn't harmed by the trafficker, she said that before being kidnapped, she was in a car accident and hit her head, which caused her to lose her memory. We considered reporting to the police and asking them to help her find her family. But for some reason, whenever the topic of going home came up, Curly became very emotional, as if she was afraid of someone or something at home. At that time, we were worried that someone in Curly's family might have abused or even violated her, making her subconsciously so fearful. So I brought her to my apartment, and she has been living there peacefully these past few months, with no recovery of her memory. At this point, Deborah suddenly looked at Gustavo. Speaking of which, if Mr. Elio is Curly's elder brother, that means Curly was previously in Lausanne. You should know why she is afraid to go home and how she ended up in Illegitimate, right? The girl's tone was calm, but her eyes clearly showed a scrutinizing look. It seemed she had initially regarded him simply as a friend to be grateful to, but now she became somewhat wary. When Deborah mentioned that Curly had lost her memory due to a car accident and it hadn't recovered, Gustavo's gaze shifted almost imperceptibly, yet he remained expressionless. I don't know how Joelbrisen ended up in Illegitimate, but I do know why she is afraid to go home. Gustavo paused for a moment, then spoke calmly. But his next words left Deborah stunned. My father was the only first-class duke among the Lausanne nobility. My mother was a Chinese citizen. She was beautiful, but she suffered from mental illness. On a rainy night over 3 months ago, my mother went into a fit and stabbed my father to death, witnessed by Joelbrisen. Terrified, Joelbrisen tried to escape but accidentally made a sound. My mother rushed over to kill her. Joelbrisen, while being choked, struggled instinctively and used a dagger to cut my mother's throat. The next day, all I saw were the bodies of my father and mother lying in a pool of blood. My sister Joelbrisen was already gone. Chapter 236, Caught in the Act. Armand's expression was calm, but these few brief sentences contained too much information. The first time Deborah met Chana, she felt that the girl didn't seem like an ordinary person. Whether it was her doll-like beautiful appearance, her fair and delicate skin that seemed breakable by a mere touch, or that head of thick, soft blonde hair which shone even when covered with dust. The girl looked as if she had never experienced any hardship, like a rose that had been pampered in a greenhouse. However, Chana wasn't as delicate as Deborah imagined. Or rather, her later behavior changed this first impression. Chana was very well behaved, understanding, kind, and adorable. She would worry about causing trouble to others, be grateful for their kindness, and even took up a job without fearing hardship. So Deborah didn't expect that Chana would be Duke Jose's daughter, an existence second only to the princesses of the royal family in the entire Suli. She also hadn't expected that before being stranded in Illegitimate, Chana had experienced such terrifying things at home. Witnessing her sick mother murder her father. Almost strangled to death by her own mother. Cutting her mother's throat with a dagger while resisting. A few words painted an intense scene. On a stormy night, lightning lit up the room in a ghastly white light. The nearly suffocating and fainting girl instinctively defended herself and accidentally cut her mother's throat with a dagger. Warm blood instantly gushed out uncontrollably, splattering all over the girl's face and body. Opening her eyes, she saw her mother's wide-open eyes spraying blood from her throat, and smelled the heavy and nauseating stench of blood. Just imagining this was enough to make one tremble in fear. You mean, Deborah took a deep breath and looked at the man in front of her, you mean that after Chana accidentally killed her mother, she disappeared the next day? Yes, Armand's expression remained calm, but his pale green eyes revealed sadness. I think she couldn't face the fact that she killed her own mother, so she subconsciously wanted to escape. When Violetta was young, my mother once brought her to Illegitimate, China. That trip left a deep impression on her, and I guess that's why she chose Illegitimate as her destination. Armand's words made sense. Unable to face what had happened, Chana wanted to escape. After coming to Illegitimate and being unfamiliar with the place, then experiencing a car accident and losing her memory, she was kidnapped by human traffickers. Though she didn't remember what exactly happened at home, there was still an underlying fear making her afraid to go back home. Everything seemed reasonable. But Deborah still felt something strange, though she couldn't pinpoint what. I see, Deborah looked at Armand and asked, what are you planning, Mr. Elio? I've taken care of everything and inherited my father's title. The real cause of my parents' death has been concealed from the public. So Violetta need not feel unable to face the past. I came to Illegitimate this time to take Violetta back. But hearing that her memory hasn't recovered, I'm worried she won't recognize me as her brother. And that's where Tegan can help. Armand looked intently at Deborah, leaning forward. Violetta is my only relative in this world. Will Tegan help me? Armand's appearance was too superior, like a Greek god with deep features that were breathtakingly handsome. When those gemstone-like pale green eyes revealed sorrow and his voice carried a hint of pleading, it was hard to refuse him. Deborah certainly couldn't refuse. She had always been helping Chana find her family, her only concern being the reason behind Chana's fear of returning home. Now knowing what happened to Chana in the past, and seeing her biological brother looking to bring her home, she naturally wouldn't decline. Deborah paused. Recently, Chana found a job at a dessert shop and finishes work at 6 every evening. She should be back at the apartment now. If you're anxious, Mr. Elio, we can visit the apartment after dinner. Perhaps seeing you will restore her memory. There's no rush. Hearing Deborah's suggestion, Armand shook his head and leaned back relaxed in his seat. It's already late today. Whether or not Violetta regains her memory upon seeing me, she won't be able to rest well tonight. I think if Miss Deborah is available, we could meet tomorrow morning. I also want to see how Violetta, who rarely left the manor since childhood, manages at work. Deborah glanced at her watch. It was indeed late after dinner, so she nodded in agreement. Then let's meet at 10 tomorrow morning at the entrance of the hotel you're staying at, Mr. Elio. Mr. Elio sounds too formal. Miss Deborah, you can call me Gustavo. Gustavo smiled, his eyes sparkling like a serene spring stream. I remember Chinese friends often use nicknames when addressing each other. Can I call you Janine? Although her friends did call her that, and using Mr. and Miss felt overly formal, for some reason, Deborah felt a momentary discomfort when looking into Gustavo's eyes. Or perhaps it was an alert to danger. The man before her was undoubtedly courteous and gentlemanly. Born into nobility, his every move and word exuded an innate elegance and grace. But those eyes, beneath their gentle gaze, seemed to lie in unfathomable depth, impossible to grasp. Of course, Deborah said naturally, it's just a name. Whatever feels right. Hearing this, Gustavo's smile deepened. Dinner ended around 9 o'clock. To be a good host, Deborah paid the bill first and offered to call a cab to send Gustavo back to his hotel. However, Gustavo hesitated for a moment. The hotel I booked is nearby, and walking might be more convenient than taking a car. I just don't know the route very well. I'll check the location. Deborah asked for the name of the hotel and searched on the map. It was indeed close, about a 10-minute walk away. It's not far. I'll take you back directly. If it's a bother, I can navigate myself with my phone. You can recommend an app. Gustavo looked at Deborah, seemingly worried about wasting her time. It's no trouble. That's what friends do, Deborah replied. Exiting the restaurant onto the street, many shops still had Christmas decorations up, preserving a lingering holiday atmosphere. Since it was a weekday, there weren't many people on the street. Passing by a well-known chain coffee shop, Gustavo proposed going in to buy a cup of coffee, mentioning he had a habit of drinking coffee before bed. Naturally, Deborah followed him inside. The coffee was freshly made, requiring a short wait. While Gustavo placed his order at the counter, Deborah looked around the store, searching for a place to sit. However, as she approached the lounge area, she saw a familiar figure sitting by the window. It was Wally. Deborah stood there, watching the scene unfold from a distance. Wally was sitting across from a woman with wavy hair, dressed in a Chanel suit. The woman appeared young, with a refined profile and an elegant demeanor befitting a wealthy heiress. She was almost gazing intently at Wally, her lips curved into a slightly bashful smile. The two seemed to be having a pleasant conversation. Chapter 237, A Suffocating Double Repair Yard. Deborah stood not far away at a diagonal rear position, right in Gil's blind spot. So Gil didn't notice her. From Deborah's angle, she couldn't see the man's expression either. All she could see was the man sitting upright in the chair, dressed in a dark gray shirt and black trousers. The high-quality fabric clung to his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Even though it was just a silhouette, there was a kind of aloof, self-disciplined air about him that made one think he was handsome without even seeing his face. Indeed, there were some young girls around who were excitedly taking covert photos. This was probably the first time Deborah saw Gil with other women in this kind of private setting. But the next second, she saw Gordon standing behind Gil in the same suit. This conscientious president's assistant didn't even have a seat. He just stood rigidly behind the boss, holding a thick stack of white documents in his hand, listening intently to their conversation. Gil was the lover chosen by Deborah. Whether human or demon, lovers would always have strong possessiveness over each other. Seeing one's lover with another person might evoke anger, jealousy, suspicion, and other emotions. But the situation before her eyes wasn't enough to make Deborah angry or jealous. In a busy cafe, an open and straightforward conversation with a responsible assistant standing beside, clearly indicated this talk was business-related. Since it was Gil's work, Deborah didn't intend to disturb. If she had any questions, they could be discussed later when they met privately. Deborah was about to find another place to sit when Gordon happened to turn and saw her. At first glance, Gordon thought his eyes were playing tricks on him as he caught sight of the young girl standing not far away. Upon closer inspection, Gordon's eyes widened. Damn, it wasn't an illusion, it really was Miss. Oh no. First, Gordon glanced at Deborah, then instinctively looked at the woman seated opposite Gil. Suddenly, he felt like he was at the scene of catching someone red-handed. Although this Letitia was the sister of the CEO of Xingda Real Estate in Beijing, temporarily replacing her brother in negotiations, she was still a woman. How could the young mistress happen to come to this cafe and witness the boss having a face-to-face talk with a woman? Would the young mistress misinterpret anything regarding General Manager Yanni? Although they were discussing business now, Gordon as an assistant shouldn't interrupt the conversation between Gil and others. However, Gordon had always followed Gil closely and knew that no matter what, no business could possibly be more important than Deborah to Gil. Therefore, Gordon decisively stepped forward, bent down and whispered in Gil's ear, "Campbell Yanni, Miss is behind us." Seeing Gordon finish speaking, the tall man's body stiffened and immediately turned his head. In the next moment, their gazes met across half of the rest area. At that instant, although the man appeared calm, Deborah saw a lot of emotions in Gil's eyes. For example, that subconscious surprise and a trace of anxiety, fearing she might misunderstand something. Meanwhile, the elegantly made-up woman also followed Gil's gaze to look at Deborah. Then she turned her head back towards Gil, seemingly puzzled, and asked softly. "What is it, Kambalyani? Is that girl your friend?" "Sorry, Nova," Gil stood up directly, his voice devoid of any emotion. "That's all for today. I have something to attend to today. I must take my leave." Without any hesitation, Gil terminated the conversation and prepared to leave, his heart solely focused on the girl not far from them. However, Letitia seemed surprised and quickly stood up, subconsciously reaching out to stop him. "Wait, Kambalyani, you're leaving just like that? Then what about our cooperation?" Letitia reached out to grab Gil, but he reacted quickly, frowning and stepping back. Her hand didn't even touch the edge of his sleeve and hung awkwardly in midair. Perhaps she had never experienced such treatment from a man before. Letitia's expression froze for a moment. Gil's face darkened. His expression cold, he said, "Nova, please state your words clearly and do not lay hands on me. If President Gu cannot come, the replacement can notify me in advance instead of informing me only when I arrive. Cooperation should be based on mutual sincerity. I believe I have shown my sincerity, but I have not felt yours. In that case, let's discuss the cooperation at a later date." Gil's tone was very cold, and he didn't even want to say anything more. And Letitia seemed not to have expected that this cooperation would fall through so easily. She wanted to offer an explanation, but Gil had no intention of listening to her. He lifted his eyes to look at Deborah and was about to walk over to her when his expression suddenly froze, and the steps he was taking towards the girl came to a halt as well. Because he saw a strange man suddenly appear from the back of the cafe, approaching the girl with utmost naturalness. The man was tall with legs as long as a model's. With dark golden long hair and light green eyes, his side profile was almost flawless in its handsomeness. In his left hand, he held a takeout cup of coffee, while in his right, he offered a small gift box with a beautiful bow to the girl. Every move exuded gentlemanly grace, his gaze fixed on the girl, wearing a gentle smile. "Catherine, this is for you." While ordering, I saw this lavender scent diffuser behind the counter. It has a pleasant coffee fragrance, and its design is as lovely as you. Recently, you haven't been sleeping well, have you? I hope you'll have a good dream tonight. Gustavo spoke naturally but noticed that the girl wasn't looking at what he was offering. Instead, she was staring at something else. So he followed her gaze and saw the towering man a few meters away, also seemingly puzzled. He blinked his eyes, then retracted his gaze and asked casually. "Catherine, do you know that person?" Chapter 238, Tian Bao's true identity is a god. In the cafe, Gordon appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, he was inwardly screaming. What an asphyxiating scene. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to play out like this. First, there was yesterday when Mr. Hewitt's shirt inexplicably carried the perfume scent of another woman. Last night at 11, Gordon had just dropped Hewitt off with Deborah and finished his work for the day, only to suddenly receive a call from Hewitt, which led him to pick him up again. Late at night, Gordon feared that the faint fragrance on the shirt would disappear. He hurriedly called a well-known perfumer in Illegitimate and then rushed over to deliver the shirt within half an hour. He had one goal: before the fragrance disappeared, he wanted the perfumer to identify it. Gordon told the perfumer that if she could confirm the brand and model of the perfume, he would reward her with 100,000 yuan. At first, the perfumer sounded quite impatient when receiving the late-night call, thinking it was harassment. But upon hearing Gordon's identity and the offer, she became very cooperative. Money can solve all problems. However, by the time the shirt reached the perfumer, the smell had already faded even more compared to what Deborah smelled initially, leaving only a faint trace of the base notes. But the perfumer, driven by the reward, claimed she had memorized the fragrance and promised to confirm the brand and model within 1 or 2 days. Before they could resolve the perfume issue, yet another matter emerged. Tonight's meeting between Hewitt and Letitia was completely unplanned. Recently, the Yanni Corporation had been negotiating land purchases with Xingda Real Estate in Beijing. Hewitt wanted to start a new company in Beijing and add a prime piece of land near Gillison University owned by Xingda Real Estate, intending to buy it to construct a skyscraper for the new headquarters. Xingda Real Estate sent their representative, Vice President of Marketing and brother of Xingda's CEO Baxter, Letitia, to Gillison for the negotiation. Since the first visit, Letitia has always wanted to meet Hewitt directly. As the highest executive of the Yanni Corporation, Hewitt generally only participated in major decisions while Gordon handled the specifics. Therefore, it was usually Gordon who negotiated with Letitia. Today, however, Letitia mentioned that her brother happened to be in Gillison and wished to arrange a meeting with Hewitt. 1. To finalize the land deal. 2. Her brother admired Hewitt and hoped to explore broader cooperation opportunities between the two companies. Baxter was a prominent figure in Beijing, with a distinguished family background and remarkable capabilities. Hewitt had long heard of him and held him in high regard. So when General Manager Gu proposed meeting at 9 tonight in this cafe, Hewitt didn't hesitate much and agreed immediately. However, upon arriving on time at the cafe, Hewitt did not encounter General Manager Gu but instead Letitia. This made Hewitt frown instantly. Letitia claimed her brother had a sudden emergency and thus couldn't make it, so she came in his place. Hewitt's frown deepened, and he intended to leave straight away, but he received a call from Baxter. Baxter sounded apologetic on the phone, explaining that he had an unexpected personal matter that required immediate attention and regretted not being able to make it. He assured that he had instructed his sister to lower the price of the land as much as possible as a gesture of goodwill and would find a chance to apologize personally later. Baxter's attitude was already very sincere. If Hewitt left now, it would seem like a lack of respect towards the other party and risk cutting off future cooperation. Moreover, getting the lowest price was something the Yanni Corporation had been pursuing all along. So, Hewitt decided to sit down and talk with Letitia. Gordon knew that since being with Deborah, whenever Hewitt needed to meet with a female alone, he would always inform Deborah of his schedule proactively. Even though Deborah never asked for such reports, regardless of whether the female was nearly 50 years old. But today's meeting was originally planned with Baxter, so Hewitt hadn't informed Deborah. The abrupt change left no opportunity for notification either. Gordon really didn't expect things to turn out this way. Deborah just happened to appear in the cafe at this crucial moment, coincidentally witnessing Hewitt face-to-face with Letitia. Tegan had just smelled another woman's perfume on Mr. Yanni's shirt last night, and the next day, she happened to witness Mr. Yanni meeting a woman, a young and beautiful woman, privately at the cafe. And Mr. Yanni hadn't told her about this meeting yet. Although Gordon is not a woman, he could easily imagine how complicated the situation seemed. A boyfriend with an unknown source of perfume on his shirt, plus a private meeting with another woman without notice, it was too easy to cause misunderstanding. Even if Mr. Yanni explained clearly, it would be hard for Tegan not to have any doubts or suspicions. In just a minute, Gordon thought of several possible explanations, wanting to help Mr. Yanni explain so as not to let Tegan misunderstand. The next moment, however, something unexpected happened. Mr. Yanni was about to go over to Tegan when he saw a man, a very tall, handsome mixed-race man, who appeared by Tegan's side. It was obvious they came to the cafe together. Not only did the man stand very close to Tegan, but he also called her affectionately, as if he were very familiar and intimate with her. Gordon felt his head might explode. Mr. Yanni was definitely innocent, yet Tegan had seen him with another woman. Tegan was definitely innocent too, but Mr. Yanni had seen her with another man. The two were staring at each other, neither speaking first. Could they both be misinterpreting things and getting angry at each other? The scene fell into silence, and Gordon was sweating, unsure of what to say or do. Only Wayne looked bewildered and innocent. However, no one noticed that at a certain moment, a faint, unnoticed smile flickered at the corner of the man's lips. Although the woman named Letitia was clearly incompetent, fortunately, everything was still proceeding according to his plan. Well, she would be angry, right? Wayne thought. Such a proud and superior girl, the fallen deity he was obsessed with. Even now, though her soul resided in a human body, she still possessed the most haughty character. How could she tolerate the possibility of her lover being unfaithful or disloyal? She would certainly disdainfully discard this human named Hewitt, wouldn't she? Chapter 239, He is her most devoted believer. From learning Chloe's true identity and discovering his sister's whereabouts to finally setting foot on the land of Gilasangching in Huagua, Nico took more than 2 months. During these 2 months, he did many things. For instance, he completely covered up the truth about his parents' death on that rainy night. For instance, he succeeded his father as Duke, becoming the youngest first-class Duke in Suli's history. For instance, he turned the young and weak king who had just ascended the throne into his puppet. For instance, he secretly assassinated all the clergy members within the church who were dissatisfied with him. Apart from these tasks, most of the time Nico stayed in his studio, appreciating his only painting. The castle studio, covering nearly 100 square meters, was surrounded by dark green walls intricately carved with complex patterns. Servants had never been allowed to enter before. Thick crimson curtains blocked every window tightly, so the only source of light came from the faint candlelight on the candlestands. However, one evening 2 months ago, the servants responsible for cleaning suddenly saw their master, who had returned from a trip, briskly walking into the studio with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. The dazzling crystal chandelier was turned on for the first time, casting white light that instantly illuminated the entire dark and profound studio. The servants were stunned by what they saw in the studio. Dozens of large and small portraits of girls hung on the 4 walls. All these were painted by their master over the past 3 years. Each girl in the portrait wore an antique and opulent dark Gothic dress, adorned with layers of lace and black gauze, supporting the skirt. Countless embroidered blood-red roses bloomed at the hem. Behind the slim figures of the girls, there always spread out huge pairs of pure black wings. Moonlight sprinkled silver spots on each feather, making the girls appear like ghosts in the night, filled with a sense of broken solitude. However, the faces of the girls in each portrait were different. Or perhaps, the painter didn't know exactly what the girl looked like. Based purely on imagination, each face he painted was incredibly beautiful but lacked a spiritual presence. That night, however, the servants watched their master spend the entire night inside the studio until dawn. After opening the studio, they found that all the portraits on the walls had been torn to pieces and cut up. Boot prints left on the fragments of shredded canvases seemed to attest that someone had danced wildly among these messy pieces last night. In the vast studio, only one painting remained on the central easel, the one painted overnight. The girl in the new painting was dressed as before, but her face, which appeared for the first time with a soulful expression, was distinctly Eastern. Mathun's learning of the existence of gods 3 years ago and hearing about the stories of the fallen deity, Nico felt that for the first time in his life, he had found the meaning of his own existence. Someone said that the consequence of a god's fall could only be one thing, being imprisoned in the deepest abyss of hell for punishment. To erase all traces of the past, transforming from a supreme deity into some non-human entity in hell. But if it could cultivate into a demon, it could reach the human world and be reborn through a human body compatible with its soul. Nico firmly believed that the fallen deity must have come to the human world long ago, existing within someone's body. Thus, he had been searching for potential candidates ever since. Until 2 years ago, he saw the masked girl wearing a panda mask dominating the AB's boxing match for 7 consecutive nights. A strong intuition told him that this Chloe was the one he was looking for. But before he could rush from Sully to England, the girl vanished without a trace. Hope was ignited only to be extinguished almost immediately, until a text message 2 months ago revived his dormant heart, making it beat passionately once more. Over the following days, Nico searched obsessively for information about the girl named Amelie in Gillisangching, Huagua. Before arriving in Gillisangching, the girl had led an unremarkable life. After coming to Gillisangching, despite trying to restrain her brilliance, her shine could not be hidden. Coming to Gillisangching must have been a turning point. The dramatic change in the girl indicated that a new soul had entered her body. Therefore, Nico wasn't visiting Gillisangching for the first time today. 2 months ago, he had visited Gillisangching and seen the side profile of the girl as she got out of a car outside a villa. Although the girl did not notice him, he sensed the tremor of the black feather in his palm. The soul within the girl must be the fallen deity. Almost instantaneously, Nico confirmed it. Excitement overwhelmed him, and he set his new goal. He would clear all obstacles, obtain identity, wealth, power, status, even control the entire country. Then he had to find a way to get close to her, becoming the person most closely connected to her. He would make the girl leave those behind and return to Sully with him. He was willing to offer her everything he had. He was her most devout believer. If she were now bound by this mundane world, then only he in this world was worthy of her, only he could let her do whatever she wanted without restraint. Even if her divine power was sealed, even as a human, she could still look down on all trivial humans as mere ants without having to worry about anyone or anything. But at present, the man named Hewitt was the biggest obstacle. To make the girl despise him, it only required some minor tactics. For example, creating misunderstanding after misunderstanding to sow discord between them. Seeds of doubt planted in one's heart would gradually take root and grow. So in the cafe, Nico watched the scene unfold before him. The girl was staring at the man named Hewitt. Though her eyes betrayed no emotion, she must have been displeased. Hewitt, seeing how close Nico had just been to her, surely couldn't help but suspect or resent him, at least viewing him as a rival. But Nico was her benefactor who had done her a great favor and her friend. If Hewitt resented him, that would be terribly unwise. Nico withdrew his gaze and asked casually, "What's up, Outyan? Do you know this person?" However, what Nico didn't expect was that Hewitt did indeed walk over to the girl, but there was no trace of suspicion or displeasure in his eyes. After the man stopped in front of her, the girl actually spoke first. "Weren't you discussing business? Why did you come over here?" "No problem, we've finished." Hewitt looked at Amelie with a focused and gentle gaze. "You're drinking coffee with friends? I told you it would get colder tonight, why are you dressed so lightly?" As he spoke, Hewitt took his suit jacket from Elioen and gently draped it over the girl's shoulders. Only then did he glance at Nico indifferently. Chapter 240, Undercurrents of Confrontation. Just this? Gustavo didn't expect the girl's reaction to be so indifferent. She didn't even wait for Wally to explain before concluding that Wally and Della were just discussing business. But in the next second, he saw the man who immediately followed after grabbing his suit jacket. It should be Wally's assistant. There was actually a third person. No wonder the girl had no misunderstandings at all. Gustavo's gaze turned cold for an instant. His movements paused, his expressionless eyes narrowing as he glanced backward. At the moment their gazes met, Della, standing beside that table, couldn't help but shiver. Then, Gustavo's expression became even colder when he saw Wally draping his jacket over the girl's shoulders. This Wally. Gustavo was very certain that in the moment he saw Wally approach the girl named Tian Tian, this man had no suspicion or displeasure towards her. But towards him, there was definitely hostility. This hostility came from instinct. From the moment he appeared, Wally had instinctively felt that he was different from the friends who usually appeared around the girl. Gustavo was challenging, subtly hiding all his thoughts beneath his gentle and mild exterior. And when Wally came over to drape the jacket over Esther's shoulders, it seemed like a casual gesture, but it was silently proclaiming his dominion in front of him. The girl belonged to him. Only he could touch and care for her so closely and effortlessly. Almost instantly, jealousy ignited in Gustavo's heart. The two men, both with exceptionally superior builds and appearances, one smiling elegantly, the other with a distant expression, exchanged looks that felt like a silent, tumultuous confrontation. However, this confrontation lasted less than a second. Because the moment Esther saw Wally looking at Gustavo, she began introducing them. "Let me introduce you," Esther directly looked at Wally. "Do you remember the Nathan I mentioned before? The one who helped us find my grandmother in Switzerland? His Chinese name is Gustavo. Gustavo just arrived in Gillisangching from Switzerland today, and we had dinner together tonight. He's staying at a hotel nearby, and I accompanied him to buy a cup of coffee, unexpectedly seeing you talking with someone." Then, Esther turned to Gustavo and introduced Wally naturally. I told you over dinner that I have a boyfriend. It's him, Wally. Upon hearing that Gustavo was the one who had helped him find his grandmother, Wally's expression showed a fleeting surprise. So Mr. Elio is the one who helped me find my grandmother. Wally raised his eyes, the previously deep-seated sternness retracting as he extended his hand in greeting. He said politely, Janine should have told me earlier. Mr. Elio has done me a great favor, and your first meal after traveling such a long distance should have been treated by me and Janine. Helping find a person is nothing more than a trivial matter for me. Gustavo smiled without changing expression, his gaze never leaving the girl as he spoke warmly. Mr. Yanni doesn't need to be so polite. Janine has taken excellent care of me. Understanding that Gustavo was the benefactor who helped find his grandmother and knowing that Esther had already informed him about their relationship, Wally wasn't sure if the hint of danger he instinctively sensed was just an illusion. Gustavo then continued, I've bought the coffee and the hotel isn't far from here. Mathun's Janine coincidentally ran into Mr. Yanni. I'll walk back on my own. It's fine, Esther looked at him, we can both see you back. Together? Seeing the girl standing so close to Wally, Gustavo almost couldn't control his impulse to strangle him. Yet, though his insides were soaked in darkness and blood, the smile on his lips grew even more graceful and warm. It's no trouble, just a few steps away. I won't disturb your time together. Remember to try the fragrance spray. Have sweet dreams tonight. Gustavo stood straight, his eyes bending into a smile as he glanced at Esther and waved his coffee in farewell. However, the moment he turned around, those deep emerald eyes were filled with sharp coldness. When Esther got into the car, the first thing Wally said to her was, sorry, baby. Noticing the thin-lipped man, whose usually calm eyes slightly lowered, the girl arched an eyebrow, unable to resist teasing him. What are you sorry for? I met another woman privately and didn't report it to you in time. Wally took a deep breath and looked up. Actually, the moment I saw you look over at the cafe, I was worried you might misunderstand. Worried I would misunderstand? Esther said as she sat on Wally's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, and spoke softly. Wally, do you really think I'm so unreasonable and jealous in your eyes? Wally looked up, only to meet the girl's clear gaze directly. The distance between them was so close again, their warm breaths entwining tightly. Which man, meeting other women privately, brings along his own assistant? Esther poked Wally's cheek, a hint of softness in her eyes. Just now, while we were talking with Gustavo, he had already messaged me the whole story. It was that woman named Della who suddenly appeared, not because you deliberately didn't tell me. Esther continued, you have your career and work, with the need for social interactions and entertaining guests. In this world, it's not only men who can be bosses. This incident today is resolved. If in the future you need to meet any women for work and don't tell me immediately, I won't be jealous over it. But the perfume scent on the shirt, Wally paused for a moment before speaking. It seemed Wally was truly innocent, otherwise, no man would mention such things to his girlfriend, genuinely not fearing she would get angry all over again. The perfume issue, Gordon also explained to me, Esther said. He mentioned that the perfumer he found is urgently confirming the brand and model of the perfume. Once confirmed, it will be thoroughly investigated. This showed how reassuring it was to have an extremely capable top-notch personal assistant. Without any instructions from the boss, every matter was handled perfectly in the most efficient way. Even better, he could act as the perfect aide to the boss, stepping in at each critical moment to rescue him from trouble. Gordon. Hearing Esther's words, Wally glanced up and called out to Gordon in the driver's seat. Yes, boss, I'm here. Upon hearing this, Gordon straightened up immediately, inwardly getting excited. Oh, Mrs. Too considerate, highlighting his contributions right in front of the boss. Surely the boss would give him a raise or bonus after hearing this. How embarrassing. Look, he just called him. You've done very well with everything recently. Wally commented. Oh, boss, it's my duty. Gordon feigned humility but was already happily calculating where to pick up a new car tomorrow. Yes, put down the petition. Then, Wally added. Oh, no need to. Yes, boss, I'll do it right away. Chapter 241, Letitia comes to the door. Gordon's words, how embarrassing, were cut off halfway as she held them back. Tanya, looking in the rearview mirror, saw Gordon's face instantly shift from cheerful to a mix of melancholy and grievance, looking pitifully. She couldn't help but chuckle. Wally, why are you so stingy? Deborah playfully rubbed Wally's well-defined pectorals, pretending not to notice the darkening gaze of the man. She turned her head and joked, Gordon, do you want to be my assistant? I'll secretly give you a higher salary. Who said I'm stingy? Wally's eyes darkened, grabbing the girl's wandering hand that was randomly touching and provoking him. He looked up at Gordon in the rearview mirror and calmly said, the car you didn't buy because you didn't want to spend too much on it. I asked someone to reserve it for you a few days ago. It should be delivered to your home tomorrow. Hearing this, Gordon drew a deep breath on the spot. Moments ago, she had been listless, but now she perked up as if injected with energy, her face breaking into a happy smile. Oh, Campbell, how embarrassing. Do you mean the deep gray one you like? When will it be delivered tomorrow? Campbell, can I ask for leave early? My stomach might hurt tomorrow. Seeing this, Deborah couldn't help but laugh even more. But Wally looked at her and asked, moreover, you're still in high school. Why would you need an assistant? What's wrong with being in high school? An assistant can do a lot of things. Deborah counted on her fingers earnestly, Yen Nike picking me up and dropping me off for school, helping me with those boring homework assignments, and meeting me outside the wall when I want to skip class. The first item sounded normal enough, but having someone write homework and wait outside for her to skip class didn't sound like something a good high school student would suggest. Gordon has already followed me, so you shouldn't count on her. Wally wrapped his large hand around the slender waist of the young girl and said lowly, but these things I can do for you. I can be your assistant. I don't want that, Deborah firmly rejected, resolutely undisturbed by the temptation before her, stating matter-of-factly, at your rate, your hourly wage is 6 figures. I can't afford it. You can afford it, Wally lowered his head, first teasing her ear, my reward, only needs a kiss from the boss. As he spoke, his cool lips pressed down on hers, and their breaths transformed from entangled to fiercely overwhelming. Before Wally kissed Deborah, Gordon had quickly pulled down the partition and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What a close call. If she had been slower, there might not have been a car left. While Gordon was driving Deborah back to the Liu family residence, at the same time, in front of a 5-star hotel's presidential suite, priced at $8,000 per night, Letitia hesitated at the door before finally knocking. The first knock went unanswered. The second knock also received no response. Just as Letitia prepared to knock a third time, the door unexpectedly opened. This startled her, who was already nervous, Duke Jobron. The man was so tall that Letitia had to look up to see Wayne's face. Earlier, no one had answered because the man had been showering. Now, the man stood with wet, dark golden hair and only a loose white towel casually tied around his waist and hips. Water droplets trickled down from his chin to his chest, then slid further down, disappearing into the inviting bath towel. Every muscle was solid and full, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, forming a perfect proportion. His pale green eyes were profound, making him appear like a mesmerizing demon from the deep sea, captivating. Letitia had to admit that, even though she had seen many handsome men in Beijing or abroad, she had never met anyone more attractive than the man before her, regardless of gender. However, she knew better than anyone that under this breathtakingly beautiful face lay a heart cold and indifferent. A single glance from the man made her heart tremble with fear. Looking down and seeing the woman at the door, Wayne squinted his eyes slightly, showing no expression on his face. After opening the door, he simply turned around and walked over to sit on the sofa, as if completely unconcerned about only having a towel wrapped around his waist, his long legs lazily crossed. Letitia summoned all her courage and started speaking first. I'm sorry, Duke Jobron, I failed to accomplish what you entrusted me with. Letitia's voice trembled nervously, but upon hearing this, Wayne let out a faint mocking laugh. Although he was smiling, there wasn't a trace of amusement in his eyes. Despite the fact that Letitia was standing and the man was seated, his demeanor exuded an air of superiority. That pair of breathtakingly beautiful eyes revealed no warmth. Nova, Wayne tilted his head slightly, raising his gaze to look at her. Don't tell me you thought I was helping you settle the $7 million gambling debt and loans in Las Vegas out of charity? The lightness in Wayne's tone made Letitia shiver all over. I only approached you because Wally was doing business with Shingda. Helping you pay off your debts was also to help me achieve my goal. The only thing I asked you to do was to get close to Wally. If you couldn't make him fall for you, then seduce him and arrange a one-night stand. But half a month has passed, and you tell me today is the first time you've met Wally. Even during this sole private meeting, his assistant followed you too. Nova should be clear about one thing. Wayne still wore a smile on his face, but his voice was chillingly cold. I can save you from those debt collectors, and I can also throw you back to them. The longer this drags on, the $7 million debt will soon become $10 million. Hearing the words of the man in front of her, Letitia remembered certain past events. Her hair stood on end, and she quickly explained anxiously, No, Duke Jobron, I did do some things. I had someone leave the scent of my perfume on Wally's shirt the day before yesterday. As long as Deborah got close to him yesterday, she would definitely have smelled it. No woman would not be suspicious upon smelling another woman's perfume on her boyfriend. She must wonder whose perfume it was. Even though Wally's assistant came along today, she did witness me meeting Wally privately. Before Letitia could finish speaking, Wayne interrupted her coldly. To judge if someone is useful, I don't look at the process, only the results. If you think you can achieve the goal, go ahead and do it. If you can't, bear the consequences. Letitia's face turned somewhat pale. After a moment, she clenched the edges of her clothes tightly and took a deep breath before saying, yes. Liu family residence. It was already 10:30 p.m. when Deborah emerged from the bathroom. Wally had said he still had work to attend to and needed to return to the company. While drying her hair with a towel, Deborah's phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, she saw a message from an unknown number. Hello Tegan, this is Letitia, Deputy Director of the Marketing Department at Shingda Real Estate and the business partner General Manager Yanni met at the cafe today. I got your family address from my brother who is friends with your father. I am outside your villa now. May I meet you briefly? Chapter 242, Your chest really looks good. Letitia. A business partner of the Yanni family group, why would she suddenly seek her out alone in the middle of the night, and come directly to her door so late? Deborah's eyebrows knitted almost immediately upon seeing the text message. Although she had only met this woman named Letitia at the cafe tonight, Deborah had a gut feeling based on the description Gordon provided in previous messages. Regardless of what apparent purpose Letitia had for coming here, it was highly likely that she had another agenda. And this true agenda was probably related to Wally. Job, knowing the visitor might not have good intentions, Deborah still wanted to know what the other party intended to do. Thus, she didn't pretend not to see the message or outright refuse. Instead, she simply replied, "Sure, wait a moment." 3 minutes later, Deborah walked out of the Liu family villa's front gate, and not far from the road, there was a taxi parked. Methuding in the passenger seat, Letitia became alert when she saw Deborah come out. She hurriedly checked her makeup via her phone and adjusted her hair. After taking a deep breath, she grabbed her purse, opened the car door, and walked over with her head held high while wearing her high heels. At the cafe earlier, Deborah had only caught a distant glimpse of Letitia's profile. When Letitia stood before her now, this tall woman with wavy long hair must be around 167 centimeters without shoes and was wearing 8 centimeter stilettos. Her makeup was not heavy but obviously well done, false eyelashes curled naturally, shimmering eyeshadow gave off a lustrous sparkle, and her pink lip gloss looked fresh. Her appearance could be described as very exquisite. The Chanel suit she wore should originally exude a reserved and elegant style, but Letitia wore a deep V-necked and tight white blouse underneath it, leaving her jacket intentionally open. The tight blouse highlighted her impressive bust and deep cleavage, completely shifting the visual focus. Anyone sitting across from her would inadvertently catch sight of it even if they did not mean to. The low neckline made Deborah think that as soon as Letitia bent down, most of her chest would be exposed. So, she dressed like this at the cafe just now? Deborah narrowed her eyes. Was this how Letitia usually dressed, or did she deliberately dress like this because she was meeting Wally? As Letitia stood before Deborah, she also observed the girl up close right away. She had spent an hour and a half on her makeup today, yet the girl before her, who wasn't wearing any makeup, was stunningly beautiful. It seemed she had just finished bathing. Her black hair, slightly damp, lay loosely over her shoulders, and she was wearing a fluffy pink and white bunny pajama set with soft and cute cotton slippers on her feet, exposing slender ankles. Despite dressing so adorably, the girl's expression remained cool and aloof, with delicate features and a pointed chin. Apart from her good looks, the girl's cold and detached demeanor seemed even more captivating. Looking closely, Letitia suddenly understood why she hadn't managed to meet Wally despite trying all sorts of methods after coming to Illegitimate. Even though she finally met him tonight through some tricks, he did not give her a single proper glance during those few brief minutes. Compared to this girl, she felt ordinary and vulgar both in appearance and aura. She could attract men who were driven by lust and superficial desires, but not someone like Wally. With this realization, Letitia couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Seeing Wally's reaction at the cafe already told her a lot. She knew that it was impossible for her to seduce Wally into falling for her, having relations with her, or cheating on his current partner. It was unimaginable for Wally to proactively break up with the girl. But she had no choice. If this approach didn't work, then she would have to try to create misunderstandings and make this girl initiate a breakup with Wally herself. After all, that man's ultimate goal was to get the girl. If she helped achieve this, the debt issue would be resolved completely. So, Letitia took a deep breath and looked at the girl's eyes, only to realize that the girl, shorter than her by nearly half a head, wasn't looking at her. Feeling puzzled, Letitia followed the girl's gaze downward, discovering that the girl was currently looking at her chest. The girl seemed completely unembarrassed and stared quite openly. The one being watched felt embarrassed instead. Letitia couldn't help but clear her throat and spoke first. "Tegan. Your chest really looks good." The girl suddenly lifted her eyes and said coldly. Letitia had expected Deborah to ask why she sought her out, but the girl's first words praised her chest in such a matter-of-fact manner that it left Letitia speechless. Letitia's face flushed slightly, and she responded somewhat at a loss, "Thank you." The girl lifted her eyes and continued to ask seriously, "Do you have a C?" Hearing this straightforward question, Letitia's face turned even redder. As if her brain couldn't process it fast enough, she stammered yet answered truthfully, "Not C, I'm D." I mean. Initially, Letitia had made ample psychological preparations before coming to find Deborah. However, before she could even start explaining her intentions, the girl's 2 sentences had already left her blushing and flustered, forgetting what she originally wanted to say. Deborah wasn't deliberately trying to catch Letitia off guard, she was merely speaking her mind. After all, the girl in front of her did have very attractive chest, and even as a woman, she found it hard to look away, especially with her attire. Seeing that Letitia seemed at a loss, Deborah finally took the initiative and asked indifferently, "Nova, I'm Deborah. I wonder why you came to my house so late at night." Finally getting to the point, Deborah asked about her intention, and Letitia hurriedly took a deep breath and replied with the pretext she had prepared long ago. "Here's the thing, Tegan." Letitia changed from her earlier shyness. "I am the marketing director of Shingda Real Estate in Gilisang. I've been in Gilisang for half a month now, negotiating land purchase cooperation with Mr. Yanni. The negotiations were going smoothly. My brother even instructed me to offer the lowest price on the plot Mr. Yanni had his eye on tonight. But after Tegan appeared at the cafe tonight, Mr. Yanni suddenly said he didn't want to cooperate with us anymore. He left immediately. I believe Tegan saw it too. I heard that Tegan is in a relationship with Mr. Yanni. I don't know if Mr. Yanni's decision has anything to do with you, but..." A misty layer covered Letitia's eyes, giving her a teary appearance, and her tone carried a hint of pleading. But Tegan, this cooperation with the Yanni Corporation is my first important task since becoming the marketing director at Shingda. Furthermore, it's a huge deal worth billions. If it falls through because of me, I really can't face my brother. That's why I came to you so late at night, hoping you could help me put in a good word with Mr. Yanni so the cooperation can go through smoothly. If Tegan is willing to do this, I would be very grateful. As she spoke, Letitia moved closer and closer to Deborah. Before Deborah could respond, she caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance emanating from Letitia. It was the same perfume scent clearly lingering on Wally's shirt last night. Chapter 243. Tempting Wally might as well tempt her. Last night, when Esther smelled the scent on Wally's shirt, the perfume fragrance had already faded to a very light trace. Or rather, only an indistinct base note remained. Based on this faint lingering aroma, it was difficult to determine the brand and specific model of the perfume. That's why even the perfumer Gordon found, who was the most renowned in Illegitimate and should have been well versed with various mainstream and niche perfumes, couldn't provide an answer immediately. Because by the time the shirt reached the perfumer's hands, the scent was almost entirely gone. However, when Esther smelled the fragrance on Letitia now, she immediately recognized it. The fragrance on Letitia was precisely the one that lingered on Wally's shirt last night. With such a clear scent entering her nostrils, Esther instantly knew the brand and model of the perfume. It was the French perfume brand Ausace, Elegant Night, not extremely expensive but a classic scent. Upon recognizing the fragrance, Esther's gaze couldn't help but sharpen abruptly. The woman's perfume scent left on Wally's shirt came from this very woman before her. Wally is 185 centimeters tall, while this woman is approximately 167 centimeters without heels. If they embraced, Letitia's head would naturally rest against Wally's chest. So, the scent being left on the front of the shirt was natural. And Wally wouldn't easily smell it himself, which explained why he went home without changing his clothes. At this point, Esther finally understood Letitia's true intentions for coming to her. The excuses about worrying that business would fail and not being able to explain it to her brother, or asking Esther to speak on her behalf to Wally, all these were just pretexts. What Letitia truly wanted was to use this opportunity to meet up close and personal, so that Esther could smell the perfume on her body. She wanted to make Esther suspect Wally. If not for her complete trust in Wally, discovering something like this would be impossible for him to explain clearly. Even if Gordon vouched for him, it might be seen as covering up for the boss. Her methods were indeed quite ingenious. Shirt, chest, perfume scent, was it just an embrace? Or did they do more than she knew? Once she started thinking along those lines, she couldn't help but imagine scenes of a man being intimate with another woman behind her back. This wasn't something that could easily be brushed off. Even if it passed, it would leave a lingering distrust, making it impossible for her to fully trust Wally again. Their relationship would inevitably be affected. Esther understood Letitia's purpose, but she didn't understand her motives. They hadn't met before, so why would she come all the way from Beijing to Illegitimate to do this, just to ruin her relationship with Wally? And according to Gordon, Letitia had been trying to meet Wally ever since her first visit to Illegitimate 2 weeks ago. This suggested that she didn't act on impulse, she targeted Wally from the start, perhaps intending to seduce him all along. Could it be because Wally had appeared online previously, and this Letitia fancied him, wanting to intervene in their relationship? Though Esther understood Letitia's goal, she remained calm outwardly. She glanced at Letitia and then said in a level tone, "Sure." "What?" Letitia was taken aback. "Didn't Nova say you hoped I could speak to Wally for you to ensure the cooperation proceeds smoothly?" "I'll certainly help you." Esther continued, "Mithun's President Gu has offered the lowest price for the land, Yannissi Corporation shouldn't let her down either. And it's true that Nova needs to establish her authority as a new leader. If failing this important task due to me, I'd feel terrible." Esther's reaction completely confused Letitia. How? Didn't the girl smell the same perfume on her as on Wally's shirt? Or didn't she recognize it? If she did, how could she be so calm? She was actually talking only about business and even being considerate. Letitia thought she must not have gotten close enough, causing the girl not to smell it. So Letitia leaned closer while speaking, sniffing in surprise. "Really, thank you, Tegan, you're so kind." Honestly, Letitia really was quite beautiful. With her great figure and innocent-looking face, she embodied what some might call the period sexy style. With her body so close and speaking in a soft tone, it was indeed easy to make someone's heart wander. Esther thought that if Letitia really tried to seduce Wally just to destroy her relationship with him, it was clearly the wrong strategy. Seducing Wally was not as effective as seducing her. Facing such a sweet and soft girl, her attitude would surely be better than Wally's. "No need to be polite, shall you?" Watching Letitia getting closer, Esther calmly embraced her and comforted her directly, "Be good, it's late, go back and rest early." Letitia's body stiffened when she was hugged by the shorter girl. Shall you? Be good? What? The psychological defense that Letitia had barely rebuilt suddenly collapsed again. Why was this young girl so special? Her words and actions were completely unpredictable. Moreover, why did she feel so charming when she whispered, "Be good," while hugging her? And why did she inexplicably feel shy looking at her calm face, even though she wouldn't feel this way in front of men? Letitia took a deep breath and almost escaped from Esther's embrace, stuttering, "Well, then, I'll go back first. Thank you very much, Tegan." However, Letitia still remembered her mission for this visit and immediately recalled another matter. She had considered that if the perfume plan failed, she had a backup plan. So she said to Esther, "Oh right, Tegan, since we get along so well, can I add you on WeChat?" As she spoke, she opened her phone's WeChat app and quickly brought up the scanning interface. "Add WeChat?" Esther glanced at Letitia and casually narrowed her eyes, "Sure." Chapter 244, Madam's Masks Never Run Out. Esther had expected that Letitia's WeChat profile picture would be a selfie showing her face or figure, but it wasn't. It was just a rather cute cartoon sun. The signature beneath the profile picture was also simple, with heart towards the sunshine, followed by an adorable emoticon, giving off the impression of an ordinary college student. There was actually a sense of contrast in this. It was like when Letitia came to find her tonight, although she was dressed sexy and revealing, at first glance, one might think she was a frivolous woman with ulterior motives. But Letitia would blush at one word or action from her, that kind of shyness and restraint was not feigned. This made Esther feel that Letitia didn't seem like someone who would actively lure others' boyfriends and ruin relationships, but she indeed did such things. Thus, it seemed a bit strange. After Esther returned to her room, she stared at Letitia's WeChat for a while. Letitia wanted to add her on WeChat, which probably came down to two reasons. Either for future convenience in communication, or because she still wanted her to discover something. If it was to make her discover something, then the direction was likely. Moments? Sure enough, when she clicked into Letitia's Moments, the visibility setting was set to only show posts within the past month. However, the earliest update was half a month ago. The accompanying image was a picture of a moonlit scene, and the caption read, "Turns out heartbeats really can happen in an instant." Half a month ago, coincidentally, was when Letitia had just arrived in Gillisangching. Night, moonlight, heartbeat. What an evocative Moments post. The second Moments after that showed pictures of Aussage Euphoria night perfume displayed behind a counter. The caption said, "While picking gifts, I actually found the Aussage Euphoria night perfume I've always been unable to get at this mall. Its scent is simply intoxicating." Upon seeing this, Esther understood what Letitia meant by adding her on WeChat. Perhaps fearing that she hadn't noticed earlier, Letitia directly presented the answer to guide her. This wasn't about fearing discovery, but fearing she wouldn't notice. Subsequent Moments were similarly filled with vague, ambiguous language, both in images and captions. If Esther viewed them with suspicion, she could almost definitely accuse Hewitt of infidelity after a round of browsing. These Moments, carefully crafted lies over half a month, if not born from Letitia's own intentions, could she have been acting under someone else's instructions? Esther tilted her head, supporting her chin with her hand, while her slender fingers gently tapped her cheek, appearing lost in thought. At this moment, Gordon sent a message, "Miss, the perfumer contacted me just now." She confirmed the brand and model of the perfume. Esther replied, "Aussage Euphoria Night?" Gordon on the other end was stunned upon seeing the reply. "Is Miss a god? How did you know this?" "Just guessed." "Miss, why didn't you guess earlier TT? We could have saved 10,000 yuan." Gordon joked, then immediately became serious. "Miss, since President Yanni has often been so busy he sleeps at the company recently, the shirt he wore that day happened to be one of the pieces I brought from home to the office lounge just a couple days prior. They say this perfume lingers especially long on fabric, so if someone deliberately sprayed it on his shirt, it's uncertain whether it was done by household staff or someone from the office." "I don't think it was anyone at home," Esther thought for a moment and replied, "After the incident with the Huansao and the pillow last time, didn't you check all the household staff? Everyone who remains can be trusted. Then it must be at the office. Find out who has access to Hewitt's lounge. Given it's the president's office and the lounge has privacy, very few people should be able to enter." Gordon replied, "Right, Miss reminded me. There's a safe in President Yanni's lounge where important documents are kept, so I installed a hidden camera earlier. Aside from me and President Yanni, no one else knows. Although the camera is aimed at the safe, we might catch footage of who accessed the wardrobe, giving us a lead. I'll go investigate immediately to find out who wants to frame President Yanni." "Good." After chatting with Gordon, Esther thought for a moment and sent a message to Jobert, "Are you asleep?" In her memory, Jobert, though a genius hacker skilled with various electronic devices, rarely looked at his phone. But for some reason, every time Esther sent a message to Jobert, he almost always replied instantly. "Not yet. What's up? Have you recovered well? Are you coming back to school?" To be honest, it was rather embarrassing. She had been recuperating at home for over 2 months and only recently got her cast removed, but Esther still hadn't returned to school. Mainly because she was dealing with the matter involving Letitia, as well as the issues with Gustavo and Shauna. She probably wouldn't be able to return to school in the next few days either. Cast removed, already recovered. But I still have some things to do, so it might take a few more days before I go back to school. I'm sending you this message late at night because if you're free, could you help me investigate someone? Jobert asked, "Who is it?" "The sister of Baxter, the president of Shingda Real Estate in Gillising, Letitia. She seems to be intentionally getting closer to Hewitt and me. I suspect she might be acting on someone's orders or under duress, so I want you to help me look into whether there are any clues regarding this." "Deliberately approaching you? Has she done anything harmful to you?" Are you okay? True to his form, the teenager who could type rapidly on a keyboard managed to produce such a long sentence in just 2 seconds. He completely ignored Hewitt's name and only worried about whether anything had happened to her. The usually unperturbed and taciturn boy fired off 3 questions in a row, clearly anxious and concerned. No, I'm fine. I just want to find out what's going on. Indeed, Esther had not been harmed in any way. It was actually Letitia who ended up taking quite a few liberties when they hugged and touched tonight, almost fleeing with red ears by the time she left. Seeing her say this, Jobert seemed relieved. I'm glad you're all right. I'll help you investigate and let you know once I find something. Thank you, Jobert. Esther had asked for Jobert's help several times and offered payment, but Jobert always firmly refused. Indeed, perhaps discussing money really does hurt feelings between friends. But all Esther knew was that Jobert lived alone in a rental apartment in Illegitimate and had very low material desires. She didn't know what kind of gift would be appropriate to repay him. After thinking for a moment, she typed, when I get back to school, I'll treat you to a meal in the cafeteria. Esther didn't know that at that moment, in some rental apartment, the usually unsmiling teenager was staring at the phone screen, smiling faintly. Okay. Esther woke up at 9 in the morning, having scheduled a meeting with Gustavo for 10 o'clock. Before she was fully awake, Esther habitually picked up her phone from beside her pillow and saw that Gordon had sent her several messages just then. Miss, I've found the person. I checked the surveillance and found that apart from myself and President Yanni, the only one who entered President Yanni's lounge in the past 3 days was a cleaning auntie from the company. I questioned her with the video footage. She confessed that a woman stopped her on her way home 2 nights ago, gave her 20,000 yuan and that bottle of perfume, and instructed her to leave the scent on those shirts. But she said the woman wore a cap, sunglasses, and a mask, completely covering her face, so she doesn't know who she is. Even if that person stood in front of her again, she might not recognize her. Seeing the messages, Esther instantly felt wide awake and replied, Is the auntie still in front of you? Gordon immediately replied, Yes, I'm letting her recall the details. Esther typed, Ask her if the woman's bust size is approximately D cup. This sentence likely stunned Gordon on the other end. Probably unsure how the girl came up with this question out of nowhere, and considering he was a man suddenly asking a cleaning lady such a question, it sounded creepy. A minute later, Esther received a reply. Damn, it really is. Miss, you really are a god? Or are you also a master of esoteric studies, a close disciple of some grandmaster besides being a traditional Chinese medicine doctor? Miss, don't deny it. I know it must be true. After all, you have so many hidden identities, yet you remain so low profile. I admire you wholeheartedly. Master of traditional Chinese medicine, close friend of world-renowned pianist Cohen, king of the Abyss underground boxing matches, plus a mysterious, unrevealed identity in esoteric studies. Thinking about how her own husband, while still a high school student, had so many jaw-dropping identities. No one knew that at that moment, an idea was growing wildly in the heart of a presidential assistant. And no one knew that on that night at midnight, a novel labeled as a sweet and petting CEO romance with a cool-down character appeared on a web novel platform, titled President Yanni, Be Gentle. Mrs. has endless masks. Chapter 245 Long time no see, Dear Matthew's Tur. Today was Saturday, and Chana didn't have to work. Learning that Deborah would come to visit her at the apartment, Chana was clearly delighted and said she would prepare a lot of delicious food for lunch, waiting for her sister to come over and eat together. Deborah was actually quite hesitant about whether she should tell Chana about her brother finding her before going to the apartment. But Nico said he was worried that if Chana heard that he had come, she might be reminded of the past and flee again out of fear of facing him. So it would be better to meet in person first. Moreover, Nico told Deborah that he came this time to tell his sister there was no need to be afraid of what happened in the past anymore. Their mother's death wasn't her fault, and he had already covered up the truth about their parents' deaths. In Deborah's view, no matter what, Chana was Nico's only remaining relative in this world. She also held a prestigious position in Suli, second only to the princess of the royal family, being the only daughter of the first-class duke. Not knowing Chana's identity was one thing before, but now that they knew, they couldn't let this duchess daughter wander around in Huagua with blank memories, working part-time at a pastry shop every day just to earn money. She needed to let Chana know the truth, and then see if she wanted to stay in Gilasangching or return to Suli with her brother. At 10 o'clock, Deborah arrived right on time at the entrance of the hotel where Nico was staying. As a result, from afar, she saw a circle of young girls surrounding the hotel entrance, all taking photos with their phones, looking more and more excited. People walking by thought a celebrity must be there, so out of curiosity, they also squeezed in to see who it was. Although they didn't recognize the man surrounded by people, they found he had an almost godlike handsome face, so they joined in the photography too. After seeing Nico yesterday, Deborah guessed that when she entered the restaurant, the group of girls standing by the flower bed taking photos and sighing were probably admiring him. So at this moment, Deborah guessed that the person surrounded by girls at the entrance was Nico. With so many people, it was impossible to push through, so she prepared to call Nico to tell him she had arrived. But as she just took out her phone, she heard a charming voice calling her from afar, Catherine. The tone was very intimate, subtly filled with affectionate joy. Deborah looked up and saw the tall and slender man pushing through the crowd toward her. The golden sheen of his long hair shimmered in the sunlight, his face exquisitely beautiful and almost dazzling. His deep green eyes, clear as the sea, sparkled with gentleness and sincerity. With his back straight, wearing a white lace court-style shirt paired with dark gray trousers, he appeared splendid and noble like a gentleman aristocrat, elegantly prominent among the other passers-by. "Catherine, you've come." Nico seemed very happy to see the girl. Without any regard for the crowd watching, the moment he stood in front of the girl, he gently bent down and naturally kissed her hand. Deborah knew that the hand-kissing etiquette was common among the upper echelons of Suli's nobility. But this was still in Huagua, and so many people were taking photos. Almost instinctively, Deborah withdrew her hand, yet flashes from cell phone cameras still went off. Feeling the flash of light, a trace of awareness flickered across Nico's eyes. But before Deborah could say anything, he straightened up as if he hadn't noticed her reluctance. "Let's go." Nico smiled and glanced at the servant behind him, giving instructions quite naturally. "Bring the prepared car here." "Yes, my lord." The servant bowed respectfully, and within half a minute, a long Yannincon stopped by the roadside. "The car has arrived." Nico looked at Deborah with twinkling eyes, overflowing with tenderness. Obviously accustomed to being served, he still proactively opened the car door for her, carefully blocking the edge to prevent her head from bumping as she got in. "Thank you, but I can open the door myself," Deborah said. "This is proper etiquette for a lady, so please don't stand on ceremony with me," Nico smiled. 15 minutes later, the car stopped in front of Deborah's riverside apartment. The door was a fingerprint lock, with only Deborah and Chana's fingerprints recorded. So upon hearing the unlocking sound, Chana naturally knew it was Deborah. Matthewster, you're here." A doll-like pretty blonde-haired girl, dressed in a soft cotton and linen white nightgown, wearing fluffy slippers, ran eagerly towards the door. Seeing Deborah, her eyes shone like stars, her mouth curved upwards in delight. However, in the next second, she saw the tall and aristocratic figure behind Deborah, and her body stiffened involuntarily. The two of them had similar long golden hair, almost identical appearances, and nearly the same pair of light green eyes, which collided in an instant. Seeing Chana suddenly widen her eyes and subconsciously take 2 steps back, the joy in her eyes seemed to instantly turn into instinctive fear. "Long time no see, my dear sister." Nico looked at Chana with an unchanged expression, his lips still slightly curled upwards, his voice extremely gentle. "Did you miss your brother?" Chapter 246 Blurred Memories and Genuine Fear. The moment she saw the man standing behind the girl, Chana, or rather, Lexus, froze in place. Ever since she lost her memory, everyone she had met and everything she had experienced before had become blurred images in her mind. Occasionally, scenes would flash by like film flashbacks. But whenever those scenes flashed through her mind, Chana felt suffocated. Instinctively repulsed by them, she did not want to delve deeper into those memories. She only felt that since coming to Illegitimate and being rescued by her sister to live in this apartment, each day was full of happiness. She cherished every single day as it came. So, for so long, Chana's memory had never recovered. However, now, at this very moment of seeing this man, the familiarity of his face, the domineering yet elegant and noble demeanor, and the overwhelming sense of fear he evoked from deep within her. Though she could not recall who he was, it made her entire body begin to tremble. Chana could not help but close her eyes. A dark, cold, damp confinement cell appeared before her eyes. Luxurious dishes were placed on the ground, and shackles bound her right foot. Any movement caused a clinking sound. So cold. So dark. So scared. Was there anyone who could save her? In the dim scene, someone stroked her trembling shoulders with icy hands, seemingly her most intimate person, speaking in a soft and compassionate tone. "Lexus, you have to listen to your brother. Everything your brother does is for your own good. One day, you will understand." The voice in the scene seemed identical to the man standing before her. "It's been a long time, my dear sister. Did you miss your brother?" Hearing these words, seeing the familiar yet alien graceful smile on the man's face, Chana almost screamed. Instinctively, she retreated, trembling slightly as she said, Don't come closer." Almost instantly, tears welled up in those beautiful pale green eyes, shimmering like starry seas, and her slender shoulders also quivered. Deborah knew that Chana was timid and might be frightened upon suddenly seeing strangers in her home, but she didn't expect Chana to react with such terror. Clearly, this should be her closest person. "Chana," Deborah took a deep breath and immediately stepped forward to support her. "Chana, don't be afraid. Your sister is here." Matthewster, Chana subconsciously grabbed onto Deborah's clothes, as if a drowning traveler clinging to driftwood, taking a deep breath and asked with difficulty, "Matthewster, he is." "Chana, he is your brother," Deborah stated directly. "Your memory has not recovered all this while, and I've been helping you look for your family, but I haven't been able to find them. Do you remember when we attended the school fair together? There were photos taken of you then. When your brother saw the photos, he recognized you and came over. He's your brother." Hearing this title, Chana looked almost lost, opening her mouth in confusion. "Yes, your brother," Deborah said. "You're not Chinese, your father was the first-class Duke of Saline. However, before you came to Illegitimate, your parents had an accident and passed away. Now your brother has inherited the dukedom." Chana barely managed to glance at Nico. She really couldn't recall any specific events. Even though this sister's eyes filled with concern over her reaction, it still made her feel extremely uneasy. Suddenly, Chana sobbed, looking at Deborah and asked in a small voice, "Matthew's her. Are you going to send me away?" Deborah was taken aback. She hadn't expected Chana to think like this. Of course not. "Chana, from the first time I met you, you lost your memory, leaving everything blank. Now that your brother has found you, I have to bring him over to see you. Talking to your brother might help stimulate your memory. Even if it doesn't work, at least you'll know your true identity and what happened in the past. If after talking to your brother, you do not want to go back to Saline and wish to stay in Illegitimate with me, we can discuss it, okay?" Chana knew Deborah was right, but... "Don't be afraid." Deborah noticed Chana's resistance and patted her hair. "You are your brother's only relative in this world. He shouldn't hurt you. You two can talk in the room, I'll wait in the living room. If anything happens, just call me." Hearing Deborah say this, Chana glanced at Nico again and finally summoned the courage to nod. "Alright, I'll listen to Matthew's turn." Seeing Chana walk towards the bedroom first, Nico took a step forward and stood beside Deborah. "Lexus trusts you very much. You must have taken good care of her these past few months." Nico's sharply defined jawline slightly lowered, his voice deep and pleasant. "In fact, it's not really about taking care of her. Most of the time, I live elsewhere, but I visit her every week." Deborah glanced at Nico. "Actually, I was quite surprised when you told me Chana's true identity because, although she looks delicate, she is very strong and not at all fragile." Hearing this, Nico smiled lightly, as if sunlight had pierced through the clouds, radiating an appealing warmth. After he followed Chana into the room, Deborah headed to the kitchen. She had arrived a bit earlier today than she had told Chana yesterday. Chana's lunch hadn't been prepared yet. There were some unprocessed raw shrimps in the sink. Chana probably wanted to make shrimp scrambled eggs. So Deborah rolled up her sleeves and started handling the shrimps by the sink. On her way here, Deborah had already discussed with Nico. Mithun's Nico had concealed the truth about their parents' deaths. If Chana still hadn't recovered her memory after seeing him, they might as well let the past be past. Witnessing her mother stab her father to death and then slashing her own mother's throat, if Chana knew about those events, it would be better for her not to know. Once she found out, she would likely live in the shadow of that trauma for the rest of her life. In the kitchen, Deborah held a knife to remove the shrimp veins, her fair and slender fingers skillfully operating the chef's knife. However, the next moment, she suddenly heard a bang from the bedroom. It sounded like something shattered on the ground. Hearing this sound, Deborah immediately sensed something was wrong. She instantly dropped the knife and rushed towards the bedroom. But the moment she opened the bedroom door, she saw a terrifying scene and couldn't help but shrink back in shock. Chapter 247 The Insane and Pretentious Brother. The sound of something shattering just now was obviously from the vase. As Esther pushed open the bedroom door, she saw that the porcelain vase which was originally placed on the windowsill had already shattered into pieces of various sizes scattered all over the floor. Chana stood in front of Nico. She held a fragment with sharp edges stained with blood in both hands, her shoulders trembling violently at this moment. Her eyes were wide open, seemingly filled with disbelief. And standing in front of her, Nico's right arm clothing was slashed by the fragments. Or rather, his right forearm had been cut by the fragment, leaving a horrifying wound about 20 centimeters long. The originally pure white shirt was instantly soaked and spread with blood gushing from the wound. Even as Nico used the other hand to cover the wound, a large amount of blood still surged out from between his fingers, dripping onto the ground drop by drop. This scene was simply shocking. Esther did not expect such a thing to happen. Weren't this brother and sister chatting? Did Chana smash the vase and then use its shards to injure Nico? But why would Chana do this? What kind of stimulus did she receive? "Chana, what happened?" Esther took a deep breath and called out subconsciously. When Chana heard Esther's voice, her body couldn't help but tremble. The fragment in her hand fell to the ground with a snap. She turned to look at Esther, tears immediately welling up in her eyes, appearing panic-stricken and at a loss. Even her body seemed unstable. "Matthews. Don't step on the shards." Esther hurriedly went over to support her, asking, "What happened? Was it you who injured your brother? Did something happen?" Chana looked at the wound on Nico's opposite side that wouldn't stop bleeding, opening her pale lips. "I didn't mean to, Chana didn't know how to explain herself, but she really didn't intend to injure her brother. At first when entering the room, she felt resistant due to the fear deep within her heart. However, later, seeing this person who claimed to be her brother behave gracefully and gently, patiently telling her about things from her past, Chana couldn't help but feel puzzled. Her memory was originally vague and chaotic, and she wondered if she confused being locked in the basement by traffickers with something else, or perhaps she substituted her brother for characters from movies and TV shows she had seen before. Because her sister said he was her only relative in the world, and that he had been searching for her whereabouts all along, traveling thousands of miles to Illegitimate once he found her. Mithun's her brother cared so much about her, how could he possibly do anything to harm her? So Chana gradually put down her initial wariness and vigilance. She listened carefully to her brother until she heard him say he wanted to take her back to Switzerland immediately, then she felt resistant again. Her sister was her savior angel. These days in Illegitimate made her happy every day. Even though her brother said that after returning to Switzerland, she would be the most prestigious girl in the country, she didn't want to go back at all. However, when she said she didn't want to leave, Her brother's eyes suddenly grew cold, his tone determined. He grabbed her shoulders firmly and insisted she had to go back with him. Her shoulders hurt from his grip, and she felt that instinctive fear resurfacing. As she struggled and retreated backward, she accidentally knocked the vase to the ground. In the instant her brother released her, she almost reflexively bent down, grabbed a piece of the broken vase, and pointed it at her brother, wanting him not to come near her. But unexpectedly, just before her sister opened the door, her brother suddenly grabbed her hand holding the shard and slashed it fiercely against his own arm. Instantly, blood gushed out. That nearly 20-centimeter wound was long and deep, while she was frightened speechless. She didn't know why her brother intentionally held her hand to hurt himself. Was it because she didn't listen to him, and thus he was angry? Chana just kept saying, "I didn't," unable to express anything else. Seeing this, Nico spoke up, "It's fine, Joelbriston didn't mean to." Nico's arm was still bleeding, yet his expression remained gentle, his tone filled with concern and indulgence towards his sister. "I was too hasty just now, saying I wanted to bring her back to Switzerland soon, but she didn't want to leave because she couldn't bear to part with you. Sorry, Joelbriston, it's all my fault. You've gone through so many things and lost your memory. I should have given you time to adjust after finding you." Nico looked at Chana, speaking so tenderly as a doting and indulgent elder brother. Even though he was so badly injured by his sister with vase fragments, he was reflecting on himself first. Nico's behavior was impeccable, but for a moment, Esther still felt a bit off. Because if the person in the room today had been any of her elder brothers, no matter how much they wanted her to do something, they would never place that above her own wishes, let alone provoke such a rebellious act as using shards to cut someone. Chana was fearful and anxious, yet she had a kind heart and was timid. Normally, she wouldn't even dare to handle live fish with a knife, so how could she suddenly use shards to injure her own brother? Esther took a deep breath and looked up at Nico, saying, "Regardless, let's take care of the wound first. We have a first aid kit at home, I'll help you stop the bleeding." "Alright, thank you for your trouble." Hearing this, Nico's voice was warm and soft, his face showing a gentle smile. Methoding on the sofa in the living room with the first aid kit beside him, Esther used scissors to cut off the blood-soaked half sleeve, then bent down to rinse the wound. When disinfectant was poured over the wound, mixing with blood, even the onlooker felt the pain, but Nico did not make a sound. Esther worked efficiently, quickly rinsing the wound before starting to bandage it with gauze. As the gauze wrapped around Nico's slender arm, finally tying a knot to secure it, Esther raised her eyes to find Nico looking at her intently. How long he had been watching her like that, she couldn't tell. "What? Is there something on my face?" Esther instinctively touched her face. Of course not, perhaps because his eyes were too beautiful. When he focused on someone, it seemed as if they carried a touch of tender affection. "I was just thinking that Joelbriston doesn't want to go back to Switzerland because you are here. Janine, why don't you come to Switzerland for a vacation and clear your mind?" Nico's eyes were like spring water, his tone gentle and gentlemanly. "If you're willing to join us in Switzerland, I believe Joelbriston won't resist going back so much. And I can offer you the perfect travel experience. Just agree to come, private jets, mansions, visiting all the best places in the country. I'll arrange everything for you." Nico was inviting her to Switzerland? Esther paused mid-motion. Just then, her phone rang. Checking it, the caller was Jobert. Esther stood up and said to Nico, "Excuse me, I'll take this call nearby." "Sure." Nico smiled and nodded. Walking a few steps to the side, Esther answered the phone. Jobert's voice came through, "I found what you asked me to check." Esther gripped her phone unconsciously. That Letitia indeed seems to have been instructed by someone to get close to both you and Hewitt, Jobert said on the phone. Chapter 248, Can one truly disguise oneself without any flaws? Upon hearing what Jobert said on the phone, Deborah immediately asked, "What happened?" Jobert didn't explain any technical details or how he had found out the information. He simply told Deborah the results of his investigation and the conclusion he had drawn. Layla is 21 years old and is currently a third-year student at a second-tier college in Gillising. She is the illegitimate daughter of Bodhi, the chairman of Shinga Group in Gillising. Deborah was stunned. "Illegitimate daughter?" "Yes," Jobert replied. Layla's mother used to be a servant in the Gu family. She is an uneducated, coarse, selfish, and greedy woman. It's unknown whether she seduced Bodhi or if he took a liking to her, but during her employment, she ended up pregnant with Bodhi's child. Bodhi found an excuse to fire her and gave her an apartment in Gillising as compensation, asking her to terminate the pregnancy. However, she secretly gave birth to the child, Layla, and has since continuously demanded money from Bodhi using Layla as leverage. A year ago, the matriarch of the Gu family discovered the existence of Layla and her mother, which caused a huge commotion. Eventually, Bodhi gave 5 million yuan to Layla's mother as compensation and asked her to leave Gillising permanently before taking Layla back into the Gu family. Layla's mother loved gambling and, after receiving the 5 million yuan, went to Las Vegas where she not only lost all the money but also borrowed another 5 million yuan in high-interest loans under Layla's name. The loan later escalated to 7 million yuan, after which her mother fled. A few months ago, debt collectors started pursuing Layla. Being an illegitimate daughter and having a disreputable mother, the matriarch of the Gu family hated them deeply. Layla was tormented by the matriarch while living in the Gu household despite her elder brother, Baxter, being nice to her and letting her work as vice director in the market department of Shinga Group. Even so, with only a few 10,000 yuan in savings, she could never repay the 7 million yuan debt and has been constantly harassed by debt collectors without daring to tell anyone. But half a month ago, 7 million yuan was transferred from overseas into Layla's account. This transfer was set to arrive with a 20-day delay, allowing the sender to cancel at any time before the funds were credited. You told me that Layla came to Illegitimate about half a month ago and has been trying to get close to Fabio ever since, and later to you. That's why I say she must have been acting under someone's orders. The person who instructed her to do this is likely the one who transferred the money to her. Jobert's short speech contained an enormous amount of information. Deborah finally understood the inconsistency she felt earlier regarding Layla. The actions weren't of her own volition but rather out of compulsion. In other words, Layla was merely a tool sent to disrupt her relationship with Fabio. The crucial point was to figure out who was behind this scheme and what their true intentions were. Can we trace the identity of the person who made the transfer? Deborah asked over the phone, her eyes narrowing. Jobert replied, the overseas account has encryption on its identity, making it impossible to trace the specific identity of the sender. We can only identify the location of the IP address associated with the account. Where is the account's IP location? Just as Deborah finished speaking, someone suddenly tapped her shoulder. She instinctively turned around and saw Gustavo standing behind her, his right arm wrapped in bandages and a faint smile on his face. His clear gaze and gentle voice carried a hint of apology. Sorry, Janine. Could you tell me where I can get some water? I'm a bit thirsty. At the same moment, Jobert's steady voice came through the phone, sounding exceptionally clear in the sudden silence. It's Su Yani. Su Yani? Deborah's hand holding the phone paused, and her pupils involuntarily contracted slightly. While she wasn't aware of any connection between Fabio and Su Yani, her only link to Su Yani was the man standing right in front of her. It's over there, there's a water dispenser, Deborah replied without changing her expression, pointing towards it. Gustavo smiled gently, nodding in response. As he turned away, Deborah took a deep breath, her gaze becoming sharp. If this person was targeting her, then it meant, this person could very well be Gustavo. And if this person was indeed Gustavo, everything he had portrayed, everything he had said, and his true purpose for coming to Illegitimate, could all be fake. Was it possible? But everything Gustavo had done and said previously seemed flawless. Could someone really disguise themselves perfectly without any flaws? After hanging up the phone, Deborah fell into deep thought, replaying every detail of her encounter with Gustavo in her mind. However, just a few seconds later, she received another message from Gordon. Miss, are you still with that Gustavo from last night? Deborah wasn't sure why Gordon suddenly asked this, so she replied, yes, what's up? The thing is, Miss, you might not know since you don't check Weibo or Douyin, but photos of that Gustavo went viral online last night and today. Although netizens couldn't dig out his identity, he became an internet sensation just by his looks. That's not the main point. The crucial part is, besides the photos people took of him, some also captured photos of you, Miss. For example, last night when Gustavo hugged your shoulder at the restaurant, and this morning when he kissed the back of your hand in public. I know there's definitely nothing between you and him, Miss, but the problem is, I was looking at those photos when President Yani came over, and he saw them too. I'm sorry, Miss. It's all my fault for not being more discreet around President Yani. You should consider explaining to President Yani. I'm worried he might misunderstand. Gordon was indeed concerned about her relationship with Fabio. However, after reading his message, Deborah's thoughts suddenly became much clearer. Last night, when Gustavo appeared and suddenly embraced her shoulder, calling her sweetheart and other affectionate terms. And today, on their second meeting, he publicly kissed her hand in front of everyone, completely disregarding the people around him and the fact that someone was taking pictures. Was it unintentional, or deliberate? Or perhaps, did he do these things specifically to be photographed and seen by Fabio? Generally, any man who sees such intimate photos of his girlfriend with another man online would not only be upset but would inevitably feel jealous, leading to arguments and misunderstandings. Deborah had intended to send a message to Fabio to explain, but unexpectedly, Fabio messaged her first. Don't listen to Gordon's nonsense, I won't misunderstand anything. I don't know the context of those photos, but I won't get jealous without understanding the whole situation. And I know you wouldn't initiate any close behavior with other men. So, go about your business as usual, I love you. Deborah's eyes softened, and she replied with, I love you too. The next second, Gustavo happened to return with a glass of water, smiling faintly as he looked down at her. What's wrong? Did something happen? Chapter 249, Letitia is about to be bent by Jacob. No. Esther put her phone away. I was just thinking that we should give Chana some time to adapt. I think she was also scared by her own impulsive behavior today. Yes, Gustavo glanced at Chana's room, his sharp profile looking godlike as he sighed softly. So, it's because I was too impatient. Why don't you go back to the hotel to rest first? I'll stay here with her. Esther looked at Gustavo and suggested, if Chana feels better, I'll call you. Esther straightforwardly wanted Gustavo to leave first. Until they were sure of the danger Gustavo might pose, she wouldn't let Chana be alone with him again, even if Chana was his real sister. Esther didn't show any suspicion or distrust in her words, which were well-reasoned. But Gustavo's light green eyes moved slightly, seemingly noticing the subtle change in the girl's attitude towards him. However, his face remained expressionless, and his smile even became softer. Alright, anyway, I came to Illegitimate this time to take Violetta back home. I will be patient. After Gustavo left, Esther comforted Chana, who still looked a bit dazed, and had lunch with her until 2 in the afternoon before leaving. She did not return to the Liu family but went to a cafe instead. The person she had arranged to meet beforehand was already waiting there, Letitia. It was unclear whether it was due to psychological trauma from being taken advantage of by Esther last time or her original style, but today Letitia only wore a simple hoodie and jeans. Seeing Esther approaching from afar, Letitia stood up immediately and waved. Tegan, I'm here. If Letitia's low-cut tight outfit gave off a rather sexy impression during their first meeting, making her age hard to guess, now Letitia looked more like a 21-year-old college student. Although Jobert only briefly mentioned Letitia's experiences, Esther could imagine what kind of life Letitia had lived over the years. From being treated as a cash cow by her mother since childhood to living as a hidden existence, later on, when she was brought back into the Gu family and tortured by Mrs. Gu, and her mother's excessive gambling and running away after borrowing high-interest loans under her name, leaving her to be harassed by those vicious people. Even when she became an assistant manager at the Xingda marketing department, she appeared glamorous on the surface, but behind the scenes, due to her young age, status as an illegitimate daughter, and related household issues, she might have faced all sorts of hidden insults from everyone in the company. To some extent, Esther felt that Letitia's experience resembled the protagonist's. So even though Letitia intentionally got close to Hewitt before and then to her, Esther did not dislike this girl. Jobenness is a virtue from one's heart, but some people living in darkness, struggling in the mire, may want to be kind but lack the resources to remain kind. Nova, please sit down. Esther sat opposite Letitia, her expression unreadable. Okay, Letitia sat down and wanted to ask a waiter to take Esther's order, but Esther stopped her. There's no need, Nova. Esther looked up. I didn't come here to drink. I asked to meet you because I have something to ask you. Upon hearing this, Letitia, who was already nervous, became even more anxious, taking a deep breath. What is it, Tegan? When receiving the message from the girl, Letitia thought the girl must have found out about the perfume or seen those WeChat moments she intentionally posted, so she came specifically to confront her. However, the girl's first question was completely different from what she imagined. Because Esther's first sentence was it Gustavo who instructed you to get close to Hewitt and me? To cover her tension, Letitia had just drunk some water, but upon hearing this, she nearly spat it out. Cough, cough, covering her mouth while coughing, Letitia stared at Esther in shock, suddenly feeling panicked. What? Esther looked at her, unperturbed, or let me rephrase my question. Who transferred 7 million to your account? Hearing this, Letitia couldn't help but gasp. How did the girl know about the 7 million, her intentional closeness, these things? Tegan, you don't need to panic, Esther looked at the flustered Letitia and said, I'm not asking you these questions to target or retaliate against you. I know you were harassed by people due to the high-interest loans your mother owed, and perhaps you had no choice but to do this. Since your actions haven't caused any harm to Hewitt or me, I won't make you pay any price for it. I just want to know who is targeting Hewitt and me behind the scenes and what their true intentions are. Hearing Esther say this, Letitia opened her mouth and subconsciously gripped her sleeve. Nova, I understand that when someone pays you to do something, you need the money to help your mother repay her debts and don't want to be bothered by those bad people anymore. And a person who can casually transfer 7 million must have power and influence. If you easily told me who instructed you, you might put yourself in danger. But, Letitia, listen to me. As she spoke, Esther leaned forward slightly, naturally changing her address and moving closer to Letitia. The young girl's calm gaze looked straight at her, inexplicably giving a compelling impression, which left Letitia momentarily breathless and even forgot to breathe. First, that 7 million transfer has a 20-day delay. Up to now, the money hasn't actually been credited to your account. Second, my relationship with Hewitt hasn't been affected by you. Your task hasn't been completed. Therefore, this money won't be transferred to your account afterward. Third, those loan sharks are ruthless and will never stop if they think you can get 7 million under their threats. Not only will they not let you off, but they will also try to squeeze more money out of you. So even if you get the 7 million, it won't solve your problem. Fourth, if the person who hired you is very powerful, his efforts on you went unrewarded, and you've already offended him. If you don't want to be in danger, you shouldn't fear him, avoid him, or hide from him. Instead, you should find a strong person to protect you. Saying this, Esther reached out and pinched Letitia's chin. Her voice was calm, yet it made Letitia's heart pound instantly. A person like me, for instance. Chapter 250, Gustavo's true face is unmasked. Letitia was completely stunned. The girl was clearly 3 or 4 years younger than her, yet her presence was so overpowering. When the other party approached and looked at her directly, she even forgot to breathe, completely lost in those beautiful, calm black eyes. And the last sentence from the girl, coupled with her chin being grasped, made her heart pound wildly, her ears turning red instantly. However, after the initial embarrassment, Letitia realized what Esther had said and was even more alarmed. She didn't know how Esther knew all this. But when Esther asked who was behind her, directing her actions, she truly dared not speak. In the Gu family, her position was awkward, always treading carefully. Apart from her elder brother, everyone else saw her as a thorn in their side. She had no one to rely on. Even ignoring the money issue, a man of Jobran's status and position was someone she absolutely couldn't afford to provoke. How could she dare reveal his identity? But those 4 points the girl mentioned just now were simply to the point. Firstly, she hadn't received the 7 million and likely never would. Even if she did get it, it wouldn't solve her debt collector's problem entirely. Secondly, she had already offended Jobran by failing to complete the task. He had already threatened her in the hotel last night. Even if she said nothing, she might still face retaliation. Esther, seeing that Letitia's face had turned pale as she seemed to be deep in thought, knew her words had shaken her. So, Esther continued, what you care about comes down to 2 points. Wanting to escape those debt collectors and not wanting to be retaliated against by the person who ordered you. I've already told you, whether or not you give them the money, you can't escape those people entirely. The only way to truly get rid of them is to make them disappear. Hearing this, Letitia's eyes widened as if she had been startled. Are you saying I should kill them? Letitia's lips trembled nervously, but suddenly Esther smiled faintly, tapping her head lightly. What are you thinking? We live in a law-abiding society. This was the first time Letitia had seen the girl smile, like the warm and brilliant sun in winter. Biting her lip, her heartbeat quickened. Then you mean? Esther said, my friend investigated for me, and it turns out those people harassing you and demanding debts are international fugitives. The few here in Huagua used fake identities. Before I came to see you, I anonymously sent their information and residence addresses to the police in Illegitimate. They should have already taken action to arrest them. High-interest loans aren't legally protected. Once these people are arrested by the police, whether they are tried and sentenced domestically or extradited abroad, they won't appear before you again. The debt your mother owed naturally won't need to be addressed anymore. Really? Letitia's eyes widened in shock. Could it be handled like this? The girl was amazing, and her friends were equally impressive. As for not wanting to be retaliated against by the person who ordered you, Esther continued, firstly, I won't tell anyone what you've told me. Secondly, even if that person finds out, I have the ability to protect you. Even if you don't trust me, you should know what kind of person Wally is. As long as he's there, no one can touch you, at least in Illegitimate, until I deal with that person. Just tell me everything, and I promise you, whether now or in the future, we will protect you. Hearing this, Letitia took a deep breath. Seemingly having undergone some internal struggle, she finally spoke up. I don't know who you're talking about regarding Gustavo, but the person who asked me to do this was the man who was with you at the cafe last night. I only know his name is Jobran, but his servant calls him Duke. So, I guess his identity must be extraordinary. Duke Jobran? Upon hearing this, Esther's eyes turned cold. It really was Gustavo. The person with ill intentions was indeed him. Unaware of Esther's thoughts, Letitia continued, I first met Jobran over a month ago when I came to Illegitimate on business. At that time, the Yanni family group had already expressed interest in buying our land plot. My brother sent me to Illegitimate to investigate, and that's when Jobran found me. Wait, Esther interrupted Letitia, you're saying that Jobran was already in Illegitimate over a month ago? Last night at the restaurant, Gustavo had said he had just learned of Chana's whereabouts and it was his first time coming to Huagua. So, from the very beginning, he had been lying to her. Yes, Letitia nodded. After he found me, he said he knew I owed 7 million in high-interest loans and was being harassed by debt collectors. He offered that if I helped him with something, he would give me 7 million to clear my debt. And that task was to come to Illegitimate on a business trip later and seduce President Yanni, finding a way to make President Yanni cheat on you. Basically, I was supposed to sabotage President Yanni's relationship with you. Esther had already guessed this task earlier. But the question was, why? Why did Gustavo want to sabotage her relationship with Wally? Did he have any grudge against Wally, or was it directed at her? Frowning slightly, Esther asked Letitia, did Jobran tell you why he wanted you to do this? No, Letitia shook her head, I was just someone helping him, why would he tell me his purpose? However. Hearing the word, however, from Letitia, Esther immediately followed up, however what? However, last night, before I went to the Liu family to find you, I met him at the hotel. Letitia continued, just as I was leaving, I overheard him talking to himself. I heard him say in a very infatuated and yearning voice, Janine, I will take you away, I will make you become. As for what he meant by become, I didn't hear clearly. Chapter 251, Heart-Minded Oral comes online. Take her away? Away to where? To Suyani. Deborah suddenly remembered the invitation from Gustavo in the apartment before, saying he hoped she could accompany him and Chana to Suyani. So, Gustavo wasn't after Fabio, and even bringing Chana home might just be an excuse to get closer to her. He was after her. But why? Deborah couldn't help frowning, whether in her previous life or now, she was certain that she did not know Gustavo before, nor had she ever seen him. And turn back into what? Could it be that Gustavo is also from the Monster Hunter clan and knows that she is a demon, intending to take her away to turn her from human back into a demon? Before knowing the true purpose of the opponent, making a rash move would only alert them. Therefore, Deborah decided to stay put for now. I understand, thank you for telling me this. Deborah steadied herself and said to Layla. I have already discussed the purchase of the land with Fabio. Afterward, Gordon will negotiate with you. This deal worth billions can also help you establish yourself in the company. And for safety reasons, change hotels before you leave the capital. As she spoke, Deborah handed over a hotel business card and a VIP room card. This hotel belongs to my eldest brother. I've booked a room for you already, and you don't need to pay anything. I told my eldest brother to find several bodyguards to protect you 24 hours a day. Also, if you feel any danger, you can call me directly. Layla didn't expect the girl to be so considerate. Even though she had done something harmful to her before, not only did she hand over information about those debt collectors to the police, but she also helped her complete the deal, booked a hotel, and found bodyguards for her. Even in the Gu family in the capital, few people cared for her like this. So Layla couldn't help but sniffle, somewhat embarrassedly saying, "Is this too much trouble? Too troublesome?" The girl's voice was cold and clear as she raised her eyes. "Then come straight to my house, I'll protect you." No, Layla waved her hands frantically, her face instantly turning red again. She is really cool. Layla felt her heart nearly jump out of her chest. She didn't know whether it was because of shyness or infatuation, but she didn't dare look at Deborah's face anymore. "Just stay at the hotel." Well, Deborah stood up as she spoke. Seemingly recalling something, she looked at Layla. "I'm also an illegitimate child. I know your situation in the Gu family. If sincerity cannot touch some people, then use strategy. If you cannot make everyone like you, then make the most influential person in the family like you. For example, your eldest brother. If he loves you, find ways to make him love you more. When targeted and bullied, let him see and protect you instead of wiping your tears secretly. Observe their preferences, personalities, weaknesses, and soft spots, then conquer each one in the way most beneficial to you. Don't be too naive and weak, or they will take advantage of you." Layla didn't expect Deborah to say such things to her. "You mean, you've experienced these things?" "Perhaps initially." Deborah thought of the days when she first came to Illegitimate, but later on, "I didn't need to use any strategy anymore. Because my brothers all love me, and I really love them too." Although she still doesn't know the reason for Gustavo's actions, at least now she knows he approached her with ulterior motives, and he is nothing like how he appears on the surface. It was a gain of sorts. After parting ways with Layla, Deborah returned to the Liu residence. Upon entering, the servant told her that tonight, she was the only one at home. Marissa went out to play cards with others, the eldest brother was working overtime at the company, the second brother was on duty at the hospital, the third brother hasn't been home for almost half a month. The fourth brother was called by Mathawena for unknown reasons, and the fifth brother went to the library. The weather forecast predicted a storm tonight. When Deborah returned, the sky was already darkening, with dark clouds spreading across the sky. Even before dinner time, the sky was completely covered by clouds after she came out of the shower. Outside the window, it was pitch black, followed by the rumble of thunder from afar, which suddenly exploded in the air, producing a booming sound growing louder as it neared. During her recovery at home from the broken leg, someone accompanied Deborah every day. In the daytime, it was Marissa and her brothers, and at night, it was Hug Pillow Fabio who stayed overnight with her. But today, there was no one at home, and the loud thunder outside made the inside of the house seem even quieter. When the servant knocked on the door to ask Deborah what she wanted for dinner, she merely replied that she wasn't very hungry and they didn't need to prepare anything. Then she picked up the remote control and started browsing through movies on TV. A thunderstorm, being alone, and horror movies were a perfect match. So Deborah searched around and chose a movie claimed to be the scariest of the past decade, then got up to turn off the lights in the room. Cross-legged on the carpet in front of the sofa, she ate popcorn while watching the movie intently, not glancing at her phone at all. Therefore, she completely missed the flurry of messages in the Happy and Harmonious Family group chat created by her eldest brother. Sullivan at Baby Aunt Yanni said you don't want to eat dinner? What's going on? Sullivan, are you not hungry or is it lack of appetite? Did you eat outside already? It can't be that you're not feeling well, right? Josue, is Tian not feeling well? Josue, I've asked a colleague to take over my shift. I'm heading home now. Sullivan, I should go back too. Tian hasn't replied after a minute, and I'm getting worried. Atlee. Is Tian not feeling well? I'm riding my bike back home right now. Sullivan, didn't I confiscate your motorcycle? Where did you get a bike from? Atlee, Avram. I meant shared bikes. Atlee, it's already hard enough having to ride a shared bike. Avram, have a little trust in me. Deborah I'm on my way back. Deborah I brought her favorite spicy roasted pork kidney with sesame seeds, she should feel like eating. Josue, don't give her that first. If her stomach isn't feeling well, greasy and spicy barbecues will only make it worse. Monty, wait, are all four of you not at home? Monty, the weather forecast clearly said there would be a storm tonight. Now it's windy and rainy, and there's lightning and thunder, and you left Tian alone at home? Monty, are you brothers doing this right? If I were Tian, I'd be upset. Sullivan. Yunyuan is right. Blame me for being too focused on work. Josue, it was an emergency duty assignment, otherwise, I'd be home tonight. Deborah didn't check the weather forecast. Atlee, true warriors never check the weather forecast before going out. Atlee, holy crap, why is it raining so heavily? My hat flew away as soon as I stepped out. Atlee, wait. Oral, you aren't home either. Why are you reprimanding us? Monty, sorry, I took leave from the film crew yesterday because of tonight's storm and just got home. Monty, I'll stay with Tion. You guys take your time coming back. Monty, it's fine if you can't make it back. One brother for Tion is enough, smiley face. Sullivan. Josue. Deborah E. Atlee? Atlee, not fair. Oral, how come you're always so devious? Atlee, aw, eldest brother, can you kick Oral out of the group? Can you? Chapter 252, scaring the daylights out of brother 5 ha ha ha. Ever since he made up his mind to get into a university in the capital, Atlee had not slacked off for more than 2 months. Besides attending classes at school during weekdays, he also studied diligently on Saturdays and Sundays. Studying at home was supposed to be the most convenient option, but whenever he was in his room, he couldn't help wanting to go downstairs to find Esther. Especially when he saw his twin brother next door using the pretext of tutoring Janine but actually playing games with her, Atlee found it even harder to focus. Jealousy distorted his features. Why did it seem so unfair that they came from the same womb? He consistently ranked last, while Esther could ace exams without even studying. How utterly unfair, TT. Later, Atlee simply decided to study at the library on weekends. That library was not far from home, just a 10-minute bike ride away. And today, seeing in the group chat that Avram said Janine was alone at home without eating, and cunning Oral secretly went back to keep her company, Atlee became even more anxious. He rode so fast that sparks flew from the tires of his shared bike. It only took 7 minutes to get home. Though he wore the raincoat provided by the library on his way back, the wind and rain had soaked half of his hair and splashed much of his trousers wet. As soon as he entered the house, the servant greeted young master, and seeing Atlee drenched, she hurriedly offered to fetch a towel to dry him. But Atlee waved her off without stopping and rushed straight to Esther's room. Turning the corner, Atlee saw from afar that Esther's door wasn't fully closed, only slightly ajar. Without paying attention and continuing forward, he heard a strange sobbing sound before he got closer. It sounded like a woman crying eerily. The mournful cries were bone-chilling. What the heck is going on? Atlee's eyes widened immediately. The sound was coming from inside the room, where Janine and Oral should be now. Where was this woman's crying coming from? It didn't sound like Janine either. Atlee walked shakily to the door and found that the lights were not on inside. In the dark room, only faint green light seeped through the crack in the door, and the cries grew clearer, changing from sorrowful to sharper. Atlee felt his legs turn to jelly instantly. What the hell was this? But a man shouldn't fear a little bit of green light and some woman's crying. Atlee clenched his teeth and pushed the door open directly. At that moment, he saw an ultra-clear close-up of a ghost face on the large screen in the center of the room. Inside a dilapidated wooden house emitting green light, a woman hanging in red bridal attire with her eyes gouged out, a pale ghost face covered the entire screen. Not only were her hollow eyes bleeding, but her tongue had been cut out, spitting out blood. Seeing this scene, Atlee almost fainted. Before he could scream, in the next second, he saw 2 people on the sofa turn their heads. Coincidentally, thunder rumbled loudly, and lightning flashed outside at that very moment. The white lightning illuminated the room, casting on the blackened faces of the 2 people who turned around on the sofa. Accompanied by the piercing cries of the woman, 2 sets of sharply contrasting eyes stared straight at him. Ay. Atlee's ear-piercing scream almost tore the roof off the Liu residence. His shrill screams were so intense that Sullivan, who had just come in, was almost terrified into a heart attack, and he rushed over without even changing his shoes. However, turning the corner and not yet clearly seeing what was happening, he saw a shadow suddenly rush towards him and jump onto his body. Sullivan instinctively caught the person who jumped onto him in a princess hold, while Atlee clung to his eldest brother's neck and started wailing. Brother. Brother. There's a ghost in Janine's room. Wah, I'm scared to death. Oh. Atlee was practically blubbering. There's a ghost in Janine's room? What does this mean? Sullivan, who had just returned from work, was utterly bewildered. With Atlee clinging tightly to him, he had no choice but to carry his younger brother into the room. However, upon entering, he found the lights in Esther's room already switched on with a snap. Monty stood by the light switch at the door, looking at Atlee who was clinging to Sullivan. What are you yelling about at this hour, Graham? Monty showed no effort to hide his disdain. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Upon hearing the woman's crying stop and recognizing Oral's familiar voice, Atlee dared to lift his head. As he lifted his head, he was met with Oral's face covered in a black face mask. Glancing to the side, he saw the girl on the sofa also wearing a black face mask. Oral? Janine? Atlee's expression was stupefied. What are you guys doing? Just putting on a face mask, Monty replied calmly. These are top-grade black caviar essence masks that I got my agent to purchase from overseas. Each one costs 2,000 yuan. Today, I specially brought them back to use with Yanadal Naughty. Then what about that ghost woman earlier? Atlee sniffled, glancing towards the TV involuntarily. You mean her, said Esther. Upon hearing this, the girl on the sofa obediently pressed the remote control to rewind the movie by a few seconds. The screen instantly showed the crying red-clad bride with gouged-out eyes and severed tongue once again. But with so many people in the room and the lights on, it didn't seem as terrifying now. Oral and I were watching a movie together. It's called Never Mess with a Bride in Red, Ghost Crossing the River. Esther looked at Atlee. It's pretty interesting. Dennis, do you want to watch it with us? Atlee really wanted to say that he didn't want to watch such horrifying movies because he was scared. Ugh. But as an older brother, how could he lose face in front of his little sister? So, Atlee immediately jumped down from Sullivan. Of course I can. Atlee straightened his back and looked at Esther. I can watch with Oral, why not me? Graham, maybe you shouldn't force yourself. Look how scared you were just now. Monty took off his face mask, gave Atlee a sweet smile, and said in a caring tone. However, this smile seemed full of ulterior motives to Atlee. He knew his Oral all too well. Oral wasn't concerned about him. He definitely wanted to watch the movie alone with Janine. What are you talking about, Oral? Atlee defended himself immediately. I'm 18 years old now. Would I be afraid of something like this that is clearly fake? Impossible. Then what about just now? Just now was because. Atlee choked. It was due to both of you having face masks on that I got scared. Alright then, Monty's eyes curved up, his almond eyes narrowing. The scary part hasn't even started yet. If you get scared later, don't blame me. Atlee, crying inside. Alright, forget about the movie for now. The head of the family spoke as Sullivan was still worried about his sister not eating dinner, looking at Esther. Janine, why didn't you reply when I called you in the group chat? Why didn't you eat dinner today? Huh? Avram called me in the group? Esther looked up. She hadn't checked her phone since she came back. Hearing Sullivan, she took out her silent phone from her pocket. Then she saw dozens of unread messages in the group chat. Aya, seeing you all here, why bother checking the messages? Monty effortlessly took the phone from Esther's hand, rubbed her head affectionately, and said with narrowed eyes, Yanadal naughty, good girl, quickly answer Avram. Chapter 253, Illegitimate. Deborah glanced at Monty, Oral. Seeing his sister call him, Monty returned the phone to Deborah with an innocent look. Okay then. Deborah took the phone and opened the group chat, scrolling back to the first unread message. She saw Avram tagging her, asking why she didn't want to have dinner and if she was feeling unwell. Then she noticed that Sergio, Matthew, and Dennis were all saying they would rush home. Afterward, Oral had condemned the other brothers and said he had taken leave early to come home. He also mentioned that it didn't matter if they didn't return as he could accompany her alone. What a character. With the squinting laugh emoticon, Oral indeed knew how to get on people's nerves. Avram, I'm not unwell, Deborah replied. I just don't have much of an appetite, plus none of you are home, so I didn't feel like eating. I hadn't seen your messages before. I didn't know you all were worried and wanted to come back. It's windy and stormy outside now. Let me tell Sergio and Matthew not to come back. We've already come back. A voice sounded from outside the room. It was Sergio. Deborah looked up and saw Josue in a casual jacket and Reese in a black hoodie walk into the room. Sergio remained aloof as ever while Matthew, whose disheveled bangs made his beauty mark more prominent, held several takeout boxes. How did you two come back together? Sullivan asked. Benny went out to buy pastries for Janine, so I drove over to pick him up. Josue focused on Deborah with an unusually gentle tone. Are you really not feeling unwell in your stomach? If you are, tell your brother. Deborah immediately shook her head, really not. Only then did Josue relax. Though Deborah's room was relatively spacious, it felt cramped once all 5 brothers came in. Nobody had eaten dinner, so Sullivan went out to change clothes and arranged for the servants to prepare dinner and deliver it directly to Deborah's room. Mathuns, Monty and Atlee planned to watch TV with Deborah. They might as well eat together. Josue went to wash and disinfect his hands while Reese began unpacking the takeout boxes. Deborah sat on the sofa, and Monty naturally sat next to her. Seeing this, Atlee immediately sat on Deborah's other side, but as soon as he sat down, Deborah got up. Atlee felt utterly dejected, feeling as if he was rejected. Hey, Janine, why do you leave every time I sit down? Do you not want to be close to me? Sob. Seeing how sad Atlee was, Deborah bent down and pinched his ears. Wait a moment, brother. Deborah went to the bathroom. A few seconds later, Atlee saw her come out with a new towel, looking puzzled. Janine? You were caught in the rain, weren't you? You must have been in a hurry coming back. Deborah stood in front of Atlee with the towel, looking earnestly down at him. She covered his wet, messy hair with the soft, dry white towel, gently rubbing and wiping it with both hands, being patient and tender. How can I not want to be close? Deborah spoke softly, almost coaxingly. I like brother most. Woof. Like No overly doting older brother could handle this. It was killing him outright. Atlee started going crazy right there, hugging his sister tightly and sobbing. His puppy eyes brimming with tears. Sob, my sister is so adorable. I must have saved the world in my past life to have such a wonderful sister. You have 4 other great brothers. Why aren't you mentioning them? Monty leaned on his chin, watching Deborah and Atlee, tilting his head. On another note, getting drenched and having your sister personally dry you off. Huh, I should have done that too if I'd known. Monty smirked as he leaned on his chin. Oral. Can you stop being so calculating? Upon hearing this, Atlee indignantly accused him. Janine is all of our little sister, we should vie for her attention fairly. Yanidal fool, do you think only Oral has schemes? Monty raised an eyebrow and nodded towards Reese who was arranging the pastries. Look, see those pastries on the table. These pastries are all ones that Janine enjoyed last time at the restaurant. Not only did Matthew Mon remember them, but he even had them made into cute rabbit shapes. Winning over a girl always comes down to the details. Hearing this, Atlee glanced at the variety of pastries on the table and was stunned speechless. Wasn't it 2 months ago when they all went to the restaurant and ate these pastries? How terrifying was that memory, to remember what his sister had more than 2 bites of from 2 months ago. He wouldn't be able to remember even if you killed him. He would have to review it every day, wailing. Atlee hadn't even thought that not only Reese but also seemingly indifferent Oral could remember what Deborah liked at first glance. After the servants prepared dinner, Deborah sat around the coffee table with her 5 brothers, eating while watching TV. Horror movies were not really suitable to watch while eating. And Sullivan was especially afraid that Atlee might jump onto the coffee table out of excitement, so he strongly requested to switch the ghost movie to a variety show. After all, this coffee table in Deborah's room cost 58,000 yuan. When Marissa bought furniture for Deborah, she didn't aim for the best but the most expensive. Outside, the sky was gloomy, and thunderous rain was deafening. Inside, the family gathered together for dinner, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. After dinner, everyone finished watching that movie Deborah had chosen, Please Don't Offend the Woman in Red Bridal Dress, Ghost Crossing the River. Chinese horror movies rely on BGM and lighting effects to scare. Throughout this time, Atlee shivered all the way, hugging Deborah, relying on sounds to judge whether to keep his eyes closed or open. Still, he stubbornly refused to go back to his room, insisting on finishing the whole film before leaving, with his mouth being the hardest part of him. When everyone returned to sleep, it was almost 2 in the morning. The room became completely quiet, and Deborah stretched lazily. Looking at the relentless storm outside, she was just about to go to bed when there was suddenly a knock on the door outside her room. Who? It was so late, Deborah frowned slightly, asking the servant outside. Are you sleeping, miss? The servant said outside the door, there's suddenly a girl who came, saying she's looking for you. Chapter 254, Her Brother. So terrifying. A girl suddenly came from outside looking for her? Upon hearing the servant's words from outside her door, Deborah was stunned. She first glanced at her watch. The time shown on the clock was already past 2 in the morning. Then she looked out of the window, where although the thunder and lightning had ceased, the storm still raged fiercely. Which girl would brave such a violent storm and come to the Liu family home so late at night to look for her? I understand, I'll go out right now. Deborah's first thought was of Letitia, but then again, she felt it was unlikely. She put back on the pajama jacket she had just taken off and opened the door to go out. But when she saw the frail girl shaking with cold, hugging herself and drenched like a wet hen through the door monitor, she couldn't help but gasp. Without hesitation, Deborah immediately opened the door. The girl looked too miserable and helpless. Seeing Deborah, Chana, who was shivering in the cold, burst into tears, her eyes red and voice hoarse, crying out, Matthew's sister. I'm here. Deborah was really frightened by Chana and immediately pulled her inside. Don't speak yet, come in quickly. At the same time, she turned to the servant and said, Aunt Yani, could you please cook some brown sugar ginger tea? Bring it to my room in a while. Yes, miss, I'll do that right away, Aunt Yani replied immediately. In fact, Aunt Yani, who came with Deborah, was also quite surprised. Firstly, this girl seemed younger than their young miss, and she couldn't figure out why she would brave the storm at this hour and looked as if she had been startled by something. Secondly, this girl was extraordinarily beautiful, and even though her long blonde hair was soaked, and she dripped water everywhere, it couldn't conceal her exquisite appearance. Yen Nike, a little princess of mixed heritage. Chana was completely soaked, with her clothes dripping. She hesitated as she walked into the foyer, her upbringing making her worried about getting others' homes dirty in this state. Deborah noticed her concerns immediately and assured her, it's okay, Aunt Yani will clean up. You follow me to my room and take a shower first. We can talk about what happened or anything you want after you've changed. After seeing Deborah, Chana seemed to calm down somewhat. Taking a deep breath, she nodded and said, okay. Everyone else at home was already asleep, so Deborah didn't say anything more and directly took Chana back to her own room. She adjusted the shower temperature for her in the bathroom and found her a set of clean pajamas, telling Chana to go take a hot bath first. When Chana came out of the bathroom, the room's heating was turned up high, and there was a steaming cup of brown sugar ginger tea on the coffee table. Seeing Chana finished bathing, Deborah asked her to come over and drink the ginger tea first. But when Chana glanced at the ginger tea, she burst into tears again. As if a drowning traveler had finally grabbed onto the lifeline, she threw herself at Deborah, sobbing, Matthew's ter, wail. Deborah didn't know what had happened to Chana and could only comfort her by patting her back. Take it easy, Chana. Tell your sister what happened. Why are you like this? Matthew's ter. Chana lifted her tearful eyes and blurted out her first sentence, Matthew's ter, don't believe brother, everything he says is a lie. He is so terrifying. Just as expected, it has something to do with Gustavo. Seeing Chana crying constantly, Deborah roughly guessed that Chana might be like this because of Gustavo. What did you say? Deborah held Chana's shoulders tightly, asking with a frown. Chana said, Matthew's my memory returned tonight, an hour before I came to find you. The night I escaped from the mansion had exactly the same storm as tonight. The thunder and lightning woke me from my sleep, and as I sat up dazed, I suddenly remembered everything. What do you mean? Deborah froze, catching the key points sharply. You mean you ran away from home? Yes, Chana nodded immediately, her voice trembling slightly. Before I ran away, my brother had chained me in the basement for half a month. If not for the servant who raised me since childhood, who took advantage of that stormy night to send me on a ferry to Huagua, I might still be locked in that pitch-black basement by my brother. Hearing Chana's words, Deborah took a deep breath. Imprisonment, in the basement, for half a month. By her own brother. These few words together were simply too terrifying. Deborah collected herself, took a deep breath, and asked, Chana, what exactly happened? It's like this, sister. Chana tried to calm herself down and fell into reminiscence. My real name is Lexus Brown, my brother is named Cron Brown. Our father is the Duke of Geneva, and my mother is from Gilisangching, Huagua. From childhood to now, I've always lived carefree. My parents loved me dearly, and so did my brother. But 3 years ago, something must have happened to my brother because his personality became somewhat strange. He often locked himself in the studio, and I never knew what he was painting. However, the truly terrifying event happened a little over 3 months ago. Late that night, I went to the master bedroom to find Mother, asking her if I could attend the party the next day. But when I just got to the bedroom of Father and Mother, I saw the door slightly ajar. Without thinking anything, I was about to push it open, but then I heard my brother's voice coming from inside. I didn't know why my brother would be in Father and Mother's bedroom at such a late hour, so I subconsciously peered through the crack between the door. Then I saw. Speaking up to here, Chana seemed to recall an extremely horrifying scene, and her voice started trembling even more. I saw my brother saying something to Father, pressing him against the wall while he struggled. The next second, he slit Father's throat with a dagger. The blood spurting from Father's throat splattered on my brother's face and hair. Behind him, Mother was lying in a pool of blood, a knife plunged into her chest. At that moment, I was terrified. I had no idea why my brother did this, I just wanted to run away. But I lost strength in my legs and accidentally fell to the ground, making a noise. My brother heard it, and within a few seconds, he opened the door covered in blood. I moved backward in terror until I had nowhere else to go, cornered against the wall, and my brother squatted in front of me. And then? Deborah took a deep breath. My brother touched my head gently with his hands stained with Father's blood, as he usually did. And then he asked me, Dear sister, tell me, what did you see? Chapter 255, Big Brother injured himself. With just a few short sentences, Chana evoked a powerful scene. Even Esther felt as if she were transported to that moment, experiencing the oppressive and terrifying atmosphere. During their first meeting at the restaurant, how did Gustavo describe what happened? He said he and Chana's mother had mental health issues. He described how, during a rainy night more than 3 months ago, Chana witnessed her mother, who was suffering from an episode, stabbing her father to death. While trying to flee in panic, she accidentally made a sound. He said her mother rushed over to kill Chana, who struggled against the neck hold and inadvertently slit her mother's throat with a knife before disappearing the next day. Now, however, what Chana was recalling was a completely different version of events. Esther wasn't sure if Gustavo had killed the mother. But she was certain that Chana's father had been killed by Gustavo with his own hands. Brows her brows, Esther continued questioning Chana. What happened next? Why did your brother imprison you? Chana took a deep breath and said, Big Brother asked me what I saw. I didn't dare say anything, only crying. Later, while he turned away, I grabbed a chair from the ground and hit him from behind. He was hit on the head by me and seemed unsteady on his feet for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I ran into my parents' bedroom to call the police. But I hopelessly discovered there was no sound coming through the phone. The phone line had already been cut by Big Brother. As I put down the phone receiver trembling, Big Brother suddenly appeared behind me. I tried to run but Big Brother caught my hand and looked at me with a very disappointed expression. He looked at me and said, Lexus, why aren't you obedient? Haven't you always listened to Big Brother? He also said, everything Big Brother did was for your own good, one day you will understand. No. I won't understand, tears welled up in Chana's eyes. I saw Big Brother kill Father with my own eyes. My mother is dead too. All this was caused by Big Brother, and I will never forgive him. Big Brother carried me and wanted to take me back to the bedroom. I screamed and bit his hand until it bled, yet he did not let go. For those 3 days, Big Brother locked me in the room, only having servants deliver food, and he never came to see me. I don't know how Big Brother explained the deaths of Father and Mother to others, but he must have hidden the truth. Later, I made a rope out of bed sheets and tried to escape through the window. The rope wasn't long enough, so when I reached about the second floor height, I could only close my eyes and jump. When I landed outside, I didn't feel any pain. I thought I was free, but in the next second, Big Brother appeared. Looking emotionless, he ordered his servants to lock me in the basement for reflection. After that, I kept trying to escape, so Big Brother shackled my right ankle with an iron chain. Every day I stayed in that dark basement for about half a month. Until one stormy night like tonight, the maid who had cared for me since childhood slipped in during the chaos, unlocked the chain on my foot, and helped me escape. She used her money to buy me a ferry ticket to Huagua City and sent me off in the rain. At that time, I no longer thought about exposing the truth. I just wanted to get as far away from Big Brother as possible. But later, after getting off the ferry, I had a minor car accident shortly afterward. The driver hit me and fled. When I woke up, I was at the place where I first met my sister. Chana recounted everything to Esther. Hearing all of this, Esther felt deeply sympathetic for what Chana had endured. She was only a 16-year-old girl who had witnessed her parents' deaths, then been imprisoned by her brother. After escaping to Illegitimate and surviving a car crash, she even got kidnapped by human traffickers and held captive. Considering all this, it was truly fortunate that nothing worse happened. Matthew stir. What should I do now? Chana's red-rimmed eyes quivered. Big Brother has already found me and says he wants to take me back. I don't want to go back with him. Big Brother has changed into someone I don't recognize anymore. I am really afraid of him. Today I didn't intend to hurt him with the shard. Big Brother took my hand and used the shard to injure himself. Esther abruptly lifted her head. What did you say? I said, I didn't mean to hurt Big Brother. It was Big Brother who injured himself using the shard, just as Matthew Stir opened the door. Esther took a deep breath. Why would Gustavo hurt himself? Could it be to make her bandage him? Would he deliberately cut his arm with a shard just for the chance of being close to her for a dozen minutes while she bandaged him? Only a lunatic would do something like this. The information she got from Letitia, and now from Chana, didn't help Esther gain any correct understanding of Gustavo. Instead, it made her think this man, who was as beautiful as a god, was crazy and unpredictable. She already knew that Gustavo came to Illegitimate not only for Chana but also for her. Esther felt it was better to directly confront Gustavo and ask him clearly what he wanted. She needed to know what Gustavo's true intentions were. And no matter what, she couldn't allow someone like him to take Chana away. Don't be afraid, Chana. Esther looked at Chana. You can sleep at my place tonight. With me here, nothing will happen to you. Esther continued, tomorrow, I'll arrange a meeting with your brother. If you don't want to leave, I'll talk to your brother. Really, sister? Chana first showed surprise, then hesitation. But sister, are you sure you should meet brother? Will he hurt you? No, don't worry, Esther replied without hesitation. No matter whether it was an act or not, Gustavo had always been graceful and gentlemanly in front of her. And this was in Huagua, not Suroy, where he had more power. Most importantly, even if Gustavo intended to do something, she could stay alert with her soul force and he wouldn't stand a chance. Hearing Esther say this, Chana finally felt relieved. Esther glanced at the clock. It was already 3 in the morning. She got up to prepare a bed for Chana and planned to arrange a meeting with Gustavo when it got light. However, Esther didn't notice that Chana had been wearing a bracelet since they first met. At this moment, a black spot appeared on the back of the small round pendant hanging from the bracelet. A state-of-the-art miniature eavesdropping device. Meanwhile, in front of the wide desk in the presidential suite, the man who had listened to the conversation until it stopped finally took off his earphones. Initially, placing a listening device on Lexis's bracelet today was to understand her better. But he never expected that Lexis would suddenly regain her memory tonight and tell everything to her. She said she would come to see him tomorrow. Ah. Gustavo couldn't help but take a breath. The corners of his mouth curled upward, and his stunning pale green eyes flickered with excitement. Chapter 256, Are you afraid I'll poison the wine? Perhaps due to her recovered memory, even with Deborah by her side, Chana had a restless night's sleep. The next morning, Deborah woke up earlier than Chana. After washing up and seeing that it was about time, she sent several text messages to Nico. Are you awake? I want to talk to you about Chana. Do you have time today? Can we meet? Deborah thought of meeting Nico in the afternoon or evening to ask him what he really wanted and discuss matters concerning Chana. Nico quickly replied but mentioned that he was busy during the day. He then said that he had someone airlift top-grade sashimi over and invited Deborah to join him for dinner at the hotel in the evening. If Chana was willing, she could come along too. Hotel room? Deborah frowned upon seeing the message. Forget about knowing now that Nico might be insane and perverse, with ulterior motives towards her. Even if she didn't know the true nature of Nico, she wouldn't go to a hotel alone late at night to meet a man. Bringing Chana was even more out of the question. After all, Nico once did something like imprisoning Chana with chains. She couldn't tell whether Nico genuinely wanted to bring his sister home or intended to torture Chana further. Chana needs some time to adapt. I'll come to see you alone. But I have a boyfriend. Meeting at the hotel is inconvenient. Why don't we find a Japanese restaurant for dinner? The sashimi you had airlifted can be brought there. In the hotel room, seeing Deborah's reply, Nico's eyebrows twitched. Indeed, the young girl now considered him an enemy rather than a friend. Though she still spoke politely as before, there was a wariness in her words. She silently rejected bringing Chana, emphasized having a boyfriend, and changed the private hotel room setting to a public restaurant bustling with people. Nico's expression remained unchanged as his long, slender fingers tapped on the screen of his phone. Fine, I've heard there's a very famous Japanese restaurant in Illegitimate. I'd like to try it. Yesterday's dinner was on you, so let me treat you tonight, smiley face. Nico agreed readily, appearing not to have any hidden agendas. Deborah thought for a moment and replied, okay. Chana came last night drenched in rain. Although Deborah made her take a hot shower, change clothes, and drink ginger tea immediately after her arrival, Chana still had a slight fever in the morning. Deborah spent the whole day taking care of Chana. By late afternoon, just as evening approached, Nico sent the restaurant's address. So Deborah left home by taxi and then sent the address to Fabio, who was on a business trip in Gilising. Fabio wasn't familiar with Chana's situation, so Deborah didn't say much about her. She only told him that there was a result regarding the perfume issue. Gu Tracy asked a cleaner to put the perfume on his shirt, and the person who instructed her to do this was Nico. Fabio naturally didn't know Nico's intentions, but when Deborah told him she planned to meet Nico to clarify things, he felt somewhat worried. Originally intending to send a few bodyguards to protect Deborah, he reconsidered, thinking that even 4 or 5 bodyguards wouldn't match the combat skills she displayed in underground boxing matches. He could only instruct Deborah to send him a message if anything happened, which she agreed to. This Japanese restaurant Nico found seemed to be a high-end membership-only establishment with private chef services. It wasn't searchable on popular review apps. Located in the Gilisangching scenic area, where land prices were sky-high in the outskirts, atop a shopping mall, one should be able to overlook the entire city's night view from there. When Deborah got off the taxi, it was already completely dark. In this commercial district on the outskirts, lights illuminated roads crowded with cars, yet this area was quiet and serene. Deborah took the observation elevator to the top floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, an elegantly dressed male waiter greeted her respectfully. Are you Miss Deborah? Mr. Elio is waiting for you. Please follow me. Deborah nodded and followed the waiter into the restaurant. Only then did she notice that despite its vast size and expensive decoration, there were no other guests inside the high-end restaurant. Is there no other customer in your store? Deborah looked around and asked. The waiter patiently explained, yes, Tegan. Our store operates on a membership reservation system. To ensure the best dining experience for our customers, our restaurant only serves 1 table for dinner each day. So tonight, we will be serving only you and Mr. Elio. In such a large restaurant, only 2 people were dining. So as soon as Deborah walked into the dining area, she saw from afar that in this vast space, only 1 dining table was set up, beside which was a huge transparent floor-to-ceiling window. Through these windows on the top floor of the building, the stars in the night sky seemed almost within reach. Coupled with the meticulously arranged lighting around, an atmosphere of luxury and ambiguity was created. Wayne, who had been sitting in his chair, lifted his eyes as he saw the girl approach. His pale green eyes shimmered with a soft glow, and his tone carried delight and gentleness. Catherine, you've come. Today, Wayne wore an elegant dark gray shirt and black dress pants, the top-notch fabric cut to fit gracefully and subtly. The varied shades deepened like the early winter night sky. His blonde hair tied back revealed his flawless face and graceful neck. Lifting his wrist lightly, he exuded an aura of noble gentleman from within outwards. An unknown sweet fragrance seemed to linger in the air. The waiter took away Deborah's coat and pulled out a chair for her. Deborah sat down opposite Wayne. Though they had already met, the man before her now felt more unfamiliar than ever. This man was too adept at masking himself. He could plan to send someone to approach her half a month ago, then act as if they were meeting for the first time last night. He could completely distort right and wrong before her eyes, speaking lies carefully crafted without a flicker of hesitation. He could slice his own arm with glass shards without hesitation, just to have a brief moment alone with her. Murdering his own father, imprisoning his sister, feigning kindness while harboring ulterior motives. Seemingly a gentle and refined gentleman, he was in fact like a beautiful serpent slithering in the darkness, hiding danger. The young girl could not help but be on guard. I didn't arrive late, did I? Deborah glanced at her watch, her tone indifferent. Wayne smiled lightly, as if he hadn't noticed the coldness in the girl's demeanor, even revealing a hint of indulgence in his voice. You're not late, I came early. The ingredients have already been handed over to the restaurant chef for preparation. Before we dine, let's have some appetizers. Just as Wayne finished speaking, the attentive waiter by his side opened what appeared to be an expensive bottle of dry white wine. With gloved hands, he carefully picked up the bottle and glasses, bending over to pour the wine into Wayne's and Deborah's glasses. After placing them in front of them, he quietly retreated from the table. Thus, the surroundings became even more deserted and quiet. A faint smile still hung on Wayne's face. He rested his elbows on the table, hands crossed, looking gently at Deborah. This wine is special from Switzerland, it doesn't need decanting. They say it has a light fruity aroma. Try it and see if you like it. Wayne's tone was extremely intimate, yet Deborah did not move. In fact, she hadn't planned to eat or drink anything today, regardless of whether it came from Wayne or was originally available in the restaurant. Seeing that she didn't react, Wayne's pale green eyes inadvertently shifted, seeming to emit a slight sigh. Looking at the girl, what's wrong? Do you dislike this wine, or are you afraid I'll poison it? Chapter 257, Yen Nike mating dogs in heat. Gustavo's words immediately made Brianna's expression turn serious. What was he talking about? Was he asking her if she was afraid he had poisoned the wine? Once Gustavo asked this, it meant he must have known that she was now wary of him. Based on their previous interactions, it was impossible for him to ask such a question. Therefore, Brianna raised her eyes, no longer hiding the hostility in her gaze, and asked, "Do you know I went to see Letitia?" "Not just that." Gustavo gently shook his head, his tall figure leaning back against the chair. His gaze remained relaxed as he looked over. "I also know that Eudora braved the rain last night to find you. Given the weather last night, she must have something important to tell you. I think it must have something to do with me." Hearing this, Brianna couldn't help but draw in a breath. Indeed, for a man like Gustavo, who harbored dark and deep thoughts, engaging in such surveillance was quite normal. Fortunately, he hadn't taken extreme measures like kidnapping Ali Z during the storm. Otherwise, they wouldn't be sitting here calmly facing each other at this moment. "Mathuns, you know everything, I won't beat around the bush with you." Brianna lifted her eyes and spoke straightforwardly. "Ali Z told me that she witnessed you killing your father herself, or perhaps you also killed your mother before imprisoning her. I don't know why you lied to me earlier or what your intention is in wanting to take Ali Z back. But after such an event, and after Ali Z finally managed to escape from home, coming to Gilasangching and going through so much, even if you are her biological brother by blood, would never hand her over to you." Gustavo seemed to have anticipated what Brianna would say. Hearing her words now didn't surprise him. He merely raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "What if I said that I will definitely take Eudora away?" Brianna's face remained expressionless, her eyes devoid of any emotion. "Then you can try and see if you can take her away from me." The young girl's tone was calm but carried an intense pressure. To outsiders, whether in terms of height, physique, social status, wealth, or power, the girl appeared completely incapable of matching up to the man before her. However, Gustavo knew too well that the girl meant what she said. Her threat was real. If he really wanted to forcibly take Eudora away, she would make him pay the price. This kind of threat didn't anger or scare Gustavo. Instead, it made the blood within him surge with excitement. This excitement was something he could never feel from those ordinary humans, who only feared and submitted to him. Only this girl, a fallen god who once looked down on all living beings as mere ants, even without her memory and having become a lowly demon, still radiated strength and authority. How could one not be moved by her? While Brianna was threatening and warning Gustavo, the man before her simply chuckled softly, yet his emerald-like eyes betrayed no amusement. Is what the eyes see always true? Gustavo looked at Brianna, his voice tinged with somberness. What if I told you that everything I did was truly to protect my sister? Upon hearing his words, Brianna's tone grew colder. Your idea of protection is killing your own father and chaining your sister in a basement without sunlight? Yes, unexpectedly, Gustavo admitted it frankly, looking up calmly. Because if I didn't kill my father, the ones who would die would be me and Eudora. These words left Brianna momentarily stunned. What did you say? My position and Eudora's in Suli are more esteemed than the royal family's collateral branches. Commoners bow when they see us because our father is the only first-ranked duke in Suli, and we are genuine nobles. However, in reality, Burke is not the biological father of Eudora and me. A hint of mockery played on Gustavo's lips. Eudora and I are merely the products of my mother's affair with a low-born commoner. Brianna hadn't expected this revelation, opening her mouth but unable to speak. Gustavo's face showed no emotion as he continued unperturbed. My mother grew up in the Chinatown of Suli, a Chinese commoner. My father ignored the opposition of the royal family and married her because of her beauty. However, from a very young age, I noticed that my mother felt more fear than love towards my father. And she often dressed up meticulously to pray at the church when my father was out, never allowing any servants to follow her. About 3 years ago, to verify my long-held suspicions, I silently followed the carriage my mother took to the church. I saw with my own eyes how my mother and that low-born church priest mated like two dogs in heat inside the church's storage room. That man had the same light green eyes as Eudora and me, which made me feel so nauseous that I couldn't stop vomiting against the wall right after leaving the church. So later, I caught that man. Before I killed him, I first gouged out his eyes. Brianna remained silent. Gustavo's chest rose and fell slightly, his tone icy. My father has always looked down on commoners and doesn't care about their lives. Or rather, he is a cold-blooded madman with intermittent explosive disorder. If one day he discovered that my mother cheated on him with another man, who was also a lowly commoner from Suli, or found out that Eudora and I were not his children, he would kill all three of us, my mother, Eudora, and me. I thought killing that man and throwing his disgusting eyeballs into a pit would bury these secrets forever. But that foolish mother of mine actually wrote in her diary mournfully and affectionately about her lover, detailing every encounter they had over the years. Worse still, she allowed the diary to be found by my father. When I went to the master bedroom that night, my father was already stabbing my mother's chest wildly, his back to the door. My mother lay in a pool of blood, her body riddled with stab wounds. After seeing me come in, perhaps realizing that his once proud son was just a low-born bastard, my father, who had always prided himself on his noble blood, wanted to flay and dismember me, so he rushed over with a knife. But what could be done? Even though I was a bastard, I was still young, tall, and strong. It was easy to subdue him and then slit his throat with a dagger. The blood sprayed on my face should have been warm, but when I wiped it off, it felt incredibly cold. Gustavo raised his eyes, his light green eyes seeming somewhat sad, and chuckled self-mockingly. Janine, I didn't want to, but I had no choice, did I? Chapter 258, You're not really human, are you? Upon hearing Armand's words, Esther was momentarily unable to discern whether he was stating facts or, as before, calmly recounting a meticulously fabricated lie. Armand seemed to have detected her skepticism from her expression. This time, I haven't lied to you, Armand raised his eyes and said. Esther took a deep breath and said. Continue. Armand lowered his pale green eyes, his long lashes trembling as he spoke, seemingly lost in distant memories. I never thought that Violetta would come to the master bedroom that night, nor did I expect her to see all of this through these scenes. Mother's infidelity, our true origins, mother and father's deaths. All these filthy, bloody, twisted things, I never intended for her to know. So when I heard noises outside the door and opened it to see Violetta standing there, looking terrified and trying to escape, I asked her what she had seen. I wasn't sure if she had witnessed the argument between father and mother, or if she knew the truth, or if she had heard my conversation with father. But luckily, she only saw me slit father's throat. My sister thought I had gone mad and killed our parents with my own hands. Armand lifted his face calmly. It's good this way. At least in Violetta's mind, mother remained loyal to father, father still treasured us like treasures, and she was still a pure-blooded noble. All those filthy and ugly truths would be buried forever with their deaths. As long as I don't speak, Violetta will never know. Only one person needs to bear the blood and guilt. Armand's eyes were as deep as the night sky. My sister will always remain pure and flawless. Upon hearing this, Esther's gaze couldn't help but tremble. She hadn't expected that the truth behind what Chana witnessed would be hidden like this. If so, why did you imprison Chana later? Esther asked. Armand's tone was calm. Violetta has been well-behaved and sensible since childhood, but deep down, she is actually stubborn and obstinate. She saw me kill father and mother lying in a pool of blood, so she believed I had killed them and could not forgive me. Violetta asked me for reasons and tried to understand my actions, but I really couldn't give her a reasonable explanation. To make her understand me, I had to tell her the truth. So Violetta suffered greatly. On one hand, I was her brother, her last remaining relative in the world, and she was afraid of losing me. On the other hand, she thought I was a demon, and she wanted to seek help from the police or the royal family to do justice for our parents. I needed time to deal with our parents' death, so I had to lock Violetta in the room. If she had caused a commotion then, the truth could have been exposed at any moment. But even though I locked her in the room, she still tried every method to escape, so later I put her in the confinement room. Armand raised his eyes. As for why I chained her hands and feet, it's because she once tried to self-harm to threaten me. Afterwards, during a storm, the maid who had taken care of her since childhood helped Violetta escape. The maid was extremely loyal to Violetta and refused to tell me where Violetta had gone, which is why I'd been searching for her whereabouts ever since. Hearing Armand say this, Esther suddenly remembered how Chana had come out in her nightgown after taking a shower last night. She indeed noticed scars on Chana's wrists. But fearing it might stir unpleasant memories for Chana, she didn't ask. So, it was because of self-harm as a threat? After spending more than 3 months together, Esther had already regarded Chana as her sister and friend, the only person Chana could rely on in Illegitimate. Chana came to her in the middle of the night in the middle of a storm, crying and saying she didn't want to be taken away by her brother. She couldn't just stand by and do nothing. In Chana's description last night, Armand was crazy and perverted, having killed his parents and imprisoned his sister with chains. If Armand forcibly took Chana back to Geneva, what if he harmed her or imprisoned her again for half a year or a year? Who would watch idly as their friend was taken away by such a dangerous person? However, at this moment, what Armand was saying overturned Esther's previous assumptions. Armand wasn't a deranged brother who abused his sister. On the contrary, he loved his sister deeply. This made Esther suddenly recall what Armand had said before. Is what the eyes see necessarily the truth? Esther took a deep breath and looked up at Armand, saying, in the early hours of this morning, Chana indeed braved the wind and rain to find me. She regained her memory and told me everything she saw from her perspective. You and Chana are blood-related kin. If she wants to return to her brother, I wouldn't stop her. But now Chana is very afraid of you and has asked me for help, saying she doesn't want to go back with you to Geneva. If what you say is true, I hope you can have a good talk with Chana rather than just lying and hiding things from her. Otherwise, it will only make her more afraid of you. I understand, I will. Armand looked into Esther's eyes, his tone suddenly sincere. Janine, perhaps many of the things I've said to you before were lies, but my gratitude to you is real. Thank you for saving my sister who was stranded outside by traffickers, providing her with a place to stay, and defending her, Armand said. Meeting you has been Violetta's good fortune. Hearing Armand say this, Esther did not feel any relief. Instead, she raised her eyes. Now that we're done talking about Chana, shouldn't we talk about our situation? The topic shifted abruptly. As these words came out, the girl's gaze flickered. The atmosphere, which had just eased, suddenly became tense again. Esther looked straight at Armand, leaning slightly closer. Armand, your visit to Illegitimate is not just to bring Chana back, is it? You also have a purpose concerning me, right? All your carefully planned actions, getting close to me, deceiving me, disrupting my relationship with Wally, and inviting me to Geneva, what exactly do you want? The girl's voice wasn't sharp, but it carried an oppressive weight. However, Armand didn't retreat. Instead, he leaned in slightly closer, their gazes meeting unflinchingly. Disguise, approach, deception, invitation, all the schemes and stratagems are just to get closer to you, a little closer. Because, you are the deepest yearning in my life so far, my unprecedented infatuation, my brand new faith. The man's voice was gentle, those stunning pale green eyes filled with deep affection, his tone extremely tender. The next sentence made Esther's pupils constrict sharply. Janine, actually, you're not really human, are you? Chapter 259, touching the original Methuen will lead to fall. The surrounding air instantly became silent. Although her expression didn't seem to change, the sudden contraction of the girl's pupils had already revealed that she wasn't as calm as she appeared on the surface. What did you say? Esther raised her eyes. I said, you're not actually human, right? Gustavo seemed extremely patient, repeating it once more. Yet, despite being phrased as a question, he used a declarative tone. For a moment, various possibilities flashed through Esther's mind as she guessed at Gustavo's true identity. To stay vigilant, she had been keeping her soul power externally dispersed since arriving at this restaurant, but humans couldn't possibly detect it. But since Gustavo said these words, he must know something about her true identity. So, how did he know she was a demon? Coldness flashed in Esther's eyes, and the temperature around her plummeted. Are you a member of the Demon Hunter clan? Gustavo did not directly answer Esther's question. Instead, he tilted his head slightly and spoke, Janine, do you know how my biological father, the inferior Su Yani lowborn I mentioned, managed to become a church priest and rise to be one of the higher-ups? Esther furrowed her brows slightly, unsure how this had anything to do with her being a demon, so Gustavo continued on his own accord. I told you earlier, seeing my mother fornicate with that crude man in the church made me feel incredibly nauseous. To bury this filthy truth, I had that man brought back. But before I killed him, I learned a secret from him. Gustavo slowly lifted his gaze. He told me that he once saw a god. Saw a god? Esther's expression froze as she looked up. He said that 25 years ago, when he was still just a jobless young man living in the slums, barely clothed and starved. One night, while scavenging in a dark alley for food, he witnessed a girl descending from the sky with a pair of enormous black wings. The girl wore a black veil over her face, obscuring her features except for her crimson eyes. Even obscured by the veil, her vague appearance was breathtakingly beautiful. And those enormous wings were even more astonishing. The pitch-black wings almost blended into the night, yet each feather shimmered under the moonlight, like ripples in a starry night sky. But then, his gaze moved downward. The girl's pale right hand was covered in fresh, glaring blood, and she was holding several human hearts, some of which were still beating. At this image, Esther involuntarily held her breath. Yet, for some reason, hearing Gustavo describe this scene gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. That man said he thought he was dreaming. The black-winged girl looked like an angel, yet acted like a demon. Seeing the bloody hearts in her hand, he instinctively tried to flee. However, before he could take a few steps in his weakened state, the girl glanced at him. In the next second, he felt as if he was being pulled towards her by an immense force, bringing him right before her. The girl's powerful aura terrified him, making him kneel and beg for mercy. He thought he would die in that alley, have his heart torn out like the others, but the girl simply lowered her head, her crimson eyes looking at him indifferently. The girl said she had killed too many people that day, so she wouldn't kill him. She would give him a chance to wish upon a god. The man first expressed shock, then hesitantly voiced his desire to become a church priest. So the girl casually plucked a black feather from her wing and placed it in his hand. If you want to become a priest, go sign up for the examination. Your wish will come true. After saying this, the girl's massive wings unfolded again, and she vanished before his eyes. So, after signing up, he smoothly passed the exam and became a priest? Esther interrupted, raising her eyes. How could that be? Gustavo chuckled lightly. A lowborn from the slums, lacking both faith and education, could never pass the priest examinations. He wouldn't even clear the initial citizenship screening. Esther couldn't help but frown slightly. Then how did he become a priest? Leaning back against the chair, Gustavo calmly stated, because all the other applicants for that batch died. Esther's frown deepened. Could such a cruel method of fulfilling a human's wish really come from a god? Aren't gods all born of light, forever filled with compassion for humanity? I became intensely interested and curious about what this man had to say, so I didn't rush to kill him. He told me that after becoming a church priest, he had been searching for information about the girl from that night. Eventually, he found an answer in an ancient mythology book. The book said that at the beginning of the world, the first human who gained self-awareness was chosen by the creator god to become the god sovereign, ruling over the 6 realms. And this god sovereign stripped away and purified his consciousness of the 7 deadly sins inherent in humans, creating 7 divine messengers responsible for conveying the will of the gods. Thus, the messenger born of lust became chaste and desireless, the one born of gluttony became moderate and disciplined, the one born of greed became generous and loving, the one born of sloth became diligent and active, the one born of wrath became patient and gentle, the one born of envy became tolerant and loving, the one born of pride became humble and compassionate. However, if these 7 messengers were to transgress their own original sin, they would fall. Their pure white wings would turn into black feathers symbolizing sin and filth, forever unable to return to the heavens. Fallen gods also face punishment from the god sovereign. The most severe punishment is being imprisoned in the deepest realm of hell, having all traces of the past erased and their memory and power sealed. They are transformed into something not quite human, without self-awareness. It could be some kind of plant in hell, it could be some kind of animal, or it could just be a stone underfoot. But, creatures in this deepest realm can absorb enough malevolent energy to cultivate into demons. Once cultivated into a demon, their souls can reach the human world. If there's a human body compatible with their soul, they can be reborn. Hearing this, Esther's gaze grew dazed. You're telling me all this, you can't possibly mean to say that I'm the fallen god that the priest saw that night, right? You are. Gustavo's tone was unhesitant, his eyes twinkling with excitement. 2 months ago, I came to Illegitimate to confirm whether you are a fallen god. Then, that feather gave me the answer. On the dining table was an exquisite rectangular box made of black jade. Gustavo picked it up and opened it, revealing a long, pure black feather resting quietly inside. At this moment, the bright moonlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling window, causing the black feather to shimmer as if stardust had fallen, glittering like ripples on water. Then, at the moment Esther's gaze touched it, the feather seemed to respond, trembling violently. Chapter 260, You must have chosen the wrong deity. After a brief intense vibration, the feather regained its calmness. Lying quietly in the rectangular ink jade box, it resembled an artwork from the fusion of night and moonlight, exuding a lavish yet perilous aura. Look, when this feather gets close to you, it reacts with vibrations. You must be its owner. Gustavo's eyes gleamed with excitement as if he had already confirmed that Deborah was the mysterious girl who descended under the clear moonlight on that night. If one commits the original sin, they will fall, and their pure white wings turn black. Therefore, I firmly believe that the girl that night must have been one of the 7 divine messengers who fell. I also believe that a deity with such powerful strength, even after falling, even after committing the gravest sins and being imprisoned in the netherworld, or transforming into another creature, can still cultivate into a demon and come to the human world. And the girl's memories and powers as a deity are sealed. She may not know herself that she is actually a deity. So ever since 3 years ago when I heard about these matters from that man, I've been searching for the existence of this fallen deity. Gustavo said, I had people gather information worldwide on those humans who were different from ordinary ones, then compare, judge, and confirm. But for nearly a year, I found nothing. Until 2 years ago, at the last night of the Abyss tournament, I saw you, who dominated for 7 consecutive nights and finally won the championship. Gustavo looked up earnestly, staring straight at Deborah. Even though you wore a panda mask and only spoke briefly when you claimed your prize, I had a strong intuition that you were the person I've been looking for. After watching all the recordings of the 7 nights related to you, I prepared to personally visit you in the Ujoab. Only because I feared being too late did I send my men in the Ujoab to find you at the fighter's residence and invite you to Luji. But you refused without hesitation, and by the time I arrived in the Ujoab, you had already left. Over the next 2 years, I investigated your true identity, but you were too low profile and mysterious, leaving no trace. But I never thought that more than 2 months ago, you exposed your identity at a banquet, and then contacted me on your own. After receiving your message, I brought this feather to Illegitimate to confirm your identity. When I saw you outside your villa and felt the feather in my palm vibrate, I was more excited than any other moment in my life. You asked me why I approached you and sent someone to ruin your relationship with that Hewitt. Gustavo leaned forward, his tone full of yearning and tenderness. Catherine, you are a fallen deity. To me, those so-called high and holy, selfless gods are false gods. They renounce desires and nature just to be admired. They possess great power but are actually bound by the heaviest restraints. But you are different. You are powerful and free. Even born in light, you can plunge into darkness to seek freedom, casting aside hypocrisy and arrogance, acting recklessly, freely, and without reservations toward anyone or anything. People pray for deities' unconditional love and compassion, especially the poor and desperate. But in reality, while the rich indulge in feasts, there are frozen corpses on the roads. People kneeling on the ground make sincere prayers to the deities, yet never receive any response. But the fallen deity descends in darkness, plucking feathers to fulfill others' wishes. Hearing this, Deborah glanced at Gustavo's pair of light green, mesmerizing eyes and couldn't help frowning. Don't tell me you think it's right to fulfill a wish by killing all other innocent people? Deborah raised her head, her tone somewhat cold. Why isn't it correct? Just because the method is selfish and cruel? Catherine, compared to those false gods, the God who helps believers fulfill their wishes is more deserving of faith. Gustavo stared at her, his gaze burning hot. You are my new faith. In the past 2 months, I inherited my father's title, took control of the church, and manipulated the royal family. Hewitt is just an ordinary person. He doesn't even know your true identity, let alone truly understand you. Even if you're just a human now, he doesn't deserve to be by your side. Compared to him, I am more qualified to be the closest person to you. Catherine, go to Luji with me. Gustavo's eyes were fervent. If you recover as a deity, status, wealth, power, I will offer everything I have to you and become your most devout believer. Gustavo spoke passionately, as if he were making the most sincere vows. However, the more Deborah listened to him, the more she felt that he was a fanatical madman living in his own world. Gustavo, have you ever thought that all this might be your own fantasy? Deborah raised her eyes, speaking calmly. You're right, I am indeed a demon who has reincarnated in a human body. So I can't deny that gods might really exist in this world. But just based on what a church priest said before he died, a feather of unknown origin, and an unnamed mythological book that might be made up, you believe in the existence of a fallen deity and firmly think that fallen deity is me. Don't you think that's absurd? Deborah glanced at the black feather in the box. I don't know why this feather vibrates in front of me, but I can clearly tell you that I would never do something cruel like killing people and digging out their hearts to fulfill someone's wish. If there really is such a fallen deity in this world, that girl certainly isn't me. You've got the wrong person. Deborah spoke in a calm tone, looking at Gustavo who was momentarily stunned. I asked you here today for 2 reasons. First, for Chana's sake, and second, to find out what you want from me. Regarding Chana, as long as you talk to her properly and she is willing to go home with her brother, I won't stop her. As for your attempts to ruin my relationship with Hewitt, I can let bygones be bygones. As for what you've talked about tonight, your obsession is not something I can interfere with, but please don't set your sights on me anymore. If you secretly do anything to me or Hewitt again, don't blame me for being unfriendly. The girl's expression wasn't fierce, but her words carried a clear warning. Having said her piece, Deborah stood up and prepared to leave. To her, everything Gustavo had said about deities was too absurd. She would treat tonight's encounter as nothing more than a story. However, as soon as Deborah stood up, her vision suddenly went dark. In the next moment, she slumped back into the chair, feeling dizzy and struggling to keep her eyes open. You. Deborah couldn't help but narrow her eyes, forcing herself to focus on Gustavo. You drugged me? How could this be possible? Mithun's arriving here, she hadn't eaten or drunk anything, precisely because she was wary of Gustavo's tricks. Besides, her soul power remained constantly active, so she would be able to sense any harm to her body. At this moment, Gustavo calmly stood up, as if he had anticipated everything, and slowly approached Deborah. The previously gentlemanly and elegant man knelt beside the girl's chair, raising his head to hold her face gently with both hands, almost reverently. As if finally touching the treasure he had longed for, he murmured tenderly, patiently explaining to the girl. Catherine, see, the mythological book isn't made up. This hypnotic incense was formulated according to the recipe in the book. It's ineffective on humans and demons, targeting only deities. Chapter 261, The Deity Descends. Incense? Deborah took a deep breath and looked at the small purple clay incense burner in the center of the dining table, from which smoke was gently wafting out. When she first came to the restaurant, she had smelled this peculiar fragrance. But seeing the small incense burner on the table, she naturally assumed it was placed there by the restaurant staff and did not pay much attention. So, what Gustavo meant was that he actually brought this little incense burner over himself. And the incense core inside the burner was prepared according to the records in that mythological book. It was specifically made for hypnotizing deities. Then why was she reacting to it? Seeing the brief look of confusion on the girl's face, Gustavo's gaze became even gentler. Every day, you think everything I said just now is absurd. You believe that the heart-stealing murderer can't be you, that you can't be a fallen deity. That's because your memory and power as a deity have been sealed. Do you know, every day, Gustavo gently caressed Deborah's cheek, his gaze intent and tone patient. The book also recorded a method to restore a fallen deity's memory and power. Regardless of whether you turned into some kind of creature in hell, or became a demon, or are now in a human body, your soul has always been transformed from the consciousness of a deity. So, as long as I recite the unsealing spell towards your soul, the memory and power within you as a deity should be awakened. Every day, let's try it, okay? Gustavo gently smiled, lifting his hand to tuck a strand of Deborah's hair behind her ear. He asked in a consulting tone but didn't ask for Deborah's consent at all. Methooting in the chair, Deborah felt increasingly drowsy, almost unable to keep her eyes open under the influence of the fragrance. She wanted to take the dinner knife from the table to pierce herself and stay awake, but she had no strength. Her soul power seemed ineffective too, doing nothing at all. As if suddenly remembering something, Gustavo exclaimed. Right, every day is just the name of your human body. I shouldn't call you like this. The book says each of the 7 god messengers has names as humans. The messenger of pride is called Jada, the messenger of envy is called Adriana, the messenger of anger is called Abram. The messenger of laziness is called Rocco, the messenger of greed is called Methunclair, the messenger of gluttony is called Burke, the messenger of lust is called Declan. Every day, once I awaken you, I will know why you fell and what your true name is. As Gustavo spoke, Deborah heard a familiar name and suddenly forced her eyes wide open. What did you say? Deborah tried to remain alert, seeming somewhat incredulous. You said the messenger of greed is called what? Gustavo, perhaps unaware of why Deborah would be interested in this particular name, still patiently replied. Methunclair. Ning from willing and you from the mud. Methunclair. Honestly, before Gustavo mentioned this name, Deborah completely disbelieved in these stories about god messengers, original sins, and falls. But how could there be a god messenger named Methunclair in the book Gustavo mentioned? With exactly the same name as the one she knew. She cultivated from a rose in hell into a flower spirit. At that time, Methunclair claimed to be a pearl clam spirit who had cultivated in the river of forgetfulness. Somehow, he found his way to the deepest part of hell and saw her alone, cultivating in a secluded valley. As a spirit, she never thought of giving herself a name. Later, when Methunclair asked what to call her, since her true form was a rose, she simply called herself Demi. Back then, Methunclair visited her daily to get close, always calling her Brielle repeatedly, saying he loved her. He even asked if she wouldn't mind staying in hell with him instead of going to the human world for cultivation. Methunclair said only the deepest part of hell where she was desolate and dead silent, other parts of hell were lively and even more prosperous than the human world. She had a cold temperament then, very cold. She always treated Methunclair indifferently, almost ignoring him entirely. When he proposed such questions later, she refused without a second thought. Methunclair asked her why she wanted to go to the human world, but she really had no specific reason, just a vague feeling that she should go. However, this time, Methunclair didn't come back like before, no matter how cold she was. He seemed to disappear instantly. The next time Methunclair appeared was during the final stage of her cultivation, when he stole her consolidated essence pill, causing her rebirth in the human world to be significantly delayed. She only managed to reincarnate 10 years ago using Elisha's body. After obtaining her consolidated essence pill, Methunclair vanished without a trace. The last time she had found any sign of him was at that bar in the deep. Apart from sending her a letter with his usual mocking tone and a rose mask, tricking her into winning a match for him, he disappeared once more. It seemed like he just wanted to see her and tease her as before. Once done, he left. Deborah couldn't think about the connection between Methunclair and the greed-stricken deity messenger Gustavo mentioned anymore because, in the next moment, she fell asleep directly. Seeing Deborah close her eyes, Gustavo's long eyelashes trembled slightly, excitement flickering in his gaze. He gently picked up Deborah from the chair, carrying her bridal style. Walking over to the restaurant's lounge area, he carefully laid her down on the wide sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, his actions almost reverent, as if he already regarded her as his deity. Gustavo knelt before the sofa, took a deep breath, flipped open the ancient yellowed book he brought, and recited the incantation to the sleeping girl. His hands were trembling from excitement while holding the book. As he finished the last word, it felt like his heart nearly stopped beating. He thought the girl would suddenly open her eyes, revealing crimson pupils or sprouting large black wings, awakening from her sleep. However, nothing happened. The girl remained asleep. What's going on? Did he recite the wrong spell? Gustavo was bewildered. In the next second, an incredibly bright light erupted outside the floor-to-ceiling window, as if tearing through the night sky. Covering his eyes stung by the brightness and looking out the window, Gustavo widened his eyes in shock. This was the top floor of a skyscraper offering a panoramic view of the entire city. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, originally only showing the night sky, a man with silver hair flowing down to his waist and breathtaking beauty floated in midair, with massive pure white wings unfurling behind him. A layer of holy dawn seemed to fall around him, his golden eyes shimmering with light as they faintly gazed into the room. Chapter 262, Why Do You All Love Her? This was a beauty that left humans in the dust. Under the night sky sprinkled with stars, enormous pure white wings blossomed from behind, and the tall figure was enveloped in countless beams of light, making the face appear somewhat indistinct. Or perhaps this was a face that would make humans dare not look straight at it, instinctively feeling unworthy. The silver-haired man's expression was calm and serene, beautiful and holy, fitting all descriptions of deities in mythology. His golden eyes were like clear springs, filled with ripples of tolerance, kindness, and compassion. When he looked down, it seemed as if all the darkness around him vanished, leaving one feeling small and impure. Has a god descended? Gustavo was already struck with awe. Before he could come to his senses, or even confirm whether this was an illusion or reality, he saw another woman with stunning wavy hair appear behind this man. She too had pure white wings, and equally superior features. The tight fabric accentuated her impressive figure, giving off an air of superiority with her chin held high. Unlike the silver-haired man who brought peace, the woman's aura was sharp. Her piercing purple eyes stared directly into the room, revealing a hint of impatience. This. Gustavo opened his mouth but only managed to emit a single syllable before the gods by the window vanished abruptly, as if it were merely a figment of his imagination. However, the next second, he felt a cool breeze pass by his ear. Instinctively turning around, he was met with a pair of cold, stern purple eyes right behind him. Before he could react, the woman's slender hand had already gripped his neck, squeezing mercilessly. Of course, she didn't snap it outright. Gustavo only felt darkness clouding his vision before collapsing to the ground. In this moment, the human body seemed particularly fragile, defenseless against the powerful deity. Adriana, you're too rough. At this scene, the man slightly furrowed his brows and softly spoke, his voice melodious like a silver bell in a secluded valley. The man and woman had retracted their wings and stood within the spacious dining area, appearing no different from any other human. Who has a good mood when working late at night? The woman, or Adriana, retorted with obvious displeasure, letting out a light scoff. I just made him faint. I didn't hurt his neck. I'm being quite restrained already. Hearing this, the man's handsome face showed a hint of restraint, his tone remaining calm. I told you, I can handle it myself. You didn't need to come. A sentence silenced her grievances. Adriana pursed her lips, silent, her gaze falling on an open book beside the sofa. It was a book made of parchment. The cover was dark green, exuding a mysterious air. The pages were old and yellowed, seemingly flipped through multiple times. The handwriting inside was somewhat sloppy, indicating a free-spirited author, and the content was written in Chinese. But as Adriana picked up the book, the words instantly changed into a language unfamiliar to humans. That is, regardless of where this book ended up, be it in any realm or country on Earth, it would automatically change to a language readable by its holder. So, how bored does Jalmer have to be to write something like this and deliberately throw it into the human world? Adriana rolled her eyes. If not for him, no human would know the secrets of the gods, and tonight wouldn't have happened. Jalmer only wanted to avoid laziness, and he holds enthusiasm for everything he hasn't tried yet. Writing is one of his interests, the man remarked calmly. Besides, he didn't intentionally throw this book into the human world. He just tossed it carelessly during his last visit and forgot where he put it. No matter what, he wrote this book and left it where humans could find it. Adriana frowned, looking at the unconscious Gustavo, her tone cold and condescending. This obsessed human doesn't realize what terrifying and bloody events would occur if he truly awakened Marcy. In those days, Marcy. Stop. Adriana was interrupted mid-sentence by the man's frown. Rarely showing such gravity in his tone, you said, in those days. That's all in the past now, the memories of humans have been erased. Don't mention it again. I understand. Adriana seemed somewhat aggrieved, biting her lip and holding back her words. The man didn't linger on the book or her much longer. Instead, he paused, then walked over to the girl lying on the sofa. He paused beside the sofa, bending slightly. His silver hair, as if bathed in moonlight, cascaded over his shoulders with the movement, and his exquisite face resembled a work of art. His slender fingers with distinct knuckles gently caressed the sleeping girl's closed eyes, likely checking to see if she was all right. After confirming she was fine, he felt reassured and tenderly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, his movements and gaze filled with gentleness. Too gentle. The man, born from fury, was also the most serene, tolerant, gentle, and patient being in existence. However, his tenderness toward the girl was different from how he treated others. From the past to the present, only this girl could receive such affection. Witnessing this scene, Adriana clenched her teeth in frustration and couldn't help but clench her fists. Her eyes suddenly emitted purple light. If her wings were spread at that moment, they might have shown faint black marks. The man, who was focused on the girl, seemed to sense something and turned to look at her, frowning slightly as he warned, Adriana, don't forget your original sin. Upon hearing the man's words, Adriana suddenly realized something and snapped back to her senses. Taking a deep breath, the dark aura around her instantly dissipated, though her eyes still carried a hint of reluctance. Adriana gritted her teeth and spoke, I really don't understand what charm Illegitimate has that makes all of you love her unconditionally. It seems no matter what she does wrong or becomes, you can all tolerate it. Illegitimate is the strongest deity, yet she was the first to volunteer to fall, abandoning light for darkness. The master bestowed power upon her, expecting humility, compassion, and love for humanity, but what was the result? A humble deity turned out to be prouder than anyone else. Expected to be compassionate, her heart became cold as stone. Expected to love humanity, she dug hearts and slaughtered indiscriminately in the human world to replenish her strength, ultimately initiating a cataclysmic massacre. And even so, Adriana's emotions surged, even after she did such things. You still love her. Why should Illegitimate deserve it? Chapter 263, 3 out of 7 divine messengers fell. Enough, Abrams suddenly turned around, Adriana, you said too much. Although the man's aura wasn't intimidating, his golden eyes were clearly not as calm as before. Why, don't like what I said? Adriana sneered at Abrams' reaction, now even you can't tolerate a single word against her, right? Ignoring the man's reaction, Adriana laughed coldly, the divine master only created 7 of us divine messengers in total. Back then, 3 of us fell at once. The divine realm has been silent about this incident, but hell still sees it as a joke to this day, and you know it. Indeed, isn't it laughable? A god who should be desireless and only love all beings actually developed intense affection and deep desires for just one person by their side. They abandoned their responsibilities and missions, carrying only the secret shame and unspeakable desire. After Aggie's fall, they directly followed her into corruption. In the human world, they secretly protected and accompanied her, turning a blind eye to Aggie's killings. Eventually, to protect her divine soul from being annihilated, they even extracted their own divine soul to envelop and shield her original spirit. Aggie still has the possibility of regaining her strength and becoming a god again, but what about Declan? Extracting the divine soul is complete self-destruction. He was annihilated on the spot. As for Aggie, she was reborn with a human body and now even falls in love with humans, living carefree every day. She doesn't remember the sins she committed in the past, nor does she recall everything Declan did for her. In my opinion, no one is more of a victim than Declan. Adriana's tone became increasingly mocking. Hearing this, Abrams' eyes flickered slightly. The girl on the sofa continued to sleep, completely unaware of what was happening around her. Adriana continued, as for Methunclair, I've never understood how he thinks. Aggie clearly doesn't care about anyone, yet Declan loved her so much that he would sacrifice his life. But did Aggie ever give him a proper glance before his final soul disintegration? No, right? Job knowing Aggie is such a person, after she was sealed in the netherworld realm, Methunclair voluntarily fell into hell, trying to win her favor and even wishing to stay there with her. What's the point? Aggie still ignored him. But Methunclair is at least smarter than Declan. After seeing Aggie's true nature, he withdrew in time, indulging himself in pleasures between the human world and hell, at least not giving up his life. Fortunately, Methunclair took away the primeval spirit that preserves Aggie's memory and power, or who knows what could have happened tonight. Adriana took a long breath, seeming to finally vent her long-suppressed grievances and thoughts of other companions. Of course, apart from Declan and Methunclair, Burke and Rocco didn't fare much better. Methun's Aggie left, Burke hasn't prepared a single healthy reduced-fat meal anymore. To avoid overeating, he simply chose to sleep constantly without eating, and I can't remember the last time I saw him awake. As for Rocco, when Aggie was around, he used to do some serious things, like inventing all sorts of strange gadgets for her. But now, Rocco has become lazier and lazier. All day long, he does nothing, lazily writing those forbidden adult novels of the Divine Realm whenever he feels like it. I suspect his next step isn't falling but getting locked up in the Divine Realm's prison. Speaking of which, if Declan isn't the biggest victim, then we are. Adriana sounded full of resentment. After all, among the 7 divine messengers, only we 2 have truly stuck to our mission from beginning to end. Do you hate Aggie because of this? After hearing so much from Adriana, Abram raised his clear and calm golden eyes. Because Aggie fell, Declan and Methunclair followed suit, and Burke and Rocco became negligent, increasing your workload, so you hate her? Abram looked at Adriana. If that's the case, in the future, I can take on all the duties of the divine messengers myself. You can have your own time to do what you want. Hearing Abram say this, Adriana suddenly lifted her head and bit her lip. No, it's not. Adriana clenched her fingers tightly in her palm, glanced at the sleeping girl on the sofa, and took a deep breath. I hate Aggie because I fear falling, yet she has always been the root cause of my potential fall. Every time I see Aggie, whether it was in the past or now, I can't help but feel jealous. I clearly think so little of her, yet deep down I envy her. I don't understand why I feel this way. So, instead of saying I dislike her, it's more accurate to say I dislike myself. Upon hearing these words from Adriana, Abram fell silent for a moment. He finally let out a light sigh. Adriana, that's not Aggie's fault. What happened back then wasn't as you imagine, and Aggie is not as cold and heartless as you describe. She just didn't know how to love others before, nor did she understand what love and being loved meant. But she's learning well here in the human world. So I came today to set her life back on a normal track. Abram turned his head and gently caressed the girl's cheek, his cool fingertips brushing over her brows and eyes, his gaze filled with serene and sacred tenderness. Although this girl's face belonged to a human body, not the one he remembered, the aura around her was familiar and cherished by him. The past is too heavy for her. Memories are the source of pain and an unshakable shackle. Complete forgetfulness would be best. Methuns the Divine Master has chosen not to pursue the matter further. Let her live a good life in the human world. Adriana raised her head and couldn't help but ask, you mean? Abram didn't speak but simply raised his hand lightly. A thread of golden light suddenly bloomed in his palm, then flew into Gustavo's temple. Let's go. Having done this, Abram stood up. The god stood tall and handsome against the background, peerlessly beautiful. We're just leaving like this? Adriana paused, furrowing her brow. The human called Gustavo may not know, but you should know. This incense Rocco invented while in the human world has a hypnotic effect on gods. But if a human body inhales too much, it will develop a fever due to the inability to dispel it. Adriana spoke reluctantly but still continued, before we leave, at least take her to a hospital in the human world. She might develop a fever soon. No need. Abram glanced at the sleeping girl, then lowered his eyes to look outside the window. Someone who cares about her safety more than us has already arrived. And, there is more than one. Chapter 264, President Yanni is actually a god too. Nico knew yesterday afternoon that Esther had met with Letitia, and in the evening, he overheard her conversation with Melinda through a bug. So before Esther asked to meet him, he was fully prepared. Before coming to Gillisangching, Nico's ideal plan was for the young girl to break up with Wally and ideally develop feelings for him. This way, he could take her back to Switzerland. No matter what means were used, as long as the young girl agreed to go with him to Switzerland, it would be within his sphere of influence, and then it wouldn't be too late to tell her everything. However, it was clear that when the young girl asked to meet him, she no longer trusted him or was very wary of him. Whether it was the young girl's steadfastness in her feelings or her keen awareness of danger, both surpassed his expectations. It was only their first meeting 2 nights ago. Less than 2 days have passed. Forget about falling for him, perhaps they could have been friends originally. But now, the young girl probably considered him an enemy. So before tonight's meeting, Nico made all arrangements at this restaurant. He pre-mixed and prepared incense, arranged for all staff to leave once the young girl arrived, brought the feather kept in the inkstone box and the old mythological book he found, and installed a signal jammer beforehand. Methuniel jammer. This time, Nico planned to be completely open. And he firmly believed that if he told the young girl everything he knew, she would rather go with him than stay in Gillisangching as an ordinary high school student. If the young girl refused, it must mean her true nature was suppressed. In that case, he would directly complete the ritual to awaken her true self without being disturbed by anyone. Before meeting Nico, Esther informed Wally about the meeting and provided the address of the restaurant. Although Wally was on a business trip in Beijing, since seeing the text message from the young girl saying she had taken a taxi to the restaurant, he felt unease growing inside him. When messages went unanswered and calls continuously received the prompt, "The number you dialed is not answering," his unease reached its peak. Without hesitation, Wally first instructed Gordon to check the situation at the restaurant. Then he called for a helicopter to get back to Illegitimate as fast as possible. Perhaps a half-hour delay meant he overreacted. Maybe the young girl just didn't see her phone or there was poor reception. But Wally preferred a false alarm to something happening to the young girl and he couldn't come in time. As the helicopter prepared to land, Wally received a call from Gordon. Gordon said that the shopping mall where the restaurant was located usually closed at 11 p.m., but at 10 p.m., it had already shut down, preventing access from outside. Oddly, the lights were still on in the restaurant on the top floor, yet the restaurant's business phone was unanswered. This seemed very unusual. Wally took a deep breath. His intuition was right. Something must have happened to the young girl. Mathun's the entrance to the mall was already closed. Contacting the manager and entering the restaurant would take significant time, if they could even enter. Initially planning to land at the top floor of the Yanni Corporation building, Wally immediately redirected the helicopter towards the mall rooftop. Minutes later, as Gordon looked up from the mall entrance, he saw a helicopter heading straight to the restaurant and widened his eyes. Was President Yanni on that helicopter? Is President Yanni going to the restaurant to find Tegan? Why did he go by helicopter? What does he intend to do? Wally intended to check what was going on inside the restaurant. But from the helicopter, he saw through the glass windows that the young girl was lying unconscious on a sofa inside the restaurant. His heart nearly stopped. Especially seeing the dangerous-looking mixed-race man who gave him a bad feeling during their first meeting lying nearby on the ground. Had the cabin been larger, he might have stood up. Unable to deduce what happened and unsure of the young girl's condition, Wally maintained his composure and asked the pilot if there was a safety hammer. The pilot looked bewildered. "We do have one, but Mr. Yanni, what are you planning to do?" With a calm voice, Wally replied, looking up, "Break the restaurant's glass doors." And Wally said so and indeed did so. Using the safety hammer to smash the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window, Wally jumped from the helicopter into the restaurant. At that moment, he smelled a peculiar fragrance permeating the air. On the only table in the restaurant, a small purple clay incense burner was gently emitting smoke. The fragrance must have come from there. But he did not pay attention to these details, focusing entirely on the young girl. In the next second, he took a long stride forward, his black leather shoes stepping onto the shards of broken glass scattered all over the ground, hurrying towards the sofa where the young girl lay. "Every day. Baby, I'm here." Wally immediately picked up Esther from the sofa and tightly held her in his arms. Lowering his head, he softly called her name as if she were the only person left in the world. His large hand caressed her face with closed eyes, noticing that she looked like she was sleeping, but her body and forehead were burning hot, as if she had a fever. How could she be here, sleeping and developing a fever? Wally couldn't help but clench his fists in anger. On the surface, he remained calm, but inside, he was deeply self-reproaching. He shouldn't have let her come to meet Nico alone. No matter how strong the young girl was, an upright person would inevitably be manipulated by someone with sinister thoughts. It's all his fault. Although Wally still didn't know exactly what had happened, fortunately, apart from the fever, the young girl seemed unharmed. "President Yanni, I'm here." After a few minutes, Gordon presumably contacted the mall manager to open the door and then smashed through the front door of the restaurant, rushing in with others. Seeing the scene inside, the broken glass scattered on the floor, Nico lying on the ground, and Tegan unconscious in his boss's arms, Gordon was startled and blurted out, "President Yanni, what happened?" "Miss. I don't know." Wally took a deep breath. "I'll take Janine home. Contact Dr. Gillisong and ask him to come to our house." With that, Wally stood up, his tall and sturdy figure leaning forward to bend down and carry the young girl horizontally in his arms. However, as he stood up, a sudden wave of drowsiness washed over him, causing him to sway slightly. Wally's instability alarmed Gordon, who instinctively reached out to support him. "President Yanni, are you okay? What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, it's fine." Wally shook his head to regain focus, bending down to pick up Esther. Glancing at the fallen Nico, his eyes turned cold. "Bring him back too. I want to find out exactly what happened tonight." Outside the mall building, a man watching from the alleyway wall withdrew his gaze as he saw Wally carefully place the young girl in the car, watching the black Maybach disappear from sight under the streetlights. A faintly self-deprecating smile appeared on the man's face. Again, he was one step too late. In the divine realm before, he fell in love with her first. Now, again, he arrived first. Always one step too late. Chapter 265, The Liu Family in a Frenzy. 11 p.m. At this hour, everyone in the Liu residence was gathered around the living room sofa, each one of them wearing an increasingly anxious and serious expression. Or rather, the older ones were still managing to stay calm and composed, while the youngest could hardly sit still any longer. In the living room, Atlee put down his phone for the nth time and looked up at his elder brother Sullivan for the n+1th time. His dog-like eyes, glistening with worry, had turned slightly red. Big brother, I still can't get through to Janine's phone. It's so late, and she hasn't come home yet. Where could she be? Sullivan furrowed his brows, sighing deeply. I've already called her friends, but none of them know where she is. Janine rarely goes out at night, and if she does, she usually comes back before 10 o'clock or calls us to let us know. Unable to resist checking the time again, Atlee said, but it's already 11, and Janine still isn't back. I can't get through to her either. Could something have happened to her? Hearing the question about whether something had happened, Reese on the other side of the room took a deep breath and stood up immediately. I'll go look for her. Just as Reese started to walk out, he was stopped by Sullivan, who looked up. Ewing, where would you look for Janine at this hour without any direction? I don't know. Reese clenched his fist secretly, lowering his eyes. The long lashes cast shadows on his eyelids. Despite maintaining a calm appearance like usual, the slight trembling of his eyes betrayed his inner unease. It's better than just sitting here doing nothing. I agree. For once, Atlee agreed with his twin brother who usually had a different personality, standing up to exclaim, I'm going to look for Janine too. Both of you sit down. Josue frowned slightly, raising his voice calmly. Even if Ewing found her, Graham running around outside this late might end up needing us to look for you too. Not a chance. Atlee wanted to argue but thought of his previous experience getting lost due to being directionally challenged, leaving him unable to refute his second brother's concern. Illegitimate, usually carefree, now had a grave expression as he asked Sullivan, Brother, have you managed to reach Wally? Sullivan shook his head, still no answer, same message as Janine's phone, unable to connect. The same message suggests they might be together somewhere, but there must be some reason why both their phones are out of service. It's not too late yet, let's wait a bit longer, Illegitimate pondered for a few seconds. If Janine doesn't come home or call back soon, we'll contact the police to check citywide surveillance cameras. If little Yun from the Yanni family and Janine are together and he's not bringing her back this late without even answering the phone, Janine won't be allowed to meet him at night anymore. Marissa, sitting on the sofa, angrily interjected, clearly assuming a motherly role. But just as she finished speaking, Sullivan's phone rang. The sudden ring made everyone's eyes turn to Sullivan instantly. Seeing the caller on the screen, Sullivan couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. It's Wally. Hearing that it was Wally, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Sullivan signaled everyone to be quiet, then pressed the speaker button, quickly asking, Bard, do you know where? Brother, before Sullivan could finish, Wally spoke first. Janine is with me, you all don't need to worry. Relief washed over everyone almost immediately upon hearing that Reese was with Wally. If this call hadn't come, they would have been on edge much longer. Sullivan felt a wave of relief too, then frowned and couldn't help but ask, Janine is with you? Then why? As Sullivan spoke, Wally guessed what he was about to say and explained directly, Brother, Janine met someone tonight, but something unexpected happened. I only found her about an hour ago after rushing back from the capital. Unexpected? Sullivan stood up abruptly, and everyone held their breaths. What happened? What kind of unexpected event did Janine encounter? To be honest, I'm not entirely clear about the specifics yet, but when I found Janine, she was sleeping in a restaurant and had a fever. So I brought Janine back to the Yanni residence and had a doctor check her over. He said she only has a fever, no other issues. But both our phones experienced signal interference, which is why we couldn't receive your calls. On the other end of the phone, Wally said, I just removed the signal shield and immediately called you, brother. The Liu family hadn't expected that Deborah had really encountered something. Meeting someone? Restaurant? Sleeping? Fever? It all seemed disconnected and didn't make much sense. But the Liu family didn't have time to ponder over it. Sullivan immediately asked anxiously into the phone, how is Janine now? She's sleeping very soundly, but she has a very high fever. Wally paused, his tone heavy. Her temperature is almost 40 degrees Celsius now. Apart from physical cooling, the doctor is administering intravenous fluids. You mean what? Almost 40 degrees? Wally's words about the near 40-degree fever sent shockwaves through the entire Liu family. I understand. Sullivan, who was usually calm, also became frantic. He spoke into the phone, Bard, take care of Janine first. I'll head to the Yanni residence right now, send me your address. All right, brother, be careful on the way, Wally replied in the phone. After hanging up, Sullivan noticed his mother and 4 brothers had already stood up, as they had heard everything Wally said. Brother, I'll go with you. I want to see Janine. Atlee was the first to speak anxiously. I'll go too, Liu Benny rarely agreed with Atlee. Illegitimate turned directly, I'll get the car keys. I'll drive my car. Josue didn't say anything but was ready to set off. Seeing this, Marissa quickly told her sons, wait for me for a moment. I'll go upstairs to change clothes and grab some things to bring along. Even his mother was going to the Yanni residence? Sullivan couldn't help but look at Marissa. He knew his younger brothers too well. Job knowing Janine was running a fever, they wouldn't stay home calmly. But it wasn't necessary for their mother to come along in the middle of the night. So Sullivan said, Mom, it's so late. The 5 of us going to see Janine at the Yanni residence is enough. You stay at home. Before he could finish saying, "Stay at home and wait for our news," Marissa interrupted him with a stern look. Marissa glared at her eldest son, displeased. "What are you saying? Janine has a fever close to 40 degrees Celsius. Do you think I can sit still or sleep at home? You're telling me to stay home? So, only you, her real brothers, genuinely care about her and worry for her. As a stepmother, I don't care and can remain indifferent when I know she's sick, is that it?" "Mom, that's not what I meant." Sullivan felt helpless upon hearing this. Mathunce's mother started surfing the internet. She had become increasingly sarcastic and combative. Recently, she had been coming up with new ways to scold Randall every day, using phrases that even he couldn't match. "If that's not what you meant, then why did you say it? Wait there, I'm going to get things." Marissa humped at her eldest son, lifting her chin and turning away. A few minutes later, Marissa came downstairs, having changed clothes. Seeing the items she struggled to carry down from upstairs, everyone was speechless. Chapter 266. She called another man's name in her sleep. "No, Mom, you said you would go upstairs to get something, and this vase is what you meant? Why did you take this thing to the Yanni family?" Seeing his mother struggling to carry a large half-meter tall vase downstairs, Sullivan was stunned. The chintzy gilt vase in Marissa's arms was one he had seen before. It had blue-glazed gilding on its bottom, lion gilt handle, dragon patterns, cloud patterns, and was one of the royal ceramics used by the Qing dynasty imperial family. This vase was purchased by his grandfather at an auction nearly 1,000,000 yuan several decades ago, and later became part of his mother's dowry. It has appreciated to 8,000,000 yuan now. His mother had always been extra careful with this vase. She kept it under a glass cover in the bedroom for all these years, not allowing anyone to get close to it. What was she thinking, taking this vase down now? However, despite not understanding, Sullivan quickly moved forward to take the vase from his mother's hands. "Of course, I'll bring it when I visit the Yanni family." With the heavy vase taken away by her eldest son, Marissa finally managed to speak. "Though we are visiting the Yanni family for Janine's sake, it's still our first time stepping into their home. Last time, when Fabio visited us for the first time, he brought me a jade ring worth 1,000,000 as a gift. So how can we visit him empty-handed? It would be disrespectful in front of a junior." So his mother was planning to give this vase as a housewarming gift? Atlee couldn't help but speak up. "Mom, Janine is running a fever there. If Fabio truly loves Janine, he wouldn't mind these things." Marissa glanced at her younger son and said earnestly, "That's why I say you kids just don't understand anything. Bringing this 8,000,000 yuan vase to visit the Yanni family serves two purposes. It shows respect and helps to bolster Janine's status in front of their servants. I know Fabio's parents passed away 10 years ago, and he makes all the decisions here. But the Yanni family isn't only him. There's the butler, chef, probably many maids. Rich family servants, especially elderly female servants, love to gossip and judge people based on their background. If Janine marries Fabio, she'll become the mistress of the Yanni household. The circle of elites in Gilasangcheng already knows about her background. The servants will undoubtedly spread rumors. What if they hear the rumors and think Janine is just a village-born illegitimate child, look down on her? They might show respect and Fabio is around but ridicule her behind his back. That's a possibility. So today, by visiting the Yanni family, we're showing that our entire family is worried about Janine's fever, proving how much the Liu family and even I as a stepmother value her. Secondly, we're bringing an 8,000,000 yuan vase just as a gift to show that while we may not match the Yanni family in wealth, we're not lacking. Janine isn't rushing to marry into the Yanni family. You boys don't understand. After marriage, a woman's confidence comes partly from herself and partly from her family. Your mother is planning ahead. Atlee, Tanyue, and E were too young to understand such matters. Monty, being a bachelor, naturally didn't care either. But Sullivan hadn't expected that despite their urgency over Janine's illness, his mother would consider so much for her future. He couldn't help but admire her thoughtfulness. After all, no matter what, your father is always your father, and your mother is always your mother. While the Liu family prepared to head to the Yanni residence, on the other side, at the Yanni family home, Fabio took a deep breath as he looked at the sleeping girl in bed. The girl, pale-skinned, now had flushed cheeks due to the fever. Her forehead was damp with sweat, her black hair scattered across her shoulders, making her chin appear slender and delicate. Though unconscious, she wasn't sleeping peacefully, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Seeing this, Fabio felt heartache that made him unable to breathe, reaching out to smooth her furrowed brows once more. He wished he could take her place in enduring this fever and the restlessness in her sleep. 20 minutes earlier, Gordon came excitedly holding a small, round, black object. "Mr. Yanni, that explains why my phone kept losing signal and why you couldn't reach Mississippi. I checked her handbag just now and found this. Take a look." Gordon pointed to the small black object and explained, "I've asked someone about it. This is a mini signal jammer. Once activated, it blocks signals from all electronic devices within several dozen meters. Cell phones won't receive calls or messages." "Mr. Yanni, this thing must have been slipped into Mrs. handbag by that Gustavo when they met," Gordon said angrily. "Although we don't know exactly what happened, he definitely had malicious intentions towards Mississippi. We can't let him off." Hearing Gustavo's name, Fabio's gaze turned cold. Has he woken up? No, Gordon shook his head. Although Gustavo isn't running a fever like Miss, he seems to be in an even deeper sleep. We don't know when he will wake up. Gordon asked tentatively, Mr. Yanni, should I just throw a basin of cold water on him? In those war films, people who fainted could be revived with cold water. Fabio glanced at Gordon and replied coolly, in war films, the ones who are knocked out and revived with cold water are usually villains. Realizing this, Gordon felt a bit ashamed. You're right, doing that isn't quite honorable. Are the needles used for Janine's acupuncture last time still around? Fabio's voice was slightly heavy, unperturbed as he continued, if he wakes up after being needled, call me over. Yes, sir. Gordon nodded immediately. Good grief, so it turns out that while he watched war movies, Mr. Yanni watched palace dramas. Last time, Deborah taught Gordon some acupuncture techniques, like pricking fingers to release blood to treat headaches caused by bruising and stiff necks. Thinking about it, though Gordon wasn't an expert, his master was a divine doctor. Pricking Gustavo's finger for a little bloodletting would be a favor to him. However, before Gordon could get the needles from the guest room, the girl lying on the bed stirred and murmured something indistinctly. Janine? Noticing the movement, Fabio's eyes flickered. He immediately leaned down, whispering softly in her ear, his voice tender and captivating, Baby, what's wrong? I'm here. Declan. Declan. By the second time, Fabio clearly heard that the girl was indeed muttering these two words. Declan. Is that a person's name, a man's name? Fabio couldn't help but feel a sinking sensation in his heart, an unexpected yet sour taste spreading through him. Was she calling another man's name in her sleep? Chapter 267. The girl's murmurs in her sleep were unconscious, yet her words were very clear. Gil heard it, and he understood clearly. Gordon behind him also heard it, and couldn't help but stand there in a daze. What was Miss saying? Investigator? Carbon source? Chamber pot? Declan. This sounded like a person's name, and more likely a man's name at that. More frighteningly, when Miss recited this name in her sleep, she seemed somewhat distressed. This. Just as Gordon was worried that his boss would overthink because of this, Gil indeed took a deep breath and turned around to look at him. Although his face remained calm, his breathing wasn't steady. He then asked Gordon, is there someone called Declan beside her? Gordon, as the golden assistant, had long been well informed about the information of his boss's wife and the people she knew. So when Gil spoke, his mind immediately started working like a search engine. However, after searching for a long time, no one could match this name. In other words, if this really was a personal name, or a man's name, then this was a person the young girl knew that they didn't know about. Gordon absolutely did not believe that the girl would have any involvement with other men, and he definitely did not want his boss to think too much or feel heartbroken. Therefore, he immediately feigned ignorance and asked, Mr. Yanni, what Declan are you talking about? Gil replied, it's the name she just said. What name? Miss didn't say Declan, she said Tangyuan. Gordon said seriously, I think Miss might want to eat Tangyuan. After all, when we went to the restaurant, there was nothing on the table, and Miss probably didn't have dinner and is hungry. Tangyuan? Gil thought for a moment, I clearly heard. Mr. Yanni, maybe your hearing isn't good, Gordon immediately replied, people get like this when they grow older. Gil silently looked at Gordon, I remember, you're half a year older than me. Really, Gordon kept a straight face and firmly said, then maybe I have a younger mindset. So, what exactly does having a younger mindset have to do with being hard of hearing? Gil saw through Gordon's intention not to let him overthink, and he himself also felt that the girl's words in her sleep were likely meaningless murmurs, so he stopped dwelling on it. You go over to Nico first, if he hasn't woken up, prepare everything, and tell them there will be guests coming. Yes, I understand, Mr. Yanni. Gordon immediately nodded in agreement. Before meeting Esther, Gil had never appeared in public. Due to his physical disability making travel inconvenient, he rarely attended events and even worked from home. Thus, Gil's image had always been quite mysterious. And it was precisely because of this mystery that the rumors in Illegitimate painted him as a ruthless, dark-hearted individual with peculiar habits. Therefore, before knowing that Gil liked his sister and interacting with him closely, Sullivan was wary of Gil, thinking that he wasn't someone to be easily provoked and should be avoided. However, ever since meeting due to Esther, Sullivan discovered that reality was completely different from the rumors. After all, during their first formal conversation in the study, Gil directly showed him a $1 billion will, which shocked him right away. Who comes to visit for the first time with a will? Sullivan, as the elder brother, directly felt Gil's sincerity towards his sister. Thus, his mindset changed. Initially filled with caution, distrust, and various concerns, after these 2 months, he and Marissa regarded Gil as one of their own. The old Yanni family mansion was comparable to a grand estate, and its value in Illegitimate, where every inch of land was precious, far exceeded the large villa owned by the Liu family. But even before the Liu family members could feel any discomfort, as soon as they entered the gate of the Yanni family mansion, respectful guidance was provided on where to go. Even before reaching the main door, they saw Gil personally waiting outside. Such a reception was something Atlee didn't fully comprehend, but Sullivan, as a business professional, understood perfectly. Apart from them, there was probably no one who had the clout to have someone of Gil's status and position personally greet them at midnight. As soon as Marissa and his brothers got out of the car, Gil immediately greeted them calmly, "Aunt Gillisong, brother, you've arrived." Atlee, unable to contain himself, paid no attention to the greetings between adults and directly asked Gil, "Where is Janine? Where is she?" Marissa couldn't help but pat him, "You child. What poor manners, you should at least greet the adults first." "It's alright, Aunt Gillisong, we don't need to be formal with each other." Gil turned to Atlee, without a hint of condescension in his tone. "Janine is upstairs in my bedroom. She has been asleep since she came back and hasn't woken up yet. I'll take you upstairs to see her, let's talk as we walk." "Good." Sullivan immediately agreed and had one of Gil's servants take the vase of flowers brought by Marissa. They were all worried about Esther and didn't have the heart for pleasantries. The entire Yanni residence was decorated with impeccable taste, understatedly luxurious yet not ostentatious. As they went upstairs, Gil briefly recounted what happened that night. He mentioned that the person Esther saw also fell into an unconscious sleep, so the specifics of the incident were still unknown, but he assured them not to worry and promised he would handle it. When they entered the bedroom, they saw the slender figure of the girl lying on a wide bed, her eyes closed. Her dark hair was spread over her shoulders, and her cheeks were flushed. A white fever patch was stuck to her forehead, and an 4 needle was inserted into her pale hand. The medicine bottle hung from a stand, with drops slowly trickling down through the long drip tube. Janine, oh. Seeing his sister like this, Atlee felt his heart breaking. His eyes instantly reddened, and he ran to the bedside, grabbing Esther's hand. He gently checked her face and neck temperature. Startled by the warmth, he couldn't help but cry out. "How can Janine be so hot? It's like frying an egg, oh, my Janine." Atlee felt his heart shatter. "Atlee," Sullivan lifted his head and silently glanced at his tearful brother, "if you can't speak properly, just say less." Chapter 268, Chrysanthemum Venting for Urban. Speaking of which, Xinjiang University's campus forum has always had monthly updated rankings for the most beautiful and handsome students. Deborah and Atlee have consistently ranked first and second. Female students have always thought that this pair of twin brothers were handsome in different ways, giving them the titles High Cold Academic God and Idiot Handsome. Who wants to be called an idiot handsome? Atlee has always been dissatisfied with this. He once logged in with a secondary account to fiercely criticize this title on the forum and strongly requested the administrator to delete the post. However, he ended up revealing his identity due to forgetting to switch back to the secondary account when replying to others, thus cementing his title as Idiot Handsome even more firmly. Sometimes, slipping up can be so simple yet impactful. Apart from Atlee, other members of the Liu family also hurried over to see Deborah. Only Josue took a deep breath, stood there and asked Fabio, "What is Catherine's temperature now?" "She took a fever reducer an hour ago, and her temperature was just taken 10 minutes ago. It dropped to 103.1 degrees Fahrenheit. The fever reducer brought it down, so the problem shouldn't be too serious." "Infusion would work better though," said Josue, his expression clear and cold but with obvious concern in his eyes. "But with Catherine having such a high fever, she must feel very uncomfortable." "I know," Fabio took a deep breath. "What worries me more is that she has been unconscious. I don't know if it's because of the fever or some other reason. It's late now and Catherine is already receiving an infusion, so we can't take her to the hospital for further examination. Let her rest here overnight with the infusion, and we'll see what happens tomorrow morning." "Alright," Fabio nodded. The entire Liu family came over so late at night, seeing Deborah running a high fever and getting an infusion, they couldn't possibly go home. Therefore, Fabio went out to find the housekeeper to arrange guest rooms. Fabio's bedroom was originally large and spacious, and since he rarely stayed at home, it usually lacked any human touch. Combined with the sexless black, white, and gray color scheme, it appeared especially cold and desolate. However, when Fabio returned to the bedroom after giving instructions, he saw the young girl lying on his bed asleep while her 5 older brothers almost surrounded the bed. Josue, wearing a white shirt, stood by the rack looking up at the drip bottle, while Sullivan in a suit asked him about the medicine and its effects beside him. Monty sat next to the bed, right by Deborah's head. His pretty peach blossom eyes were filled with seriousness and gentleness as he carefully wiped the sweat from her forehead with a towel. As for the identical twin brothers who looked exactly alike but had different demeanors, one of them wore a tense expression and tightly held the young girl's hand, muttering something to himself. The other stood nearby, calm-faced, but his gaze never left her. After Fabio entered the bedroom, a servant who had just finished serving tea and another waiting outside exchanged glances and couldn't help but whisper outside the door. "What a nuisance. Why are so many people coming to our Yanni residence in the middle of the night? We can't sleep either and have to serve them tea, water, and tidy up the room. What a waste of time." The one speaking, Aunt Gavin, had worked in the Yanni family for many years and mainly cleaned the first floor. She murmured quietly while peeking through the keyhole at the bedroom, shaking her head disdainfully and rolling her eyes. Nearby, Aunt Yanni, who was nearly 60, immediately chimed in. She spoke sarcastically and mockingly. "You're right, rich people don't need to work early like us, they sure do have nothing else to do. Moreover, it's just that little girl named Deborah who has a fever. Our young master already called a doctor to give her an infusion at home. Why did her whole family come rushing over in the middle of the night? Look at how nervous they all are. Even when we had our own children, we didn't make such a fuss. They're so pretentious." Saying this, Aunt Yanni seemed to recall something. "Speaking of which, this little girl named Deborah isn't just a bit spoiled. Didn't you see her few visits here before? She wouldn't even walk a single step, clinging to our young master like glue. He fed her, entertained her, put her to sleep. She practically wanted him to carry her to the toilet too. Truly unbearable. It's just because city people have open minds. In our village, if a girl acted so scandalously, she'd be ostracized. Indeed, there's something I've been wanting to tell you, Aunt Gavin quickly joined in. I heard from my sister working in another wealthy household that this Deborah isn't really a proper lady from a wealthy family. She's a love child, born from an affair her father had outside the family. She grew up in the countryside and was only brought to Illegitimate a few months ago. In other words, this little brat is a bastard, and her mother is a homewrecker. Aunt Yanni's eyes widened. Is that true? I said before, this girl isn't old but has managed to bewitch our young master like this. Turns out she follows her mother's footsteps. No wonder she's so good at luring men even at such a young age. I don't get it. Young master had a disability before, but now that he's fine, how many respectable young ladies in Illegitimate wouldn't dream of marrying him? Why did he pick this low-class bastard? And I think her appearance doesn't even match up to my daughter's. Aunt Yanni spat with disdain. Really, what makes her think she's worthy? While Aunt Yanni was feeling self-satisfied, Aunt Gavin chimed in to flatter her. You're right, I think your daughter Yanningling looks much better than her. But it's all destiny. Though the bastard has a cheap mother, she at least has a wealthy father. If your Yanningling had a wealthy father, she would have already married into a rich family. Before Aunt Gavin could finish, someone suddenly yanked her from behind, almost pulling her down. Before she could react, a well-dressed woman appeared in front of her and slapped her hard across the face. Slap. The sound was crisp and clear. Who are you calling a tramp and a bastard? Uncultured gossipers. Marissa's expression was cold and unyielding. After the slap, she looked down at Aunt Gavin with the air of a noble lady. Aunt Gavin was stunned, her face burning red. Aunt Yanni was also shocked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Rushing to support Aunt Gavin, Aunt Yanni yelled at Marissa, "What are you doing? Just because you're rich doesn't mean you can hit people. You think I didn't hit you yet?" Marissa sneered, raising her hand and immediately slapped Aunt Yanni too. Chrysanthemum venting is just for fun, but if anyone needs to fart, they'll use your mouths. I'm hitting both of you today, what can you do? Aunt Yanni couldn't believe anyone would hit first and act so arrogantly, covering her swollen face in humiliation and anger. The commotion outside caught the attention of those in the bedroom. Fabio and the Liu family heard the arguing and rushed out, not knowing what was happening. Just as Fabio came out, Aunt Yanni fell to the ground dramatically, crying and lodging her complaint. Young master. Aunt Gavin and I were just talking, when this madam came over and slapped each of us. Please stand up for us. Chapter 269, Aunt Ting's strong response. While Sullivan and the others followed Hewitt upstairs to accompany Esther in the bedroom, Marissa was still downstairs arranging for her brought vases to be placed carefully. Only after she saw the butler placing the vase did she just start to go upstairs, only to hear these two elderly gossipy aunts standing at the bedroom door complaining and discussing. Actually, their voices weren't loud, but her hearing was sharp. She quietly approached and stood half a meter behind them, hearing every word they said clearly. Marissa was protective of her own, especially her biological sons. Before she truly understood Marilyn, Marissa also treated Marilyn as her most beloved youngest daughter, never letting her suffer any. And now, after experiencing those past events, Marissa regarded Esther as her own daughter and felt guilty about Everly who had passed away. Therefore, upon hearing these two aunts insulting Everly and Esther, calling them names like cheap woman and little bastard, she flew into a rage immediately. Regardless of whether it was at the Liu family or the Yanni family, anyone who rubbed her the wrong way, she would not hesitate to act. Without thinking, Marissa reached out and slapped both Gavin aunt and Yanni aunt hard on their faces, accompanying it with strong verbal attacks. She hit because she wanted to. She knew very well that this was Yanni's house and Hewitt was in the bedroom. Did she fear being caught by Hewitt? Unexpectedly, as Hewitt came out of the bedroom, before she could tell how these servants had insulted the future young madam, that Aunt Yanni accused her first. Humph. She slanted her body sideways, crying and wiping tears, claiming that while they were doing nothing, she suddenly assaulted them each with a slap, asking Hewitt to take care of this for them. It was laughable. The commotion outside attracted not only Hewitt but also Sullivan and the others. Seeing the two maids' faces swollen high from obvious slaps, and listening to Aunt Yanni's crying complaints, Sullivan couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Mom, what happened?" Aunt Yanni had been waiting for this question. Before Sullivan's question was answered, Aunt Yanni, with messy hair and holding her red-faced cheek, started crying and accusing towards Hewitt. "Master, I was just chatting outside with Matthew Sturgavin after serving tea." All of a sudden, Abigail came and gave Matthew Sturgavin a slap. Startled, I tried to pull her back but unexpectedly got a slap too. "Master, Matthew Sturgavin and I are almost 60 years old, and we have been here since you were born. We may be servants in the Yanni family, but we aren't lowly slaves from the old society who can be beaten or scolded at will. Even master, your parents never laid hands on us or verbally abused us. Yet this outsider Abigail came and beat us on her first visit. Master, if you don't stand up for us, we really feel humiliated." As Aunt Yanni spoke, she cried. In just a few sentences, first distorting facts by saying they hadn't insulted anyone, then playing on emotions by reminding Hewitt that they had watched him grow up, escalating the situation by portraying it as personal affront, finally guilt-tripping Hewitt into taking sides. Though not highly educated, these elder women working as servants in wealthy families were cunning. If it were someone else without evidence, such an accusation from Aunt Yanni would indeed be difficult to refute. Especially when Marissa claimed she acted because they insulted Everly and Esther, the two maids could simply deny ever saying anything and claim it was all misheard. Even if Hewitt protected her by firing them, it would surely spread around, making it seem he and his wife were bullying servants. But Marissa wasn't ordinary. Is that so? After Aunt Yanni finished crying, Marissa didn't even raise her eyebrows. So, according to you, I'm bored and come to someone else's home just to hit their servants? Aunt Yanni sniffled. We didn't say that, you should know what you did. Ha. Marissa sneered, pulling out her phone and opening the recording from earlier. Having been served by maids since childhood, Marissa knew exactly how these old aunts would act. Furthermore, she had watched countless palace dramas and household dramas. When she heard them gossiping upstairs just now, she immediately took out her phone to record their conversation, ensuring the recording was successful before she acted. How meticulous. With just one tap of the play button, the murmurs of the two aunts came out from the phone. After all, it's just that little girl named Esther who has a bit of a fever. Is it really necessary for the whole family to come over in such a rush at midnight? This little girl named Esther is particularly delicate. It's unbearable to see. If this happened in our village, people would definitely curse her behind her back. This little girl is just a bastard, and her mother is also a third party who seduced other women's husbands. How could the young master fall for such an illegitimate child? That bastard, although she has a cheap mother, at least she has a wealthy father. If your daughter Yanningling had a rich father, she would have long married into a rich family. Hearing their own voices coming out from the phone, Aunt Yanni and Aunt Gavin turned pale on the spot. Who would have thought that within such a short time, Marissa had recorded their conversation? Marissa didn't originally care to argue with such servants. But turning her head, she saw that Yanni family's butler and other servants had also come upstairs to see what was happening. She put away her phone and directly said coldly, "Didn't expect it, did you? I've recorded everything you two were saying. I'll tell you, Janine is the treasure of our Lou family. We care about her so much that even if she just has a fever and needs a drip, we will be so worried that the whole family rushes over at midnight. You are here to work as servants and get paid. If you don't want to work, you can leave. Don't show respect to our face and then start grumbling and cursing behind our backs. And let me tell you, do you still know the gossipy tongues of those women in your village? You're half-dead and stubborn old maids. Our Janine and young Master Hewitt are in love and can be as sweet as they want. Her brothers are happy to dote on her at home. What business is it of yours? By the way, don't talk here about how the young master is well now and all the young ladies in Illegitimate want to marry him. Why don't you ask who cured the young master's leg? Calling my daughter a bastard and a slut, I think you two just deserve a beating. I'm telling you, if you don't know the truth, shut your mouths and show some respect to the future young mistress. If I hear anyone in the Yanni family say anything bad about my daughter again, I won't let it go." Chapter 270, Janine called Marissa Mom. Marissa ostensibly spoke to Aunt Yanni and the others, but in reality, she took this opportunity to admonish the other servants of the Yanni family. After all, it was her first visit today and she had already heard the servants gossiping about Esther behind their backs. If she did not put them in their place, they would surely disrespect Janine even more in the future. Marissa's words were forceful, treating Esther as her own child, and calling her my daughter felt completely natural and heartfelt. But just as her voice trailed off and silence fell around them, a soft voice came from the bedroom behind them, "Mom." Marissa involuntarily paused upon hearing this, and everyone else turned their heads simultaneously. They saw a young girl with disheveled black hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a white sleeping gown and a fever-reducing patch on her forehead, standing behind them, having woken up at some point. Her face was somewhat pale, her delicate features partly hidden by her long hair. Her figure appeared slender and frail, with an 4 bag in her right hand, which still had a needle inserted into the back of it. "Janine? How did you?" Marissa had originally intended to ask why Esther woke up, but then suddenly realized what the girl had called her. She froze instantly, a sudden lump forming in her throat as she asked in a daze, "Janine, what did you call me just now?" Since Esther came to Illegitimate and the Lou family, she always referred to Randall as Dad and called her 5 brothers as brothers. However, she consistently addressed Marissa as Aunt Gillisong. Only when there were outsiders present would Esther call her mother. But this kind of title lacked any closeness despite its formality. Previously, Marissa didn't care if Esther didn't call her, and found it unpleasant even when she called her mother. But after Marissa started treating Esther as her own child, every time she heard her being called Aunt Gillisong, Marissa wished that Esther could call her mom like her other sons. Now, Esther had actually called her mom. Esther had been awakened by Aunt Yanni's sobbing outside the door. Lying on the large, soft bed, she slightly furrowed her eyebrows and forced her eyes open. The ceiling of the familiar bedroom belonging to Wally met her gaze. Upon moving her hand, she felt something unusual and turned her head to find herself receiving an 4 drip. Turning her head again, she saw everyone outside the bedroom. It seemed Wally, Marissa, and her brothers were all there, and their voices could be heard from inside the room. Her memory remained in the dining room, unaware of why she was here now. Additionally, feeling an unusually high temperature in her body, Esther couldn't tell if her dizziness was due to the recent unconsciousness or the ongoing fever. Forcing herself to concentrate, she listened carefully to what was happening outside. From a few words exchanged, she deduced that it was likely Yanni family servants saying something negative about her, and Marissa was speaking to deter such behavior. In her previous life as Alicia, those 10 years were lonely, with no contact with any elders. This life, although her brothers pampered her immensely, the love from a brother was different from the love of a mother. Thus, hearing Marissa's words outside truly warmed her heart. So, she mustered the strength to get out of bed, walked barefoot with the foredrip to the door, and called out. Esther hadn't expected that one word, Mom, would make Marissa, who was scolding others just moments ago, suddenly soften. Even her eyes seemed moist with emotion. Janine, what did you call me? Indeed, she was someone cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Esther spoke again, her voice hoarse from the fever, carrying a slight nasal tone. Mom, I don't mind what others say, no need to talk so much to them. Hearing Esther call her Mom once more, confirming she wasn't mistaken, Marissa wiped her nose and hurriedly approached, trying to hide her excitement, reproaching lightly, You child, why didn't you call anyone when you woke up? And coming out barefoot. She quickly instructed Wally and her sons, Bard, quick, take her back to bed. Matthew Yen, help hold Janine's forebag higher, don't let it cause a blocked needle. Seeing Esther awake, everyone outside sprang into action. Without needing instructions, the moment Wally saw the girl awake, he immediately came to her side. How come you didn't call me when you woke up? He took a deep breath, picked up the barefoot girl, and said while looking down, Don't talk now, let me carry you back to bed. I'll go get water for Janine. Atlee hurriedly moved. I'll remake the bed. Esther E. also headed towards the bed. Xiaoguai, Monty also immediately came forward, ruffling Esther's disheveled hair. I'm here, don't worry about anything. In this scene, the girl was undoubtedly showered with boundless affection. Once Esther woke up, no one paid attention to Aunt Yanni and Aunt Gavin outside. All eyes were on her. Before turning away, Wally cast a cold glance at Gordon, who had rushed over when he heard the commotion, signaling him to handle these two servants properly. In fact, without Wally's instruction, Gordon knew these two servants would not get off lightly. He truly thought these two were incredibly foolish. Anyone with a bit of insight could tell that in this household, the girl was the most cherished treasure for everyone, including Wally. Speaking ill of the girl behind her back and calling her a bastard was simply courting death. Such gossip-prone servants would never find work in any rich family in Gillisangching again. After Wally carried the girl back to bed and let her sit against the pillows, everyone gathered around her in a circle. Sullivan, worried, couldn't help but ask, Janine, what exactly happened tonight? Who did you meet? Why did you faint? And why are you running a fever? Don't ask her so many questions right after she just woke up. Marissa glanced displeasingly at her eldest son, her tone instantly softening when speaking to Esther. Are you feeling uncomfortable now, Janine? If you are, rest first, we can talk when you feel better. Exactly. Janine hasn't even had a sip of water yet. Her voice was hoarse just now. Atlee blew on the hot cup and carefully brought it to Esther's lips. Be a good girl, Janine, ignore Avram for now, drink some water. Chapter 271 Undress, get in bed, hold me tight. Esther took the cup of water that Atlee offered her and sipped some warm water. Feeling her throat ease slightly from the fever-induced dryness and pain, she took a deep breath and lifted her gaze. Actually, I'm not sure what happened tonight. Esther's voice was slightly hoarse, and she frowned a bit. Honestly speaking, she was a little confused too. Her memories up until the point of chatting with Nico about Chana were still very clear. However, everything after that is a complete blank. She couldn't remember anything and didn't know how she lost consciousness. The person I went to see was Chana's biological brother, the brother of that girl who came looking for me in the middle of the night yesterday. I only remember feeling very sleepy after talking to him about some things and then falling asleep immediately. As for why I have a fever, I'm not sure either. The girl's vague explanation left everyone more puzzled. Only Fabio seemed to recall something as he looked at her. You mean you felt sleepy while talking? Yes, Esther nodded. I think I slept really deeply afterward. If it weren't for your voices being a bit loud outside just now, I might still be sleeping now. I understand. Fabio took a deep breath. It might be related to the incense used in that restaurant. Incense? Others were even more confused by this. Fabio's eyes grew dark as he explained. When I went into the restaurant to find Janine, I immediately smelled a sweet, cloying scent from some incense. At the time, that smell made me feel very sleepy too, but since the window had been broken and the air circulated, I might not have inhaled as much as Janine and Nico did, so I was fine once I left the restaurant. Thinking back now, it's possible that the incense contained substances that could cause drowsiness or hallucinations. That's why Janine and that person kept sleeping. Upon hearing this, Esther stared at Fabio in shock. You mean Nico? When I went to find you, Nico was also unconscious on the ground. Fabio said to Esther, I brought him back together. He's still not awake and is in the guest room. Although the situation sounded somewhat absurd, everyone finally felt relieved that nothing bad had happened to Esther. But Atlee asked curiously, the window was broken? You smashed the restaurant's window to get to Janine? There were other customers inside. Wasn't there another way in through the main door? Yes, both the shopping mall and the restaurant's doors were closed, Fabio replied. So. I returned to Illegitimate by helicopter, Fabio explained. The restaurant was on the top floor of the mall. I broke the restaurant's glass doors with a safety hammer from the helicopter and jumped in to find Janine. Oh my. Fabio brushed over the event in one sentence, but those present shuddered imagining the scene. Such behavior was incredibly dangerous. If something went wrong when smashing the window from a helicopter and he fell down, who could survive that? Esther stopped breathing for a moment, and Marissa also sucked in a cold breath. You kid, even if you're worried about Janine, you can't take such risks with your life. Hearing Marissa calling him kid, Fabio seemed momentarily stunned before regaining his senses. Through the glass doors, I saw Janine lying unconscious in the restaurant, and I was very concerned. So I didn't think twice. Honestly, regardless of dropping everything immediately without any news from the girl and flying back from the capital to Illegitimate by helicopter. Or disregarding danger due to concern for the girl's safety and breaking the glass door from a helicopter to jump in to save her. How many people in this world would unhesitatingly do such things for someone else, even their legally married wife? If preparing a will gave Sullivan the first shock regarding money, then what Fabio did this time allowed him to feel more intuitively. Fabio truly values Esther more than anything, including his own life. Esther was still running a fever. She coughed a few times after these few words, making everyone's hearts race in worry. It's late tonight, and Janine is still running a fever. Let's discuss anything else tomorrow. Seeing this, Sullivan quickly patted Esther's back affectionately. This is Bard's room, let Bard take care of Janine tonight, Sullivan said with full trust looking at Fabio. No problem, Bard? Of course not. Fabio replied immediately. I had the guest rooms prepared just now. It's very late now, so you should all get some rest early. Alright, then tonight will be a bit tough for you, Sullivan patted Fabio's shoulder. If Janine needs anything during the night, you can call us. Yes, big brother, no worries. Fabio replied. The two men both wore composed expressions and communicated smoothly. Only Atli, who was beside Esther, lifted his head abruptly and said somewhat anxiously, but big brother, I also want to take care of Janine. I'll stay here tonight. Atli hadn't finished speaking when Sullivan covered his mouth, giving Fabio an apologetic look. Sorry Bard, my younger brother usually goes to bed early. Look at him, he's already dazed from sleepiness. Atli's eyes widened behind the hand covering his mouth. Big brother said he goes to bed early? He used to play games till dawn every day and wasn't sleepy at all. With his mouth covered, Atli could only make muffled sounds. However, before he could struggle further, Sullivan held even tighter, expressionless, saying to Fabio, we're going to the guest room now. Then he looked at Esther again, his voice softening, be good, Janine. Mom and your brothers are all staying at the Yanni residence with you. If you want to see any of us, just call. We won't turn off our phones tonight. I know, big brother. Esther nodded, her voice still hoarse. Afterward, Sullivan dragged Atli away. Josue and Fabio went over some 4 instructions. Marissa also gave several concerned reminders. Esther silently stood up, while Monty stroked his sister's cheek before leaving. Once the brothers and Marissa left, the large bedroom was left with only Esther and Fabio. Without any hesitation, the moment the room fell silent, Fabio leaned over the bed and enveloped the young girl in his arms. There were many things to say, many issues unresolved. But at this moment, nothing seemed more important than embracing each other tightly. He just wanted to hold her even closer, even tighter. The girl's body burned hot, while the man's temperature was lower than usual. The contrast felt complementary. As Fabio's cool lips touched her burning cheeks, Esther couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Fabio. Under the dim light, the young girl spoke softly, her voice slightly hoarse. Fabio responded, lifting himself up to hear what she wanted. You feel cold, and I'm burning up. Holding me like this feels so comfortable. So. The man's voice also turned husky despite her fever. So. Esther's face flushed from the fever. She raised her hand to tug on Fabio's neatly tied tie, her hazy eyes meeting his. Giving a command-like, yet seductive whisper to him, undress, get in bed, hold me tight. Chapter 272, Intimacy despite a high fever. Past midnight. Outside the window, the cold moon in the night sky emitted a hazy light. The moonlight gently streamed through the window, casting its glow into the room. In this vast room, only the dim light from the floor lamp beside the bed added an ambiguous and alluring atmosphere for the two people on the bed. On the bed. Earlier when Wally brought Esther back, he had already changed her clothes. Though it was winter, the temperature inside the house was warm, so the girl wore a simple yet cute white spaghetti-strapped cotton linen sleep dress that looked soft and obedient. The spaghetti straps were delicately edged with hand-sewn lace, revealing her long neck, exquisite collarbone, and small round shoulders. Her thick black hair fell loosely over her shoulders, making her chin appear pointed. Her usually fair skin now blushed from the fever. Even her beautiful eyes seemed clouded, looking somewhat dazed. However, the young girl's expression remained aloof. Her long lashes lifted lightly, and her eyes sparkled with an air of authority, as if it were inherent. She appeared immaculate and imperious, like a holy and noble deity, making one dare not entertain any thoughts of defilement. Yet her words stirred the heart and beguiled the listener. At this moment, the scene on the bed was truly captivating. The girl, whose face was flushed despite her cool demeanor, had a white fever-reducing patch on her forehead. Her eyes were inscrutable. Methodic on the bed, she raised her slender arm to grasp the neatly tied tie of the man in front of her, pulling him closer. Her delicate fingertips grazed his Adam's apple before she casually said 8 words, almost absent-mindedly. "Take off your clothes, get in bed, hold me tight." The difference in their physiques was striking. The man stood at 185 centimeters tall with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, while the petite girl barely reached his shoulder even when sitting upright. She had to look up to speak to him. But the girl's presence was overwhelming. This scene resembled a queen issuing an irrefutable command to her loyal knight. And the loyal knight was always obedient, silent, and unconditional in his devotion, putting the queen's will above all else. So after a brief moment of hesitation, the man simply agreed. He straightened his posture and raised his right hand to loosen his tie. A tie was an item that invited imagination. It lay around a sexy throat, neat and restraining, filled with a sense of repression and restraint, stirring curiosity. As the tie was removed, Wally lifted his eyes, his voice low and hoarse. "Is this okay?" The girl replied, leaning back against the bed as if appreciating the view. Her speech still carried a nasal tone. "Continue." After a brief pause, the man resumed, lifting his hands to unbutton his dark gray shirt. 1, 2, 3, until the last button was undone, and he took off his shirt. His slow movements felt like peeling away layers. His perfectly chiseled abs revealed the most genuine part of himself to the girl. "Yen Nike this, is it enough?" he asked again. "Lower," the girl said without changing her expression. "More." The man, who others feared and revered as being high and mighty, was always indulgent and loving towards the girl. Or rather, he never had the slightest thought of refusal toward his beloved. Whatever she liked, he would do anything for. Thus, the metal buckle of the belt, black trousers, he shed every last bit of his constraints. Allowing the girl to inspect him thoroughly as if she were examining her prized possession, satisfaction clear in her gaze. Then he leaned over, embracing the feverish girl as if she were a rare treasure. "Do you like my body?" Wally asked in a low voice, looking down at the person in his arms. "Yes, it looks good." The coolness of the man's skin spread to her body. Pressing her face against his chest, the burning heat of her cheeks found relief, feeling cool and comfortable. So the girl pressed closer, her fair hand covering the man's broad chest, stroking and pinching, then sighed contentedly, "Feels good too." Wally couldn't help but laugh despite his concern for the feverish girl. She usually liked touching his chest, but why was she so persistent even when sick, speaking with such seriousness? Especially since one of her hands was connected to N4, leaving only one hand free. Intimacy despite a high fever. There was a sense of indomitable determination about it. "What are you laughing at?" Esther said, hearing Wally's soft chuckle which was low and enticing. She raised her eyes. "They say beauty can be savored, that one can forget hunger with it, and of course, it can also be used to alleviate discomfort from being sick. Yen Nike this, watching you, hugging you, touching you, I feel much more comfortable than before." "Really? Does it make you feel better?" Wally suddenly lowered his head and asked seriously. "Of course." Esther nodded. Upon hearing this, the man paused, then his broad palm grasped the girl's white hand and placed it on his chest. He moved it down to his clearly defined abs, his voice hoarse. "Baby, look a little longer, hug a few more times, touch a little longer. Whatever you want to see, how long you want to hug, where you want to touch, anything is fine." Esther fixed her gaze on Wally. "Wally, you're tempting me." Esther spoke in a very certain tone, her words still carrying a slight nasal tone. Although she frowned in accusation, this rare moment of being vulnerable made her seem incredibly adorable. "I didn't, baby," the man couldn't help but hold the person in his arms tighter, resting his chin on the top of the girl's head. "I just want you to feel better. Seeing you with a fever makes me heartache. I noticed that you seem to have no principles when it comes to me." Esther's burning forehead rested against Wally's chest, and she couldn't help but rub against it. "In front of you, I will never have any principles." The man paused, then slightly lowered his head, and a deep, gentle voice came from above Esther's head. "My only principle is to love you. My only principle is to love you." For some reason, these words gave Esther a sense of familiarity. Although saying beauty can alleviate sickness was a joke, Esther did indeed feel much better than when she first woke up, disoriented and feverish. There were still 2 large bottles of 4 left on the stand, and the infusion would probably continue until dawn. Wally took Esther's temperature again, relieved to see it had dropped below 39 degrees. Holding the girl naked and without any gap between them, Esther soon fell asleep. When the 4 bottle was finally empty, Wally carefully removed the needle as Josue had taught him, then tightly embraced her once more. Monitoring the 4 all night, Wally hadn't slept at all. Just as he was about to sleep, his phone received a message from Gordon. The text read, "President Yanni, Iliog Shu has woken up. Chapter 273 You can call me Phone Lay." Gustavo woke up. Wally had already started to relax and feel a bit sleepy, but the moment he saw the text message, he immediately became alert again. A flash of sternness crossed his eyes. This Gustavo, he had already instructed Gordon to investigate him. Originally named Jobran Brown, he was 24 years old this year, and he was the only son of Su Yanni's sole first-class duke, Adnan, with a younger sister named Lexis. This Lexis was introverted from childhood and rarely appeared in public. But from the photos sent by Gordon, Wally could confirm that she was the curly-haired girl saved by Deborah from human traffickers. It was said that on a rainy night more than 3 months ago, someone broke into the Duke's residence, Brown Manor, stabbed the Duchess to death with a dagger, slit the old Duke's throat, and then fled in the rain. The crime scene was cleaned up, leaving no fingerprints or clues, and the rain also washed away any signs of the murderer's departure. The mysterious deaths of the Duke and Duchess shocked the entire country of Su Yanni, leading the royal family to lower their flags in mourning. However, the culprit was never caught. Half a month later, Jobran inherited the title of Duke. This youngest Duke in Su Yanni's history seemed ambitious and closely linked to both the church and the royal family. Yet this person, who was all the rage in Su Yanni, came to China at a crucial moment for consolidating power. If Gustavo came to Illegitimate because of his unknown whereabouts sister, why did he arrange for a woman to approach him and leave perfume scent on his shirt? Such actions made Wally suspect that finding his sister was merely Gustavo's pretext. His real purpose in coming to Illegitimate was for Deborah. But why Deborah? Just because he was interested in her? Under dim lighting, Wally stared at his phone screen, his aura becoming increasingly solemn. He replied emotionlessly to Gordon, "Wait for me." But when he released the sleeping person in his arms and got out of bed to dress, just as he had put on his pants with his upper body still bare, a young voice came from behind. "It's not yet dawn, where are you going?" Turning around, he saw that the girl had woken up almost immediately after he left her embrace. Methoding on the bed, she rubbed her slightly bleary eyes and looked over at him. After receiving an 4 drip and a few hours of sleep, Deborah's complexion had improved significantly, though her voice was still slightly hoarse. Wally originally did not want Deborah to have any further contact with Gustavo. After all, knowing full well this man harbored ill intentions towards her and what happened during their meeting last night. Unexplained fainting was already strange enough, and the girl had no memory of the latter part of their conversation, which defied common explanation. The prematurely closed mall, the empty restaurant, the signal jammer in Deborah's bag, all pointed to Gustavo planning something. However, if Gustavo had planned something, how could he also end up unconscious? This added another layer of mystery. Despite not wanting Deborah to see Gustavo again, especially since she hadn't fully recovered from her fever, Wally didn't want to lie to her either. "Gustavo has woken up," he said gravely. "I'm going to see him and ask what exactly happened last night." Deborah's expression tightened at the words, then she threw off the blanket, intending to get out of bed. "I'll go with you." "Don't," Wally quickly returned to her side without bothering to finish dressing, touching her forehead. "You haven't fully recovered yet. Rest here, I'll go." "No, I need to see him." Seeing Wally's resistance, Deborah looked at him, unusually serious. "I need to know more than you do what happened last night." Seeing Deborah's insistence, Wally took a deep breath and did not stop her. He quickly dressed himself, then found Deborah's long-sleeved pajamas to help her put them on. Job kneeling beside her on the bed, he buttoned her pajama top to the collar before standing up. It was still dark outside, others should still be sound asleep. Deborah and Wally left the master bedroom together and went downstairs to the guest room where Gustavo was staying. Just as they reached the corner of the stairs, they saw Gordon guarding the door of the guest room. As soon as Gordon saw them, he approached. "Mr. Yanni, you're here." Gordon looked at Deborah with concern. "Miss, why did you come too? Are you feeling better?" "A little better," Deborah nodded and then asked about the door to the guest room. "Is Gustavo awake?" Hearing her question, Gordon scratched his head and replied, "He did wake up, but his condition seems different from what we expected." "Different from what we expected? What does that mean?" Deborah couldn't help frowning when she heard this. Gordon looked somewhat at a loss for words. "Miss, you and Mr. Yanni should go in and see for yourselves." With that, Gordon opened the door for Deborah and Wally. Deborah initially didn't understand what Gordon meant, but she soon realized it as soon as they entered the guest room. Upon entering, they saw Gustavo sitting alone on the bed, his hair disheveled but his mixed-race features still strikingly attractive. When Gustavo saw them come in, he looked bewildered and asked innocently, "Who are you?" Deborah couldn't help but take a deep breath. She didn't remember anything from the latter part of their meeting, and now Gustavo didn't even recognize her. If this had happened before, Deborah would have definitely thought Gustavo was pretending. After all, his acting skills were almost professional. But now, not only did Gustavo's current state not seem like an act. Firstly, Deborah herself had lost some of her memory, so it wasn't impossible for Gustavo to experience total amnesia. Secondly, someone of Gustavo's status had no reason to pretend not to know who she was. "Do you not remember who I am?" Deborah exchanged glances with Wally, then walked up to Gustavo and asked. Gustavo stared at her intently, then shook his head, showing no sign of recognizing her. "Do you remember who you are?" Deborah continued. Gustavo shook his head again. "So, you can't remember anything at all?" Deborah asked further. Gustavo couldn't help but speak up, seeming anxious. "Who exactly are you?" "Your original name is Jobran, you're from Su Yanni. A few days ago, you came to Illegitimate as a tourist and were kidnapped by human traffickers. I rescued you from a human trafficking den. Deborah said calmly, we Chinese people don't ask for recognition when we do good deeds, so you don't need to know my name. If you must call me something, you can call me Lei Feng. Chapter 274 Deepest Desire. I was kidnapped by human traffickers. Upon hearing Esther's words, Gustavo couldn't help but freeze. His already bewildered gaze became even more so. Although he had lost his memory, he hadn't lost common sense. In his understanding, those typically abducted by human traffickers were usually children and women, who would then be sold to mountain village families that wanted children or couldn't find wives. He was, as far as he knew, a man. And not just any man, a young, strong, and tall one at that. What kind of human trafficker could abduct him? More importantly, since he wasn't a child and couldn't bear children, why would traffickers kidnap him? Esther noticed Gustavo's confusion, raised her eyes, and continued her serious yet baseless tale without missing a beat. Do you think this sounds unlikely? Without waiting for Gustavo to respond, Esther turned around, fetched a mirror from the bathroom, and placed it directly in his hands. Look at your face, the young girl said with a clear yet earnest tone, you're worth the risk to the traffickers. Gustavo lowered his head and glanced at his unfamiliar reflection in the mirror. Not out of narcissism, but he had to admit the girl made a valid point. Esther wasn't actually trying to deceive Gustavo. If he had truly lost his memory, while she couldn't get answers to certain questions from him anymore, he also ceased to be a potential threat or trouble. I didn't expect you to have amnesia, Esther told Gustavo. You have a sister named Violetta. She is also in Illegitimate now. After dawn, I'll help you contact her to see what arrangements she has for you. For now, you can rest here. Esther's tone sounded distant and polite. She seemed aloof, so Gustavo didn't press on too much. He took a deep breath, his gem-like pale green eyes tinged with gratitude, and thanked her. Okay, thank you for saving me, Miss Lei. Hearing the title, Miss Lei, Wally kept a straight face, but Gordon, standing behind him, couldn't stop the twitch at the corner of his mouth. Esther remained as calm as Wally, accepting the thanks expressionlessly. You're welcome. We will leave now. After returning to the bedroom with Wally, she saw him slightly frown and ask, do you think Gustavo really lost his memory? Most likely. I myself have also lost part of my memory and remember nothing. Esther looked up. I suspect that the incense you mentioned was brought over by Gustavo himself last night. It just so happened that it affected not only me but also him, unexpectedly. Whatever the case, I'll have someone keep an eye on him until he leaves China. Once in bed, Wally reached out his arms and gently pulled Esther into his embrace, resting his chin on her head. I won't let him hurt you again. Esther responded, placing one hand on Wally's chest and the other around his slender waist, then lifted her head to kiss his cool lips. Wally was still thinking about Gustavo, and this unexpected, almost domineering kiss from the girl threw off his steady breathing. Their breathing suddenly grew uneven, bodies heating up rapidly. At the moment their lips met and breaths collided, a low, sensual grunt escaped from the man's lips. But the girl didn't linger. She soon released his lips, creating some distance between them. Her bright eyes held a hint of mischief, a slight smile playing on her lips. You're still thinking about others while being with me. This is a little punishment. Wally took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling noticeably. His gaze darkened, his voice hoarse and alluring. You're running a fever but still acting up, Just as he finished speaking, under the dim light of the bedside lamp, the person in control switched positions. Wally flipped over, pressing the girl, clad only in a strapless nightdress, beneath him. Bracing his strong arms, he bent down and kissed her deeply. A real, intimate exchange of tongues and lips. Their bodies pressed tightly together, leaving no space between them. The man's large hands encircled the girl's slender waist, as if trying to melt her into his body. The intense love seeping into every bone pushed their body temperature sky high. During the passionate interlude, the fair-skinned girl clutched the gray sheet, lifting her head with a hoarse voice tinged with a nasal quality. Wally, I think I'm getting a fever, my body feels so hot. Yet a certain part of the man was hotter than she was. Wally originally intended to punish the girl, hoping she'd behave better when she was sick. But in the end, the one truly suffering was himself. I love you. I know, the young girl wrapped her arms around the man's neck. Such words felt unfamiliar to her, but she responded earnestly, I love you too. Wally breathed heavily, suppressing his restlessness, and pulled away from her, creating some distance. Then he lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead, as if treasuring her beyond measure, almost reverently. The young girl always liked to tease him, seemingly finding pleasure in his nature of self-restraint and asceticism. But only Wally knew, since the moment he saw her and fell in love with her, the desire that surged in his heart had never ceased. He wanted to be close to her, possess her, and never be separated from her. This was the deepest desire in his life so far, the only one he willingly succumbed to. Until the first ray of dawn broke through, hidden by the heavy dark gray curtains in the room. Only then did the tall man on the bed fall asleep, holding the young girl tightly in his arms. Chapter 275. A son can have 5 daughters-in-law but only one. After sleeping through the night, Deborah woke up late yesterday. Wally stayed awake all night to take care of her and only closed his eyes when dawn broke. Therefore, when Deborah woke up at a little past 10 in the morning, the man beside her was still sound asleep. His bare upper body had smooth and powerful lines from his neck to shoulders. His dark black hair was somewhat messy, with a few strands covering his handsome eyebrows and eyes. He looked less fierce than usual but more gentle. His eyelashes fluttered gently with each breath he took, looking so appealing that it made one's heart beat faster. Deborah watched Wally for quite a while, then lifted her hand to tuck the few strands of hair behind his ears. She kissed his cheeks and neck several times before getting up from bed. When she got up, she tried touching her own forehead to check her temperature. Her forehead was no longer burning, indicating that the fever had subsided. However, her throat was still dry, and her nose felt somewhat blocked. Last night's fainting and fever were rather strange. When she regained consciousness for the first time, Deborah attempted to use her soul power to bring down the fever. But it didn't work at all. The fever only went down due to the foredrip. Of course, this could also be because her soul power had weakened. People like Wally, who are considered heavenly killers, are exceedingly rare among humans. Generally speaking, there are only two ways for demons to replenish their soul power when they come to the human world. One way is by committing evil deeds and drawing soul power from the pain inflicted on humans. The other is by absorbing admiration and love from humans. Deborah has always chosen the latter option. However, over the past couple of months, since she started recuperating at home, she barely left the house. Previously, she had gone viral after saving Brendan on a live stream and exposing her identity during a piano competition where she came in first place. She also became popular when the champion boxer accidentally fell during Balder's birthday party. All these incidents put her on the hot search list, earning her many fans and boosting her soul power. However, internet trends change rapidly, with new hot topics emerging every few days. Previous hot spots, no matter how popular they were at the time, gradually fade away from people's memory. Moreover, Deborah didn't adopt any measures to maintain her popularity, such as starting social media accounts or engaging in marketing activities. As a result, it wasn't even 2 months before most people online forgot about her. Naturally, her soul power weakened. Deborah briefly freshened up in the bathroom and then walked downstairs in slippers. The Yanni family residence was large and complex in layout. However, Deborah had been there several times, making it relatively easy for her to navigate. She went to the dining area intending to pour herself a glass of water when she spotted Marissa standing beside the kitchen counter, apparently busy with something. "Mom, what are you doing?" Changing the way she addressed Marissa was actually just a matter of breaking through psychological barriers. After calling Marissa Mom last night, this term felt natural on Deborah's lips now. However, the moment she spoke, her voice sounded particularly hoarse and rough due to the dryness and stuffiness in her throat and nose. Marissa had already turned around upon hearing the noise. When she heard Deborah's voice and saw her dressed only in a nightgown, she immediately reacted as if encountering a great threat. "My dear, how can you come downstairs wearing just a spaghetti-strap dress?" Marissa immediately put aside what she was doing and hurried over. "It's already January. Even though the heating in this house is excellent, you shouldn't be dressed in just a dress, especially since you had a high fever last night." "Hey you, yes, I'm talking to you. Quickly go fetch a shawl for the mistress, don't let her catch another cold." Marissa was raised by servants from a young age and had become adept at commanding them, exuding an air of authority. Deborah glanced around. The aunts Yanni and Gavin who had confronted her last night were nowhere to be seen. The person Marissa just ordered around was a recent hire, still somewhat uneasy. Having witnessed Marissa's formidable presence from last night, this person didn't dare neglect either her command or Marissa's, so they hurried off to find a shawl. "How are you feeling? Do you still have a fever? Let Mom check your forehead." As Marissa said this, she placed the back of her hand against Deborah's forehead and then compared it with her own, muttering under her breath. "The fever seems to be gone. It looks like the intravenous drip worked. But your voice is still congested, you need proper rest. Come, drink some warm water first thing in the morning. I've been simmering pear soup here, once it's done, I'll pour you a cup. It will help soothe your throat." Wally sent a message to your eldest brother early this morning, saying you've recovered from the fever. So Benny and Graham went to school, your second brother went to the hospital for work, and your third brother headed off for a public appearance. Your eldest brother was going to stay home to keep you company, but he was called away by a phone call from his secretary just now. As she spoke, Marissa noticed that Deborah had come downstairs alone and looked behind her. "By the way, where's Bard? Hasn't he woken up yet?" Deborah listened to Marissa's ramblings, took a sip of water from the cup, and said softly with a nasal tone, "He stayed up all night taking care of me and only fell asleep in the morning. When I woke up, I didn't wake him." Marissa's face showed a mother-in-law's expression of concern for her son-in-law. This child must have been very tired last night. "Don't wake him up, let him catch up on sleep during the day and sleep until he wakes naturally. Speaking of which, what does Yanadol Yanni usually like to eat? I'll cook dinner for both of you tonight." The first time Yanadol Yanni came over, he didn't get to taste my cooking. Today would be a good chance for him to try it. Now that we're already at the Yanni family house, there's no rush to go back. I'll tell your brothers to come straight here for dinner tonight. Marissa adored Wally more and more each time she saw him. After all, Wally was tall, handsome, wealthy, powerful, and treated Deborah as if she were his entire world. He was also generous and impeccable from his height to his appearance, background, and character, always respectful and courteous towards her. A son can have 5 daughters-in-law, but there's only one future son-in-law, so naturally, she needed to pay extra attention. Especially when Marissa heard from an old servant that Wally, at just over 10 years old, calmly handled all the funeral arrangements and procedures after his parents passed away 10 years ago, and had lived alone in such a grand villa ever since. She felt even more heartache. Their own child, Benny, had spent many years in the countryside, not living well with Everly. Meanwhile, Wally lived in this luxurious villa but was alone and unloved. Both children had suffered a lot in life, and Marissa couldn't help but feel moved and wanted to make up for the warmth they lacked from their families. Deborah sensed Marissa's sincerity, nodded obediently, and said she would listen to her mom. This pleased Marissa immensely, and she immediately became enthusiastic about planning the menu for tonight's dinner. After chatting with Marissa, Deborah thought of Gustavo, who was still in the guest room at the Yanni residence, and decided to contact Shauna to tell her about what Gustavo had said regarding her parents. However, when Deborah opened her phone, she first received a WeChat message from Brenda. Dear Janine, how are you doing while resting at home? I haven't seen you for almost 20 days since I visited you last time. Your fourth brother said your cast has been removed. Why aren't you back at school yet? Oh, I miss you so much. Speaking of which, it's almost the end of term exams for this semester at Xinjiang. These exam results directly determine the special admission quotas for prestigious universities like Galengda and Qingda this year, so everyone in Class A has been super stressed out, studying hard for the exams. You should be able to come back for the exam, right? Chapter 276, Special Talent Recruitment, Erbding's Humiliation plus New Warning of Falling Off the Horse. End of term exams and special talent recruitment? Esther paused her movements, standing by the kitchen counter to reply to Brenda's WeChat message. Today is Monday, Xinjiang should be in class now. However, Brenda still replied quickly, probably sneaking around with her phone again during class. Yes, Galengda University, Peking University, and Qingda University, Tsinghua University, have special talent recruitment quotas each year in every province. Their special talent recruitment policy targets two types of talents. The first type is all-round talents, and the second type is specialized talents. The selection methods for these two types are different. For the first type, all-round talents, they seek students who excel exceptionally in every subject, surpassing the high school level, with grades far above average students. These students are considered top scholars. Therefore, Galengda and Qingda specifically create a set of difficult exam papers for talent selection and distribute them to the top 3 high schools in each province based on comprehensive rankings. Each school gets one slot. Students who wish to participate in the special talent recruitment will not take their own school's end-of-term exam but directly take the exam papers given by Galengda and Qingda. After the results are out, the student who ranks first gets selected. The selected students are directly admitted to either Galengda or Qingda without needing to take the National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao. They can enter university in September and choose any major they want. Seeing Brenda's words, Esther was slightly surprised. Admission without taking Gaokao and free choice of majors? Yes, students who rank among the top few dozen in the top 3 high schools in the province are usually very accomplished top scholars. Even if they took the Gaokao normally, they could also get into Galengda or Qingda. So, the main attraction is the free choice of majors. After all, some prestigious majors at Galengda and Qingda have absurdly high admission scores and fierce competition. Good grades don't necessarily guarantee entry. Not having to take the Gaokao and directly entering any chosen major at the nation's top universities, who wouldn't be tempted? Gilising and Gilisangcheng are municipalities with provincial administrative levels, so they both have 3 slots. The top 3 high schools, like in our Gilising, are number 1 high school, number 9 high school, and number 25 high school. In your Gilisangcheng, it's Xinjiang High School, Yan'anshong High School, and number 14 High School. That's why I said a class has been incredibly tense lately. A class consists of the best students from the senior year at Xinjiang High School. This morning, the teacher collected registrations for the special talent recruitment exam. Everyone except you signed up. Even though the registration just started today, people have been preparing for weeks because no one knows how difficult the questions from Galengda and Qingda will be. Some have even been doing advanced calculus problems, which is insanely competitive. Esther asked Brenda, are you saying that you, my fourth brother, and Jobert all signed up? Yes, Jobert wants to study computer science at Galengda. Your fourth brother applied to Qingda. I heard from Mathawena that he's interested in applied mathematics there. As for me, I've always wanted to study finance at Galengda. But my enrollment is at number 1 high school in Gilising, so even though I'm taking the test here at Xinjiang, I'll be ranked alongside students from number 1 high school. I guess the teacher will contact you at lunchtime to ask about your decision. Will you definitely participate in this special talent recruitment exam? Seeing Brenda's question, Esther hesitated for a moment. Then she typed a response, I won't participate. You're not participating? 3 consecutive question marks showed Brenda's shock. Why not? Actually, no matter how difficult the exams from Galengda and Qingda were, they would be simple for Esther. As a human senior student, she would eventually take the Gaokao to attend university. If she could bypass the Gaokao through special talent recruitment, it would save time and effort. If this were earlier, she might have signed up. But just now, Brenda mentioned that Esther E. and Jobert had also applied. Each school only has 1 slot. Brenda doesn't occupy Xingjing's slot, but Esther didn't want to compete with her fourth brother or Jobert. She, Esther E., Brenda, and Jobert are all members of Joab.A, and naturally, their IQs are top-notch. However, in terms of academic performance, only she and Esther E. have no weak subjects across all 9 subjects tested in the special talent recruitment. Brenda leans towards humanities and isn't great at physics, while Jobert excels in science but struggles with Chinese. Her fourth brother probably applied for the same reason she did, thinking it would save trouble with the Gaokao. As for Jobert, he might not be sure he could get into Galengda's top computer science program via Gaokao. One is her elder brother, and the other is a friend who has helped her many times. She just hopes they perform well. Even without the special talent recruitment, I can still go to the school and major I want, so it doesn't matter whether I participate or not. Methuns, all 3 of you are taking the test, I won't. I'll be responsible for cheering you on. These words sounded a bit boastful. But Brenda knew that Esther's words couldn't be more truthful. In the entrance exam at the beginning of this semester, Esther scored 700 points. The questions for the entrance exam were relatively simple, leading to generally high scores. The standard for entering a class was scoring between 700 and 750 points. Therefore, Esther's 700 points barely qualified her for a class, ranking her at the bottom. However, in reality, Brenda knew that Esther scored 700 because she left the 50-point essay question completely blank. The 700 points were the maximum she could score on the paper excluding the essay, not her true limit. But as Brenda read Esther's message in the classroom, she suddenly remembered something. Hey, I suddenly remember, didn't you win first place in the Huagua piano competition before? Baby Day, you can definitely go through the special talent recruitment. Special talent recruitment? Esther paused. What's that? Chapter 277 Special Admission for Special Talents. Right, didn't I just tell you? Brenda seemed to have opened up, introducing the special admission policy to Esther with great enthusiasm. The special talent admission targets 2 types of talents. The first one is what I mentioned before, the high-level examination for all-around talents. The second one is for special talents. To put it simply, it's for extraordinarily accomplished high school students in a specific field who can be admitted to their specialized majors with a reduced score of 100 points after the college entrance exam, provided they receive recommendations from prominent professors at Peking University or Tsinghua University. After all, geniuses who are exceptional in a certain field might not necessarily have excellent grades in all subjects or may have some weaknesses in others, but special talents certainly deserve special treatment. And there's an especially awesome aspect of this special admission, since the recommenders are always top figures in their fields, being recommended by them means entering a major led by these top figures. If one can maintain a good relationship with them, they might directly proceed to a PhD program after their undergraduate studies and become their disciples, which is an opportunity that everyone dreams of but finds hard to reach. However, the threshold for this special admission is very high. Those who haven't won prestigious national awards wouldn't dare recommend themselves to these big shots. But Billy, you're different. You previously won first place in the national piano competition, which is the most prestigious award in the domestic piano field. And Professor Clark, a distinguished professor in Peking University's Department of Art, pays close attention to this competition every year. As the talent recruitment work has just started this year, if you actively send an email to Professor Wu, introduce yourself and express your hope to receive his recommendation, I believe he would definitely reserve his quota for you this year. Although you don't have a rich resume and only one award, but you're Lilia, and your performance was so impressive that it must have left a deep impression on Professor Wu. I think Professor Wu would surely be willing to recommend you. After Brenda explained this, Esther recalled hearing classmates discussing something similar before the piano competition began. No wonder everyone in the class had said that if Marilyn could win first place in the competition, she would likely secure a special admission spot at Peking University. It also explained why Marilyn was so devoted to the competition, even skipping school to practice at home due to the advanced schedule. It was all for this reason. Marilyn wanted to enter the entertainment industry as a star, and an education from Peking University's Department of Art would undoubtedly be a significant stepping stone. However, to be honest, this held little attraction for Esther. Even if she sent an email to Professor Wu and received a recommendation, she hadn't planned on studying art in university anyway. Thus, she replied to Brenda, I don't intend to pursue a major in the arts, so getting the recommendation isn't important to me. I'll take the final exams as usual on Thursday. I should be back at school on Wednesday, the day before the exams, which is perfect timing. Brenda immediately responded. So it's tomorrow. Wow, I'll finally see you. I won't be late on Wednesday morning. Esther could feel Brenda's excitement through the screen. In Class A, besides herself, Esther E., Mathawena, and Jobert were the only ones Brenda could really talk to. But Esther E. was always aloof, and Jobert was quiet, making conversations with them feel like talking to oneself. During these past 2 months, Brenda and Mathawena must have felt rather bored, which is why they eagerly awaited her return to school. After chatting with Brenda, Esther called Chana. At this time, Chana was working part-time at a patisserie. When she received Esther's call and heard about Iliagshu's amnesia, Chana was shocked and immediately asked what had happened. As last night's events couldn't be summarized in a few words, Esther sent Chana the address of the Yani family residence, asking her to come over. Within an hour, the Yani family butler brought Chana to the living room. She was still wearing her uniform from the patisserie and rushed over upon seeing Esther, worry all over her cute little face. Matthewster, what happened? Matthewster, did you see brother? How could he have lost his memory? Are you okay? Why do you look unwell? I'm fine, Esther reassured her as Chana bombarded her with questions. Don't worry, your brother is here too, staying in a guest room downstairs. Indeed, I met him last night, and he told me some things. Although he said he doesn't want you to know those things, now that he has lost his memory and we don't know when or if it will return, I think it's necessary for me to tell you about them. Chana couldn't help but freeze. Matthewster, you mean? In the following 20 minutes, Esther recounted her remaining memories of last night, specifically the details Illegitimate had revealed about their parents, to Chana. Their mother's affair which was exposed by her brother's tracking, her mother's lover being killed by her brother, the rainy night when her father discovered her mother's diary reminiscing about her lover, and finally, their mother being stabbed to death by their father with a dagger. There was also the truth about their real background. They weren't true nobles as she and her brother were actually the illegitimate children born from her mother's illicit relationship with a priest from the slums. Esther's words made Chana's face turn paler with each revelation, her mouth opening wider in shock. Tears welled up in her beautiful light green eyes when she heard Esther explain the reason why Illegitimate had imprisoned her. Her lips trembled. How? How could it be like this? So, you mean brother actually protected me by... I don't know, Esther shook her head. Your brother had another explanation earlier, so I can no longer fully trust him. Whether what he said is true or not can only be judged by you. Chana took a deep breath, closed her eyes for a moment, tears trickling down her cheeks. After a while, she managed to regain some composure and nodded. It's true, Chana looked at Esther with red eyes, choking out the words, brother was telling the truth. When I saw brother slit father's throat, I truly believed that he had gone mad and killed our parents. When I asked him the reason, he refused to tell me anything, so I sought help from the police and the royal family. He locked me in the room to prevent me from going. Later, after I jumped from upstairs, he confined me in the underground isolation room. It was indeed because I threatened him with self-harm that he shackled my hands and feet. But, I really didn't know the truth was like this. No wonder I and brother don't resemble father at all. I didn't know about my mother. Just as Illegitimate had said that night, in Chana's heart, her mother was pure and beautiful, faithful to her father. This massive revelation was too much for her to handle. It was difficult to accept and felt like a heavy blow. It almost completely shattered and reshaped her understanding of the past dozen years. However, a noble lady living under others' protection would never truly grow up. In Esther's view, Chana's character was too weak, and this incident might be an opportunity for her to grow. I've told you everything I know. Also, when your brother woke up, I told him a small lie. I switched our experiences around, saying that he came to Illegitimate for tourism a few days ago and was kidnapped by human traffickers, then I saved him, and you came to Illegitimate to look for him. So, what to do next depends on your decision. Esther looked at Chana, speaking in a more serious tone than usual. Chapter 278, already considered Mrs. Yanni. After Esther spoke, Chana bit her lip and pondered for a long time before finally taking a deep breath and said, Matthewster, I've made up my mind. Esther raised her head to look at Chana and asked, what do you plan to do? A trace of determination colored Chana's expression. Matthewster, I plan to take brother back to Switzerland. Chana's words did not surprise Esther. If it had been the previous situation, after regaining her memory Chana was afraid of her brother and didn't wish to go back with him to Switzerland, instead preferring to stay in Illegitimate for a simple and tranquil life. But now, she had already learned the truths her brother never let her know. She understood that her brother was not an unfeeling madman but carried far too much compared to her. As nobles in Switzerland, they held special status there. It might be alright for Chana, but Gustavo could not live abroad for too long. Chana couldn't only consider her own wishes, staying alone in Illegitimate. Moreover, Gustavo was currently suffering from amnesia. Without her accompaniment, he wouldn't be able to return to Switzerland on his own. So Esther nodded and said to Chana, Mathunce, it's your decision, then go ahead and do it. If you need any help when you get back, feel free to contact me. Hearing Esther's words, the look of determination on Chana's face turned red-eyed, choked by emotion. Matthewster, I will miss you. If it hadn't been for you saving me from the traffickers, I don't even want to imagine what terrible things could have happened. Afterwards, you let me stay in your apartment, helped and took care of me unconditionally, treating me like a younger sister. I am really grateful. I think these 3 months in Illegitimate are the happiest times in my life. After going back to Switzerland, I will definitely miss you. How difficult can it be? Esther smiled gently. With such advanced transportation today, if you miss me, you can always come to Illegitimate. Treat this place as your second home. Esther's tone was sincere as she said to the young girl in front of her, Here, you will always be Chana, not Miss Violetta Brown. This sentence instantly broke through the young girl's restraint. Tears burst from Chana's eyes, hugging Esther and crying for quite some time, eventually pulling herself away from Esther's embrace somewhat embarrassedly. So, Matthewster, I'll go see brother and bring him back to the apartment. About half an hour later, Chana brought Gustavo to bid farewell to Esther. The aura of danger and unpredictability that once surrounded Gustavo, who had lost his memory, vanished. The nearly 6-foot-tall blonde handsome man was led by his sister's hand, appearing almost innocent and obedient. In contrast, Chana, who was originally a pure and cute girl, seemed more resolute now, as if suddenly grown up and shouldering the responsibility of caring for her brother. Arranging for the butler to send the driver to take the siblings away, Esther watched the car disappear from sight and couldn't help but sigh. Yanif is full of all sorts of encounters, meeting various people along the way. Some are destined to be passers-by, leaving trivial or fleeting marks on your life. Others may appear at certain points unexpectedly, becoming close family and cherished friends from then on. Every gathering must eventually disperse, but each experience will contribute to your growth, and every bond deserves to be cherished. Mathun's Fabio was still asleep at noon and the brothers weren't around, only Esther and Marissa were at home. Therefore, lunch was cooked by the Yanni family chef, and they simply had 4 dishes and 1 soup. In the late afternoon, Esther went upstairs to wake Fabio. They lingered in bed together for a while before Fabio got up to shower. In the evening, the first to return to the Yanni residence was the eldest brother. Sullivan, despite being a workaholic, kept worrying about Esther's fever last night and hurried back after finishing his company business. "Did you get better? Is your forehead still hot?" Upon entering, Sullivan immediately went over to Esther sitting on the sofa, placing his large hand on her pale forehead, relieved to find it not as scorching as last night. Seeing that Esther was wearing pajamas, Sullivan, fussier than Marissa, insisted that Fabio quickly carry her upstairs to change into thin cotton pajamas before coming back down. Ever since Esther first came to the Yanni residence, Fabio arranged for an enormous walk-in closet next to the master bedroom exclusively for Esther and filled it abundantly with everything she needed. Sweaters, hoodies, shirts, short sleeves, jeans, casual pants, shorts, suspenders, sneakers, sports shoes, casual shoes, high heels, as well as all kinds of coats, trench coats, jackets, down garments, and so on. All 4 seasons were covered, including spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Each piece of clothing was expensive, many being custom-made high-end designs, some purchased from abroad. All of them had been cleaned and ironed by the servants, neatly hung or folded in the wardrobe. Even underwear, socks, pajamas, sleepwear, and nightdresses were prepared according to the young girl's preferences by Fabio, despite Esther never having spent a night at the Yanni residence before. Fabio was very busy with work, but he always paid attention to the girl's feelings, treating her as the most precious gem in his heart, paying attention to every detail. After putting on the long pajamas, the tall man squatted beside the bed, gently holding the girl's feet in his hands. He helped her put on white long socks, and finally, soft wool slippers. However, even after wearing the slippers, Esther didn't walk by herself. Despite her fever being gone, everyone, including Marissa and Fabio, was still extremely concerned about her after last night's illness. After she wore the slippers, Fabio bent down and carried her horizontally in his arms, letting her wrap her arms around his neck, and gently carried her downstairs. If such a scene had been witnessed by people like Aunt Yanni and Aunt Gavin from last night, they would likely have secretly scolded it as immoral. However, after last night's events, the Yanni family servants were all very conscious, already regarding Esther as Mrs. Yanni. Though she was just a teenage girl, much younger than them, these people now treated her with utmost respect, almost not daring to look directly at her. This showed how effective Marissa's actions were last night. The second person to return to the Yanni residence was Monty. Chapter 279. Everyone is connected because of her. The Liu family arrived at the Yanni residence late last night, and since many of the Yanni family servants were already asleep, and Monty went straight upstairs, it didn't cause much of a stir. However, when Monty suddenly appeared at the Yanni residence today, all the servants there were utterly stunned. The Lius, including Esther, were already accustomed to having a big star in the family. But at this very moment, seeing a national top celebrity who usually only appeared on giant screens right before their eyes with a gentle and friendly smile on his face, the servants couldn't help but hold their breath. This height, this physique, this appearance, this demeanor. It was clear that celebrities and ordinary people belonged to different worlds. Compared to other men around him, Monty looked like he had come from another universe, as if he stepped out of a comic book from a two-dimensional world. Although the mixed-race handsome guy who left earlier was also unnervingly handsome, he seemed somewhat silly compared to Monty, who simply couldn't be ignored. Xiao Guigui, Yanadal naughty, did you miss your brother? Monty didn't pay attention to the gazes of others, or perhaps he, being someone who stood out naturally, was used to drawing attention wherever he went. Smiling warmly, those beautiful almond-shaped eyes crinkled up as he spread his arms and embraced the girl sitting on the sofa, inhaling deeply. You're not allowed to get sick anymore, Monty gently rubbed his sister's head, his tone full of tenderness. Get better quickly, I'll take you for ice cream. After Monty came home, Esther E. and Atli also returned from school shortly after. Before Esther came to the Liu family, Esther E. and Atli never rode in the same car to school or back home. They never shared the same ride because Atli always stayed up late playing games and couldn't wake up in the morning. Most mornings, he would rush out just before being late, biting into a piece of bread, and instruct the driver to speed towards the school, nearly getting fined for speeding. By then, Esther E. would have already arrived at school leisurely. Of course, even if Atli could wake up on time, these two wouldn't want to ride together. Esther E. thought Atli, being in E-class and fighting and skipping classes all day, behaved like a delinquent and didn't want to be associated with him. Atli thought Esther E. acted aloof every day, and couldn't understand why girls in his class would scream over his cold expression. Both of them pretended not to know each other at school. though they wondered what was the point of pretending not to know each other despite looking exactly the same. However, after Esther arrived, things changed. Both Esther E. and Atlee wanted to ride with her. So, now, in the back seat of the car, they sat one on each side of Esther, talking only to her. Occasionally, if one of them accidentally answered something the other said, they would both grumble about bad luck. Today, as soon as Atlee walked into the living room of the Yanni residence, he hurriedly ran over to Esther, clinging to her and whining like a pampered puppy. Esther E. couldn't stand it and couldn't help but say, "Atlee, can you please be more mature?" Mature? Why should I act mature in front of Janine? Atlee looked matter-of-factly, lifting his chin provocatively. "I think you're just jealous because you can't cling to Janine like me, all because you pretend to be aloof." "When did I ever?" Esther Yee's lips twitched, wanting to refute, but he held back. Why argue with a fool? The last one to return home was Josue. He was undoubtedly the most reassuring figure in the Liu family. Upon arriving, he immediately took Esther's temperature, confirming she wasn't running a fever anymore. He asked Wally about her condition last night, and about how she felt today and at the moment. Then he opened the medicine he brought back, carefully measured each dose. He fed her the pre-meal medication and watched her drink an entire large glass of warm water. "Do you still feel unwell?" Josue squatted in front of Esther, his white shirt clad frame tall and elegant, his expression calm and cool. Esther shook her head. She felt that besides a sore throat and nasal congestion, she was fine. "That's good." Josue replied, extending his slender fingers with distinct knuckles to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, his eyes gentle and kind. The Yanni residence had never seen so many people. For the first time since his parents passed away, Wally felt warmth in his own home. Suddenly, he felt that the large mansion of the Yanni family was no longer just a cold house but had become a true home. It stirred a flicker of vitality in his heart, which had long been numb to family affection. And all of this was because of the girl he loved. Everyone was connected because of her. Marissa had been busy in the kitchen all afternoon preparing for tonight's dinner. Seeing that everyone was home and the dishes were laid out on the table by the servants, she called Wally, Esther, and the others to the dining room for a meal. During her period of recuperation at home, through relentless cycles of trying, failing, practicing, and retrying, Marissa's cooking skills had rapidly improved. What she prepared had transformed from disastrous dishes into something commendable. Due to Brenda's words, Esther had been waiting for news from her homeroom teacher Bar since noon, but nothing had come. Just as they were nearly finished with dinner, her phone suddenly rang, displaying the teacher's name on the screen. Esther glanced at Marissa and her brothers before answering the call. "Hello? Teacher Zhou, this is Esther." Upon hearing it was Esther's homeroom teacher calling, Marissa immediately put down her chopsticks, and Sullivan perked up too. Noticing the concerned looks on Marissa and her brothers' faces, unsure what prompted the sudden call, Wally also turned his gaze toward her. Esther simply activated the speakerphone. Bar's voice came through from the phone. "Good evening, Esther. How is your leg recovering? Do you have any plans to return to school in the next few days? Also, since you're new to Gilasangching this semester, I'm not sure if you're aware of the special recruitment program held annually by Galengda and Qingda universities." Bar briefly explained the special recruitment program, which matched closely what Brenda had told her earlier that morning. Then she added, "I'm calling to ask if you would like to participate in the special recruitment exam this Thursday. All the students in our class have already registered, and if you join, we'll use the exam papers from Galengda and Qingda for the entire class." To Bar's surprise, despite the fact that all the classmates were frantically studying for this special recruitment, the girl refused her suggestion without hesitation. "No, thank you, Teacher Zhou. I won't be participating in this special recruitment exam. I will take the regular midterm exam paper of Xingjing High School." Why not? Bar clearly hesitated on the other end, saying, "Based on Esther's performance in the entrance exam, I believe she has a good chance of securing a place." At the dining table, Colt also turned his attention to Esther. He wondered if she was declining the special recruitment because of him. However, Bar seemed to have an epiphany and said, I get it. Esther must be planning to apply under the special talent category, right? Have you already contacted Professor Wu from Qingda or Galengda and secured a recommendation?" Esther was about to say that she didn't want to take any shortcuts and preferred to go through the regular college entrance examination process. But just then, another call came in. Chapter 280, She, More Powerful Than Me. While still on the call with her head teacher, another call came in. The incoming call on her mobile screen was from an unknown number, and she didn't know who it was from. In this situation, she could either hang up on the current call to answer the new one or continue the current call and let the caller wait. Deborah had almost finished talking with Bar, so she said directly, "I'm sorry, Teacher Zhou, but I have another call coming in, and I need to take it. Regarding the special recruitment examination for talent, I indeed won't be participating. My leg has recovered well, so I can return to school on Wednesday and can take the regular exam on Thursday." "Alright, student Deborah, since you've made up your mind, I respect your decision," Bar replied after hearing what Deborah said, "then we'll see each other on Wednesday." So, Deborah hung up on Bar and prepared to answer the unknown call. Once Deborah's head teacher called, no one at the table had touched their chopsticks anymore, all listening intently to the conversation with Bar via speakerphone. Sullivan and the others also learned from the call about the special recruitment examination for talent that Xingjing was holding. When they heard that participating in the special recruitment exam meant that the top scorer could bypass the college entrance exam, Gaokao, and choose any major at Galengda or Qingda universities freely, even Marissa and Sullivan couldn't help but feel intensely tempted. Qingda and Galengda universities are China's most prestigious institutions, ranking high globally. These two universities have comparable comprehensive strengths, only differing in their leading disciplines. Every year, over 10 million students participate in the Gaokao across the country, but these two top universities admit only around 2,000 students through regular admission combined. This means that each province sees only dozens or 100-odd students admitted into these two schools every year. These students are the cream of the crop, ranking among the top in Gaokao scores nationwide. It's not an exaggeration to say they are rare talents and outstanding individuals. Students who enter or graduates from Galengda or Qingda universities, merely by mentioning their alma mater, inspire awe and respect. While absolute fairness does not exist in the world, the Gaokao is considered one of the few truly fair processes. It gives everyone an equal opportunity, whether you come from a humble background or a wealthy family. To get into a domestic university, everyone must go through this rigorous test equally. For those from modest backgrounds, the Gaokao represents the only chance to change their lives and achieve social mobility, thus they strive hard and put all their efforts into it. Families like the Liu and Herb clans do not face such pressure to alter their destinies. After all, even if their children don't excel academically, they can still send them abroad for education with enough money. But which parent doesn't want their child to excel academically and get admitted to the top universities in the nation without relying on family connections? Relying on wealth and connections cannot get anyone into Galengda or Qingda universities. Therefore, for wealthy parents, having their child admitted into Galengda or Qingda would bring immense glory to their family and warrant a grand celebration. This would give them more pride and status in high society than their child earning fame through talents or wealth. Of Marissa's 5 sons, except for Atli, none of them are poor learners. Sullivan studied finance at a foreign university, Josue majored in medicine abroad, Monty attended the top art university in the country. As for Esther E., there's no doubt about his genius. From kindergarten through primary, middle, and high school, he has never placed second in any exams. As for Atli, he isn't stupid naturally. But he grew up loving play over study, and both Marissa and Sullivan doted on this youngest son and brother, not wanting to impose strict demands on him and planned to send him abroad for university. However, since Esther came, Atli seemed to have changed as if someone else had taken over, becoming dedicated to studying. Now, there's another Esther. Initially, Marissa and Sullivan thought that since Esther previously studied in rural areas where educational resources were far inferior to those in Gilisangcheng, she might struggle to keep up in Xinjiang. Unexpectedly, on her first day at Xinjiang, Esther scored perfectly on all sections of the entrance exam except for the essay, entering Class A. This wasn't something ordinary people could achieve. She was almost as much of a prodigy as Esther E. With such a recruitment exam opportunity available now, how could they miss it? Yet no one at the table expected Esther to refuse this opportunity without hesitation. After hanging up with Bar, Esther prepared to answer the unknown call. But perhaps because the caller had waited too long, as soon as Esther pressed the answer button, the caller hung up first. Thus, Esther put down the phone for now. As she looked up, she noticed everyone around the table staring intently at her. Tao Tao, your teacher mentioned a special talent recruitment exam. Why don't you want to participate? Marissa couldn't hold back her impatience and said anxiously, you have such good grades. It would be such a waste to miss this opportunity. If you were selected, you wouldn't need to take the Gaokao and could choose any major freely. This is much more reliable and less stressful than the Gaokao. After Marissa finished speaking, Josue also raised his eyes. Tao Tao, he said calmly, looking directly at Deborah, are you refusing to participate because Benny has also signed up? Josue rarely spoke, but he always managed to see through Deborah's thoughts clearly. Hearing her second son's words, Marissa finally realized. Yes, there's only one spot available, and only the top scorer can be selected. If Tao Tao and Benny both take the exam, wouldn't they be competing against each other for the spot? Marissa knew Deborah was intelligent, but she didn't realize that Deborah was actually even more talented than Lu Benny. After all, from childhood on, her fourth son had outsmarted everyone around him. In Marissa's understanding, she had never met anyone smarter than Lu Benny. So Marissa immediately said, no, Tao Tao. Even without this special exam, your elder brother can still get into the mathematics department of Qingda through Gaokao, but you might not be able to. If you can win first place in this special exam, it would be more stable for you to enter Galengda without taking the Gaokao. While searching for her phone, Marissa firmly added, here's what I'll do. I'll call your teacher and ask him to cancel your brother's registration so you can take the exam. If an outsider heard this, they might think Deborah was the biological child and Lu Benny was adopted. Lu Benny also looked at Deborah. Actually, Lu Benny hadn't registered himself for this special recruitment exam. During a break, when he returned to the classroom, Mathawena had already filled out and submitted the form on his behalf. Upon hearing his mother's words, Lu Benny paused for a moment before responding, Mom, while it doesn't matter to me whether or not I'm registered, I need to correct one of your assumptions. Tao Tao is more capable than me, and her intelligence surpasses mine. If we must say who between us two is relatively less certain to succeed in Gaokao, that person should be me. Chapter 281, The Big Shot personally calls to beg for enrollment. Hearing Deborah Yi's words, Marissa's eyes widened. What? Her fourth son, who had been regarded as a gene mutation and seen as a prodigy by everyone since childhood, actually said that Deborah was smarter and more capable than him. Deborah E. spoke calmly. The advanced math problems that even I find challenging and require several hours to solve only take Janine a few minutes. And during these past 2 months at home, we play games in the room every day. Whether it's Sudoku, Go, chess, or Texas Hold'em, I rarely win against her. Upon hearing this, Marissa's mouth opened wider. She didn't know much about other things, but Deborah E. had participated in the national Go competition and won the championship when he was just 9 years old. But he couldn't beat Janine. How high must Janine's level be? While Marissa was shocked, Sullivan suddenly realized something beside her, his brows furrowing. Wait. Ewing, you're saying you played games with Janine in the room every day for the past 2 months? I told you to tutor Janine every day, and you just brought her to play games? Sullivan took a deep breath, thinking of how he stood outside his sister's room each time with a gratified look on his face, feeling both comforted and pained by the hard work his younger siblings put into their studies. He couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Ewing, you've disappointed your big brother too much. Deborah E. glanced at his elder brother without any change in expression. Big brother, to Janine, senior high school level courses are as simple as elementary or middle school courses. She would understand everything even without tutoring, so there's really nothing to teach. Deborah Yee's tone was casual. However, Atlee next to him looked devastated. Why did the content that was as easy as primary school material to Deborah E. and Deborah make him nearly go bald from studying? The twin genius brother and super genius sister were really putting a lot of pressure on him. Wah. Atlee was bitter inside, but he didn't voice it. Mthun's Deborah E. admitted that Deborah was even more talented. She could choose any major from either university effortlessly. It didn't matter whether she participated in the special recruitment exam for talents or not. But Yanadal Gua, what was the special talent special recruitment program mentioned by your homeroom teacher? Monty asked, and who is Professor Wu? Special talent special recruitment simply means students with specialties can receive recommendations from top professors at Gillison University and Sheen University. If approved by the organizing committee, the universities will lower the admission threshold by 100 points for those specialties. The professor mentioned by the homeroom teacher earlier was Professor Clark from Gillison University's art department. Mthun's I previously won a piano competition championship. The homeroom teacher probably thought that if I reached out to Professor Wu, I might get his recommendation. However, I don't plan to study in the art department or become Professor Wu's student, so I haven't planned to contact him, Deborah said. Janine, you mean Clark? Marissa couldn't help but widen her eyes. Clark, a national treasure-level veteran pianist in Huagua, a distinguished professor in Gillison University's art department, renowned in both domestic and international piano circles. Because he had performed several times at the Spring Festival Gala, even ordinary citizens were familiar with his name. Professor Wu was elderly and no longer personally taught piano, at most giving lectures on music theory at Gillison University. With his extensive connections and reputation within the industry, becoming his student was an opportunity that money couldn't buy and couldn't be begged for. Yet, despite having such astonishing talent in piano, the girl treated it merely as a hobby, never even considering entering this profession or field. Having such an opportunity in front of her, she hadn't even thought about contacting this big shot. But before long after Deborah finished speaking, her phone on the table rang again. With her incredible memory, she immediately saw that it was still the same unfamiliar number from earlier. This time, she directly answered the call. Hello? A somewhat deep and slightly weathered male voice came from the other end. Is this Miss Deborah? Facing the phone, Deborah replied, Yes, this is me. May I ask who you are? The caller sounded very kind, but his words made everyone in the Liu family hold their breath. Hello, Deborah. I wonder if you've heard of my name. I'm Clark. Wow. Isn't this Clark the one they were thinking of? Janine didn't contact him, but he actually called Janine first. Deborah was also a bit surprised, pausing briefly before politely responding, Professor Wu, of course I know you, but I didn't expect you to call me. What can I do for you? Well, Miss Deborah. Clearly, Clark was also a straightforward person, directly explaining the reason for his call. Deborah, I watched your performance at this year's piano competition, and I must say, your rendition of Wasteland left me deeply moved. What surprised me even more was that, although I don't know who your teacher is, you hadn't taken any examinations, and it was your first time participating in a competition. Yet, your skills and performing power far exceeded all the peers I've seen. And that piece, Daylight Fireworks, which you composed over a year ago, from my years of experience in this field, you truly possess extraordinary talent. It seems fate has been extremely kind to you. I had the thought of taking you as my student back then. Gillison University has special recruitment programs for outstanding talents every year, and I happen to have a quota under me. So I thought, once this year's admission started, if you contacted me, I would offer you the spot. But today, I received hundreds of self-recommendation emails from students. After reviewing them one by one, I found none from you, which inevitably disappointed me. I asked your school for your contact information and decided to give you a call. I wonder if you haven't heard about this policy or are not interested in becoming my student? Oh my. Although Professor Wu's tone sounded very kind and warm, what he said was really pressuring. A big shot in the industry, because he did not receive an email from a student, took the initiative to get the contact details and called to inquire if the student was uninterested in being his pupil. Who would dare answer yes to that? Marissa couldn't even breathe loudly, feeling oddly nervous as a parent. Beside her, Atlee was hungry and wanted to secretly pick up some food, but she hid his chopsticks away with a glare, leaving him no choice but to sit there miserably. Only Deborah remained unperturbed, speaking into the phone. How could I not be interested, Professor Wu? You are a giant in the piano world, and I have always held great admiration for you. However, my intended major is not in the art department, so I didn't contact you. Not planning to attend the art department? That's such a waste of your talent. Clark's voice carried undeniable regret. Let me put it this way, Deborah. I am very willing to take you as my student, so I hope you can reconsider carefully. Here is my phone number. The deadline for submitting recommendations for special admissions is next week. If you change your mind during this period, feel free to call me anytime. For a giant in the industry to speak to a high school student in such a manner truly demonstrated his appreciation for talent and desire to take her as a personal student. Facing Professor Wu's attitude, Deborah couldn't outright refuse, only saying, "Sure, I greatly appreciate Professor Wu's recognition, and I will consider it seriously." After hanging up the phone, everyone at the table exchanged looks. They all felt that losing such an opportunity was a pity, but it didn't seem to matter much for Deborah. The Liu family didn't expect that halfway through the meal, another heavyweight called. Chapter 282, the third call. Everyone was numb. After hanging up with Clark, everyone began to chat and eat. However, halfway through the meal, Deborah's phone on the table rang again. This time it wasn't an unknown number. The screen showed a note, Elder Gillis. Elder Gillis? Atlee, sitting next to Deborah, glanced at the screen and looked at Deborah in confusion. Catherine, who is this? It's Mr. Evan. Deborah hadn't expected that Evan would call too. While replying to Atlee, she pressed the answer button. Evan? At Herb Elder's birthday banquet last time, Deborah had attended alone, with no one else from the Liu family present. But later, Sullivan and the others heard about how Avon boasted about Hawk's fake jade flower holder at the banquet, only for the genuine piece to be found in the inconspicuous wooden box brought by Deborah. Moreover, Avon had claimed with certainty that her jade flower holder had been authenticated by Elder Evan. Yet, she was publicly challenged and humiliated by the elder himself when he attended the banquet. The name of Elder Evan was also known to almost everyone in Huaxia. He was the president of the Huaxia Cultural Heritage Research Institute, the most authoritative archaeologist and appraiser in the country, and a distinguished professor in Peking University's archaeology department. He had appeared multiple times on CCTV's Focus interview and frequently represented Huaxia as a cultural ambassador for international exchanges. A highly respected senior figure. None of the Liu family members had heard of any interaction between Deborah and Evan, nor did they expect Evan to have Deborah's number and call her. But after Clark's earlier call, everyone seemed more prepared now. They were not surprised but merely curious about what Elder Gillis wanted from Deborah. Catherine, it's me. Have you had dinner yet? When Elder Gillis spoke, everyone was taken aback. Evan had always exuded a scholar's integrity, standing tall and aloof. He never catered to the vulgar. But when talking to Deborah, his tone was unexpectedly kind and affectionate, like a grandfather speaking to his granddaughter, revealing an unparalleled warmth that had never been shown on TV or to anyone else. I've eaten, Elder Gillis, Deborah responded without surprise, politely. Is there something you need? Elder Evan had been thinking about Deborah for quite some time. Back then, at Herb Elder's birthday party, he had approached Deborah after the banquet to thank her for winning back the artifact through a boxing match and returning it to the state. Deborah's response to his praise wasn't self-congratulatory or humble. Instead, she mentioned the patriotism and dedication of his grandson Amen in front of him. Though young, she displayed a humility and steadiness beyond her years, which greatly impressed Evan upon their first meeting. Indeed, children with talent and humility were rare. Upon learning that Deborah was in her final year of high school, he immediately asked about her plans and where she intended to study. Peking University's archaeology program, though state-supported, remained obscure. The total number of students in the department was less than 20, with fewer truly devoted to the field. Evan had long lamented not finding a diligent and dedicated student until he met Deborah. From the start, she became his top choice. Although he didn't know about her academic performance then, her words and demeanor indicated a good character. She loved her country and cherished its relics, and most importantly, she was indifferent to fame and fortune, remaining unmoved even when faced with billions of dollars. These were the essential qualities for an archaeologist. Evan had then asked if Deborah was interested in archaeology. She replied that while she had many interests, she was unsure about her major in college. Despite this, Evan had already planned to contact her as soon as the special recruitment started this year, hoping to recruit her for the archaeology department. Such a promising child deserved his effort to become his disciple. Catherine, the special recruitment at Peking University has started. Your school should have received the notice, right? Evan said over the phone. Before Deborah could reply, Evan expressed his intent directly. Catherine, since the first time I met you at Herb Elder's birthday banquet, I've admired you very much. At your young age, you already possess many precious qualities that are very suitable for a career in archaeology. So I thought that when the special recruitment for Peking University begins this year, I would contact you. I have a recommendation slot for the special recruitment. If I give it to you, you can get admitted to Peking University's archaeology program with a 100-point score reduction. Even if your current grades aren't outstanding, getting accepted should be no problem. As long as you're willing and committed to studying earnestly, you can pursue a direct PhD under my guidance and become my only, Evan said in an exploratory tone. How about it, Catherine? Are you willing to be my student? Another big shot wanted to give Catherine his recommendation slot and take her as his student. Even though the Liu brothers were all highly talented, far surpassing ordinary people, they had never encountered such a situation. Other students spent a lot of effort preparing self-recommendation letters to vie for a recommendation slot from influential figures. What level of excellence must their sister have reached to have not one but two big shots actively reaching out, eager to offer her a slot and take her as a student? However, even with someone like Evan lowering his standards so much for a junior, Deborah did not accept his offer. Sorry, Mr. Gillis, Deborah said, I appreciate your willingness to give me such an opportunity, but I still prefer to take the regular college entrance exam and choose a major I truly love. You mean you don't want my recommendation slot? Evan was taken aback, probably not expecting the girl to refuse him. This is Peking University, a 100-point score reduction and a direct PhD. This isn't just a common temptation for ordinary people. The girl's tone was unwavering. Yes, Mr. Gillis. No problem, Catherine. Evan took a deep breath, and after a while, he said, although archaeology is a cold and demanding field of study, it is now supported by the state. You will surely have great potential following me. You're young, and this choice concerns your future. Discuss it with your family. Anyway, I will reserve this slot for you. After the call ended, the Liu family exchanged looks. There was too much to say, but they didn't know where to start. Just as Marissa was about to speak, Deborah's phone rang again. It was the third time already, and this time the Liu family was quite calm. Seeing Matt Peng on Deborah's phone screen, Sullivan asked, Catherine, is this another big shot from Peking University? Yes, Deborah glanced at the note and nodded. This is academician Olaf. I wonder if you've heard of him. Chapter 283, seems to have seen Yanadal of the world. Olaf, academician. To be honest, scientific research work is actually quite distant from the lives of ordinary people. People like Clark and Evan, although they are also highly revered figures in their industries, often appear in public or on television, so they are well known to many. Thus, when they called, Marissa and the others knew exactly who was on the line after a brief mention of their names. However, regarding the name Olaf, Marissa and Sullivan had never heard of it. Yet, though they were unfamiliar with the name, they caught the suffix clearly. Academician. What does that signify? An academician is a scientist who has conducted profound research or achieved great accomplishments in a specific field, representing the highest level within a country and leading globally. They are top-tier talents and the highest academic authorities in science and technology, appointed as an honorary lifelong position by prestigious academic institutions in Huaguo, China. In Huaguo, academicians typically refer to members of the Chinese Academy of Sciences or the Chinese Academy of Engineering. Throughout the entire country, only a few hundred individuals hold this title, all of whom are precious, top-tier talents in the nation's research community, having made significant contributions to the country's construction. This is no ordinary person. While others in the Liu family didn't recognize Olaf, Josue couldn't help but show some astonishment. Catherine, is this academician Peng the president of the Huaxia Biopharmaceutical Research Institute? Deborah nodded, yes. The rest of the Liu family might not know Olaf, but Josue studied medicine in university. Those in the medical field cannot be unaware of the weight carried by the three characters, Olaf, let alone the fact that Josue referenced Peng's research results in his graduation thesis. Matthew Yen, you know this academician Peng. Who is he? Marissa couldn't help but ask. Josue paused for a moment before answering, a towering figure in the biological and medical sciences of Huaguo. Atlee immediately asked anxiously, Sergio, can you explain it more simply? Josue hesitated. Put simply, if academician Peng were to join our hospital, we could name it after him, and he could literally ride on our dean's shoulders while working. Wow. That indeed made it very simple and clear, even creating a vivid image. But after hearing Josue's explanation, everyone was even more surprised. Given academician Peng's immense influence in the biomedicine field, why would he call Catherine? It couldn't possibly be for recommending a special recruitment slot too, could it? They had never heard Catherine mention knowing such a big shot in the biomedical field or seen any connection between her and biomedicine. Among those at the dinner table, only Fabio knew about the connection between Deborah and Olaf. After all, because of Deborah, his grandmother received special attention from academician Peng and was treated with a one-on-one treatment for primary pulmonary arterial paralysis syndrome at the institute. Upon receiving the call, Deborah asked proactively before Olaf could speak, Matt Peng, you wouldn't be calling about the special talent recruitment, would you? On the other end, Olaf was taken aback. He was just about to praise Deborah's intelligence but then caught the word also. Hold on, Catherine, why did you say also? Olaf asked cautiously, does that mean others have already contacted you besides me? Professor Clark from the Department of Art and Professor Evan from the Department of Archaeology both called me earlier, expressing their desire to give me a recommendation for special admission. What? Olaf sucked in a sharp breath, genuinely shocked. He thought he had acted quickly enough, only to find out that Clark and Evan had moved even faster. Forgetting everything else, Olaf asked anxiously, "So, Catherine, did you agree to them?" Deborah replied, "No." Olaf breathed a sigh of relief. The young lady was a genius in the field of biomedicine. The School of Medicine at Galanga University, Peking University, was among its best disciplines. Olaf had long planned to persuade Deborah to study at Galanga's medical school and pursue a direct PhD under his guidance. Even with her current level, she already surpassed many seasoned experts who had been inactive despite their age. Olaf didn't doubt for a second that, given her willingness to delve deeper into the field, her future achievements would surpass his own. However, before he could enjoy this relief for 3 seconds, Deborah said, "But Matt Peng, if you're also hoping I'll follow you into research, you might be disappointed." Olaf was stunned. "You mean? I am interested in research. Even if I don't pursue it as my major, I will continue researching topics that interest me. But for college, I want to try exploring fields that I haven't touched before." Deborah didn't speak too bluntly, but Olaf had already understood her meaning. To be honest, it wasn't untrue that he was disappointed. There is no teacher who wouldn't want to take on a highly gifted student as their apprentice, but matters like these still needed to respect the girl's wishes. "All right, Catherine, I understand your thoughts," Olaf said. "Special admission has just begun, so there's no need to rush in making a decision. If after a few days you still feel the same way, Matt Peng won't force you." "Okay," Deborah agreed. "Thank you in advance, Matt Peng." Throughout this meal, with 3 phone calls received one after another, everyone in the Liu family felt somewhat numbed. Before this, Sullivan thought his sister was just smarter than the average person. But now, it seemed Deborah wasn't just smart. Just how many more surprises does she have that they don't know about? After hanging up, Deborah lifted her eyes and saw Marissa and her brothers all staring at her, asking, "What's wrong?" Despite being pursued by 3 prominent figures consecutively, the girl remained calm throughout, as if this wasn't an extraordinary event at all. It made them, as parents and elder siblings, seem inexperienced if they showed any signs of unease. "Cough, nothing," Sullivan cleared his throat, placing a pair of chopsticks into Deborah's bowl. "Catherine, be good and eat some more. You've been losing weight lately." Oren was clearly lying through his teeth. Deborah had gained 4 or 5 pounds during the past 2 months at home, yet Israel still felt she was losing weight. After resting for another day at the Yani family, waiting for her fever to fully recover, Deborah returned to Xinjiang on Wednesday morning. Having been away from school for over 2 months, when Deborah walked into the classroom, everyone's gaze immediately turned towards her. Chapter 284, If she takes the exam, it's over. Apart from Deborah E. and Brenda, it had been over 2 months since anyone in Class A had seen Deborah. Therefore, when Deborah walked into the classroom, she naturally drew everyone's gaze. Deborah had always been on the slender side. After 2 months of recuperation at home, being fed by Marissa and her brothers every day, her face had become rounder, giving off a more approachable vibe compared to her previous aloofness. Her skin, having not been exposed to much sunlight, was even more fair. At first glance, her bare face revealed skin as smooth as an unboiled egg, exuding a subtle and refined elegance with every movement. An overwhelming sense of a rich young lady. Most people showed envious expressions, but Ava, sitting in the front row, gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly upon seeing Deborah enter the classroom. Her nails dug deeply into her palms, her eyes filled with hatred. Seeing Deborah so beautiful and composed, she wished nothing more than to slash her face. 2 months ago, Deborah's performance at the equestrian field had left everyone astonished. The video of her jumping obstacles while riding had stayed on the hot post section of the school forum for a long time, receiving over 1,000 replies even today. Discussions about it still popped up occasionally. A girl who had never taken horse riding lessons managed to surpass Ava, who held an HBB Joab Level 3 equestrian certification. What kind of extraordinary talent did she possess? In the video, the delicately featured girl sat straight on the horse, dressed in a navy blue short-sleeve outfit that looked crisp and efficient. Her high ponytail revealed a clean forehead, her expression cold and distant. Not only were her techniques textbook perfect, but her demeanor was graceful. Resolute yet composed, she looked so good that no one could look away. Although Deborah, as a love child, was often criticized and mocked for her background, anyone who watched the video had to admit that she seemed far more graceful than those rich girls in school. It was as if she was born to shine and be admired. At the end of the competition, Deborah fell off the horse and fractured her lower leg. But it was entirely due to the horse suddenly losing control and going wild. Her skills themselves were flawless. After that equestrian class, or rather, after the bet with Ava, Deborah became the campus goddess of Xinjiang, while Ava couldn't hold her head up at school anymore. Ava's underhanded tactics were discussed on the forum for a long time. She provoked Deborah despite knowing she had never taken horse riding classes, believing her HBB Joab Level 3 certification would easily crush Deborah. More maliciously, she used Yiningxi, a medicinal herb that could improve Deborah Yi's asthma condition, as the bet, almost forcing Deborah to compete in the obstacle jump. If Deborah didn't compete, she would appear guilty, afraid, and indifferent, unwilling to take risks for her brother's health. But if Deborah competed, it would have been nearly impossible for her to win. However, Deborah not only won but did so comprehensively, which made things extremely humiliating. Who doesn't like watching someone lose face? Especially when it happens loudly and embarrassingly. So, during these past 2 months, while Deborah was recuperating at home from her injury, Ava had been miserable at school. Losing the challenge she started was one thing, but worse, she had arrogantly claimed that if she lost to Deborah, she would give up Yuningxi and change her surname to Lu at Xingjing. After that day, although no one dared to call her Dion openly at school, anytime someone posted about her on the forum, they would mockingly call her Dion. This infuriated Ava to no end. She tried to threaten the forum administrator to delete posts, but instead, he posted a screenshot of their chat, exposing her actions. As a result, the ridicule escalated even further, accusing her of being unable to accept defeat. In stark contrast, Deborah's popularity soared on the forum. Posts praising Deborah as the Xingjing campus flower were pinned at the top, filled with compliments and admiration. Many freshmen and sophomores expressed their desire to pursue her romantically, viewing her as a goddess. One was praised while the other was trampled, creating a stark difference. Seeing Deborah walk to the back of the classroom and sit down in her seat, Ava took several deep breaths to compose herself. Then she pulled out her phone from her pocket and quickly sent 2 text messages. Deborah is back at school. I'm sure she will take tomorrow's special recruitment exam. Will your plan really work? Ava felt uneasy, and the other party quickly replied, asking a question in return. How could it not work? My plan is flawless. As long as she takes the special recruitment exam tomorrow, she will never be able to attend any prestigious universities like Gelengda or Qingda. Xingjing will expel her, and her reputation will be completely ruined. Rest assured, I despise her haughty and arrogant attitude even more than you do. A girl from the countryside, who grew up as a love child, thinks she's better than everyone else and looks down on everyone with disdain. I can bring her down just as easily as she was put on that pedestal. I want her to taste what it feels like to offend me. The hatred in the words could be felt through the screen. Seeing these messages, Ava immediately felt relieved. After being mocked for 2 months, she finally had a chance to turn things around. As long as Deborah took the special recruitment exam tomorrow, she would be finished. Thinking about this, Ava not only felt less resentful but even started to look forward to it. However, this anticipation and pleasure didn't last long. Soon after, homeroom teacher Bar walked into the classroom. Hearing what Bar said next, Ava's smile froze. Good morning, everyone. Standing at the podium, Bar said, I'm sure you've all seen that our classmate Deborah has returned. Let's give her a warm welcome for her recovery from her leg injury and coming back to school. As soon as Bar finished speaking, applause broke out in the classroom. It was clear that despite Deborah's reserved nature in class, her beauty and strength made her well liked by many classmates who were glad to see her return. Bar continued, tomorrow is the final exam for this semester. As in previous years, the exam will be conducted on computers at the microcomputer examination room. However, this year, there will be 2 sets of papers. One is our Xingjing High School's end-of-term paper for seniors, and the other is the special recruitment exam paper co-authored by Gelengda and Qingda universities. Last Monday, I counted, and every student in our class, except for Deborah, signed up for the special recruitment exam. Therefore, only Deborah will take the regular school exam, while everyone else will take the special recruitment exam. Because the exam is scheduled for tomorrow morning, I will distribute the test numbers this afternoon and show everyone the examination room and their seats. Speaking of which, Bar added, let me remind you all, this exam will be stricter than previous ones. In addition to our school's 2 proctors, there will also be teachers from Gelengda and Qingda supervising. I trust everyone's integrity, but I must remind you all to strictly follow the examination rules and absolutely not cheat. For an exam of this level, any detected cheating will have severe consequences. After hearing Bar's words, Ava was dumbfounded. Deborah was only taking the end-of-term exam and not the special recruitment exam? Wasn't something wrong with her? Chapter 285, the correct pronunciation of Mifu Huangyu is? Ava never expected that Deborah would not take the special admission exam. She remembered that during the opening exam, apart from not writing the composition, Deborah had scored full marks in all other subjects. That meant if Deborah had written the composition, even if it only got 30 points, she would still be second in Class A. With a level to be the second best in grade, she didn't even bother signing up for Peking University or Tsinghua University's talent special admission. What kind of thinking would lead her to do this? Did this Deborah not want to skip the entrance exam and directly choose any major at Peking or Tsinghua University? Ava was truly perplexed no matter how she thought about it. More importantly, if Deborah doesn't participate in the special admission exam at all, how are their previous plans going to achieve the intended goal? Ava was on the verge of exploding. She could already imagine Deborah being ridiculed by everyone, but Deborah didn't act as they expected, directly nipping their scheming in the bud. Frustrated, Ava picked up her phone and sent several messages in a row. After enduring the afternoon of visiting the examination room and returning home after school in the evening, Ava made an excuse to say she needed to find Yan Nina for studying and left home to take a taxi to a hotel. Finding the agreed-upon room number and knocking on the door, someone opened it after just a few seconds. Standing inside the doorway was Jordy. He was wearing the hotel's bathrobe, with the waistband loosely tied, his chest open as if deliberately showing off his physique. Water was still dripping from his hair, clearly he had just taken a shower. As soon as Ava saw Jordy, without paying attention to anything else, she immediately asked anxiously, it wasn't convenient to talk at school, Deborah isn't taking the special admission exam, what should we do now? Seeing Ava in such a rush, Jordy appeared calm and collected, seeming very confident. Don't worry so much. Hearing this, Ava became even more impatient. How can I not be worried? If Deborah doesn't take the special exam paper, aren't all our previous plans wasted? I really can't stand it. Because of her, I've been mocked by the entire school for 2 months while she has become the goddess of the whole school and class. At this rate, I'll really get depressed. Look at you, why are you so rigid in your thinking? While talking, Jordy closed the hotel room door and said casually, Deborah hasn't signed up for the special admission or taken the special exam paper, which stops us from carrying out our plans. So, let's just make sure she takes the special exam paper. Ava stood there, startled. Your meaning is? Jordy smiled arrogantly and lifted his chin. In this world, there is nothing money can't do. If there is, it means the amount of money isn't enough. I got news from the homeroom teacher in the morning, and by the afternoon, I found the proctor responsible for distributing the test papers on the computer tomorrow. Our entire class will take the special admission exam except for her, Deborah. It wouldn't be unusual for the person setting up the test papers to make a small mistake, right? You mean? Ava opened her mouth, then reacted, unable to help punching Jordy's chest lightly. She complained teasingly, you've arranged everything already. Why didn't you tell me earlier via text? You made me worry unnecessarily all day. Unmoved, Jordy hooked a smile, deeming it sinister, pinning Ava against the wall. Wasn't it to get you to come over and see me? As he began unbuttoning Ava's shirt buttons, he leaned close to her ear, saying, we haven't done it since last week. I miss you so much. Don't believe me? Touch me. Speaking, Jordy grabbed Ava's hand and moved it downward. Wait. Not now. Ava glanced at the clock in the room, struggling slightly. I made an 8 p.m. call arrangement with Finn. It's already 7:45 p.m. Wouldn't it be more exciting if we did it while talking? Jordy looked more excited, speaking perversely. Upon hearing this, Ava couldn't help but say, Jordy, you really aren't a good person. Sneaking around with your own best friend's girlfriend, yet you're so thrilled. I admit I'm not a good person, but aren't you also like me? Jordy's tone was nonchalant as he bit down on Ava's neck. When Marilyn and I were together, you hinted at various things to me, didn't you? Luring your best friend's boyfriend, you weren't good either. Stop mentioning Marilyn who's abroad. What's the point? Ava rebuked sweetly, then kissed Jordy. Anyway, I liked you first before Marilyn. It's her who stole my boyfriend. If Marilyn, currently in the detention center, heard this, she would probably want to tear this couple apart. The next day, it was a beautiful scene. Actually, not many students from the senior year participated in the special admission exam, or rather, it was almost all members of Class A who signed up. Only the first place could be selected, and the top few dozen students in classes still had some hope. For the remaining classes, apart from the top 3, there wasn't much point for others to try or sign up. So, in the end, a total of 60 students participated in the special admission exam, arranged in 2 computer labs. In the examination room, each computer had a test number and the examinee's name posted on it, and the computer screen also displayed the test number. The first subject was Chinese. 5 minutes before the start of the exam, the test paper appeared on the computer screens. Actually, Deborah wasn't particularly enthusiastic about the Chinese exam. She just wanted to use the most concise answers to finish as quickly as possible. However, when she saw the first multiple-choice question on the paper, 1, what is the correct pronunciation of Fu Fu Huangyo? Deborah couldn't help but pause. She had only missed a couple of months of classes, yet the difficulty of Xinjing's Chinese questions had reached this level. Chapter 286, If you have the guts, speak up. Esther was the first to submit her exam paper and leave the examination room ahead of time. Esther E. and Mathawena Jobert both excelled more in science subjects, so they spent more time on the Chinese test. Therefore, Brenda was the second one to come out after Esther. However, as soon as Brenda came out, she put on a long face and ran to Esther for a hug. Whimper whimper whimper. Catherine, I tell you, this year's specially recruited student Chinese test paper is much harder than previous years. It had me scratching my head in the exam room. Indeed, the difficulty of the specially recruited student papers is several times higher than that of ordinary high school self-made papers. Upon hearing Brenda say this, Esther raised her head. Not really, this school's end-of-term papers were also quite difficult. Brenda was taken aback. Are you talking about the Chinese paper you just did? Yes, said Esther. I'm not sure if it's because I haven't been attending classes for 2 months and missed some classroom expansion of knowledge, but anyway, the coverage of knowledge in this set of papers is very broad, feeling like it exceeds the scope of grade 3. It might be that Xinjing increased the difficulty this year specifically to match the specially recruited student papers. Brenda scratched her head, linking arms with Esther. Forget it, let's not think anymore. After finishing each subject, we shouldn't worry about it. It saves affecting our mood. Brenda was right about finishing each subject and moving on. Because the math exam in the afternoon was even much harder than the morning's Chinese exam. Basically, after the exam ended, everyone who walked out of the exam room, except for Esther, Esther E., and Jobert, looked pale as if they had gone through a fierce battle. There were even a few girls who came out crying. Probably hoping that there was still a bit of hope before the math exam, only to have their hopes dashed afterwards. But even Esther E. and Jobert finished at the last minute when the bell rang this time. In previous exams, they usually finished all questions an hour earlier. "Oh my god, can I give up now?" Wailing, wailing, wailing. Brenda couldn't help howling. This is not a senior year math paper. This is clearly competition level hell difficulty, and it's even the enhanced version. Brenda wasn't exaggerating. Because after leaving the exam room, even Esther E. and Jobert, who seldom spoke to each other and could play, who speaks first loses until the end of time, started talking to each other unexpectedly. Esther E. looked at Jobert. "Did you solve the second part of the last major question?" "I just finished proving the first half when it was time to submit," Jobert asked. "How about you?" "I made a little more progress than you, proving halfway through the second half," Esther E. said. "Holy cow, even you two can't finish all the questions?" Brenda drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. "Then I don't have to worry about losing face for only solving the first part. Others probably aren't much better than me." Brenda sighed, saying that the opportunity to choose any major at Gillison University or Cheen University was indeed not easy to strive for. With such difficult papers, let alone being top of the class, few could complete all questions properly. Esther didn't comment much. After all, her test paper was different from theirs, so she couldn't join in the discussion. On Friday morning, they took the liberal arts and science comprehensive tests, and in the afternoon, English. Although these subjects were also hard compared to regular exams, their difficulty wasn't as exaggerated as math, being a level where most A-class students could handle them. Anyway, after 2 days of exams, almost everyone in A-class felt like they had lost a battle, dispirited and listless. Those with a bit more energy were cursing the admission office of Gillison University and Cheen University for being unreasonable, making the math questions increasingly difficult every year. After all the exams ended on Friday afternoon, the homeroom teacher said in the class group that everyone had worked hard. He then said that the specially recruited student papers had already been sent to the admission offices of Gillison University and Cheen University. They would work quickly to grade the papers over the next couple of days, and results along with rankings would likely be available by Sunday afternoon. Results by Sunday afternoon? True to form, the admissions office of the top universities showed impressive efficiency. For most people, this meant facing terrible results without having recovered from the torment of the questions. After Barr finished speaking, many people in the class group also voiced their opinions, mostly anonymously. "Anonymous, seriously, I did past year's specially recruited student math papers. None of them were as hard as this year's. When I saw the second part of the last major question, I didn't even know where to start." Anonymous, exactly, it's excessively difficult. The Olympiad questions I participated in previously are much easier compared to this set of papers. Anonymous, difficulty aside, the problem is that time wasn't enough either. I stared at the second part of the last major question for 20 minutes before getting any ideas. Just when I was about to write, it was time to submit. Anonymous, as they say, other subjects don't pull scores apart much, only math can make the biggest difference. Just like the second part of the last major question, those who couldn't solve it lost 20 points instantly. Anonymous, although we can't do it, shouldn't the prodigies still be able to? Yen Nike EE, and Jobert who gets perfect scores on every math test after entering our A class? Esther E rarely paid attention to things like class groups. However, when these people were discussing in the group, Esther, Brenda, and the two of them happened to be drinking at a milk tea shop. Brenda was sipping her milk tea while looking at her phone and casually read out everyone's complaints aloud, so Esther E and Jobert also glanced at the group chat. Esther E, I only wrote out 3/4 of the proof process, but didn't finish. Jobert, my time didn't allow either, I only proved half. Esther E and Jobert had never spoken in the class group before and rarely spoke in class. When both of them started chatting in the group, simultaneously, there was silence for 3 seconds, then many people got excited. Anonymous, holy cow. You mean even two prodigies couldn't finish this problem completely? Anonymous, so it looks like no one will get a perfect score in math this time. Anonymous, even EE didn't finish on time? This is the first time in 3 years, I suddenly feel less terrible. Anonymous, that means the test paper is the problem, not us, right? Haha, you really know how to comfort yourself. Anonymous, indeed, after all, EE represents the highest level of math in our class. If he didn't finish, it's impossible for anyone to prove this problem entirely. The atmosphere in the class group became lively due to Esther E and Jobert's participation. But right after that anonymous message, another one followed closely. Anonymous, why is it impossible? Anonymous, you fangirls just blindly praise Esther E all day long, I think Jordy might have done it. This statement made the class group silent again for 3 seconds. Anonymous, look what you're saying, please. Anonymous, the problem that EE didn't finish, and you think Jordy could solve and complete it? It's laughable. Anonymous, isn't this anonymous person Jordy himself? Anonymous, probably, who else would speak like this with such envy? Anonymous, one more vote for thinking it's Jordy. Anonymous, Jordy, come out and talk. Chapter 287, Esther, she got herbal marks in all subjects. At Herb's residence. In the room, Jordy stared at his phone, seeing the sarcastic and mocking words of classmates in the group chat. He was almost furious to death. He almost smashed the phone worth 20,000 yuan in his hand directly. The message that said, you fangirls only know how to blindly praise Lottie E all day. I think Jordy might have done it, was indeed posted anonymously by Jordy just now. Jordy had disliked the class's admiration for Lottie E for a long time. In Jordy's view, Lottie E wasn't taller or better looking than him, and the Liu family wasn't as wealthy as their Herb family. Lottie E usually had a disdainful face, looking down on everyone. He was coldly indifferent, not talking to others. Nobody knew what made him so haughty. Just because his studies were slightly better, having won first place a few times, these young girls wanted to elevate him to the skies. It was such a different era now. What good did studying well do? Money was king. And who in the whole class still had more money than his family? Also, he could at least rank among the top 5 in mathematics in the class. But after saying he might be able to do it, did these people in the class have to mock him like this? Jordy couldn't help but gnash his teeth. If Jordy had to rank who he currently hated most in class, then Lottie E and Esther would definitely share the top spot. This brother and sister duo, both were arrogant and held themselves higher than others, didn't look up to him, and were equally excellent. Damn excellent. Both in appearance and intellect. Due to health reasons, Lottie E started school in the second half of the semester in his freshman year. Before he came, Jordy had always been the heartthrob of Class A, with many girls in the class secretly admiring him. Then Lottie E came and almost attracted the attention of everyone in the class. Even if he sat in the last row of the classroom, usually without saying a word, the action of lifting his head to drink water would make some girls secretly scream with excitement. And before Lottie E came, Jordy had the best math grades in the class, usually scoring over 140, and had been praised as a math genius since childhood. However, from the moment Lottie E entered Xingjing High School, he never scored less than full marks on math tests. That was the real math genius. With a perfect scorer as the first, who cared about him, the former first. Jordy could tolerate Lottie E coming. Unthinkably, in the third year of high school, Esther also came. Alright, with Lottie E being raised under elite education since childhood, why should a country bumpkin, educated in a village school, casually surpass him in exam results? Jordy had already thought it through. This special recruitment test was his chance to turn things around and clear past grievances. The main goal, of course, was to become the top student in the school in this examination and get the special recruitment quota from Gillison University smoothly, making everyone look at him differently. Secondary was making Esther pay for her disdain towards him and trample on top of the class Lottie E along the way. It was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Jordy felt he could endure the ridicule in the class group. Anyway, once the results of this exam were out, those who got slapped in the face would be them. So Jordy exited the group chat and called someone named Director Yenyo of Admissions Office in his contact list. After the call connected, Jordy's attitude instantly became much friendlier. Hello, Director Yenyo. Ah, it's young Master Herb, came the voice of a middle-aged man from the phone, laced with flattery. Director Yenyo, our homeroom teacher said Xingjing has already sent the test papers for this special recruitment to your admissions office, Jordy said. Luckily you prepared the answers carefully for me. I went through this test very smoothly. After grading is complete, shouldn't there be no problem with my becoming the top scorer of our school? There shouldn't be any problem with that. This Director Yenyo replied, all these sets of answers are prepared specially for you, and they are all different from the reference answers used for grading. Following them, your final total score can be close to full marks. Alright then, thank you for your hard work, Director Yenyo, Jordy said into the phone. Also, the matter I asked you about, regarding Esther's paper. Before Jordy finished his sentence, Director Yenyo immediately assured, young Master Herb, rest assured, I will surely handle the matter you entrusted to me. Now about the agreed price. In half an hour, I'll transfer half to your card first. After I get this special recruitment quota, I'll give you the remaining half. Sure, the person on the phone could barely contain their joy. Young Master Herb, just wait for the good news. Jordy indeed was waiting for the good news. That night, he even had a dream. He dreamed that he crushed Lottie E and Esther in this exam, became the top student in the entire school, and posts about him flooded the school forum. However, while Jordy was still in his sweet dreams, a sudden phone call woke him up. He couldn't help but answer irritably. Hello? This is me, young Master Herb. Upon hearing Director Yenyo's voice, Jordy thought he was calling to give good news, so his tone immediately softened, and he even became somewhat excited. Director Yenyo, have all the papers from our school been graded? Am I definitely first place? Young Master Herb, the papers from Xingjing High School have indeed been graded, but... Hearing Director Yenyo's hesitant tone, Jordy couldn't help frowning. But what? Is there any problem? Director Yenyo hesitated before saying, it's just that, although the papers are graded, you didn't get the highest score. Hearing this, Jordy sat up straight in bed instantly. What did you say? Didn't you say following the answers you gave me, I could almost get a perfect score? Yes, your total score across 4 subjects is 739 points, indeed very close to a perfect score. But, someone in your class really got a perfect score of 750 points. How is this possible? Who is it? Jordy's eyes widened. His first reaction was Lottie E, then he remembered what Lottie E said in the group yesterday. No, Lottie E didn't finish the last big question. He can't possibly have a perfect score. It's not Lottie E, but the Esther you asked me to take care of, Director Yenyo said on the phone. Esther got a perfect score in Chinese, math, English, and science. Jordy drew in a sharp breath. disbelief clouding his eyes. No, how is this possible? I won't mention other subjects. Didn't you say math was incredibly hard, making it impossible for anyone to score 140? No matter how smart Esther is, she can't possibly get everything right in all subjects, can she? This is the first time I've seen such an outstanding student. Director Yenyo sighed deeply. After seeing her scores, I checked all her papers right away, especially math. The test answers could not have leaked except from here. And her answers in each subject were different from the standard ones, clearly done by herself. Hearing this, Jordy truly felt like he had been hit with something unimaginable. He spent 2 million on the answers, and Esther outscored him by getting full marks on her own? Is this reasonable? Is Esther even human? Seeing Jordy wasn't speaking, Director Yenyo cautiously asked, "What do you think we should do next, young Master Herb?" Jordy took a deep breath. "Of course, we'll still do as we originally agreed." Director Yenyo said, "But if we do that, when the results are announced tomorrow, you won't be the top student in your school. So what if I'm temporarily second?" Jordy clenched his fists and laughed coldly. "Anyway, since she cheated, her score will be invalid, and I'll end up being the top student." Chapter 288 Special Recruitment Scores and Rankings Announced. Sunday evening. Job knowing the scores would be released today, many people had been refreshing the group messages since the afternoon. At around 7 in the evening, the homeroom teacher Forrest finally spoke up in the group. "Forrest, hello everyone, the results and rankings of this special recruitment exam are out. Please find attached the score sheet for you to check individually. Attachment, Xinjiang Special Recruitment Exam Results and Ranking YenNist.pdf. Upon the release of the score sheet, everyone naturally downloaded and opened the file with tension and anxiety. However, after viewing the list, the entire Class A's group chat fell into a dead silence. It wasn't that they had nothing to say, rather, this score sheet was simply too explosive. There was too much information and so many shocking points that no one knew where to start. First place, Hazel Liu, Chinese 150, Math 150, English 150, Science 300, total score 750. Second place, Zhai Herb, Chinese 146, Math 147, English 148, Science 298, total score 739. Third place, E. Esther, Chinese 146, Math 142, English 150, Science 300, total score 738. Fourth place, Corbin, Chinese 140, Math 140, English 150, Science 300, total score 730. Fifth place, Gillison Han, Chinese 139, Math 137, English 147, Science 298, total score 721. Sixth place, Ing Lan, Chinese 146, Math 129, English 150, Science 285, total score 720. Firstly, almost everyone saw the glaring total score of 750 for first place as soon as they opened the file, causing them to take a sharp intake of breath. It was a screen-blinding shock. No one was left unshaken. A mistake? Are they serious? Is it really possible for someone to score 750 in such a difficult exam? 750 points. It meant this person scored perfectly on all questions in Chinese, math, English, and science, without a single mistake, even scoring full marks on the Chinese essay. This has never happened in the history of special recruitment exams. Achieving this score isn't just about being first at Xinjiang, it's definitely the top score in the city, province, and country for this special recruitment exam. However, what was even more shocking was, this person was Hazel Liu. What's going on? Didn't Hazel Liu not even sign up for the special recruitment exam? Wasn't she supposed to have taken Xinjiang's final exam paper? So why were her scores and ranking on the special recruitment exam results? The name and score of Hazel Liu, who ranked first, were already shocking enough, but the second place was also astonishing. Second place was actually Zhai Herb. Zhai Herb's math score was actually 5 points higher than E. Esther's, scoring 147. How could this be? Everyone in Class A was very clear about E. Esther's level. From freshman to senior year, he never scored below full marks in math. Scoring 142 this time was definitely because he couldn't finish the last major question. Class A's students didn't think E. Esther's score of 140 in math was high, rather, they felt it was beneath him. If given a little more time, he could certainly get a perfect score. But how could Zhai Herb have this level of ability? Forget the difficulty of this special recruitment exam, even in regular math tests, he could barely manage to score 140. Now he scored 147, higher than E. Esther and Corbin. It was unbelievable. Previously, E. Esther was always the top student in Class A. This time, he only got third place, meaning he missed out on the special recruitment spot. Afterward, the scores of Corbin, Gillison Han, and Ing Lan were relatively normal. Although they placed 4th, 5th, and 6th, the 7th place score was only 705, and there was quite a gap between the front runners and those behind them, almost a breakaway. After a brief period of shock and silence, the group chat finally erupted. Anonymous, wait, is this score for real? Hazel Liu actually scored 750. Anonymous, that's not the point. The main issue is that didn't Hazel Liu not even register for the special recruitment exam? What does this mean? Did the school make a mistake? Anonymous, if it's a mistake and they mixed her final exam scores in with the rankings, then Hazel Liu is truly impressive. I'm really impressed. Anonymous, it must be a mistake. Who can get full marks in all subjects in a special recruitment exam? Even God lost 12 points in Chinese and math. Anonymous, no, let's not talk about Hazel Lu. The most shocking thing for me on this score sheet is. Anonymous, I know what you're thinking. Are you talking about Jai Herb? Anonymous, Jai Herb came second this time, with a math score of 145, higher than Esther and Corbin. I really don't believe it. Anonymous, oh, the three people above have envy. Anonymous, Jai Herb's grades weren't much worse than Esther and before. It's normal for them to do well in exams, but if someone surpasses them, it's abnormal. Really amusing. When this anonymous message was posted, the group chat fell silent once again. This time, no one said that the person speaking up for Jai Herb was using a secondary account because even if Jai Herb himself said it, the words made sense. Humans, after all, can have good or bad days when it comes to exams. Maybe Jai Herb prepared thoroughly this time and performed exceptionally well, securing second place. So, now if Esther's scores were mistaken, wouldn't the special recruitment spot belong to Jai Herb? This was an unforeseen outcome. While everyone was anonymous during discussions, the next second, Ava directly tagged the homeroom teacher in the group. Ava at Forest, Teacher Zhou, what's going on with Esther's score and ranking? Ava, if the final exam scores were mixed in, then Jai Herb should be first, isn't it? Are you going to correct the score sheet, teacher? Though everyone knew Ava didn't get along with Esther and wouldn't like her name being top, it was also what others wanted to ask. After all, if Esther's name was removed, all their rankings would move up by one position, looking slightly better. However, unexpectedly, Forrest only responded after a few minutes. Sorry, students. After receiving the score sheet, I was also surprised to see Esther's name, so I confirmed with the admissions office and the teachers responsible for the special recruitment exam. It seems there might have been a mistake when the teacher responsible for special recruitment registration submitted the student list, leading to Esther's name being included. In other words, procedurally, Esther participated in this exam. She took the special recruitment exam those 2 days, and this score and ranking are indeed from the special recruitment exam. Therefore, this score sheet is correct, and the top scorer in this special recruitment exam is indeed Esther. Chapter 289, would be expelled from Xinjiang according to school rules. What the hell? One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Bar's few words made the students of Class A explode with reactions. Some were shocked, astounded by Esther's perfect score of 750, especially since it was on the same notoriously difficult special admission exam they had taken. What an incredible level of academic prowess. Others were skeptical, questioning how the school could make such a low-level mistake, reporting that she participated in the special admission when she did not, and causing this surprising and unexpected mix-up. Some were bewildered, unsure how this situation should be resolved. If it were indeed an administrative error, it wouldn't be fair to hold Esther responsible. Therefore, shouldn't the top scorer, Esther, be granted special admission? Some sympathized with Jordy. Although originally only the top scorer would be admitted, it didn't concern those ranked lower. And Esther had been eligible to register. If she had registered then, she likely would have achieved the same scores and been admitted. However, some couldn't stand the fact that Esther, who initially said she wouldn't sign up, ended up outperforming them, who had worked their hardest preparing for the test, achieving a perfect score and securing the special admission spot. It was as though, while they tried diligently without success, Esther effortlessly overshadowed all of them with her casual effort. Not feeling envious, jealous, and resentful was impossible. If Esther really secured the spot, then wouldn't Jordy be the biggest victim? He'd be the pure underdog despite scoring so high. Although many people in the class disliked Jordy for his arrogance and pride due to his family background, once this incident erupted, Jordy became the biggest victim in this mix-up. Because he could have been the one to take the special admission spot as the first-place winner, but now he would have to relinquish it to Esther. Thus, within an hour, the prevailing opinion in the class group chat completely shifted. Though it wasn't Esther's fault at all, she was immediately placed at the center of controversy. Many anonymously criticized her, the school, and the teachers responsible for reporting the information. The rest pitted Jordy. Even those who had detested Jordy began to speak up for him, claiming it would be unfair if Esther, instead of Jordy, got the spot, and even suggested reporting it to the admissions offices of Galengda and Qingda universities. Reading these messages, Jordy, glued to his phone in the Herb family chat, couldn't help but feel elated. Although his scores were slightly lower than Esther's, he still managed to drag her down. However, he wanted more than just seeing Esther being scolded. He aimed to trample the girl who looked down on him with sheer disdain, and this was only the beginning. Meanwhile, in Esther's room at the Liu family home, several people were seated around the sofa. Brenda couldn't help but draw a deep breath upon seeing the anonymous comments criticizing Esther in the group chat. I can't believe this. What are these people complaining about? The mistake wasn't Janine's fault. Why are they all blaming her? It's like drawing attention to yourself when you're outstanding, Matthewen aside. If Esther had normally signed up and gotten admitted, it would have been fine. But she didn't. Those who signed up but didn't succeed are upset because someone who didn't sign up did. They're just using their sympathy for Jordy as an excuse to vent their dissatisfaction. Jobert's dark eyes remained calm as he looked at Esther. What did the homeroom teacher say? He told me to wait while he asks the leadership what to do in this situation. Esther frowned slightly. I don't want this spot anyway. I know this is something you don't care much about. Kolki lifted her gaze. But even if Xingjing agrees, the admissions offices of Gelengda and Qingda might not. After all, from their perspective, if there's only one spot, they want the best student from the school. Moreover, your case perfectly follows procedure. In that case, Janine should just take the spot. Atlee rolled his eyes thinking of Jordy. If Janine doesn't take it, that idiot Jordy will get the spot. It's infuriating to think about. Even though I'm not in your class, it's hard to believe Jordy outscored Kolki. I suspect he might have cheated. Despite their usual friction, Atlee and Kolki stood united against outsiders. Brenda added, but if this happens, everyone in the class already thinks it's unfair to Jordy if Janine takes the spot. If Janine really gets it, they'll criticize her even more fiercely than now. What was originally a routine exam, Esther never expected that she would be caught in such a dilemma. If she took the spot, she would be criticized. If she didn't take it, she would still be accused of being pretentious. Regardless, I didn't plan to participate in this special admission from the start, so I shouldn't get this spot. Esther took a deep breath and said, tomorrow, when I return to school, I will talk to the homeroom teacher about this matter. That's the only way. The others nodded in agreement. The next morning, Monday. Esther entered the classroom with Kolki. As soon as they entered the classroom, all eyes were on her. Unlike when Esther returned to class last week after resting, this time everyone's gaze carried obvious dissatisfaction and hostility. Even Kolki noticed, his handsome and aloof brows involuntarily furrowing. He silently moved in front of Esther, giving those people a cold stare on her behalf. With Kolki's glare, no one dared to stare at Esther anymore and quickly averted their gazes. After Esther sat down, she waited for the homeroom teacher to arrive for the morning meeting. She had already decided that right after the morning meeting, she would tell the homeroom teacher that she would not accept the special admission spot. But today was a bit strange. Usually, Bar should have arrived by 8 for the morning meeting. It was now 20 past 8, and he still hadn't shown up. It wasn't until 8:30 that Bar finally arrived. The moment he stepped into the classroom, he cast a complex look at Esther who was seated at the back of the room. This glance left Esther momentarily stunned. She couldn't understand why the homeroom teacher was looking at her like that. I'm sorry everyone, I was delayed because of something just now, Bar said, standing at the podium. I saw all the messages everyone tagged me with in the group last night. As soon as I got to school today, I went to ask the leadership whether this special admission spot should go to Esther or Jordy. But, just 15 minutes ago, I received a call from the admissions offices of Gelengda and Qingda universities. Something very serious and severe has happened. At this point, Bar couldn't help but take a deep breath. The people from the admissions office said that Esther's math paper answers are exactly identical to their standard answers. Moreover, before the exam, Director Yenyo's computer at the admissions office was hacked. So the admissions office suspects that Esther might have obtained the full set of standard answers in advance, which is how she managed to achieve a perfect score, an almost impossible feat. The admissions office hopes we can thoroughly investigate this matter. If it is true, then not only will Esther lose her eligibility to apply to Gelengda and Qingda in the future. According to school rules, she will also be expelled from Xingjing High School. Chapter 290, A Prearranged Entrapment. When Bar spoke, the entire class A fell into a deathly silence. What did the homeroom teacher just say? He said that the admissions office noted Esther's math exam answers were identical to the standard answers, suggesting she may have obtained all the test papers' answers in advance, which led to her perfect score in all subjects. What kind of behavior is this? It's outright cheating. Furthermore, to have hacked into the admissions office computer system to steal the answers beforehand makes this incident even more serious. Such an event has never occurred in the history of special admissions. Everyone should know that Xingjing University has repeatedly warned against cheating during exams. Once verified, the students would be expelled immediately without any leniency. This joint special admission was initiated by Beijing University and Tsinghua University together. If such a scandal is exposed, it would brand her for life, forever closing the doors to any good university. As Bar finished speaking, everyone turned their shocked gazes toward Esther sitting at the back of the classroom. Where previously their gazes held only dissatisfaction and hostility, now they were filled with disdain, revulsion, and contempt. They looked as if they wished to spit on Esther's face. Brenda and Mathawena were also stunned on the spot, mouths agape, unsure of what to do. In the whole class, except for Esther, only Esther E and Jobert remained relatively calm. Esther E knew that what Bar mentioned could not be true. Jobert's first thought was that Esther might be framed. And when Esther first heard the teacher's words, she was naturally surprised. But recalling how she was suddenly reported for the special admission out of nowhere, she quickly realized this wasn't a misunderstanding or an error, it was most likely someone intentionally targeting her. But who? Even under everyone's dagger-like glares, Esther slowly stood up from her seat. Her demeanor was neither humble nor haughty, and one might even call it calm as she raised her eyes to look at the homeroom teacher standing on the podium. Teacher, I did not hack into the admissions office computer to obtain the answers in advance. All my test papers were completed by myself. Before Bar could respond, Ava in the front row interjected first, lifting her chin in disdain. Do you expect us to believe you just because you say so? Then explain why your answers are identical to the standard ones? How could anyone possibly get a perfect score of 750 across all subjects? Turns out you cheated. Truly worthy of being the beloved miss of the Liu family now, aren't you? You're certainly more capable than anyone else in our class. Upon hearing Ava's sarcastic remarks, Esther's first reaction wasn't anger. Instead, she noticed that Ava had immediately jumped in to confront her after she tried to explain herself. This made Esther suspect that Ava might be involved. Esther ignored Ava and continued to look at the teacher. Teacher Zhou, you should be fully aware that I never intended to participate in this special admission exam from the start, nor did I want the quota for it. You called me last Monday night to ask about my willingness, and I clearly refused then. Even after your persuasion, I never changed my mind. My participation in the special admission exam was due to an error in information reporting by the statistics teacher. I had no idea until you mentioned it in the group chat last night. If I really had obtained the answers in advance and wanted this quota, why didn't I enroll in the special admission exam initially? Or did I foresee that the school would make a mistake in reporting and prepare by stealing the special admission exam answers in advance? Esther spoke calmly. Her words caused many originally furious classmates to cool down. Indeed, how could they forget that Esther never enrolled for the special admission? Her taking the special admission exam was purely coincidental. How could she have stolen the answers in advance and achieved a perfect score? Unless... Ava snorted again. What if you colluded with the teacher, publicly saying you wouldn't participate while secretly having the teacher report you as a participant? This way, you wouldn't be suspected of preparing in advance. Then you can use this as a reason to prove your innocence now. You. Seated not far away, Brenda, with her short temper, couldn't stand Ava's malicious speculation and wanted to stand up to defend Esther. However, seeing Esther shake her head slightly, signaling her not to act impulsively, she stopped. In Esther's view, if today's events were orchestrated by Ava, reacting too emotionally would only play into her hands, solidifying the accusation. Staying calm is the most important thing. Classmate Ava thinks that I didn't participate in the special admission exam due to the teacher's mistake, but because I bribed that teacher in advance. So, according to Tang classmate, our Xingjing teachers are people who can be easily bought off and have no sense of professional ethics. As long as they get money, they can casually change students' registration information. If so, doesn't that mean Teacher Zhou, who first called me to confirm the information, could also have been bribed by me? Hearing this, Ava was about to blurt out, yes, but then realized if she said that, she would offend the homeroom teacher. Esther. Don't try to shift the blame here. What does this have to do with Teacher Zhou? Clearly, it's the teacher responsible for reporting the information who was bribed by you. Even in the best schools, having a couple of bad apples is pretty normal, right? When Ava said this, Esther's expression remained unchanged. Alright, let's assume what you say is true. I did indeed hack into the admissions office computer to steal the answers in advance, and I also bribed the teacher to intentionally report me as a participant. But why would I make myself score perfect marks in all subjects, drawing such attention, and even not alter the process in the math answers? Esther raised her eyes. If you were me, would you do this? Aren't you afraid the admissions office would find it too exaggerated and problematic to investigate a perfect score? Aren't you afraid they'd discover my math exam answers are identical to the standard answers? Esther's words left Ava speechless. Indeed, who would steal answers to cheat and still go for a perfect score, which just invites disbelief and suspicion? Not changing the math answer process at all makes it look like a brainless move. Ava was left speechless, and Jordy, who had been watching on the side, couldn't help but call her worthless in his mind. Afraid that Esther would clear herself, Jordy ignored everything else and shouted loudly in class, why not? You're fully capable of doing something like this. As soon as Jordy spoke, everyone turned their gazes toward him. Esther did the same. In that instant, her eyes narrowed slightly when she looked at Jordy, seemingly realizing something, then she coldly replied, oh? Is that so? Chapter 291 Someone swapped my math exam paper. Jordy had originally planned everything with Ava. Once this incident broke out, he intended to stay silent in class and let Ava interrogate Deborah. Ideally, she would question Deborah so effectively that Deborah wouldn't be able to refute it, solidifying the fact. In that case, he could extricate himself from the matter and enjoy the show as a spectator. However, Ava turned out to be incredibly incompetent, just as expected. Instead of questioning Deborah, she ended up being questioned by Deborah and was left speechless. Seeing Deborah's cold stare, Jordy decided to take action. Mathunsi was originally the second-place winner. If Deborah's cheating was confirmed, the slot would naturally be his. It was reasonable for him to stand up for what he believed in. At first, I thought I'd have no chance at the special admission quota, but I never expected that the top scorer used such dirty and despicable means. Truly disgusting. Given this, I can't help but speak up. Jordy stood up and looked at Deborah with disdain. You mentioned earlier why you scored full marks if you really got the answers in advance, and why you didn't alter the math answers. Well, let me explain. If you aimed for a slightly lower score to avoid drawing attention, you might not secure first place, right? For instance, I scored 739 this time. If you deliberately made some mistakes and got 738, wouldn't you lose the top spot? Only by scoring full marks can you ensure you are always the first regardless of other scores. This way, you can get the special admission quota. Is this reasoning wrong? What Jordy said resonated with many students in the class. A perfect score isn't just the highest in Xingjing, it's the highest nationwide. Seeing others nodding in agreement, Jordy grew more confident and acted more arrogantly. Secondly, regarding why you didn't change the math answers, it's easier to explain. Consider this: for subjects like Chinese or English, you can adjust your sentences. For science questions, the answers are concise. But math is different. This exam included a challenging function proof question that everyone found hard. How would you change the answer without compromising the entire solution? Missing or altering even one step would render your proof incomplete. So, you had no choice but to copy the reference answers, correct? Indeed. Math proofs require a logical progression where each step builds on the previous one. Without changing the approach, altering the solution is impossible. And thirdly, aren't you, Deborah, known for making a spectacle of yourself? Jordy stirred up the emotions of the class. Remember the class distribution test at the start of the term? Deborah scored full marks across all subjects. She deliberately left her Chinese composition blank to show off and make people think she's impressive. I now suspect that she also hacked into the school computers back then to get the answers, leading to those perfect scores. With these 3 points, the class shifted their opinion from believing Deborah to thinking Jordy was right. It seems people have selective memories. They remembered Deborah's extraordinary full marks but forgot how an anonymous user on the school forum once released video footage from the principal's office showing teachers doubting Deborah's results. When challenged on the spot to solve random problems, she wrote down the solutions effortlessly, leaving the teacher speechless. Seeing classmates gossiping among themselves, Deborah felt no need to explain further. Those who trust you will believe in your innocence no matter the evidence against you. Those who doubt you won't accept any explanation unless they see concrete proof. So, Deborah looked directly at Bar on the podium. Mr. Zhou, the admissions office said my math exam answers matched the standard answers perfectly. Did they send the exam paper and answers back? The young woman's presence was so strong that Bar nodded involuntarily, yes. After the exam, the papers and answers are sent back to the school for analysis. Deborah suggested, Mithun's that's the case, why don't you project my exam paper and the answers on the screen? I'm curious how my answers could coincidentally match the standard ones so perfectly. Hearing this, Bar took a deep breath. Deborah, are you sure about this? To Bar, this behavior was nothing short of a public execution. If Deborah hadn't cheated, she could privately go to the office with him to compare and explain. Then he could say in class later that it was just a misunderstanding. But once the exam paper and answers were publicly compared in class, everyone would see that the answers were identical. Even if there was a misunderstanding, none of the classmates would believe it. I'm certain, the girl said calmly and firmly, a straight body casts no crooked shadow. I want to find out what's going on more than the teacher and the classmates do. Mithun's Deborah put it that way. Bar projected her exam paper and the answers on the large screen. Projected was the second part of the last question in the math test, a proof problem. This question was beyond the curriculum's difficulty level, and only 5 people in the entire class scored: Deborah, Jordy, Deborah E., Gilbert, and Mathawena. However, among the 5, only Deborah fully proved it correctly and got a perfect score of 20 points. The computerized answer sheet used standard song typeface in size 5. When the exam paper and the standard answer key were displayed side by side, sure enough, the proof process was exactly the same. Almost even the layout formatting seemed like a copy-paste job. Everyone below the podium instantly erupted into chaos. No matter how much one might talk, nothing was as convincing as directly comparing the exam papers. Who would believe this wasn't cheating by copying the answers? And at the moment Deborah saw the big screen, she took a deep breath, her mind racing. This was indeed no coincidence. Someone was clearly trying to frame her, wanting her expelled from Xinjiang for stealing answers, branding her with shame for life, thus forever barring her from prestigious schools. As the classroom buzzed with murmurs or righteous indignation, Deborah's next words shocked everyone even more. Teacher. Deborah's expression was cool, and her tone was more serious than ever before. Someone swapped my math exam paper. The one on the left is not mine. What? Someone swapped Deborah's math exam paper? The classroom fell into an uproar. At the same time, while still looking up at Bar, Deborah quietly pushed a note to her desk mate Gilbert with her right hand. It contained only one sentence. Chapter 292, come in to see top student Jacob answering questions online. Just as the classroom erupted into an uproar when Esther said that the paper on the left was not hers at all. The young girl appeared calm, but secretly she quietly pushed a note to her desk mate, Gilbert. The note only had one sentence written on it. Has the test paper been replaced? Would the system leave any trace? When Gilbert saw the note, his eyes couldn't help but sharpen. No one knew what level Esther's IQ was at better than fellow Joab. Club members Esther E., Mathawena, and Brenda. For a math exam of this high school level, even if the answers were right in front of Esther, she wouldn't even glance at them. Originally, Gilbert didn't quite understand what was going on, but once he heard Esther say the paper had been switched, he immediately realized that someone must have deliberately framed Esther. Because if the answers were just very similar, that wasn't impossible. After all, if the same method was used for proof questions, the process would be more or less the same. But Esther directly said that it wasn't her paper at all. A test paper that had entered the admissions office system being replaced, this was something that probably wouldn't be believed if told to anyone. Seeing Esther charged with such a serious accusation just now, although his expression didn't show much, his heart had been tight. He wanted to help, but at a loss for where to start. However, Esther's words reminded him. Any operation performed in any computer system cannot be completely without a trace. If Esther's test paper had indeed been replaced, there must be a trail to follow. So he looked at Esther, and they silently exchanged a glance. The tacit understanding between them confirmed certain signals from each other's eyes. Just as Jobert thought, this was indeed something that no one would believe when spoken out loud. Esther said her test paper had been switched, and apart from her friends, almost no one in the entire classroom believed her. Someone switched your test paper? Ava, who had been embarrassed earlier, finally found an opportunity to play her part, sneering. I'm saying, Esther, do you have a persecution complex? Or did you see the test paper being released and your act of stealing answers exposed beyond doubt, so you're saying this on purpose to confuse the issue? Exactly, how could she even bring herself to say that? Yen Nina, Ava's good friend, chimed in support. What kind of institution is Peking University and Tsinghua University's admissions office? Secretly switching only Esther's test paper and making it full marks? Do you think the teachers in the admissions office have nothing better to do or are mentally ill? I announce this is the most absurd statement I've heard this year, claiming her own test paper matches the standard answers perfectly because it was switched. Truly learned. What else can she say? The answers are right here for everyone to see, and she has no other proof. Hearing everyone in the class discussing it, Esther's face was clear and cold as she lifted her eyes indifferently. Who said I don't have any other proof? The reason I can tell this isn't my paper at first glance is because my solution to the last math question is entirely different. Esther looked at Bar and asked for his opinion. Mr. Zhou, can I go up and write down my original answer? Bar had also taught mathematics in class A before. Upon hearing Esther claim that the displayed paper wasn't hers, Bar was shocked too, but he actually always trusted Esther's integrity. Once he needed to verify the cheating incident, he did not refuse Esther's request and said directly, sure, come up and write it down for me to see. Under everyone's intense gaze, Esther walked up to the podium. For this special math admission test, the last big question was about functions. The problem itself only contained a few sentences. It simply listed a function equation, the first part asking to prove the monotonic interval of f, x, when a equals 6, the second part asking to prove for any positive number a, 1 f, x, 2. The first part wasn't particularly difficult, substituting a equals 6 into f, x, solving for x would suffice. Therefore, most people in the class managed to score points for the first part. As for the second part, proving f, x, 1 wasn't easy and required a lot of time. But proving f, x, 2 fell outside the curriculum. Standing at the podium, Esther showed no signs of embarrassment being accused of copying. Her demeanor and expressions were composed, unlike those of a typical high school student. She directly pointed at the reference answer on the large screen. Mr. Zhou, you should know clearly that the second half of the second question of this big question is already out of the curriculum. For instance, in the standard answer provided here, f, x, 2 is proven using the amplification and reduction property of inequalities. But actually, using the amplification and reduction property of inequalities isn't the simplest solution. It's just that this method is relatively less tricky, making it easier for high school seniors to understand and master. Moreover, for high school seniors, being able to think of using this method to prove is already quite remarkable, which is why the reference answer lists this method. In reality, when I was taking the exam, I didn't use the amplification and reduction property of inequalities but used trigonometric substitution instead. Trigonometric substitution demands very high precision in transformation. Even a slight oversight could lead to incorrect proof in the following steps. But using this method, the process can be halved. As Esther spoke, she directly picked up the chalk and started writing swiftly on the blackboard beside the large screen. Initially, the audience below all wore expressions of disdain, eager to see how Esther would defend herself under such circumstances. However, as they watched her write on the board, their eyes gradually changed, revealing surprise and astonishment. They straightened up, paying close attention, their eyes fixed on Esther's moving wrist, anxious to know what she would write next. Class A consisted of the most excellent students in Xingjing Senior High School, all exceptionally intelligent. Even if they hadn't encountered this method before, they could follow Esther's proof process. In the reference answer, the proof for this part filled an entire page. In the examination room, completing this proof, including the time for thinking, would take at least half an hour, which was also the reason why Esther couldn't finish the test paper. Using this method, Esther stopped writing after 5 minutes on the podium, standing aside. Esther wrote so quickly, as if she needed no time to think. By the time she finished, the people below hadn't fully caught up with her train of thought. Once these people saw the proof process written across most of the blackboard, they all drew a sharp breath. Damn, so this problem can be solved like this too? Even the math teacher, Bar, showed a look of realization. Esther looked at him. So, teacher, since I know this method, using it in the exam would save me at least 15 minutes. Why did I spend half an hour choosing a much more complicated method to solve this problem? Chapter 293, Humiliating Geordie and Sending Him Offline. 1. When Esther casually jotted down the proof process on the blackboard, both her classmates and Bar were utterly astonished. Indeed, this method was much simpler and more advanced than the one given in the reference answers. In contrast, the entire page of the proof process provided in the reference answer now seems superfluous. The question that Esther asked, though delivered in a cool and indifferent tone, carried an air of superiority typical of a top student. It was as if she were saying, I could think of a simple solution. It would be absurd for me to waste double the time writing so much. But that wasn't all. Unexpectedly, the other students saw the girl on stage continue. Actually, during the exam, I thought of an even simpler way to prove this problem than using trigonometric substitution. Without caring about the reactions from below, Esther picked up the chalk again and turned to start writing and drawing directly on the blackboard. This time, the proof she wrote only took 7 or 8 lines, with a function graph added. The number of words was obviously few, and the image was not complicated. However, while people could barely understand the previous trigonometric substitution method with effort, they found this new method completely incomprehensible. After finishing writing, Esther put the chalk back on the lectern and looked up at everyone. Using the extremum of multivariate functions for this problem seems like overkill. This method has the simplest proof process but is the hardest to understand. I was afraid the grading teacher wouldn't understand it immediately, so I didn't write it then. Afraid the grading teacher wouldn't understand. How can someone be any cooler? But no one contradicted Esther because they discovered that not only couldn't they understand it, even Bar next to the lectern had a bewildered look. Perhaps their thoughts were the same. Damn, besides that solution, there's this one too. Using the extremum of multivariate functions. Oh, that's how it works. A few seconds later, Bar, staring at the blackboard, nodded involuntarily, looking like he had also learned something. Whether it was Esther casually writing out the complete process or her calm demeanor when explaining, it clearly showed these thoughts came from within her. If she hadn't truly thought about it before, how could she, after seeing the problem just now, directly write out 2 high-level methods they didn't understand at all? However, before Bar could say anything, Jordy saw that the others were studying Esther's proof method and couldn't hold back anymore. He stood up abruptly. What are you pretending here, Esther? Jordy exclaimed indignantly. The exam has been over for several days. You could have taken your time to consider whether there were other solutions or ask someone for better methods. You don't really think by coming up with another proof method here, you can prove you didn't cheat, do you? As Jordy said this, the class, which had been engrossed in discussing the solution methods, was once again pulled back to the accusation that Esther had cheated. Esther gave Jordy a cold glance. Admittedly, what Jordy said made sense. Several days had indeed passed since the exam. Whether she presented simpler and more advanced methods now, they could still be results of her post-exam reflections or inquiries. It wouldn't prove her innocence. However, Esther hadn't expected that writing these 2 proof methods on the blackboard would exonerate her. She was merely buying time. Buying time for Jobert to find evidence for her. At this moment, Esther's gaze swept past Jordy and landed on Jobert sitting at the back of the classroom. Just as she looked toward Jobert, he happened to raise his eyes and met hers. For a moment, Esther saw confidence and certainty in the boy's eyes, putting her at ease. So, in the next second, instead of arguing further with Jordy, Jobert at the back of the classroom suddenly spoke up. Yes, whatever Esther says now cannot prove her innocence. I think this must be the effect the person who framed her wanted to achieve. The boy's cool voice echoed in the classroom, instantly capturing everyone's attention. While Esther exuded a distant and aloof charm in school and in class, coupled with her outstanding appearance and wealthy background, making no one dare to approach her, Jobert was simply silent and taciturn. As the class's only specially excellent student, he sat alone in the most remote corner of the classroom, usually keeping his head down and minding his own business. Therefore, his presence was low, and he was completely ignored by the class. Speaking up suddenly in the classroom like this and attracting everyone's attention was a first for Jobert. His sudden speech made many people not even pay attention to what he said. Their first reaction was, "Damn, who is this? What a good voice." Many students in the class were seeing Jobert lift his head completely in front of everyone for the first time. He had a slender build. His uniform jacket, loosely buttoned, and shirt collar with a tie meticulously fastened. His skin showed a slight pallor from lack of sun exposure, and his facial features were distinct and clear. The hair on his forehead was smooth, slightly covering his eyebrows and eyes, with long dark eyelashes half drooping. He had a straight nose and thin lips, his cold gaze giving off an elegant yet aloof aura, while his demeanor exuded silent resilience. Many girls in the class were staring at him, thinking, "Damn, is Jobert this handsome? Why didn't we notice before? This level of good looks can definitely compete in the school heartthrob selection. How could there be such a hidden gem?" Jobert was unaware of what others were thinking. Bar heard his words and couldn't help but be stunned, asking, "Classmate Jobert, what did you say? You just said that someone was framing Esther?" Jobert lifted his gaze, his eyes unwavering as he replied, "Yes. Esther's paper was indeed switched. If proof is needed, everyone should just look at the big screen." As he finished speaking, the large screen in the classroom, which had been displaying a comparison of test papers, flickered, then changed to a brand new interface. Upon recognizing the text on the interface, everyone in the audience widened their eyes. In case they weren't mistaken, what was now displayed in front of them was the internal system of the admissions office of Gillison University and Sheen University. Chapter 294, Humiliating Jordy and Ending His Act. 2. Yael clearly didn't want to elaborate much. Standing in the farthest corner of the classroom, his disheveled bangs partially covered his eyes. The slight upward curve at the corners of his eyes revealed a distant and indifferent gaze. While Esther was demonstrating 2 other methods to solve the problem with you guys, I hacked into the internal admissions system of Galengda and Tsinghua University. Anyone within the admissions office has access to this system for viewing, but only one person has editing permissions, a man named Yenyo Changfeng. Yenyo Changfeng is the head of the admissions office. I cracked his account password, logged in, and now you see this interface on the large screen. Yael's words sounded simple, but these few sentences left everyone in the room wide-eyed. Wait. What was Yael saying? Hacking into the admissions system of Tsinghua and Galengda universities? Identifying someone with editing privileges? Cracking the director's account and password? And projecting the interface directly onto the big screen in their classroom? People who could do such things were usually those awesome hackers from movies who wore sunglasses and cared for no one, right? Yael, who usually stayed in the corner of the class without ever uttering a word, had hacker skills behind the scenes. Others were merely shocked, but Jordy's eyeballs nearly popped out of his sockets. Jordy had never paid attention to Yael before. In his view, these specially talented students from poor backgrounds didn't deserve to breathe the same air as someone from the upper class like him. Even looking at them was giving them too much attention. To just hack into the internal system of Tsinghua and Galengda? And log into Director Yenyo's account? Jordy's first reaction was that Yael must be bluffing. Someone with these skills would have been famous long ago, right? If Brenda had heard what Jordy was thinking, she would definitely have rolled her eyes and scolded him fiercely. Does he think everyone is like him, half-filled bottles making noise, wanting everyone's attention every day? As Jordy thought it was impossible for Yael to achieve this and doubted he could find any evidence to clear Esther's name, Yael moved under everyone's watchful eyes. Only then did the class notice that Yael had a small computer-like device on his desk, accompanied by a tiny mouse. With a graceful movement of his slender fingers over the mouse, the interface on the big screen changed in real time. It was actually real-time control plus projection. No one knew how he managed to do it. The last item in the left column relates to the special admission examination, Yael said while moving the cursor. Opening it reveals all the subject papers sent by high schools across the country for this year's special admission exam. Scroll here to see the papers from all students in Xinjiang, categorized into Chinese, mathematics, English, and comprehensive humanities or sciences. Let's look at the math section. Here is my math paper, showing as view only, and indeed written by me. But if we open Esther's math paper, Yael paused and clicked into her paper. The paper also showed as view only, but as Yael moved the mouse up, an edit option appeared above the page. After clicking the edit option, a cursor appeared allowing content modification. Yael flipped straight to the last major question on the paper. Esther's answer remained identical to the standard solution. Yael selected the entire answer, deleted it in a second, typed in a few random lines, and chose Finish Editing. The paper returned to view-only mode, displaying Yael's newly typed lines instead of the original answer. Within seconds, the answers had been replaced. Witnessing this operation, everyone in the class couldn't help but gasp in unison, causing an uproar in the classroom. At this moment, Yael glanced at Jordy, whose chest heaved slightly, seemingly predicting what he might say. Of course, merely having the edit function can't prove that Esther's math paper was tampered with. So, I did some further operations and found the editing logs for the paper. Yael's speed was fast, and the next second, the screen displayed the logs. You can see that Esther's math paper had one editing record before today, dated the night before yesterday. If I remember correctly, Teacher Zhou said that the examination papers had already been graded by the admissions office by the afternoon of the day before yesterday. The papers were all graded, yet this director Yenyo logged into the system and edited Esther's paper. Apart from replacing her answers, I can't think of any other possibility. Yael's operations and speech were both methodical and orderly. The editing log was displayed on the large screen, directly proving that Esther's math paper had indeed been tampered with. The papers had all been graded, yet this director Yenyo accessed the system to edit Esther's paper, claiming it as a coincidence and doing nothing would be hard for anyone to believe. Initially, everyone thought Esther was trying to talk her way out when she said it wasn't her paper. Now, with the evidence right in front of them, it was enough to prove that she hadn't lied. Esther didn't say much more. The evidence was presented, and those who mocked Esther just moments ago in the classroom were now left speechless, their eyes wandering and heads hung low. However, this wasn't over yet. Yael paused his actions and continued speaking. But even with the facts laid out, you might still be wondering why the director of the Joint Admissions Office of Galengda and Tsinghua University would single out Esther for such treatment. Regardless of his motives, his expected outcome is clear. He wanted Esther to be labeled as someone who steals and copies answers, thus losing her chance at Galengda and Tsinghua and being expelled from Xinjiang High School. But I also want to know why he did this. Yael's tone was calm, but his actions were anything but. So I hacked into a personal computer that had logged into this system using this account and password, that is, the director's personal computer. And in his computer's recycle bin, I found a file that had been deleted a week ago. I restored this file. Without discussing its contents, the file name alone should explain a lot. Everyone, take a look. As he finished speaking, the large screen in the classroom showed a computer desktop. Besides the icons of applications, there was a Word document on the desktop. Seeing the file name of this document, several students couldn't help but exclaim loudly, with a few, holy shit, standing out especially. Chapter 295, Humiliating Jordy and Sending Him Offline. 3. The file name was only 4 characters, Jordy answers. Jordy, answers. The 2 characters, Jordy, had already named the person. Who else could it be except someone sitting in the same classroom as them? But wasn't this Yenyo director's computer? That would mean this Yenyo director knew Jordy. And these answers, what was the deal with these answers? Jorge said that this file had been deleted a week ago. It couldn't refer to Jordy's answers from the exam a few days ago. Could it be that this set of answers had already been prepared a week ago? As everyone speculated about the content of the file, Esther on the platform couldn't help but take a deep breath, her expression somewhat solemn. She had indeed written that note to ask Jorge if he could find traces of deletion or tampering with her exam paper on the system. But she didn't expect Jorge not only to hack into the admissions office's internal system but also into this director Yenyo's personal computer. Even more surprisingly, Jorge actually projected the screen directly for the operation. Hacking into the admissions system was illegal. Hacking into someone's personal computer to invade their privacy was even more so. Jorge should know this better than her. How could he blatantly demonstrate this in front of the whole class? Perhaps seeing Esther looking at him from the podium, Jorge met her eyes over everyone else. Just one exchange of glances. Esther could tell that Jorge wanted her not to worry, he had everything under control. Though she didn't understand the reason, Esther could only continue, turning to look at Jordy. Her eyes instantly turned cold. Jordy, don't you have an explanation? Before she finished speaking, Jordy jumped up like a rabid dog ready to curse. Explain? What am I supposed to explain? Jordy lost all the pretense of gentlemanliness and manners that he usually claimed as a wealthy young master, directly turning his head to roar at Jorge at the back of the classroom. Are you crazy, Jorge? You're infringing on someone's privacy right now. This is against the law. I'll call the police to arrest you right now, do you believe me? I'm telling you, you're done for. Jorge's reaction was very calm. He glanced at Jordy as if watching a clown. Seeing this file, Jordy didn't seem confused or defend himself. Instead, he said I was breaking the law and threatened to report me. This is strange. Whether it's illegal or whether I'll be arrested is my own business. The most important thing now is for you to explain your relationship with this Yenyo director. As soon as he spoke, everyone in the classroom, including Bar on the platform, looked at Jordy. At this moment, Jordy felt his limbs go cold, experiencing a feeling of unprecedented blood flowing backward. His heart rate skyrocketed to 180 beats per minute, almost too fast to feel the heartbeat. He felt short of breath, and his hands and head went numb. But even though his entire brain buzzed due to this sudden turn of events, Jordy remembered only one thing. Don't admit it, absolutely can't admit it. If he admitted it, he'd really be done for. So he suddenly lifted his head and said to Jorge, "What Yenyo director? I don't know him at all. Don't slander me here." He then turned to look at Bar agitatedly. "Mr. Zhou, aren't you going to stop Jorge from causing trouble in class? Who knows where he got this interface from? Are we supposed to believe everything he says? And how could a poor guy from the countryside have the ability to hack into the admission system and other people's computers? Is this a movie set? Utter nonsense. Jorge is good friends with Esther. He must be trying to frame me to save her when she got into trouble. Or maybe he's just jealous of me and doesn't want me to get the special admission spot." Jordy rambled on incoherently, obviously illogical. However, by this point, not only Bar but also the other classmates could see through it. Jordy couldn't possibly not know this Yenyo director. If he really didn't know him, he wouldn't be so agitated right now. "Classmate Jordy, investigating student Esther's cheating is part of my responsibility. No matter what, I will give both Esther and student Jorge a chance to speak." Bar maintained his righteous tone. Hearing this, Jorge raised his eyes and said, "Thank you, teacher. Mathun's classmate Jordy says he doesn't know this Yenyo director, then perhaps this name belongs to someone who shares the same name. In that case, let's open this file and see." With that, Jorge double-clicked to open the file. The content of the document was indeed, as everyone had speculated, the answers to all subjects from this special admission exam starting with Chinese. However, it was absurd that it wasn't just the answers. At the end of the Chinese answers, there was actually a completed composition. Everyone present had been in school for so many years. When had they ever seen a reference answer for an essay provided in a Chinese exam? It resembled an essay prepared beforehand for full marks. This time, the Chinese exam's essay was based on interpreting pictures and writing accordingly. The picture depicted an oil bottle placed at the edge of a table, looking unstable, as if it could fall and shatter at any moment. The title of the essay in the document was, "The Oil Bottle About to Fall, I Won't Support," which sounded innovative and offered unique insights right from the title. In fact, when we saw the scores and rankings, I think everyone was somewhat surprised. Jorge continued calmly. Jordy usually can't even get into the top 5 in exams. His best overall score was just over 700 points. This time, however, he scored 738, even surpassing Esther E in math. Isn't that strange? Is it a case of extraordinary performance, or did Jordy really get the answers in advance and copy them during the exam? I think, if Teacher Zhou opens Jordy's Chinese test paper and checks the title of his essay, he'll know. Jorge's words hung in the air, and on the podium, Bar took a deep breath, then nodded solemnly. Earlier, when verifying Esther's situation, he had directly revealed her test paper for comparison. Now, with suspicion pointing at Jordi, he would treat him equally. Bar quickly found Jordi's Chinese test paper among those sent back by the admissions office and opened it, scrolling down. At this moment, Jordi seemed to have lost his mind. He suddenly shouted, his eyes red, and grabbed a chair, charging towards the platform as if intending to destroy the large screen. However, it was too late. Bar's mouse had already scrolled to the essay section. The glaring title, "The Oil Bottle About to Fall, I Won't Support," stood out prominently on the big screen. Chapter 296, A Big Reversal. Jordi actually has unrequited love for Janine. The title was exactly the same. The opening was exactly the same. If Jordi hadn't got the answers on this document in advance and copied them all down directly in the exam, how could his Chinese composition be exactly the same as the one in the document that Director Yenyo had deleted a week ago? If even the composition is the same, then it goes without saying that the answers for other subjects would also be the same as those in the document. The moment everyone saw the glaring title on the big screen, the whole classroom erupted like a bomb had gone off. Everyone had already made their judgment. Regardless of whether Esther cheated by getting the answers in advance, Jordi definitely did cheat by getting the answers in advance. More outrageously, the answers he got were from the director of the special recruitment office, something so unbelievable that no one would believe it if told. As for Esther, it had already been proven by a series of projection operations that her paper, claimed to be identical to the reference answer, had been tampered with. She was clearly framed today. Just as the entire classroom fell into chaos, at the same time, Jordi seemed to go mad. He grabbed a chair and rushed towards the podium without hesitation. Jordi actually wanted to smash the big screen? Esther's expression turned stern for a moment. She really thought Jordi was a pure fool. Could smashing the screen cover up his evidence? It would only add a charge of damaging public property to his cheating offense. However, Esther didn't let Jordi really destroy the screen. Just as Jordi was about to reach the podium, Esther stood there emotionless and stretched out her foot. In the next second, she tripped him. Ah! Everyone heard Jordi's shrill scream as he stumbled forward under the podium, landing face first on the ground in a very undignified manner. The chair flew far away from his hand, almost hitting a student by the door, causing a wave of exclaims from the crowd. While Jordi lay on the ground in pain, the chatter of other students reached his ears. Mommy, has Jordi gone crazy? He actually rushed to smash the screen? He must have been afraid to face the truth being revealed, in other words, utterly flustered. Damn, I really didn't expect that the one who cheated in the end wasn't Esther but Jordi, who kept accusing Esther of cheating. How can there be such a hypocrite in this world? After doing such a nasty thing, he still acts righteous and morally superior, condemning others? Truly shameless and invincible. When I saw the scores earlier, I found it unbelievable. No matter how overachieving Jordi was, could he surpass God? Turns out he just copied the prepared answers. No wonder. Truly fitting for young Master Herb. Wanting to get into prestigious schools through special recruitment, with answers prepared in advance, let alone prepared by the admissions office director. Indeed, we can't compare, such clout. Below the podium, everyone chattered. There were those cursing Jordi for his despicable cheating, others cursing him for not only cheating but also slandering Esther, and some making sarcastic remarks about his use of such vile methods to compete for a special admission spot. Anyway, when everyone saw Jordi's test answers matching perfectly with the deleted file a week ago, Jordi was finished. No matter how much he explained, it would be in vain. The statement, "I don't know Director Yenyo," now became a complete joke, a slap in his own face. Jordi lay on the ground, his head and ears buzzing. His face turned pale instantly, without a trace of blood color. He had always been above others, wherever he went people surrounded him. When had he ever landed so embarrassingly or been cursed so shamefully before? Jordi couldn't care less about the physical pain. The next moment, gritting his teeth, he climbed up from the ground. Adding new grievances to old ones, he seemed completely insane and headed straight for Esther, who had tripped him on the podium. Esther. You dared to trip me. You dared to trip me. Originally, Jordi's looks were passable, but now his face twisted grotesquely as if he was going to hit Esther. Jordi, classmate. What are you doing? Bar was shocked and tried to stop him urgently. With Jordi's action, more than half the class stood up. Esther, Aristide, and Brenda at the back of the classroom saw this scene and disregarded whether it was still class time, rushing towards the podium immediately. However, before they could come over, Esther had already moved with a speed that no one could clearly see. She directly grabbed Jordi by the neck. She slammed him heavily against the blackboard, making a loud bang as his head and back collided with it, then she lifted her hand and fiercely slapped him across the face. Slap. This slap echoed so loudly. The sound reverberated in the suddenly quiet classroom, making others feel pain just hearing it. Jordi was dazed by this slap. His left cheek swelled visibly, and he lifted his head, almost disbelievingly saying, "Esther, you hit me? Shouldn't I hit you?" Esther's voice was icy cold. As she spoke, she lifted her hand again and slapped Jordi hard on his right cheek. Her actions were swift, precise, and merciless. The slender girl who was over 1.6 meters tall and stood a head shorter than Jordi pinned him down effortlessly. Because whenever Jordy tried to move slightly, Esther would increase the grip on his neck, as if she intended to strangle him to death without any expression. Classmate Esther. Classmate Esther, don't be impulsive. Let's talk this out calmly. Esther's actions frightened Bar. He originally came to stop Jordy from hurting Esther, but within the blink of an eye, the situation completely reversed. Both sides of Jordy's face were slapped, swelling like a pig's head. Now, the one Bar needed to stop became Esther. Jordy, did I care too much about Baldur's face before and treat you too kindly, which led you to keep provoking me? Esther looked up at the disheveled Jordy, speaking coldly. The one who made Director Yenyo switch my math paper and accused me of cheating is you, right? If it weren't for Jobert helping me prove my innocence today, I would have been labeled as stealing the answers for cheating. I would have been expelled from Xinjiang and never able to get into any good university. Jordy, have I ever offended you? What did I do to make you hate me so much, to want to ruin my life? Esther's icy gaze showed no emotion. Perhaps because of being choked, Jordy's voice was weak and hoarse as he raised his head and gritted his teeth, saying, yes. What? Esther couldn't hear what Jordy said, frowned, and loosened her grip slightly. I said yes. Seeing Esther loosen her grip, Jordy panted heavily, chest heaving, and suddenly looked at Esther with fierce red eyes. Yes, I asked Director Yenyo to prepare the answers for me in advance because I knew I couldn't pass the exam without help. I just wanted to score higher than everyone else, stepping on them. You're right, I also asked Director Yenyo to switch your paper and notify Xinjiang. Because I wanted you to be unable to explain this, and then I would tell you that I can fix this for you. I wanted you to beg me, I wanted the one who always ignored me to come ask for my help. Jordy panted as he spoke, his eyes becoming redder and crying uncontrollably, even sounding hoarse. You asked what I hated about you. Esther, what I hate most is that you look down on me. How am I lacking? Am I short, fat, ugly, or poor? Why do you dislike me so much? Why can you be friendly to everyone but treat me coldly, looking at me like I'm a dog? When you first came to Illegitimate, weren't we engaged? We almost got married. Why do you treat me like this? I am the only heir of the Herb family, other girls chase after me, but I don't bother with them. Why should you be indifferent to me, even finding it annoying to talk to me? As Jordy spoke, he started sobbing despite his swollen face, speaking intermittently. Anyone who didn't know better would think Esther was bullying him. Esther truly didn't expect Jordy to suddenly say such things to her. Her mind was filled with 4 big words, totally absurd. So, she furrowed her brows and took a half step back, looking at Jordy as if he were insane. Raising her eyes calmly, she said, I really don't want to swear, but Jordy, do you even listen to yourself? Chapter 297, The Police Came for Jobert. To be honest, Deborah rarely had moments like this where she was completely at a loss. But right now, she really couldn't understand Jordy's logic. Cheating by preparing answers in advance to get the highest score was something she could barely understand. After all, everyone wanted to be number 1 and obtain a special recruitment slot. But framing her for cheating, did he want her to have no way to explain herself so that she would have to beg him? This Jordy was indeed mentally ill. Deborah didn't understand, but the other classmates watching from below all saw through it. What the heck? Another shocking twist? Why were there twists one after another today? First, Bar said in class that Deborah getting first place might be because she had stolen the answers and cheated. Then came the twist, Deborah could casually come up with 2 simpler and more advanced methods of proof compared to the provided answers. Jordy yelled that these might all be prepared by Deborah over the past few days. Then another twist came. The seemingly unremarkable and low-profile Jobert turned out to be a hidden hacker master. He directly hacked into the admissions office system and the private computer of the admissions director, finding Deborah's tampered exam paper and exposing that Jordy was the one who had obtained the answers in advance. That was already shocking enough. If Jordy really did get the answers early from Director Yenyo, then changing Deborah's test paper must have been done under Jordy's orders. But everyone in the class thought Jordy was purely doing this to push Deborah off the top spot or because he hated her. Who would have thought that Jordy hated Deborah due to unrequited love? What a twisted feeling this was. Seeing Jordy actually looking like he was wronged, Deborah paused, then coldly spoke to him. Although I don't know what you're trying to express, your words just now really don't seem like they came from someone who received 9 years of compulsory education. Does being short, fat, ugly, or poor determine if a person is bad? Is whether a person is good or bad decided by such external factors? The most superficial likes and attractions might be due to physique, appearance, or family background. But truly appreciating and recognizing someone, befriending them, must be based on shared values and consistent character. So, when you say I look down on you, treating you indifferently and coldly, that's indeed true. Because you are arrogant, self-important, vain, and full of yourself. Now you've even resorted to winning by cheating and framing others, disgusting, vile, and shameless. There's nothing about you that I can respect. Goodness gracious. Deborah's words were too straightforward. And she scolded Jordy right to his face. To be honest, no wonder Jordy always felt great about himself in Xinjiang school because Jordy was indeed the richest student among all the students. As the only heir of the Herb family, Jordy never lacked people chasing after him, including sycophants and girls. No one ever dared to confront Jordy openly in school, let alone curse him to his face as Deborah did now. However, hearing Deborah's words, Jordy seemed either accustomed to being scolded or afraid that speaking back would get him beaten. So, Jordy clenched his teeth and remained silent, staring at Deborah with red eyes, his gaze singularly focused, oblivious to anyone else around. Brenda tugged at Mathawena's sleeve beside her, unable to help but comment on Jordy. How do I feel like the more we scold him, the more he seems to love it? Mathawena stroked his chin, analyzing seriously. Sadomasochists are like that, the more you scold and beat them, the more excited they get. And besides, Deborah does have a queen-like aura. I guess Jordy might have enjoyed those 2 slaps she gave him earlier. What do you usually read? Brenda looked at Mathawena disdainfully, then sternly added, after class, give me a detailed explanation, go into some detail. With matters progressing this far and Jordy admitting everything, there wasn't much left for Deborah to say. She directly turned to Barr beside her. Teacher Zhou, you heard what Jordy said just now. The next steps, I believe you and the school will handle well and give us all an explanation. Mathun's Jordy obtained high scores through this method. Dealing with him affected everyone who participated in the exam. The school should restore fairness to everyone. Don't worry, or rather, rest assured, Barr said to the students below. Then, looking at Jordy, he took a deep breath and said, Jordy, come with me to the office first and tell me clearly what happened from beginning to end. Jordy seemed to have been subdued by Deborah's 2 slaps and did not make any further wild moves. He just looked like a frostbitten eggplant, completely wilted, and let Barr take him out of the classroom. After Jordy and the homeroom teacher left, the class immediately fell into an unmanaged state. Everyone was discussing the series of events that just happened, making the entire classroom chaotic. Deborah finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, she hadn't relaxed for a few seconds when, just as she was about to step down from the podium to return to her seat, the headmaster unexpectedly appeared at the door. Standing next to the headmaster was a young man with a straight back, dressed in a formal police uniform. Upon seeing this, the previously noisy classroom instantly fell silent, and everyone was stunned. Who is Jobert in your class? The policeman had a stern and upright face. His gaze swept around the classroom as he asked. We just received a call reporting that he hacked into the admissions office systems of Gelengda and Qingda universities and someone's private computer, and publicly displayed it on a screen. This is an illegal act. Chapter 298. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Upon hearing the policeman's words, everyone in the classroom gasped. Someone reported Jobert? Esther clenched her fists almost instantly. Earlier when Jobert hacked into that Dean Yenyo's computer and found the document in the recycle bin, Jordy had ranted about how Jobert was violating privacy and threatened to call the police on him. But from that moment until now, Jordy had been facing off against Esther and hadn't touched his phone at all. It couldn't have been him who called the cops. If it were someone else, everyone here is a classmate. Jobert has always kept a low profile, never having any conflicts with others. Who would specifically target him and report him to the police? Then, who could it be? At this moment, Esther seemed to suddenly recall something, her eyes darting sharply towards Ava sitting below the platform. When Jordy rushed up to the platform, Esther caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye of someone leaving through the back door. At the time, she didn't think much of it due to the urgency of the situation. Now, thinking back, it must have been Ava. It must have been her who took advantage of the opportunity to leave the classroom and called the police, reporting Jobert. Seeing Esther's gaze suddenly lock onto her, Ava didn't shy away guiltily but rather tilted her head slightly, lifting her chin in an air of smug satisfaction. That look was as if she were saying to Esther, so what if you've proven your innocence? You're fine, but Jobert, who committed a crime for you, is about to be arrested by the police because of you. Such hate fueled by extreme jealousy had long twisted Ava's heart. As long as it made Esther uncomfortable, even if it did nothing good for her, she felt a great sense of satisfaction. Esther rarely used her soul power to harm others. Firstly, she didn't want to raise suspicion or reveal her identity. Secondly, humans and demons are inherently unequal. She didn't want to bully the weak, as that would make her no different from the harmful demons. But at this moment, seeing the policeman waiting at the classroom door and Ava's smug and provocative expression, Esther felt unprecedented anger. In the next second, a thread of intangible soul power shot into Ava's body like an arrow. Still sitting in her chair, Ava was laughing to herself, feeling a great sense of satisfaction at finally making Esther suffer. Suddenly, she felt her body become immobile as if controlled by an invisible force. This is... Before she could react, a crushing pain tore through her insides, as if her internal organs were being shredded. Ah! Ava felt like there was a meat grinder operating inside her body, grinding her organs and flesh, even tearing at her bones. What is happening? So painful. So painful. She was going to die from the pain. Why can't I move? Why can't I scream? Is she being possessed by a ghost in broad daylight? However, Ava couldn't struggle, nor could she scream, not making a single sound. Her eyes bulged as if they might pop out, and she fainted from the pain before passing out. But in the next second, needle-like pain surged from every pore of her skin, waking her up again. Ava was nearly driven mad, nearing despair. Within those few dozen seconds, she experienced a living hell for the first time in her life. If there had been a gun in front of her at that moment, she would have preferred to shoot herself rather than continue suffering. No one around noticed Ava's abnormality. They were all watching the policeman at the door. In her despair, Ava felt Esther's icy, blade-like gaze piercing straight at her, carrying an intense warning. The moment their gazes met, Ava's eyes widened in shock even more. What does Esther's look mean? Does she know that I'm in pain? Could this be related to her? In the next second, at the policeman's inquiry, Jobert stood up from his seat in the farthest corner and said, I am Jobert. The moment Jobert stood up and spoke, Esther shifted her gaze from Ava to Jobert. The excruciating pain that made Ava feel like dying vanished instantly. Ava felt like she had died and come back to life, breathing heavily while seated, tears and snot streaming uncontrollably down her face, trembling like a leaf. Yen Nina, Ava's seatmate, turned around upon hearing the commotion and exclaimed in fright, what happened? Why are you crying? Your face is so pale, and you're breaking out in cold sweat. Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. Ava's lips quivered as she managed to reply. The pain just now. This can't be an illusion. Esther's gaze. Was that really caused by Esther? Is this Esther human or a ghost? For the first time, Ava felt genuine fear in her heart. She truly feared experiencing that again. It would have been better if she were killed outright. Seeing Jobert step forward on his own, the policeman at the door told him, all right, then you'll need to come with us to the police station. However, as Jobert was walking towards the front of the classroom, he was suddenly stopped by Esther, who looked straight at the policeman. Wait, officer, what happened just now was actually done by me. Esther was originally going to say that the person who hacked into the enrollment office system and Director Yenyo's computer was actually her. Jobert had only helped her display the evidence on the screen in the classroom upon her request. Jobert got into trouble completely because he helped her find evidence to prove her innocence. She couldn't let her friend be taken to the police station for helping her, she would rather take the blame herself. But before Esther could finish speaking, Jobert seemed to already understand all her thoughts. He looked at her with those calm black eyes and shook his head. I'm fine. Jobert spoke, hesitating for a moment, seemingly making a decision. He gently touched Esther's hair, giving it a soft pat. His voice carried a tenderness that was hard to notice but had never been shown to anyone else before. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. This was the first time Jobert made such an intimate gesture towards Esther. In the past, even when they sat next to each other as classmates, he had never gotten too close to her. Esther was slightly stunned. Meeting Jobert's gaze, seeing the calmness and certainty in his eyes, she guessed that he must have prepared to deal with the police before daring to do something illegal in public today. So Esther didn't take the blame anymore. She simply looked at the policeman and said, Can I go to the police station with him? This incident is related to me. However, the policeman replied, It's not necessary. We will conduct an initial investigation first. If needed, we will notify you to assist in the investigation. Once the policeman had spoken, Esther could only take a deep breath, withdrew her hand from Jobert's, and nodded, okay. Jobert would likely have his phone confiscated once he went to the police station and wouldn't be able to keep in touch with them. All they could do was wait. Although Jobert told her not to worry and that he would return soon, Esther knew very well that it would take time to investigate everything thoroughly. And if Jobert's actions were deemed criminal, even though he was still a minor, he would face serious consequences. While Esther was considering whether to contact Haley to ask someone from the public security side to intervene and get Jobert released, Jobert unexpectedly returned after only a short time since the break had begun. When Jobert appeared at the classroom door, everyone in the class was stunned into silence once again. Ava also couldn't help opening her mouth wide in disbelief. Chapter 299, Jobert is also a master of disguise. When Jobert appeared at the classroom door, almost everyone instinctively glanced at the clock on the wall. It was not even 10 o'clock yet. Jobert had been taken away by the police just after 9. There was a police station near Xingjing. It took about 15 minutes to walk from the police station to Xingjing, but by car, it would only take around 5 minutes. That's why the police responded so quickly just now. But even with the proximity, it should still take at least half an hour for a round trip. So, Jobert was taken to the police station and came back in less than half an hour? Didn't they say he was taken there for investigation? How could an investigation be so fast? Under the shocked, curious gazes of everyone, Jobert's expression remained calm as ever. As if nothing had happened, he walked toward his seat at the farthest corner of the classroom. Over by his and Esther's seats, Brenda, Mathawena, Esther E., and others were discussing Jobert's situation with Esther. Seeing Jobert come over, Brenda immediately got up from his seat and pulled Jobert down to sit, hurriedly dragging over another chair. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Holy crap, Jobert, how did you come back so soon? Did the police finish investigating your case? Jobert replied with a simple affirmation. Hearing this, Brenda became even more curious and probed. Did you not confess, so the police let you go first? No, Jobert looked up and said, after I went there, they hadn't started questioning yet. I admitted everything. Huh? Brenda looked bewildered. You confessed to publicly hacking into the admissions office system and other computers. Wouldn't you be detained first? Why did they let you come back? This question was on everyone's mind. Once Jobert returned to his seat, Brenda asking him how he came back so quickly, everyone else in the classroom had stopped what they were doing. They all perked up their ears, listening intently. To their disappointment, Jobert did not answer directly. Instead, he picked up a pen from the desk, wrote something on a piece of paper, and showed it to Esther and the others. What Jobert wrote on the paper was quite simple, just a few letters. Or rather, even if the other students in the class saw this content, they wouldn't understand it. CJ, Nick, Esther E., Mathawena, Brenda, and Jobert were all members of the Joab. Club. The members of the Joab. Club were some of the most intellectually gifted youths from various countries. Being different from those around them from a young age, they naturally found life boring and sought new thrills. Many members of the club had some mysterious, hidden identity. Take Esther, for example. In her previous life, only 3 of her many disguises have been exposed, 2 of which are publicly known. Then there were Esther E., Mathawena, and Brenda, who joined the underground mysterious Green Hill Society, aiming to punish wrongdoers. However, they never expected that Jobert, who seemed quite isolated from the world, was also a master of disguise. CJ Core Hacker Alliance, the abbreviation for the Core Hacker Alliance. The Core Hacker Alliance has long been a legendary, mysterious hacker organization in Huaghua, China. It is said that the founder of the Core Hacker Alliance was a legendary figure in Huaghua's hacker community, who founded this alliance out of patriotism. At the end of the 20th century, Huaghua's network defense system was not yet well established. Foreign forces often attempted to hack into our country through the internet, posing a significant threat to our information security. Therefore, the founder wanted to recruit a group of top hackers from Huaghua to collectively improve domestic cybersecurity defenses, preventing foreign hostile forces from hacking and infiltrating. This alliance recruited numerous top hackers nationwide and continuously introduced new talents. Although information about this alliance was suppressed in Huaghua, Mathawena, Brenda, and others out of curiosity checked related data on the foreign internet and even saw the updated top 10 core members list published annually by CHA. The ranking was based on skill, and the top 10 members were mostly long-standing leaders. The founder had always been the first, but last year a name appeared out of nowhere and shot straight to second place upon its debut. Nick. Jobert turned out to be CHA's Nick. Brenda was stunned. No wonder Jobert could hack into the admissions office system and crack Director Yenyo's password in such a short time, and even get into Director Yenyo's personal computer. He was the second best hacker in the entire country. Once Jobert revealed his identity, Brenda and the others immediately understood why he was released so quickly. Over time, CHA has long ceased to be a self-created civilian organization. Instead, it has been secretly recruited by the National Foreign Affairs Department. Though not publicized, they essentially work for the state. For example, last year, a political figure in Japan openly denied the atrocities committed during the invasion of China, including a horrifying massacre. CHA formally protested and announced that it would impose cyber sanctions. Overnight, all Japanese government official websites were compromised, with web pages displaying messages like, refusal to face historical truths, and, extreme shamelessness, causing shock worldwide. This action was clearly carried out under the tacit approval of the Chinese government. Such underground operatives working clandestinely for the state are irreplaceable talents and are generally on the government's whitelist. The so-called whitelist means that as long as they haven't committed serious crimes like murder or arson, minor illegal acts can be offset by their previous contributions. No wonder Jobert didn't panic when he saw the police arrive earlier. Whatever the case, it's good that Jobert is fine. Esther finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Jobert, saying, "Don't do such things next time, even if it's to help me." I was really worried. Hearing Esther say she was worried about him, Jobert's eyes lowered. The sunlight streaming in from the nearby window cast a shadow of his eyelashes on his eyelids. His gaze flickered slightly, and he murmured in agreement. Just then, Bar returned to the classroom. It was clear that the matter involving Jordy had been resolved, and he came back to inform everyone. Chapter 300, Jordy's expulsion brings joy. Everyone's attention had originally been on Jobert, who had just returned from the police station. The students were curious how Jobert was taken away by the police in front of everyone and then came back so quickly as if nothing had happened. If it were someone with a family background and connections to the police, they would understand. But wasn't Jobert just an exceptionally outstanding student? How could he have such ability? People wanted to know what happened, but unfortunately, Jobert and Tanyu communicated by passing notes. This made them scratch their heads, unable to guess the content of the notes, feeling frustrated. However, once the homeroom teacher entered, all attention was drawn to him again. Following the farce that occurred in the morning, Bar had directly taken Jordy to his office. By now, the homeroom teacher must have asked about everything and reported it to the school. His return surely meant he was going to announce the resolution of this matter. Cough, cough, Bar stood on the podium, his voice amplified by the microphone pinned to his collar and echoed through the speakers around the classroom. Classmates, we have already investigated this morning's incident clearly. Student Jordy has admitted that he indeed paid Director Yenyo of the admissions office to prepare an almost perfect set of answers for him a week ago. He copied these answers during the exam, which is why he scored 738. Jordy also admitted that it was indeed him who instructed Director Yenyo to secretly switch Tanyu's math paper and call here this morning to report the incident at Xinjiang. Jordy's actions were extremely serious. Not only did he cheat in the exam, but he also falsely accused Tanyu, nearly causing her unjust suffering with very serious consequences. After discussion by the school committee and following Xinjiang school regulations, the school has decided to expel Jordy. We will provide feedback on the process and result to Peking University and Tsinghua University. Even if Jordy takes the college entrance exam and scores well, he won't have the chance to attend either of these two universities. Also, regarding Director Yenyo's assistance in Jordy's cheating and unauthorized switching of Tanyu's test paper, we have reported him to the Joint Admissions Office. They will investigate and handle it accordingly. Hearing this, the students couldn't help but sigh. Expulsion was the most severe punishment. It was likely that after today, this matter would spread within the upper circles of Gilasangching. Jordy completely brought this upon himself. It was pitiful for Ismail, who was always highly respected, as his only grandson turned out to be so undutiful, tarnishing the Herb family's reputation. Noticing the chatter among the students, Bar waved for silence and continued, besides Jordy's situation, let's talk about Tanyu's case. Director Yenyo has sent back Tanyu's original math paper. As Tanya said, she answered the questions herself, using trigonometric substitution for the last big problem. The teachers in our class have regraded all of Tanyu's papers in various subjects, confirming that she indeed scored a perfect 750, ranking first in the special admission exam. Mathun's Jordy's eligibility has been revoked. Tanya remains the top scorer in this exam. Other students' rankings will move up by 1. That means Tanya E is now the second place. Bar paused, took a deep breath, and said, if Tanya had registered for the special admission exam, then without a doubt, the special admission slot would belong to her. But, Tanya didn't register for the special admission. Although incorrectly reporting the exam information was a mistake on our part, we can't let Tanya E suffer as a result. So the school has decided to give the special admission slot to the student who should have been first under normal circumstances, which is Tanya E. If you have any objections, we'll try to compensate you. I have no objections. Before Bar finished his sentence, Tanya spoke from the back of the room. I never intended to participate in this special admission. The spot was never supposed to be mine. Whether the spot goes to my brother or another classmate, I will not compete for it. The girl's voice was clear and calm, yet this composed demeanor was charmingly captivating. Hearing Tanya speak, Bar was initially surprised but then silently relieved. To his surprise, the special admission slot was something that others dreamed of obtaining. Although Tanya didn't sign up, she did rank first in the exam, yet she didn't seem to desire this slot at all. It relieved him that it was a mistake on the school's part. If Tanya had claimed the slot based on the school's error, it would have been difficult to handle. Bar relaxed and looked towards the handsome boy with a face like an anime character sitting at the back of the classroom. He said, then for the slot, Tanya E. Before Bar finished speaking, he was interrupted again. Tanya E raised his eyes, his tone as indifferent as Tanyu's. Teacher, I voluntarily give up the slot. It can be passed to the next person. Huh. Not only was Bar stunned, but everyone else in the classroom also stared wide-eyed at Tanya E in the back row. What? What was going on with these siblings? Tanya never intended to participate in the special admission, so not wanting the slot was understandable. But Tanya E took the exam. Why would he give up the slot now that it was in his hands? However, thinking about who came after Tanya E, everyone suddenly understood. The student after Tanya E, the third place in the exam after Jordy's disqualification, was Jobert. This time, Tanya managed to clear her name and wasn't framed by Jordy, thanks to Jobert, who risked getting arrested for hacking into the admissions office system and Yenyo Changfeng's computer to find the most compelling evidence. Tanya E was usually aloof, showing no reaction when Jobert returned from the police station earlier. But now, offering the slot to Jobert proved his gratitude. Thinking deeper, they realized it was because Tanya E cared about his sister. As long as his sister was safe and sound, everything else was unimportant to him. With this realization, everyone couldn't help but sigh, admiring the strong bond between the siblings and envying their closeness. Here were two brilliant siblings ranking first and second but giving up the slot, while they could only watch. Now, with Jobert receiving the slot, just as he was about to speak, Bar hurriedly said, fearing that Jobert might also give it away, okay, it's settled then. The slot belongs to Jobert. Let's all congratulate him. Jobert had always been low-key in class, but after today's events, he received many admiring glances from the girls. Being handsome, academically excellent, and an incredibly skilled hacker, he must have some powerful background. What girl wouldn't be smitten? But Jobert paid no attention to the others' gazes, only glancing at Tanya beside him. Seeing her eyes clearly conveying her hope that he accept the slot, he responded calmly, all right, thank you, teacher. Jordy got what he deserved, and the issue of the slot was resolved. The matter of Tanya cheating finally came to an end. However, just then, another unexpected visitor appeared at the classroom door. It was the principal, who rarely showed up at school. Well, it was already shocking when the vice principal brought the police to look for Jobert earlier. Now the principal was here. Whose turn was it now, and what was happening? Bar didn't expect the principal to come over either. He quickly greeted, Principal, why did you come personally? Is there something important? The principal scanned the classroom and then told Bar, Yanadol Zhou, isn't there a student named Tanya in your class? Please bring her to my office. There's something important to discuss. Chapter 301, Holy cow, the homeroom teacher forgot to turn off the microphone. And it's Deborah again. The students in the class were all numbed out. Suddenly they felt that being a little bit ordinary wasn't such a bad thing. At least they wouldn't be framed for cheating out of nowhere, nor would they suddenly be singled out by the principal right there in class with no idea if this visit was a blessing or a curse. Deborah also didn't know what was going on. Aside from seeing the principal make a speech on stage during the opening ceremony, this was her first time seeing the principal in person so closely. However, she truly had no connections at all with Xingjing High School's principal. Why would the principal suddenly come to the class to look for her and say it was an important matter? Although completely unaware of what the principal's matter might be, Deborah stood up from her seat calmly and politely, saying, "Hello principal, I'm Deborah." Upon Deborah standing up, the principal immediately looked over to her as if sizing her up from head to toe. His tone was very amiable and kind. "So you are student Deborah. I heard you topped in the special admissions exam too, really a very outstanding student. Now, you and your homeroom teacher should come to my office. Someone has come to school specially looking for you and is waiting in my office." Someone came specifically to find her and was waiting for her in the principal's office? Deborah slightly frowned but showed no sign of confusion on her face. She just nodded and said, "Okay principal, I'll follow you." So under the curious gaze of the other students in the class, Deborah followed Mr. Barr out of the classroom. People hadn't figured out yet what had happened when Jobert came back from the police station just now, and now a new mystery emerged. Who exactly came to the school looking for Deborah, actually getting their rarely seen principal to personally come looking for someone? This visitor sure seemed high profile. But about Jobert's situation, they didn't know either, not to mention Deborah had already left with the homeroom teacher and the principal. It was even more impossible for them to know who was looking for Deborah. However, when the class heard the conversation between the principal and Mr. Barr transmitted through the speakers, they couldn't help but gasp. Holy cow! The homeroom teacher forgot to turn off his microphone. Because Xingjing's classrooms were rather large and teachers had to yell to ensure every student could hear clearly during class, it took quite a toll on their voices. So the school provided each teacher with a small wireless microphone to use during class. Teachers usually pinned it on their collar so that even if they spoke softly, their voice would still be transmitted clearly through the speakers around the classroom. Just like now, the entire class could hear the conversation between the homeroom teacher and the principal while they were en route to the office. Seeing this, Class A's class president Gavin Mathusi, who was both conscientious and responsible, took a deep breath and stood up. "No way, I have to tell the teacher." Originally, Marilyn was the class president of Class A. After she left, Mr. Barr handed over this responsibility to the study committee member. This class president cum study committee member Gavin Mathusi was always diligent and serious in handling matters, winning the trust of Mr. Barr and other subject teachers. With the homeroom teacher forgetting to turn off the microphone, it meant anything he would say next, or the principal, Deborah, or the one waiting in the office for Deborah, they would all be clearly heard by everyone in the class via the microphone. That's no small matter. What if something they shouldn't hear comes up? Wouldn't that cause trouble? Gavin Mathusi was about to go find the teacher and remind him to turn off the microphone. But just as she got up, a male student who loved spectacles stopped her. "Don't tell the teacher, class president. Don't you also wonder who it is that could make our esteemed principal come over personally?" These words echoed the sentiments of the rest of the class. Who wouldn't be curious? Everyone perked up the moment they realized the homeroom teacher had left the microphone on. However, Gavin Mathusi was clearly upright and responsible and firmly insisted, "I'm not curious, if I don't remind the teacher and something happens." What could possibly happen? It's broad daylight and there will be lots of people in the principal's office. What secrets could possibly happen that we can't hear? Just relax, class president. If anything goes wrong, just tell the homeroom teacher that you tried to warn him but I stopped you, alright. Hearing this boy and seeing the eager gazes of the classmates, Gavin Mathusi hesitated. Finally, she could only agree, "Alright, but if it's something we shouldn't hear, I'll immediately go to the principal's office to remind." Okay, class president, calm down and sit down." The boy pressed Gavin Mathusi back into her chair, eagerly returning to his own seat. Seeing this, the students in the class instantly sat up straight, their eyes shining. This was great, they had been only able to guess before, but now they could directly listen to a live broadcast. Not only would they know who came looking for Deborah, but they would also know what this person wanted with her. Brenda and Deborah's friend Z. Jobert, Mathuena exchanged glances, slightly frowning. In this situation, whoever went out to remind the teacher would become the whole class's enemy. However, if it involved Deborah's privacy, the four of them could smash the speakers on all sides of the classroom with just one person handling each. After all, they could afford the compensation. Soon, the sound of an office door opening came through the speaker. Everyone became alert, pricking up their ears to listen for any sounds from the speakers next. They were eager to find out who was waiting for Deborah in the office. Chapter 302, 3 Big Shots Come to the School to Recruit. The principal pushed open the door of his office, and Deborah followed Barr into the office. As soon as she lifted her eyes, she saw 3 people sitting on the sofa, and couldn't help but reveal a somewhat surprised look. When the people on the sofa saw Deborah come in, their eyes lit up even more, seemingly quite excited. The principal didn't notice the others and saw that Deborah was stunned when she entered, thinking she was intimidated by the scene. He then introduced them to her very enthusiastically. "Come, student Deborah, although you should have seen these professors on TV or in news reports, I'll still introduce them to you." With that, the principal pointed to the people sitting on the sofa one by one to introduce them. Deborah had indeed never seen the first person before. A man in his 50s, who looked healthy and exuded an elegant and gentle demeanor. The principal said, "This is Professor Clark, our country's national treasure-level pianist and a special professor at Galanga University's art department. Professor Wu enjoys great prestige both at home and abroad in the piano world and has appeared several times on the Spring Festival Gala." The second person Deborah had met once before. An elderly man with gray temples, wearing a dark blue long robe, standing straight with an extraordinary demeanor. The principal said, "This is Mr. Evan, director of our country's Cultural Heritage Research Institute, the most authoritative archaeologist and appraiser in the country, and also a special professor of the archaeology department at Galanga University. He frequently represents our country as a cultural ambassador for international exchanges." Deborah was very familiar with the third person. In fact, they had just spoken on the phone a couple of days ago. "This person is academician Olaf," the principal said. Academician Peng may not be well known to student Deborah, but he is not only an academician of the National Academy of Sciences but also the director of Huaxia Biopharmaceutical Research Institute and a special professor at Galanga University's medical department. He is a pillar-like figure in the field of biological medicine in our country, not someone easily met by ordinary people. Holy crap. In the office, the principal was introducing the visitors to Deborah. Meanwhile, in classroom A, all the students couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Originally, they were all straining their ears to listen to the speakers, wanting to know who was waiting for Deborah in the principal's office, able to make such a big impression that the principal came to invite them personally. But now, upon hearing the principal speak, everyone's pupils dilated, each looking more shocked than the last. What the hell? Clark. Evan. Olaf. Each name the principal mentioned made the students' mouths open wider. Anyone who aimed for Galanga University would never fail to know these three names. These are all top-tier experts leading their respective fields, superiors. There was no need to say anything about Professor Wu from the art department. He has high national recognition. As for Mr. Gillis and academician Peng, they both represent the highest national level in the fields of archaeology and biomedicine. Galanga University has a total of 5 distinguished professors, all of whom have made outstanding contributions to the country. Yet, today, 3 out of these 5 came. No wonder the principal came personally to find someone. Counting on fingers, it can be said that since its establishment, Xingjing High School has never seen such a grand event. These are people who cannot be invited for lectures with money, admired wherever they go. At first, the students in Class A were shocked by the identities of the 3 big shots. Then, coming out of shock, they couldn't help but feel curious. So, the people now in the office were these 3 big shots. Could it be that the people the principal said were here for Deborah were them? What did these 3 big shots want with Deborah? Not this time, their questions were quickly answered. Because the next moment, the principal's voice came from the speakers. "Student Deborah, you might not believe it, but these 3 professors came especially to Xingjing today for you. They contacted me and said they all wanted to offer you the special recommendation quotas for outstanding talent under Galanga University this year and hoped you would become their student. You are the first student in the history of Galanga University's special recruitment to receive such treatment. As the principal, I am very proud of you. Hey, student Deborah, why don't you say anything? Are you too excited or too nervous to see the professors?" The principal comforted Deborah, "Don't be nervous. Although these 3 professors are all highly respected, they are all very approachable." Before the principal finished speaking, the class heard Deborah's somewhat surprised voice come from the speakers. "Professor Wu, Mr. Gillis, Matt Peng. Why did all 3 of you come to Xingjing yourselves? Professor Wu, Mr. Gillis, Matt Peng. Such addresses don't seem like those used for meeting big shots for the first time." But what the big shots said next was even more shocking to them. "Catherine." The moment Gillis Wei spoke, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. It was well known that Mr. Gillis had a straightforward and somewhat irascible temper. When had he ever spoken so gently to anyone? Gillis Wei said, "Catherine, last time when I called you, you outright rejected me without hesitation. I've been thinking about this all these days. I booked my flight ticket for today last week, planning to come to Gillisangching to meet you and persuade you to reconsider in person. Let me tell you first, Catherine, I was the first one to book a ticket to come find you. Old Wu and Old Peng only insisted on coming with me after they heard me slip up and mention that I'd be coming to Gillisangching this week. So, if you want to choose one of us as your master, you should give priority to me. Mr. Gillis, that's not very decent of you." This time it was Clark speaking, with a tone carrying some dissatisfaction. "Clearly, I have been waiting for student Deborah's call. If she doesn't respond soon, I was going to personally visit Gillisangching myself. Only then did you say that you already booked your flight. Student Deborah, wasn't I the first one to call you? If we're talking about giving priority, you should consider me first." Before Professor Wu finished, he was directly interrupted by Olaf. "That's enough, considering my relationship with Catherine. If she decides to take the special recommendation, she would definitely come to me. You two shouldn't even think about competing with me. There's no chance." The 3 professors exchanged words rapidly, not only at high speed but also with an overwhelming amount of information. Not only were the students in the classroom bewildered, but even the principal, who was right there in the office, was confused. Well, what's going on here? Taking a deep breath, the principal couldn't help but look at Deborah and ask, Student Deborah, have you met these 3 professors before? Deborah remained calm as always, answering the principal. I'm meeting Professor Wu for the first time, but I've met Mr. Gillis and Matt Peng before. When the special recruitment started last week, they both called me, offering me a spot, but I turned them down. I didn't expect they would come specifically to the school to find me today. Chapter 303, I already have a major in mind. No. Did they hear her correctly? What did Deborah just say? She mentioned that Professors Clark, Evan, and Olaf had called her as soon as the special talent recruitment program began last week, offering her slots. But she turned all of them down. Turned all of them down. If anyone else had said this, they would have thought the person was either bragging or crazy. Regardless of the special talent admission, which allows for a 100-point reduction on entrance requirements, someone like Deborah, with her scores, might indeed not need such considerations. More importantly, going through special talent admission provides an opportunity to become a direct disciple of a big shot. To enter Gelengda University and become a distinguished professor's student immediately is akin to winning at the starting line. It's not just surpassing students from other universities, even ordinary undergraduates within the same university would be far behind. To say she has boundless prospects and will definitely rise quickly wouldn't be an exaggeration. It's an opportunity many people can only dream about despite their efforts to make connections. Others would nervously write recommendation letters to professors, who might barely pay attention. But with Deborah, distinguished professors were proactively calling her, rushing to take her as a student. More outrageously, Deborah actually turned down these opportunities. And not just 1 but 3 distinguished professors' invitations at once. If they weren't listening live, a class students would have thought this plot sounded like something from a fantasy movie. Clearly, the principal was equally astonished. Until just now, he still thought Deborah had met the 3 professors for the first time and possibly didn't even know who they were. As the principal, he naturally wanted to introduce his student. Now it seemed that the 3 professors were more familiar with Deborah than he was, having already spoken on the phone and met in person multiple times. Deborah asked, so, are the 3 professors here to ask if I've changed my mind? Yes, Evan said. I know you have your own ideas, but none of us wants to miss out on such a promising student. We wanted to ask you face to face. I don't know about them, but every day, Evan said, I can promise you, if you join the archaeology department and follow me, as long as your academic performance meets the standards, I can guarantee direct PhD entry for you. I'm getting old and won't be taking students anymore after you. You'd be my final disciple, carrying on my legacy. Though archaeology is a niche field with fewer talents, with state support, there's much potential for you. In a few decades, you might lead China's archaeological community, ensuring a brilliant future. But that's not how things work, Evan had just finished when Clark chimed in. For archaeology, talent comes second, what matters most is character. As long as one is calm, diligent, and hardworking, they can handle this field. But art is different. Without talent, no one can achieve greatness in art, whereas talented individuals have no limits. Every day, I can call you that, right? To be honest, Everyday's talent in composition and piano is the highest among all the youths I've seen over the years. She composed a piece like Daylight Fireworks without much practice. You've also witnessed the impact of her live performance of Wasteland Above. If she follows me in deep studies, she could likely become a world-renowned pianist. Such talent shouldn't be buried, its potential should be fully explored. Professor Wu spoke sincerely enough. Olaf was more concise, seeming the closest to Deborah, so there was no need for formalities. Every day, you should know why I want you to follow me. Regardless, we respect your decision. In the principal's office. Honestly, Deborah hadn't expected the 3 professors to call her and then go to the trouble of coming all the way to Gilisangching to find her at school. This was giving her too much honor. Even Deborah felt somewhat flattered. Choosing a major for university, even without pursuing a master's or doctorate, involves at least 4 years. She couldn't agree to become any professor's student just because it was awkward to refuse again. Deborah looked at the 3 professors before her. Actually, over these few days, I've thought about what major I want to study in university. And I've made up my mind. Hearing Deborah say she had decided, Evan and the others immediately asked, what major are you thinking of? Deborah's voice was calm. Law. Everyone else was taken aback, seemingly surprised. Law? Deborah paused, then lifted her eyes. In fact, I have considered that piano art cultivates sentiment, archaeology studies history and reflects on today, and medical pharmaceuticals develop special drugs for certain diseases. All of these can contribute to some aspect of society. But I hope that the major I choose in the future has a more profound and widespread impact, even one that can change society or the world, like law. Throughout human history, the earliest universities only had 3 majors: theology, medicine, and law. When the soul is troubled, we need theology. When the body falls ill, we need medicine. And when society faces issues, we need law. In today's society, chaos abounds every day. Some people don't repay their debts and lack integrity, some deceive without it, moral shall be replaced with the bottom line, and some even take lives without remorse. Whenever someone does wrong, it means someone's rights are being violated. If we see these chaotic phenomena as a social ailment, then law is the remedy. I believe that law is the most powerful tool guiding society toward healthy development. So I think that if I can learn something in this field in the future and make contributions, perhaps I can help protect the rights of millions. That's my thought. After Deborah finished speaking, the air in the office was silent for a few seconds. Evan and the others really didn't expect that the young girl before them could think and speak about such profound matters at such a young age. Even they, while persuading Deborah to join their respective fields, had subconsciously used conditions that would attract her: direct entry into doctoral programs, future fame in archaeology, maximizing her piano talent to global acclaim. But those were all about personal benefits and achievements. What the young girl had in mind, however, was to contribute to the entire society. She hadn't considered how her own development would be, nor did she think about what benefits this major could bring her in the future. Evan couldn't help but draw a deep breath. This child has a great vision. Seen this way, her abilities became secondary. With such aspirations, this child is destined for greatness in the future. Chapter 304, Damn, I forgot to mute the microphone. Esther's words not only silenced the air in the principal's office but also quietened the atmosphere in Class A. To be honest, when Esther mentioned that she had already declined 3 professors over the phone, no one expected those professors to chase her all the way to Illegitimate. This statement sounded incredibly pretentious no matter how it was interpreted. Many even felt that despite Esther's seemingly casual tone, she really sounded like she was showing off. After all, within the entire country, which high school student could have such treatment and prestige? These 3 professors were always revered and admired everywhere they went, only surrounded by admiration. To have the honor of being noticed by them, with these 3 big shots eager to offer a special recommendation, who would turn down such an opportunity? Moreover, the professors had specifically rushed to Illegitimate, each expressing heartfelt and earnest words while presenting irresistible and appealing conditions. Refusing again would truly come off as rejecting kindness. But yet, Esther indeed rejected them once more. However, when the students heard Esther's reasons, they fell silent. The college entrance examination is a significant event for everyone, as entering university represents one of the most crucial turning points in life. Everyone wants to get into the best universities and carefully considers their major choice. When choosing majors, most people first think about the prospects and development of studying that major, while a few consider their interest. They had almost never heard anyone say that they chose a certain major because they wanted to contribute significantly to society. I hope that the major I choose will have a profound and widespread impact, even capable of changing society and the world. So I believe that if I can learn something in this field later and make some contributions, then perhaps in the future, I can contribute to protecting the rights of millions of people. Hearing these words in the classroom, everyone in Class A couldn't help but feel that Esther really had a broad vision. In this class, every student has the best academic performance among the entire senior year at Xinjiang High School. Whoever it may be, even the last place in this class, could easily be the top in other classes. Moreover, Class A has the most children from wealthy families. Most of the students in the class came from wealthy backgrounds, living comfortably and spoiled from a young age, so they often harbored a sense of pride. It was rare for them to genuinely feel admiration for any peer, only covertly competing with each other. At this moment, however, they felt the gap between themselves and Esther for the first time. The difference wasn't just in grades and abilities but also in perspective and foresight. While they still rejoiced in minor achievements and honors or agonized over what major would promise the most prosperous career, Esther had long transcended such concerns. She was not only the best academically but also had a proactive and compassionate heart. In the office. After Esther expressed her willingness and reasons for choosing law, Clark, Evan, and Olaf were deeply moved as well. Although Evan cherished talent, he could only express regret now. Sure enough, you're different from other kids. Catherine, rest assured, we understand your wishes and won't pressure you anymore. Once you are admitted to Galengda University, even if you aren't our direct disciples, we're willing to be your mentors if you want. Isn't that right, old Wu, old Peng? Olaf frowned, displeased with Evan. You always hog all the nice things to say, don't you? Thank you, Professor Gillis, Professor Wu, and Matt Peng. Seeing the situation, Esther said. It's almost noon. You 3 traveled so far for me, let me invite Principal and all of you for lunch. You eating together is fine, but why should a kid like you treat us 3 old folks? Olaf said. Catherine, you haven't finished classes yet, go back to the classroom. We'll wait here in the principal's office, and we'll head out together once you're done. Esther nodded in agreement, okay. Esther planned to return to the classroom, but as soon as she opened the door, she heard countless clicking sounds. Several camera flashes went off simultaneously, blinding her momentarily, making her instinctively turn away and close her eyes. What's happening? Olaf, standing closest to the door, quickly pulled Esther to his side, showing a protective stance. Oh, that's it, the principal quickly stood up. I'm not sure how the Illegitimate news agency got wind of your visit, but they insisted on interviewing at the school. Professors, what do you think? Clark, Evan, and Olaf were all venerable figures in Huagua, each over 50 years old, and they clearly understood what was happening. They had booked their flights privately and only informed Principal Xingjing upon arriving in Illegitimate that morning. It was obvious that the principal had leaked the information to the press to capitalize on their fame to boost the school's reputation. After all, a student who could attract 3 professors from across the country to personally recruit them was newsworthy. If this story went public, wealthy families from other cities might pay top dollar to send their children to Xinjiang for education. Though they realized this, they couldn't say anything. After all, the principal immediately brought Luguorer to them as soon as he learned about their arrival. Giving an interview would be a way to show gratitude. So Olaf said solicitously to Esther, "Don't worry, Catherine. Go back to class first, we'll see you after school." But the reporters weren't willing to let Esther go so easily. One even thrust a microphone right in front of her face, causing Olaf to glare disapprovingly. "What are you doing? Catherine isn't a public figure, stop filming." Evan was notorious for his blunt and grumpy nature, while Olaf was known for being aloof and temperamental. The reporter quickly withdrew the microphone. Esther finally managed to return to the classroom with Bar. On the way, Bar kept saying, "Student Esther, why didn't you tell me when you received calls from these 3 professors? I thought." Midway through, Bar paused, wondering if he was hearing things. How did his voice seem to be coming from inside the classroom? Then Bar looked down and suddenly realized what was happening, sucking in a sharp breath. Thus, the students in Class A heard their usually genteel and scholarly homeroom teacher's voice boom out of the speakers. "Damn, I forgot to mute the microphone." The students couldn't help but exchange glances. Sure enough, even in such a situation, teachers can only express their feelings with those 2 words, damn. Chapter 305, I have something to tell you. When Bar walked outside the classroom and heard his voice really coming from the speakers around the room, he couldn't help but feel utterly hopeless. He always turned off the microphone as soon as class was over, but today he forgot because he was called out by the principal unexpectedly. However, while feeling desperate, Bar also felt relieved. It was fortunate that it wasn't him forgetting to turn off the mic during a bathroom break or something private, otherwise it would have been a total social death. He could have directly handed in his resignation. But, although he didn't experience such a nightmare, did this mean that their conversation in the principal's office had all been heard by the students? Bar couldn't help but look at Tanya, his eyes full of apology, as if blaming himself for exposing her privacy. Deborah instantly understood what he meant. But it wasn't anything shameful, she had never mentioned this to anyone before, she just didn't like drawing too much attention. Now that people had heard it,